bring everybody on immediately, and then you could do your blurb, and I can run and get my tea. My tea is steeping, and we don't, don't want to leave it too long. So I'll run and get it as soon as we get everything ready. Okay. Other than that, hope everything's going.
Sit down here. Yeah. Give me just a moment.
Sure. Let's check the live stream. Make certain we're hooking up. And good, we're hooking. I guess that's one word for it. No, I guess that can be misread as prostituting. But then we're doing that too.
Well, one way or another, we all do.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
I did that at work today. So
yes. Yes. Okay. So good. So it's like that can be misread as prostituting. So we know we're linking. Okay, we know that we're going through stream. And okay then, I turned that off, and we'll concentrate on opening as little screens as possible from this point forward, and that should help immensely with production, hopefully. And in the interim, I'm going to just going to be kind of semi, how do I call it, multitasking until, I go into monologue, simply because I'm going to make certain I'm catching up on current events while I, get ready to monologue. And but hopefully we'll get a good enough conversation going before then. Now, I noticed that nobody's in the analytics right now, so hopefully people do show up. So we do have people. We do have people. We've got the likes. We've got the concurrent viewers. Okay, there we are. Now that's starting to show up on the analytics. Not a promising, start where I can't talk. And your voice. Well, yeah. Did you ever get your voice back?
Yeah. I don't know why it was so hoarse, really. It usually doesn't happen to me. It's not like I have a job really talking all day, but
right.
Let me see. Adding. I wonder if there's a way to take people, like when you say add people and it gives you like a suggested list, people that you dealt with, etc.
I don't think I was saying that. No.
Well, when I go add and it gives you a menu of people to add that you've dealt with or are your contacts. And I wish I could edit that list. It would just make this more efficient. But it's all right. We're fine.
It's Skype. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. I've thought that before when I was at.
It'd be nice to have a, back in the day before, early computers, you would call it a batch file. I'm talking
cool.
About. You would be like, add all these people, and you just go. Nemo.
And let's take a look at live stream.
Peter Moon.
Yeah, not Peter Moon, though that would be funny. Oh, remind us to thank Nemo and have him describe exactly
there we go.
The details of what it was he did. But he went in all of our past conversations.
Yeah, I saw it.
And he removed, Ian West and Peter Moon from those conversations, but he did so, he was prompted to do so because Peter Moon started from, if I understand what he was saying, Peter Moon started showing up in our past conversations, talking with Ian West. Isn't that sinister? Yeah. So yes, discuss. Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah. So, hi, Heather, honey. How are you? Okay, she went mute.
I've had better days.
What was that?
Yeah, I've had better days.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. So sorry to hear that. It's what exactly is going on? Would you
I don't even know if I want to talk about it publicly because it just might ruin the sanity that I've been able to salvage.
I understand. But by the way, I like the new musical gig that our man Brendan Zogit has taken on. He is now part of a, what would you call that music? It sounds like monkeys in a zoo pounding on coconuts.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Aboriginal.
Oh, shit.
It's like, in fact, it's an insult to monkeys.
Yeah.
Well,
that was our local drum line. That was
nice.
Oh God.
What they could do. No, it's not much.
Yeah.
Okay. Before we go too far with that, the blurb. Everyone, please hit the thumbs up vote icon until it lights up to give us an up vote. Very important to combat the down votes that are placed on that little thumbs down icon that you cannot see because YouTube does not show them. But enemies of Douglas do add down votes, sometimes with cheap ass bots, and they do get taken away later. But in the meantime, it affects the algorithm, the ability for the program to be suggested, appear to people, etc. Come up in searches. So please hit the up vote. If you're ambitious, since you have an account to do this, you can go into your account settings, make additional sub channels, and they can do independent upvotes also. If anybody has a big question about that, put that in the chat so I just don't go off on a tangent. But and make sure you're subscribed. There's a subscribe button nearby. Make sure your notification bell is on to you know what time we start, but sometimes things don't happen on time. And that's about it. I'm going to put the donation link in the chat. And please send Douglas your appreciation for all that he provides. You can't get anywhere else. And with that, I'll turn it back to Brendan's monkey drum line.
That was beautiful. Incredible. Thank you. And so, dear Brendan, are things stable where you're at right now in the jungle?
Yes, everything is stable. Venus conjunct Moon. It's very nice.
Okay.
Yeah, situation normal. Things are improving in my region.
Thank God. Okay, glad to hear that. Were you able to get?
Come over here.
Yeah.
They made it later in my part of the town.
Yeah.
What's so?
Yeah.
You poor dear. It's so Heather. We.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
Mars is in fourth sign, so you're going through similar things as I am.
Oh my God! I mean, send me into a crisis. Why don't you? Not you, but.
Well, I mean,
God,
retro
and I
Mars.
can't even die.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What was it Heather just said?
And I said I can't even die.
Yeah.
You know, like, God, what are they trying to do to me?
Oh my fucking God. Oh, I'm just so you know. Oh, I noticed the Third Reich Never Died has now been put up by John Warrington on his Odyssey channel. God bless him. And that's the one the young lady Amy was asking about. And so he says, that's what I currently have in the way of my new archive for file names containing the words Third Reich. Someone was asking for a link to. So excellent. And he says, finished renaming the files in the archives, and they're all MP4 now. When I do upload, it'll probably be in latest first order. Though, if I upload a Third Reich file, it'll probably be sent to my Odyssey channel, maybe the Douglas Dietrich Shows one. I might create a new Rumble channel for the new archives, though, as Rumble natively supports subtitles. With Odyssey, I'd have to embed subtitles, which is a bit gormless. I'd prefer it as YouTube has it with a subtitle upload. Then AI can translate it to whatever language. The Third Reich uploads will take their place in the QAnon.
You want to know something interesting?
Yes, honey? Yeah.
Okay, when I was in high school, my grandparents did volunteer work at the community hospital, and my grandpa was always like tampering with these papers. He always had like his folder with papers in it. I'm like, what does he do there all day? You know, my grandma says he makes copies and stuff. He was like really into this, whatever he was doing that nobody ever knew. And I always kept like the vital documents from my grandparents, you know, their birth and death certificates and things. And I knew that there was something strange that didn't add up, but I didn't really want to get into it. And I just happened to come across those papers not too long ago. And my grandpa was trying to change his name through like trying to remake documents to be legitimate because he had something that I think that he was trying to hide.
Wow.
And I think that he was trafficked too because my grandpa he was a strange duck. He didn't seem like he was married to my grandma because he was in love with her.
Yeah.
But,
I like the way she says that. He couldn't have been married to her because he was actually in love with her.
Well, she was a little bit diabolical, we'll just say.
Cool. Okay. Why am I not surprised? Continue.
Well, what I found was in when I found all these copies of his birth certificate with different additions to his name and things like that, and the original one that he was trying to change, his last name was Worcester.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
And that was the guy who made the pills for the concentration camps that they put in the things. Yeah.
Oh, you mean for the Zyklon B gas chambers?
Yeah, that Worcester, he's the guy that invented that. And I think that he was probably the paperclip people too,
Okay. And by pills, you mean it was a...
They're pellets.
Tablet. Yeah, got it. Yes. Thank you. Just so people understand.
I had no idea. And so, of course, he wanted to change. I mean, he's lived his whole life trying to break free of that kind of trauma activation responsiveness.
Wow, fuck. Thank you for that very technical term. Trauma activation responsiveness. Did they teach you that in a course? Where did you get
No, it just popped out of my brain. I have a good vocabulary. I just have a hard time articulating it.
Yes. No.
I had a hell of a day. Yeah. I had a hell of a day, and I don't know if I should be talking about it, but why not? Yeah. I get Social Security and things like that, and I have been receiving letters, and they're conflicting. So I'm like, are they cutting me off from it? I'm like, do I have this, and do I have that? And I call the state, and they're like, no, you're cut off. You have nothing. You need to do something. Wow. And just tonight at 6:30, I got a phone call, and they're like, I'm calling you back from Social Security. I'm like, no, you're not. I'm like, it's 6:30 at night.
Right. That's right.
And she's like, well, I'm in California. I'm like, well, I'm in Arizona, and that's where my
the same time zone during daylight savings, I think. But go on, or
well, she just
time.
Wanted to talk about. She called me, wanted to talk about my Social Security case, and I'm just like, I had to call him 3 times today to make sure that everything was situated. But I've got the state that's up. The state is totally up against me, and it's all making sense.
It's all making sense. You mean it's not making sense, right?
It all started with Revolution Radio.
Oh, yeah, that's okay, right.
I mean, I've been gang stalked by Santa Claus and the Ice Cream Man my whole life, but I never had a problem.
Right. Understood. Yeah, by the way, she's speaking metaphorically for our listeners so that they...
No, literally.
Oh, right. Okay, so could you give us an example or of that?
Well, okay, Santa Claus. Santa Claus, I went to see Santa Claus when I was 8. It was a year and a half after my mom died. And they had this Masonic chip program booth set up at this, nearby where you go to see Santa.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They took me to Santa, and they're like, oh, by the way, we're going to put you in this chip program. All it is, it's going to identify you if you're ever missing or found dead. I'm like, that's really a morbid thought to, wrap my mind around. What did they think was going to happen to me and why?
Oh, right.
And they took a dental imprint. They took your fingerprints. They took your mouth swab. They did all these things, and it still operates today. They have this chip program where parents take their kids to get identified. And I always wondered why the things that my grandparents got were kept in the freezer. I'm like, why would they keep it in the freezer? Well, so it didn't burn down. If they're, I don't know why they had it. To this day, I'm not sure. I mean, but then the implant that I had put in my mouth that's why they took the dental imprint, was to make the implant that they would be, implanting to my mouth less than a year later.
Wow.
And I'm not saying that all of the kids that are in the chip program are microchipped. That's not what I'm saying at all, but it was awfully convenient.
Well, if it's called the chip program, doesn't it stand to reason that most of them would be getting microchipped.
Yeah, it's the childhood identification. That they say that they just give all the information to the parents and they don't keep it themselves.
Yeah, Childhood Identification Program, CHIP. By the way, I mean, I'm just mouthing out the acronym because it makes sense. It's a neat acronym.
Yeah,
of course.
and then the Masons will get really testy about it if you mention, oh, microchipping, is it along the same lines. Like, no, we do not microchip people. Like, they get really defensive about it.
Got it. So what you're conveying to us is that this was not a federal program. This was a Masonic program.
Yeah, and it still goes today. And my brother, they didn't have any interest in getting his information in case he might ever come up missing. It wasn't ever an issue. They're like, oh no, he doesn't need to do it, just you.
Cool. You're special.
No, I'm not special. I'm not.
Well, thank you for sharing that. No, that's and ever since then you've been seeing Santa Claus all over the place.
No, he never fooled me for a minute.
Right. I mean, it's not, well, the individual, you perceive him to be an individual who was just a dude dressed like Santa Claus, right?
Well, the whole Christmas thing is worshiping Satan anyways. It's not about, if you're going into the Santa Claus celebration of it, it's not about Jesus.
It may be pagan in its roots, but it's obviously been Christianized.
Well, my grandma, she'd get hysterical. There's Santa Claus everywhere. She was like, she would get like a kid whenever Christmas would come, and she was like programmed.
Yeah.
Like when Santa Claus started, it was just all a programming thing.
Okay, I went mute there for a moment because I'm trying to. I took a bunch of vitamins, but I didn't eat, so I'm just trying to buffer the vitamins by eating this little peanut bar, the Payday peanut bar. So I don't want people to hear me chew. So I'm not able to give you the quickest response to everything you're saying, but I think that what you're saying is fascinating. Tell you what, guys, Brendan, Aristides, keep Heather talking because we want to burn bandwidth while I grab my tea because it's steeping and I don't want it to oversteep. So
I'm just so mad. I'm so mad about it. I've had it. I mean, I was harassed today by the government.
Well, you were harassed by people who were masquerading as the government.
Yeah, but I was still calling the government that is the real government the whole time, and they don't even know anything about each other. They're not working together. They're totally.
Yes, the departments.
It's a conspiracy.
Yeah. You interpret that as instrumental to the conspiracy, as opposed to just the
a crisis. It seems like they want to put me in a crisis, and so I can be, institutionalized for 3 days or whatever they could keep me for. But I'm just not. I don't give in.
If you got institutionalized, it would reinforce the fact that you need to be on Social Security, so it's not that bad a deal.
Right, no, that's the whole idea. They're trying to to tell me that I'm not getting it. I'm like, excuse me, you said I was crazy. Why would you take it away from me at that point? I mean, I might be crazy, but I'm not stupid.
I don't feel that they're going to take it away from you. Don't take that as a backhanded compliment.
There's this other entity working through the state, and I don't know. It's not on a federal level; it's the state level, and they just want to harass me.
Yeah, well, that's possible. That's possible. I'm going to grab my tea, and I'll be able to handle this better because I do need to caffeinate. And get the ginseng in me, the crystallized ginseng. So, hey, babe, Aristides, come on. Brendan Zogit, are you there?
I'm here.
Yeah. Okay, great. And Brendan, our talker. Hey, Brendan.
Right.
Yeah, you can join us, right? Because
he will. He might take him a minute to get off of mute, so I can just talk to Heather.
Sounds good.
I mean, I have background noise, but
yeah,
you guys don't mind that.
We don't mind. We don't. Yeah, at this moment. So we need to burn bandwidth. I need to get this little Payday bar inside of me. I'm gonna grab the tea, and then I'll put the ginseng in it. So it's kind of like I'm preparing.
Yeah. What was that creature called? Sloth or something? Go be Sloth or whatever his name was.
I'm not quite sure where that's coming from, but I'll get it.
The Goonies creature.
Oh,
what was his name?
Oh, you mean the guy? Oh,
Yeah.
right. Different candy bar. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's right. That was, what was it again? What was his? I can't. It was
Babe Ruth. It was a Babe
Ruth.
I think that's what they called him, right? Sloth?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah.
Call him Vinny Barbaric. Yeah, Vinny Barbaric. That's his.
Yeah. You're right, Brendan.
No,
you're right.
that kid.
You're right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's his name.
Okay.
Yeah, so Sloth had more of a heart than Pete will ever have.
Oh, good point. No, Sloth was likable. He was charismatic. Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, did you hear what I said earlier about what Nemo did? Nemo went into our back conversations and removed Ian West and Peter Moon from all of our past. Did you hear what I said? That he said it's because Peter Moon started interacting with Ian West in our old conversations.
Yeah. He told me because I spoke with him about it privately. Nemo and I.
Well, when I get back, you can tell me what was it Peter was saying. I'd be interested in what the fuck those idiots were saying to each other in the. I
don't think it amounted to anything. I didn't see anything. We would have to ask Nemo.
Yeah. Okay. But so I'm gonna go.
But it's like, why would they need to go back? Well, go
because
ahead.
We'll talk about when I get back. Yeah. But it's sinister.
But I'm saying they could just go. Maybe it's because Pete doesn't know how to use the Skype, but he could just open another chat with Ian by himself.
Well, like Nemo speculated. Probably Ian brought him back into those old conversations with some kind of malevolent intent towards us. I'm sure. Yeah. But okay, so I'm gonna go mute. I'll be back, and thank you, all of you. Keep the bandwidth burning. I'll be right back.
Okay, I just want to ask you guys. Do you know what energy harvesting is? What is energy harvesting?
In what context? I mean, there's a lot of different energy, quote unquote, harvesting that can happen.
From like biological sense.
Yeah. I mean, they definitely can. There are different aspects. There's like psychic vampirism or psychic leeching. There's
I mean
physical energy.
Yeah, like some kind of vibration or something that like is running, like some kind of a system that's running to harvest energy inside of a person. I'm just throwing it out there. I don't know what I'm talking about.
It exists and it happens. Yeah. But
it's at end.
But you're just just as harvest energy. Especially the darker human emotions can be used for certain things. Like if you watch the movie Dark Crystal, like it shows it in there. Like they'll like torture the common folk and then use it to like distill their essence and then drink it to like extend their lives. So, who knows?
Adrenochrome.
Yeah, that's like what it was.
Oh, okay. So that makes sense. That would be one form of it.
Yeah. But also there's just like all kinds of psychic parasites and malevolent beings that they definitely harvest like the negative human emotions for their own needs.
And they're humans, right?
No, they're non-human entities. You could see this in an anime called Noragami. It's very well displayed in that series.
Yeah.
It's a Japanese, I think it's like a couple seasons or a couple episodes, but it's called Noragami, and you could see how the different human emotions will manifest like creatures and stuff to harvest. The creatures will
like how they say like in some like cults that they like just the hive mind can manifest an entity just by their thoughts.
That's like an egregore. That's different.
Egregore, yeah.
Yeah, that's more of like a whole. That's like a whole event. It's like self-perpetuating. But you could, like I said, if anyone's curious, they could watch that series.
So it's not imaginary.
No, why would it be imaginary? I mean, energy harvesting is like, you can even consider money a form of energy, and people harvest that shit all day.
Or like a concert, mass hypnotism in a concert, they could be harvesting it.
Oh no, that's well known. Like all those EDM shows.
Yeah.
And all the different concerts, they have energy collection devices on the roofs. So all that human energy gets siphoned back into the grid. So they use it for whatever needs that they have, occult needs. But that's a well-known thing in the dance music industry, that when they condense all those people, they are able to get them all on the same frequency and they can harvest their energy.
Frequency through their music, right?
No, through these devices.
Yeah. There's been a couple instances of really weird stuff happening where it like becomes more apparent. I can't recall anything exactly, but
Astro World or whatever that was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, those are just straight up sacrifices. Yeah, but I'm saying just in general, they concentrate the energy and they put people on a certain frequency, and then harvest the energy.
Yeah.
And all of those collective kind of acts can be siphoned in that way. And they use it quite often. So, yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just lost in it. I don't know what's going on. And it's probably for the best.
Well, just like, do the protections, the general grounding and the salt baths, stuff like that will help ground you out. You'll be able to kind of work your way out of it, whatever kind of issues. Because they'll throw stuff at, and right now there's a lot of celestial stuff going on, like Mars retro. It's fallen Mars in fourth sign of the crab. So
yeah,
it's going to be a little bit tough, for the next few months, 6 months or so.
Oh, like it's already happening. It was almost immediate.
Yeah. If you go outside, you could just see Mars right now. Or I think you're able to see it. And when Mars goes retro, it turns red. Like that's, when you get the red planet and all of that aspect, the more Martian aspect comes out, the more Aryan aspect. Whoa, what is that noise? Is everything all right?
Here?
I don't know. I heard some kind of like really loud noise.
I'm doing a little bit of kitchen stuff. I don't know if it was me, but it could have been.
It sounded like
I'm
a laser
outside
beam.
and there is music in the background.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. But so that's what I was saying. Like, so just kind of try and be patient with the celestial energies, because it is going to get tough a little bit. And so, but there's nothing wrong with change of energy. It's just you got to direct it differently. So, there you go.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about anything anymore. And I'm at my wit's end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, just know that it's definitely from the positions of the celestial bodies. So you just kind of got to write it out. Because I remember you had some placements in fourth sign.
Yeah.
So that'll definitely affect. If you have any kind of if your ascendant is in the sign of the crab or anything, you'll get affected more by the Martian, the transfer of Mars, the travel.
Yeah, well, and then when you bring up like aliens and extraterrestrials, that's where you lose me, because I
didn't bring up anything.
I'm just meaning with everything that we talk about when we talk about other planets, things like that. I mean, I don't.
Well, Mars is an energy. I'm saying as an energy.
Right. I just got back in time to hear this. So what happened? You were talking astrology, Brendan, and Heather was talking. Like suddenly Heather, you
brought
suddenly
up Mars. Yeah, he brought up Mars. And
but then you brought up extraterrestrials.
Right.
I'm not laughing.
Yeah, I'm talking energetically.
But Heather, you knew that, right?
What?
That he was talking energetically.
Well, I get kind of confused whether it's like something that's real, like palpable, or if it's just something that's imagined.
Wow.
I mean, it's not imaginary. You could look at it. Go outside and look at it. I mean, it's there.
No, I think.
And when it's retro, it's red. Mars, when it turns red, that means it's retrograde. You could see it. Like, if you just go outside and look west, it's there.
Right, but
it's very real.
Right, but Heather, do you mean that you get confused that it's that astrology is real, and or whether it's all imaginary. Is that what you mean?
Well, I believe in say mythology. I think all that stuff really happened. I have a really strange basis for what I believe and what's real and what's not.
Well, isn't that the whole point of your faith, Brendan? Is that the Vedas, they're real history, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, mythology is realology. I mean, it's there's many aspects of it are beyond truthful. They're actual fractal stories that are reflected in everyday life and everywhere else.
Yes, mythology is history. Continue.
Yeah.
So Heather, that's taking that. Where were you going from there?
Oh, I don't know. I just when we start talking about other planets and stuff, I just and usually where the conversation always ends up is talking about extraterrestrials.
Well, not with us.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank God for you guys. I don't know if you're the best thing that could be in my life or if the worst thing that could be in my life.
Well, the one thing I can tell you is that now you should know by now the government never works by phone. I mean, they can, but it takes you got to call them and actually reach somebody, or a telephone appointment needs to be made. But other than that, a large bureaucracy like IRS or Social Security is not going to be seeking you out through the phone. So you'll know it's not.
And if they're not returning my call.
You mean the real Social Security?
No, yeah, well, I've got these letters that I get, and they're dated about the same time.
Could you screenshot these letters and send them to us? Thank you.
And one of them's coming from Baltimore, Maryland, and the other one's coming from Phoenix, Arizona. And
Phoenix, Arizona, I believe, would be maybe where Social Security is headquartered, or
most capital cities have.
That's who handles my disability payments.
Your disability, right.
Well, there's a state level and there's a federal level, and they don't work together.
No, they don't. In fact,
that's what my mom does essentially. She works for the state side, but she's a federal employee, but she's specific to a state.
Oh, so did you hear what?
Who help me. And then when I get locked up with this determination thing, it's like there's two things going on, and they're not cohesive to each other.
I'm sorry. Right. I understand what you mean in the sense that departments are not working together, Heather, and that you're pointing out the fact that you're dealing with departments that don't know what each the other is doing. But in this case, it sounds like you're being harassed by a department that is not a branch of the United States government in any official sense. If they're harassing you...
They're gang stalking.
Yeah, it's gang stalking in deep state. That's what it sounds like. But we're going to need to look at those letters that you're talking about. So you'd have to send them, screenshot them and send them to us. You do recall that Brendan's mother works for Social Security, but I'm trying to remember whether or not Social Security was headquartered in, believe it or not Washington, D.C., but Phoenix, Arizona, or something like that.
Some of the letters say, if you have any questions or concerns, call this number at this location, and it's the Human Health Services or
Health and Human Services, HHS.
Yeah. And then the other ones I get, they're like, call us at the office, at the determination office or whatever here. The
determination office would mean that you're trying to apply.
Well, I've been trying to win my Social Security back for over 5 years, and I've got it.
Wait, you got it. You have Social Security.
Yeah, and then I get on the phone with these people. They're like, "Oh no, you don't. You're getting cut off."
Well, I mean, we'll have to look at those letters, but such being said, yes,
there's so many of them. It's just confusing.
Don't let it get to you till you have more information.
Well, I mean, they can't cut her off. It doesn't work like that.
But they're not giving me. They're not giving me the benefits that come with being crazy either. I don't have any there's no case on it. I don't have it on my medical card. It doesn't say anything about it. And it just seems like they're trying to make me get institutionalized or drive me into a crisis.
No, but what do you,
that'll help your case if anything.
But when you go,
but it's just never ending.
Well, no, this should be stabilized at this point. Don't let any of this get to you, and that anyone calling you saying they're involved with Social Security, it's a lie. It's a scam. So just hang up.
Yeah, there are a lot of spammers lately.
But I just so happened to be on the phone all day calling Social Security, leaving my number saying to call me back.
Yeah, well, they know that they can use illegal trackers to find that information out.
Did you hear that the FBI said that people that have iOS and Android phones should not send text to people with Apple because they're compromised? Did you read that?
Yeah. I'll talk later about the Salt Typhoon hacking from the Communist Chinese. Yes.
Okay, well, maybe...
Yeah, it's because they introduced a new type of messaging system. So it's obviously being taken advantage of at this moment.
Hell is empty and all the devils are here.
Oh, right. But we knew that. but
Hell's not empty, yeah. It's
it's not empty.
Full to the brim. It's full to the brim, that was.
Yes, thank you.
I think that was Shakespeare or something, I'm not sure.
Yes.
Yeah, yes.
Tempest.
Yes, and continue talking while I finish this. I'm almost finished with this awful peanut. It tastes horrible.
I don't see how the letters are going to explain anything. All they do is they explain how they miscalculated my payments and how they're giving me more money. So now, based on the money they're giving me, I make too much income. So I'm getting it taken away. But they're the ones who are giving me the income. I don't get it.
Yeah, you'll have to clear it up with them because
no,
that's
I
not.
just leave it alone. I let them handle it, and I don't get involved.
Yeah, but we'll have to see the letters to actually ascertain. Just a quick look at them, I could tell you whether or not it's official Social Security letter generally.
Okay, what the hell, you know? Ever since I had that determination hearing, and the girl that was going to say that I was not, disabled, I said, oh, well, also.
Tell her I'm not a gang stalker.
Yes, I even think Vinny's on it sometimes.
Oh. Yeah.
Well, just take his money.
No, and that Dogecoin or whatever the coins that he does, he's making like thousands of dollars. But that's not my income.
Well, we don't need to say that publicly, but.
Oh yeah. Well, it's just Ethereum or whatever. It's not real money.
Oh, okay. Oh, disgusting. Okay, so I better stop eating this. Okay, I realize now why it tastes so bad. Oh, it's moldy.
What? The bar?
Yeah, they're old. I mean, they're old. They were sent by Clarice Claudette a long time ago, but I thought, the candy bars there in the wrapper, you thought, you'd think that they're still functional, so to speak.
Well, you guys have a lot more moist air.
Yeah, it's awful. Yes, disgusting.
Is it salty?
No, it's moldy. It's disgusting. I was wondering why it tasted rancid. No.
Oh, because of your flood.
Not really. The flood was in the basement, but it wasn't really that big a flood. I mean, maybe it did some
San Francisco is basically not floodable because of all the water around it. It's just the sewers are old. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like all the hills, it's almost impossible. The flood would have to come from a tsunami.
Yeah. And so hopefully I don't die.
But also, it's not fun when it
I don't know,
flood.
Douglas. I don't know how it's going to help to see the papers. There's so much, and it's so confusing.
Well, I mean, all we need to do is look the header. Yeah, the headliner paper.
Oh, yeah. One comes from Social Security Office of Central Operations in Baltimore, Maryland, and that's the one that's telling me I'm fucked, basically. But then all the ones from Arizona are like, here's some more money.
Yeah.
So it sounds like you're doing good.
Yeah, you're doing all right. Let me look up headquarters of
Central Operations
of Social Security, and see where they say it is. Now, technically,
I think it's kind of mean to be treating someone who's crazy like this.
Okay, so SSA's central office is located in Baltimore, Maryland. All right. So I just need to look at all these letters, and then I'll be able to give you a better opinion than I can.
Do you have a fax machine?
No, of course not.
That's the safest way to communicate nowadays.
It's very anachronistic, but yeah, it's
anachronistic.
Yeah. So such being said. Okay.
Maybe I just need to relax.
Yeah, yeah, that too. And Vinny, we appreciate him. I actually was laughing hard when he came in and said I'm not a gang stalker. Yeah, and
Well,
so
maybe it means that I didn't stop drinking because I'm so stressed out, and because I haven't been drinking, I've been doing great, and it seems like everything comes crumbling down when I'm doing good.
uh, right, yeah, okay, yeah, that we can run with too. And so all such being said, like I said, if we get to look at these screenshots, that'll help. So
All
take your
right.
time and we'll photograph them with your cell phone. You know how to do that, right?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's just looking at them pisses me off.
Hmm. Okay, you don't need to do it right now. You can do it later,
Okay.
just before you go to bed.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'll
And
find the ones that are conflicting, and I'll share those.
yeah, yeah. And all that being said, then we'll proceed as best we can throughout the rest of the night. And
Yeah,
uh,
change the subject.
right, of course. But the Santa Claus thing still, and the chip program still intrigues me. That's
Yeah, those
how did that
fingerprints
come
were
up
in my
again?
freezer all my life.
I'm sorry, what?
The fingerprints were in my freezer. My grandparents kept them in a bag and kept them in the freezer. So if the house burned down, they'd still have the documentation or whatever.
Right, right. And oh yeah, and yes. Who was it again who was spending all his life uh, dedicated to
Oh, my
document
grandpa,
all
same
generation?
guy. Yeah,
Hmm.
same guy.
And
And
these
I
were the
think, I don't
people.
know
Okay, go on.
who raised me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And okay then. All such having been said, okay.
So,
So
drinking your tea, or what's going on with you?
I'm drinking my tea, waiting for people to show up. We have less people than usual in the concurrent viewers, but I'll take a look and see if that's just a should be up to date. But most of the time, more people have gathered here by now. It was about but then again, they cut down the numbers by orders of magnitude, as we've said. Give me a second here to check how we show up on another page. And in the interim, we'll continue speaking about. Oh yes, with Brendan Zogit, you had some developments lately. If things have stabilized a bit, care to share how they've stabilized? And he'll undo his mute soon enough. And okay, good. We got a lot of upvotes compared to the number of people watching. And my welcome to those who are. Hopefully, more will join us soon. And then we'll get into the business of the night. And in the interim, just I should be looking up something else as well. But I'm pretty sure I'll
Yeah,
be.
I mean, my situation just, it was already foobar,
Hmm.
as you know.
Yeah.
But
Uh-huh.
but things are, I've got a few contingency plans in place for my next transfer. So, there you go.
All
Great
right.
Escape.
Yeah, sort of.
All right. And so aside from that, what was that music we heard earlier? Was that kids at school that are part of an actual like school band? I'm
It was a
curious.
recorder concert.
I
No,
doubt.
they're just practicing their
Okay.
drum line. That's all.
Very primal. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
At
interesting.
least they're still learning music and not playing video games.
Yeah, a good
Yeah.
point. So aside from all of that, the um, again, honey, you were yeah. So calm down. I think you're calming down now, and things will work out. I really have no fear you're going to lose your check. You got it this month, right?
Well, yeah, but the benefits that I should be getting for being crazy, they're non-existent, and I don't know why. They're cutting off my medicine, but yet they both say they're paying my Medicare. It's like, how can you both be paying my Medicare and cut me off at the same time? So confused.
Hmm. Uh, I don't think they're cutting off your Medicare. You got a what you're supposed to get is a notice of action for such things. Did you get what's called a notice of action? Does it say
No,
notice of action?
actually, I just had an appointment on the 15th of November with somebody who called and squared everything away, and it was all settled.
Mm-hmm.
Things were fine.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Well, you should be fine with that.
Yeah, I am.
Oh,
I can't do anything about it. So the less I even engage, I just let them work it all out. And I get letters. I'm like, okay, fine. And I always comply, and I'm cooperative. So, there's no complaints.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. And, okay, while you're doing that, I'm looking up, just to make certain that things are, what I expected, with, the moldy candy bar that I ate, the majority of,
Oh,
before I realized it was moldy. So,
that's awful.
and wondering why it tasted so bad. But then again, yeah. Okay. So, yeah, basically, it's just, ate moldy. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah.
Yeah, people, send Douglas some donations. He's eating moldy candy bars over here, please.
Yes. Look at the situation I'm in. That's how bad it is. Yeah, I'm sorry, what was that, Aristides?
I said, for Christ's sake, come on, people.
Yeah, thank you.
Better than this.
Yes,
right.
Yes, thank you. And Aristides participates. Now we're going up in numbers.
Just know, Douglas, that you are my voice of reason, and there are explosions going on outside my house right now.
Well,
You hear that?
Well, I mean, how's Vinny reacting? Vinny's the one who's got the combat experience.
Yeah, he knew, he heard it too, he said.
Yeah, but does Vinny feel it's dangerous, or does Vinny feel it's just like city stuff?
Oh, it's just every day in our neighborhood.
Well, then.
What do you think it sounded like?
Yeah.
Oh, it was one of my neighbors with their firearms.
Oh, cool.
I guess.
I mean, is that your neighborhood?
I'm gonna go look.
Whoa! Maybe you shouldn't go
Right,
to
hold
look.
up.
Did you guys hear that? What was it?
It doesn't transmit well over the cell phone.
Yeah, my neighbor was outside. She works at the prison, and she said it sounded like a shotgun.
We have an Tell them about the pest control.
Pest control?
The AK-47. Yeah.
No, the neighbor. She's always got, she works at the prison, and she's got guns. She lives by herself as a female. Mm-hmm. They were coming over. The landlord was coming over to do pest control one morning, and she pulled her gun out, and she almost shot him.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I don't know if it was cool, but I mean, it scared the crap out of him. Now they just post the note on her door that they're coming, okay. So she knows.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
It's good that people adapt.
Bitcoin just broke 101,000 for the first time ever.
Yes, that's right. Well, I predicted. So go on. Yes, Vinny, feel free to share with us your adventures in this realm.
He said he's off for the rest of the night.
Understood. Well,
he had a bad experience at the dentist today.
Oh, what
had
happened?
To walk out before they could put stitches in or anything. It was just a nightmare.
I'm sorry. He had to walk out before they could put stitches in his mouth. Why did?
Yeah, they were trying to extract his teeth, and so they would shoot him up with the Novocaine, and then somebody came in the door complaining about the work that they had done, that they weren't satisfied, and so they had to leave him to go help the person who was complaining, and then they had to come back and give him more Novocaine, and then she wasn't even taking the teeth out. I don't know. I don't think that females should be dentists personally, but that might be racist.
Oh, sexist.
Sexist.
Yeah, and then what happened? Vinny walked
got up and left. He's like, you know what? He's like, I'm done with you. He's like, you're not even doing your job. And I don't know what transpired because I wasn't there, but it's just a mess.
Well, he walked out with his teeth undone?
Yes. He's going in the morning to the community center for the veterans.
Oh. Where?
Yeah, he'll tell the story if you want.
Oh, yeah. Please. Yes.
I just remember you had a bad dental experience.
So I go in, and it's a single dentist office, and it's the VA community care. So they send me there. Whatever. I went there. Yeah, nice lady. Go in again. They start at 1. They're going to do 3 extractions. So they shoot me up with the Novocaine, which hurts like hell. I mean, I had my shoulder done. This hurt worse, when they shoot you up with the Novocaine.
Wow.
So they do it for about a half an hour. Can't get anything out. And then a patient comes in or something. So they leave me for half an hour. So they have to shoot up all 3 teeth again with the Novocaine, which hurts because it's gone. So I have feeling. And they get the first tooth out after an hour and a half. And they're like, oh, we'll give you a break. And then a lady comes in to have her dentures adjusted, unplanned. So 45 minutes. So then they come back and they start working on the second tooth, shoot me up with Novocaine again. And then another emergency happens. So I'm there 2.5 hours. And she's only been with me. So I've been in the chair like 30 minutes again. And she comes back. She's like, oh, sorry about the delay. I'm going to numb you again. And I can't open my mouth, but it hurts. And she brings the needle again. And I'm like, look, I'm done. And she's got like 1.5 teeth out. I'm like, look, I'm done. This is over for today. We can do the rest later. And then she's like, well, and then I hear in the background, well, and they were really rough. And she's like, well, we've got to stitch up that gash we made in his tongue.
Ooh.
And
Oh!
And I'm like, you're not putting needles in me. And she's like, well, we knocked off a crown too. Do you want us to put it back on? And I'm like, I am done. Thank you very much. You're not stitching me up. If you need me to sign, I am refusing medical attention. I am walking out of here now.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And I've got to go to the VA tomorrow for my knee, so I'm just going to go to community care afterwards and I fire them up. But here's the lesson. I live in not a great area of town, and I went to the closest dentist that is working out of a converted house. I mean, it's a nice dentist office. It's professional. But it's a converted house on 27th Avenue, which is the hooker street of all of Phoenix. And I should have known this. I mean, next time, yes, it's close to my house to go there. I'm going to Scottsdale or somewhere nice, because one dentist and people come in, and all of a sudden you're staying there. And I mean, by the third time when you can't open your mouth because you've been shot up, I mean, and they're doing the back tooth, so it was hurting my ear. and Heather, I don't have implants, I don't think, but I might, because they were in my jaw, and I mean, back of my ear was buzzing. So you never know. Perception is reality. So anyway, you have a good night, and thank you for talking to Heather. And Heather treasures you greatly.
Well, we treasure you as well, and we treasure Heather in return, of course, but we treasure you as well, and we certainly don't want this sort of thing to be happening to you. Have you tried to apply for dental care at the VA, through the VA? The VA does have dentists.
Yeah, it was through the VA. The VA's got a 2.5-month waiting list, so they send you out into the community. And that's what they did. So the VA was paying for it. So that's what I'm going in tomorrow. And I'm going to be like, never seen anyone here. And I had my choice of dentists, and they just give you a list. And I went to the closest one, which wasn't always the smartest thing. So, but she was on the approved list. So, yeah, no, the VA pays for my dental care, grace of God, because I couldn't pay for it.
Yes, of course. And I understand that. Oh, but of course, a little bit before you go about your adventures in the world of cryptocurrency, certainly you have some successes lately, and you're welcome to share those successes with us. What cryptocurrency has now gone up to its $100,000 mark, correct?
Yeah, that's Bitcoin, actually. Believe it or not, I've been doing exactly what I preach against. I used to invest in like the polygons and the big ones. And today, for example, I had about a 25% gain. And my 3 biggest gains, I still have some Solana and the bigger ones, were in 3 cryptocurrencies. My top gain, which was up 52% today, when I'm on Coinbase Wallet, I look at the top swaps and they're meme coins. So Ski Mask Dog has gone up about 500% this week. And I got in about 2 days ago, and I'm already doubled my money. Keyboard Cat, which I've been in for a long time, has gone up 100%. And I noticed yesterday that Chinese dog something was on it, and it only had about a $10 million market cap. So I put a couple $100 in it, and it's tripled.
Incredible.
So better be lucky than good. And then I've been in a couple other ones that just go to zero. But you need to win more than you lose. And what it is once it doubles or something, I take my original money out. So then I'm always ahead.
Yeah. Yes. Excellent.
But it's just more luck now. I mean, It's sort of like last year, you would bet on 10 cryptocurrencies and you lose 9 times out of 10. Now you win 9 times out of 10.
Yeah.
And
But he
This
glitched.
just sounds like a stock market.
Yeah.
the stock roulette wheel.
Yeah. No, he's right.
Bitcoin makes sense because Bitcoin. I mean, the only way the whole Trump, whatever, anything, the whole inflation, the more money they print, they aren't going to print any more Bitcoin. They aren't going to find any more Bitcoin on the moon. They might find gold on the moon. They might find gold in China, which could devalue gold. But you're not going to make any more Bitcoin. There's only so many of them, so it's a good store of value, just like property.
Good riddance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Thank you, Vinny. That was beautiful. And that, yes, I wouldn't wish what happened to him on anyone. Well, some people I would, but
Ski Mask Dog, check it out. It's on Coinbase Wallet.
yeah, sounds good. Oh, wonderful.
I mean, the funny part is it has a $200 million market valuation. Who would have thought?
Yes, yes. Of course, Vinny seems to be good at this. He seems to have developed a rhythm of
He's a genius.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
He's a genius.
No.
For people that actually have their money in the real stock market, Palo Alto Networks is booming.
Oh, wow. Okay. There we are, Brendan. Brendan, you could check out Palo Alto. You're talking about in California.
Yeah, the microchip place.
Okay. There we are. And thank you, honey. Yes.
It's just funny how that they're benefiting and they're doing great and things are just getting better as the world crumbles around them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right.
From the technology, I just don't get it.
It's let's put it this way, it's indeed puzzling, isn't it? I've talked before about
no sense at all.
Well, there's a sense to it, but it's not really. It's we may well all be riding on air. It's just a bubble economy perhaps. And when it bursts, then it takes us all down with it, and just be glad that you're on your Social Security. You didn't take any action, so your Social Security. What did you say to the person who called? This does intrigue me. The person who called.
I said, you know what? I actually got through with Social Security today, so I've got everything taken care of, and I don't want to disrupt what's just been, put in place because I spent the whole day stressing out about it. Mm-hmm. I'm done.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. And then she let you go at that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From California.
Yeah.
That was the stupidest thing to say.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever.
Yes. Yeah. And okay.
I'm calling the Capitol. I'm just kidding.
I mean, yeah.
What I know about the Social Security here is they definitely don't work past 5 o'clock. So
yeah.
Just so
and
you
she's
know.
like, well, I'm in California. I'm like, well, it's 6:30 here. What time is it there? She's like, oh, it's 4:30.
They're probably in the Philippines or something.
Yeah, it's like that would be 2 hours behind, but we're not 2 hours behind. We're only 1 hour behind you. So
It's just shenanigans. There's something that's really fishy, and I don't like it.
Yeah. Well, your instincts serve you well. This one, so you didn't deal with her. That's the good thing. She didn't get anything out of you then. No, they're all. Oh, by the way, did she speak with an accent?
She sounded like she was Hispanic, and she was like working from home.
Yeah. That really sounds.
But how would she know that I was trying to deal with Social Security all day and she was returning my call? Just coincidental?
Brendan's already explained that, right, Brendan? They get all that info through mining, fishing, all that shit. Fishing with a PH. It's also, we are in the middle of a massive cyber assault, which I'm how would I say it, obligated to get into when I start monologuing. But it's disturbing in the sense that the media is referring to this as Chinese cyber assault. It's they're not qualifying it as communist Chinese, so they're making it sound ethnic, and that's very disturbing.
Just
In
to
the
get people mad at,
I'm sorry.
just to make people mad at China. Is that what the whole MO is?
Well, what it will happen is they'll take it out on Chinese who are here in America. That's probably the MO. I mean,
Just division is all it is.
well, that's worse than division. Don't forget, America has a history of internment of Asians, in particular, as the most egregious form of internment. So it adds to the danger of the situation. Such being said, I'll probably count on all of you. Our numbers are going up. I'll count on all of you to hold conversation for a few minutes while I, take care of some other things, and then then I'll just meander into monologue. But you're talking well tonight, Heather, and there's no need for you to.
I'm just heated. I'm just heated.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm so proud of myself for not like losing my cool, but
Yeah.
I'm like a firecracker.
Cool. And yeah, it's not that we don't need that either. We need you to be like that for now.
I'm in rare form. I'm usually not this pissed.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's okay that you're in rare form. In terms of the Santa Claus thing, the chip program, you said the ice cream man. How does the ice cream
Oh,
man?
the ice cream man. Well, it just that's the original ice cream man. Do you know how the ice cream man originated? From back in, like, before there were cars, there was the ice cream cart, and that's when people were handing over their kids. So the ice cream man would lure with ice cream, and then he would take the kids, and that's how they repopulated after the reset. That's my theory that I believe.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, the ice cream man is bad. And like the post office. The post office knows where everybody lives. They know where they are all the time. I'm not a paranoid person, but I mean, there's things. This whole world is human trafficking, and it always has been.
Oh, right. Of course. Well, people are definitely trafficked, and
Maybe
like,
I'm too personal for me to, and then I have a feeling about it, or I'm sensitive about it, and other people just tend to ignore it, like it's okay. I don't know.
well, wait, should you repeat that about the ice cream man?
Okay, yeah, the ice cream man. He knows. He goes around. It's like he always knows where all the kids are. He knows where the people are. He's always creepy and shady.
Well, but I haven't seen an ice cream man I've never seen an ice cream man other than a few times in my life.
Okay, in my neighborhood, there's this ice cream man that has been in my life since I was a child, and it's in the same neighborhood, and it's the same music, and it always comes around.
Turkey in the Straw. That's the name of the.
Yeah, but I'm 51 years old, and this person still exists. It is funny. I do have to laugh. It is funny.
But is he the same age?
I don't know. He was like 80 years old when I was little.
And
His name was Charlie.
And the same one. You're kidding, right? This is. Are you?
It's the same song, the same music as when my daughter was growing up, and she's like, "Oh, ice cream man's here." I'm like, "Okay."
No, but is it Charlie? The same Charlie?
I don't know. I don't know. It's got the same sign on the back that says "Stop" or "Children," "Stop for Children" or something.
Stop the children. Look.
I should have some evidence to back up my. I
mean, most people would take comfort in the fact that there's a changeless element in their lives. Shouldn't you take comfort in the fact that first thing you would do is I would buy his ice cream because I would think it would be the key to immortality. He's not aging himself. He's yeah.
Or
It's
is he just in this time loop or something? Maybe, I don't know. That's just unrealistic to think.
okay, and so like yeah. So all that being said, okay. Your opinion, Brendan. What about the Santa Claus, honey? So you said Santa Claus along with the ice cream man. How does Santa Claus stalk you?
Well, because all the kids go every year. He checks up on the kids and he takes pictures.
You do know that these are men dressed in suits, and that they're all
clowns.
They're clowns. Yeah, oftentimes. Right.
Yeah.
Go on. What you're saying is their day job is clowns.
It's a seasonal thing, being Santa Claus.
Right. Yeah,
I think
I'm aware of it.
all the other times of the year they're just doing crime.
Criminals. I thought you said they were clowns.
Well, clowns, criminals.
Right. Well, not every clown.
They all roll together.
Yeah, not every clown is John Wayne Gacy, but yeah, that's it's like, yeah, they've taken a real beating, clowns. I think it's a very hard thing to be a clown these days. I think it's gotten worse for clowns. That I don't think anybody likes clowns anymore in general. The public has a real negative feeling about them. Okay.
Well, you gotta run their name or check the record. Maybe that the proof is.
Their PR department wasn't good the last few years now.
What's that, Brendan?
I said their PR department didn't work very well in the last few years.
Yeah.
Maybe they should do a collaboration.
Yeah. So, Brendan.
They did with all the horror films.
Yes, that's right. Clowns have really got to change their act and take advantage of that and just start showing up at Halloween parties. That's but such being said, honey, when you speak about Santa Claus, I mean, again, you do I'm so sorry. It sounds like you're personalizing a seasonal event. Are you seeing Santa Clauses at any other time of the year other than around this time of the year?
How would I know when he's not wearing a Santa suit?
Maybe you're overthinking this.
Yeah, no, I wasn't thinking about it at all. I think that they're all bad.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm just have had it.
Did you have a bad experience sitting on Santa's lap at one point?
I probably did. I mean, I did it every year for my whole life. And I think it might be I'm getting triggered by the Christmas tree that we just put up in our living room. I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, if you sat on his lap and you felt something and he seemed like he was enjoying your sitting on his lap, I can understand that would be a little disconcerting. Is that the memory in particular?
No, I just never believed in Santa. I knew that he wasn't going to be coming to my house and bringing me things in the chimney. I knew it was all just a joke.
Wouldn't you be relieved at that? Since you think he's bad, wouldn't you be relieved that he's not coming to your house and coming to you through your chimney? And oh my God. Okay.
Yeah.
So there. Okay.
As a matter of fact, though, on Christmas Eve, Santa Claus would come to our house, and he was one of my grandpa's Mason brothers. They would dress up on the Santa suit and go around to all the Masons' house and act like Santa.
That is, well, yeah. What a bunch of creeps. Yeah, that's really creepy.
Maybe it's just I've got a lot of digression or something going on.
Yeah, yes. But
don't judge me.
It's okay. It's I shouldn't even go back to the ice cream man. So we'll leave it at that then, I guess. But you understand, honey, the to be an ice cream man, you would use the music "Turkey in the Straw" and you would maintain a uniform normally and just kind of like, yeah, it's like okay, we're getting an image. Let's see what image is being sent to us. Okay, there we are. There, see? There, you made this up.
No,
right?
I found it online. Just evidence.
That's cute. So I mean, do you believe this to be a real image?
I think it is. It looks real to me. It's a little blurry.
Yeah. I'd be suspect.
let's just move on from the.
Well, you see the truck, it says get shipped, Brendan. Aren't you, yeah, it's like...
I know, it's not funny. It's not funny after so long. It's kind of sad.
Like, how could they fuck Daisy the Clown like that? It was wild.
I don't know.
At any rate, okay, like Brendan said.
I just got so much on my mind, and then having the trying to not have a meltdown today, it just put me on edge. So
Okay, well, let's just try to explore a little something else in your mind that's not chips and Santa and ice cream men and Social Security. What else is there?
I've got this cool necklace that I got, and it's from India, and it's supposed to bring me good luck. So I think it's working.
Okay, good. You're here now. That's right.
Nothing bad.
No, that's right. Well, some might argue that. That's still debatable as to...
Yeah, we don't know where the shotgun was shooting, but not here.
Right. You're doing okay. You're doing okay. Vinny's there.
Oh, they're firing at the ice cream man.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it's like he left a legacy to his family or something, and it's a generational thing.
Oh my God.
Okay. I don't think that's legacy, but maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I am still trying to psychologically recover from eating.
Sorry.
Yeah. Well, all this combined with I'm being assaulted on the outside by Heather's narrative, and being assaulted on the inside by the eating the overwhelming majority of a candy bar before I realized it was moldy. Wondering why it tasted so rancid, thinking, can caramelize... I mean, what is a payday bar? It's fucking roasted peanuts and burnt caramel. It's burnt sugar.
Nougat.
Yeah, it's not nougat.
Well,
No.
Are you hungry? Do you want a pizza?
That's cute. No, it's okay. No. I'm not hungry anymore. After eating to the majority of a moldy candy bar, no, I lost my appetite. I'm okay.
Okay.
I'm just trying to make sure I don't need to, purge myself in some way or another. But,
You'll know it. If you do, you'll know.
I'll let you know as well. And just say, look, I gotta go. Guys, hold the conversation. I'll be back. All right. So what we'll do instead is moving on. Aristides, Brendan, surely you gentlemen have some other topics that you'd like to bring up during the period of time that we're meandering towards my monologue.
Sure. I'm sure I have several if I can only, let's see here. Look up what they are.
Yeah, I have something prepared from...
Yeah, go ahead.
Please, go ahead with it. Yes. Yeah, watch. Then the turkey and the straw music starts. Yeah.
That wasn't turkey, but it's okay.
No, they play the Easter Parade, I think is one of the songs that they play here.
Is what?
The Easter Parade.
And how's that sound? Do it. Sounds the same to me.
That's a little closer. But
I
mean, here.
All right. Well, Brendan, if you have something, go ahead, and then when you need something else, I'll have something else. So go ahead.
Why don't you look for it now? Aristides, so that you'll be...
Yeah. Okay. No. Well, no. Here, checking my.
I'm ready.
You have something on the tip of your tongue?
No, but
Brendan,
Brendan's going now. Yeah, please, Brendan, take it away. Thank you.
Yeah. Am I audible, right? Or should I put my headphones in, or what?
Put your headphones in. You know that.
Oh, I got some new headphones. I should try them out to see if I sound better.
That's a good idea. Yes, it helps when you have new equipment.
Okay, how's this audio? Is this audio right?
Infinitely better. Oh, it was so awful before. Okay. It was just, it always sounds, like messages from Michael through the Ouija board and shit. Or, it's fucking Heather trying to contact Captain Howdy. And look what happens. At any rate, then Santa Claus and the ice cream man show up and we all get chipped.
Yeah.
Right.
No joke. But you have to laugh.
Yeah. It's no joke, but yeah. Honey, you can't let these things bother you.
I don't. I'm used to it. It's
okay.
It's ice cream and cake.
Right.
I don't like Christmas. I don't want to celebrate Christmas. Now I've got this Christmas tree, and you know how everything gets all the hype about Christmas. I don't buy into that, and so it just irritates me. I'm sorry.
It's all right. And so I thought you were going to get started, Brandon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Oh, good. Go for it.
You guys,
please, by all means,
take your that thing. So this was in response to what Doug was asking me about the Yuga cycles. Yes. So I wanted to give something more succinct. This is from the Bhagavad Gita, the Supreme Science of Knowing.
Yeah.
The exalted Lord Krishna said to Arjuna, I gave this imperishable yoga to Vivasvat, the sun god. Vivasvat passed the knowledge to Manu, the Hindu lawgiver. So Manu is the being that was like the first human. So that's, some background on who Manu, man. And in the Manu story, he's like the original Noah.
Okay.
Like, the story of Manu, there was like the first avatar who was a fish, and that avatar flooded the whole earth.
All right.
And then flooded the whole cosmos, and then brought the earth back up to the surface, and gave, so they gave instructions to this being called Manu. So it was the original Noah Ark story. So the sun gave this knowledge to Manu. Manu taught it to Ishvaku, the founder of the solar dynasty of the Kshatriyas. And then he handed down in orderly succession the Raj Rishis, the royal sages, who knew it. Because they're like immortals, basically. So they along with the solar dynasty were given this information, which is where you get like the pharaohs and the ruling kings of the world and all that. And then later the Christ, who was also a royal, a member of the solar dynasty. With the long passage of time, however, O scorcher of foes, Arjuna, this knowledge of yoga has become greatly diminished on earth. These passages refer to the gradual loss of knowledge during a long cycle of descent in the earthly time. When the earth gradually descended from a higher age of relative enlightenment, it entered around 700 BC, according to Swami Sri Yukteswar, his computation of Sri Yukteswar, who is the guru of Paramahansa Yogananda. So the dark age of the Kali Yuga. The majority of mankind lost its former power, mental clarity, and understanding. The golden age of wisdom, the Satya Yuga, which was a time of divine brilliance and human understanding, gradually diminished to an age of discrimination, the Treta Yuga. From there, an age of energy, Dwapar. And from then, it descended into the lowest, the age of Kali, when the general understanding of mankind was centered in the thought of matter as real and substantial. That cycle in our own time, and since the time when the Bhagavad Gita was written, has begun its upward swing again. It was in the year 500 AD that the earth entered an ascending Kali Yuga. In 1700, it had entered the ascending Dwapara Yuga, and for the past 300 years, man has been coming increasingly to understand that matter is really vibration energy. Electricity was rediscovered in the 19th century, and now in the 21st, humanity is becoming dependent upon it again, on a view of reality that sees energy as fundamental to all of its functionings. When Dwapara descended to the Kali Yuga, the science of yoga, the essence of which is based in understanding of subtle energies of the body, was lost. General understanding of the science degenerated to a definition of yoga as Hatha Yoga, merely physical positioning and breathing exercise. Hatha Yoga, in fact, developed out of the third limb, quote unquote, or stage of the Patanjali exposition on the stages of enlightenment, which people mistakenly call Ashtanga Yoga system. It is not a system in and of itself. It was just a way to systemize universal stages through which the spiritual seeker, whatever the religion, he must pass through. These stages entail a gradual withdrawal of energy, attention from the outer body to the spine, raising the energy in the spine and the gradual absorption of one's energy and consciousness in the love and bliss of God until the absorption becomes complete. The third stage is asana, which is the yoga positions, the physical ones, or perfect stillness of the body with an erect position, a straight spine. Patanjali reiterates what we've said, that the stages of withdrawal and absorption, and not necessarily specific yoga practice. The Hatha yoga system was based on his third stage. It was intended to help yoga practitioners achieve calmness of body, mind, physical and mental relaxation, and centering energy in the spine. The highest yoga was revived again by Lahiri Messiah of Varanasi, who received it from the great avatar Babaji in the Himalayas, giving it the name Kriya Yoga. So this is the background of the Paramahansa school, is what they're giving here. The Himalayan masters have perceived that it was time, in this time, the reascending Yuga, it was necessary to resurrect the formerly held perception of man's inner nature. Paramahansa Yogananda, an outstanding exemplar of the teaching, was sent to the West to carry this ancient science after Swami Vivekananda, who many have described as having broken the ice. Yogananda may have been described as teaching people how to swim. And then,
oh wow,
so this is, yeah, this is their school's interpretation. But the point is that their yuga calculation is a little more accurate. So you see how it, there was the descending Kali, which was the Dark Ages. That was the bottom of the barrel, and then now we're exiting the ascending Kali Yuga, meaning that more knowledge has come to us, right? And we're actually in the ascending Dwapara. So it's this, these two convex shapes of time. So it goes up, down, and then we're up again, but it's going into this Dwapara time, which is the, why we have electricity, why we're even able to, how I'm even able to talk to you right now through the airwaves and all that technology.
Yes.
And also Dharma during the Satya Yuga has been described as being four-legged. During Treta, it was three. During Dwapara, having two. And during Kali, it's functioning only on one leg. During Kali Yuga, in other words, Dharma is still able to stand, but only precociously. Man can enjoy with less energy and therefore relatively the pleasure of the moment, but he cannot connect them to their inevitable consequence. For example, a depletion of energy and premature old age from overindulgence is a serious permanent loss of mental clarity from alcoholic drinks, etc., etc., steadily increasing selfishness and self-indulgence, an excessive attachment to wealth, diseases of the ego. This is their description of Kali Yuga. During Kali Yuga, it is difficult for man to perceive that every state of consciousness already contains its opposite. That in happiness, suffering is present, and that, fortunately, suffering already contains at its center the seed of joy. Thus, in these stanzas, we see hope in the opposite. There also is, in the gradual loss described by Krishna, the seeds of future renewal and reacquisition. So, there you go. That's the description of the Yuga cycles in a more proper way.
Thank you. That's beautiful. And by all means, continue to enlighten us with other elements of the details of where we're at right now and how long we can expect before things improve.
I mean, I'd say things have improved quite a bit.
Okay.
It's just there's always the opposing force, and right now the opposing force is very strong. The beings that control the earth are not benevolent, as we could see.
Yes.
And they're a human or a non-human intelligence of sorts. As I described before, the Svartalfar, the dark elves, they actually rule our planet. So we have this literal non-human intelligence giving us instructions at the highest levels and ruling the planet by their own whim. And so that's why, even though we're out of the Kali Yuga technically, practically they want to keep us in darkness and that thing. So they won't allow us to move forward. So it's gonna, it's a matter of the individual now. So they've hijacked you know, the electricity, instead of giving it out, like Aquarius would be like, give it to everybody, right, freely, like we discovered it. Knowledge comes freely to everyone, because Aquarius is a very egalitarian sign. So we're in this age of Aquarius kind of vibe, but then they started putting meters on houses, like charging you for electricity, right?
Yeah.
Or limiting your, like, you know, control of everything. They want to use the electricity to control people, and then now that the cell phones and computers came, they even want more control. So that is like a circumventing of what. So nature's allowing for this free communication, but those beings are coming in between everyone and blocking it.
Right.
And then this is the response of Krishna. He says, "Today I have taught you, my devotee and friend, the ancient science of Yog, the secret to the highest blessing of mankind." And then Arjun replies, "Vivsvat lived far off in antiquity." So this was the original sun god, like the first sun of our universe. And he says, "Whereas you are of recent birth," talking about Krishna, because they were in the same time frame. They were contemporaries. "How am I to take this statement that it was you who first taught the sacred yoga to mankind?" And he says, "There have been many. My births, many of yours also. I remember all of mine, though you'll remember yours not. Though I am a fully liberated soul," because he's the avatar, this is him talking, "am the Lord of all creation, in my true self, abiding ever in cosmic nature, forever unborn. Yet by the Yoga Maya I assume from time to time an outward form." And then this is the famous avatar declaration. He says, "O Bharata," which is the bloodline of Arjuna, he says, "Whenever virtue, dharma, declines, and vice, adharma, is in the ascendant, I incarnate myself on earth as an avatar, appearing from age to age in visible form. I come to destroy evil and reestablish virtue."
Excellent.
That's kind
And
of
he says,
the story about Indra and the ants.
yeah, but Indra's like a lower, like,
Okay.
he's the king of heaven, but he's not like avatar status. So there are levels to that thing. And he
Infinite, they're infinite, and that's the difference.
says, like the avatar's coming from like the highest, whereas Indra just rules like heaven. He's like, you know, like Thor. You know, like Thor rules over Asgard, but then there's like the All-Father Odin. So it's like that. "O Arjun, who by intuition comprehends the truth of my divine manifestation and selfless deeds in the vibratory universe, will never again, after leaving the body at death, needs to incarnate outward in egoic form. Soaring in freedom, he will attain my realms." So there you go.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
And here it is. It's saying, there's a description of the avatar. "What would be the sense in God creating a perfect being as an example to ordinary, who are struggling to attain perfection? It would be like saying you yourselves, poor fools, can never be perfect, but do try anyways. No avatar was ever created perfect. All of them were once like us, imperfect human beings, who were finally washed clean in the realization of their own divinity." So even when the avatar comes, like, it's not like everything works out for them perfectly. Like, even Krishna was like born straight into a prison, like instantly, like he was born into a prison state. So, and then when he was born, the locks came and undone and stuff, and he was able to, his mom and him can escape and all of that. But like, and even with the Christ story, like, just because it was God's son doesn't mean everything worked out. You know, in fact, it was the opposite. So that's the lesson of the avatar.
Yes.
And then it says, Orthodox religionists call it impious, but no master ever comes to earth to show how great he was. All of them come to show our own divine potential. Christ is quoted in the book of Revelation saying, "Him that overcometh will I make a pillar in the temple of my God, and he shall go no more out. To him that overcometh will I grant to sit with me in my throne, even as I overcame and am set down with my Father in his throne." In this world of relativities, greatness is gauged in other ways. Thus, it is humanly acceptable to consider one master greater than another. or many others, but not by the standard of his inner greatness. His oneness with the infinite, which is the same for all, but by the outer standard of the good he has done in the world. So, there you go. And then this guy goes to talk about his guru, but we don't have to go there. Yeah.
Yeah. And, so well, all of that's delightful. Thank you so much. And but
I can keep going.
Yeah, please, by all means.
This stuff,
I mean,
explains all of the
it's like
stuff
eating,
that I usually talk about.
Yeah, it's like eating potato chips. We keep going. Yes, no point.
I mean, yeah. So Krishna says, purified by an aesthetic wisdom, released from attachment, fear, anger, and completely absorbed in the oneness of the Godhead, many have attained oneness with me. So these are directly translated, so there's a lot of like brackets and parentheses, because the way the Sanskrit's written is like it's like singy-songy kind of. So you have it's kind of like Japanese. You like there's a lot of context that's just implied by the other words.
Yes.
So they have to like add brackets to explain what he's saying. O Paratha, Arjun, in whatever way I am approached, in that way I do respond. All men come by whatever path. Those who work to fulfill earthly desires worship gods, whose ideals in various forms, they are not idols. So this is where they lose, like, you know, the Hindus lose the mark. They lose the the wicket. Where Krishna himself says, when beings fulfill their earthly desires, they worship the gods, but in fact they are ideals in various forms. They are not idols. So basically saying they're archetypes. Aware that the success of this kind can be reached with relative ease, an admixture of the three gunas, which are the essential qualities, with the diverse karmas of individuals produces the four castes. Though I am active in creation, these influences know that I, in myself, am ever actionless and unchanging. So he's talking about like the perfect, like the full divine spirit. Through acting, I am without attachment, nor do I desire any outcome from activities. Similarly, one who's with me, identified with the nature itself, is unfettered by the slightest desire for the fruits of actions. Understanding this, the nature of right action, the wise since early times have acted dutifully. Be like them, act without desire for the fruits. What indeed are action and inaction? Even the wise can be confused on this point. I will explain the distinction. Armed with knowledge, you will be freed from evil. The nature of action is difficult to comprehend. So this is what he's talking about, karma yoga. This is like actions. To understand it, you must know the difference between right action, wrong action, and inaction. One who sees true discernment knows that action, or inaction, and action in the inaction. He is wise among humans, for he has gained the goal of all actions and is free. He who is never motivated by personal ego-binding karma has been consumed in the fire of wisdom. Such one alone may be considered wise. The wise, having relinquished attachment to the fruits, ever content and free, do not really act, even if they appear to be busy. Even in doing physical labor, one incurs no karmic limitation who has renounced the sense, possession, who is without personal desires, and who is without feelings, chitta, are controlled by the inner self. And he goes on to say that, like, even like the other people that are saying, like, well, what if I don't do any action? And he's saying that even not doing action is a choice.
Yes.
So you don't get out of, like, the Buddha realized that. Like, you don't get out of the game by just not doing anything, because that's a choice as well.
Great. I mean, this is very educational. Surely, Heather, with your background and your own practice of faith, you have some input into this. And what does it bring to your mind?
I just understand what he's saying completely. Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Oh, is that the way to look at it? I'm sorry. Go on.
No, that's just
Not necessarily.
Yeah, it's like you can have inaction, and that's just the same thing as negative, because you're not doing anything positive. Everything you should do out of love for your heart, and you do it for Krishna. Like, let's call him God. So I'm here to do God's will and God's work. I'm here to just do what God put me here to do, and that is action.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good summary.
And that's just by loving people, loving strangers, from afar, or just any way in the mind. If you're helping somebody, opening the door for somebody, saying something nice to somebody, maybe not saying anything at all. It's choices that you make constantly throughout your day.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Back
Cool.
to Brendan. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's a vast knowledge, but this is like an overview.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's why it's called the supreme science of knowing. Like, the thing about the Vedic thing is it gives detailed stuff, like what
Knowing
not
when
to do, what to
knowing
do.
when to not say anything, knowing when to shut up or whatever. That's the same kind of. That's how I interpret it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that goes to another level of thing.
Okay.
I think in this instance, in this particular passage, like Krishna's just talking about more philosophical stuff. Like, when you do action, it has to be for God, like an offering to God. You can't just, you want it to be for the highest mode. You want to operate through the highest mode. Therefore, you won't get bound up by all these different karmic things.
You want to do something because that's what God would want you to do. Out of your heart.
In a sense, but it's more like you don't want. It's like you don't even get to that point. It's like you do things without expecting a result. Like, you do things to the best of your ability without expecting a result, either direction.
Payoff, or like a kind of
That's what
do it out of your heart.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. Yeah. So here's the one more passage, and then I'll have to go back.
Go back to what?
In those, back to work. I'm working.
Oh God!
In
Yes,
those,
I forgot.
However, who have banished.
Yeah.
Those who have banished ignorance by wisdom, the true self shines forth with effulgence like the sun. Effulgence. Their thoughts immersed in that one, their souls united, their devotion and allegiance absorbed, their being purged of the poison of delusion by the antidote of wisdom. Such liberated souls achieve the state of no return. Such freed souls view with equal gaze a pious priest, a cow, an elephant, a dog, and an outcast. Even on this earthly plane, the relativities, birth, death, pleasure, pain, are overcome by one who views everything even-mindedly. One who can do so verily enthroned in the unblemished, incapable of being distorted spirit. Such sages, established in the one supreme being and unwavering in their distinction, are neither jubilant when confronted by pleasures, nor depressed when confronted by pain. Feeling no attraction to the sensory world, either subtle or gross, the yogi lives in the ever-new joy of his own being. United to spirit, he attains the perfection of absolute bliss. O son of Kunti, who is Arjuna's mother, because sense pleasures spring from the outside of the self, they have a beginning and an end and only bring misery. No one of any understanding would seek happiness through them. A true yogi, who while living on earth and up to the last moment of the earthly life, can master the influence of impulse and desire and antipathy, he alone among mortals is happy. Only one who possesses inner bliss, who is firmly centered in the inner self, and who is illuminated by the inner light, attains complete liberation both while he lives and after death. His doubts removed, karmas obliterated, senses subdued, delighting only in the good of all, he, the sage, attains emancipation in spirit. Renunciants who are without desire or anger, controlled in mind and self-realized, are inwardly free, whether living in this world or merged in the infinite. The Muni, which is like another form of high being, the Muni of one whom liberation is the sole purpose of life. This is like a Buddha kind of being, a Muni. That's why they call the Buddha Jai Muni and stuff. Or like there's like certain Buddhist beings. like one of them's named Jaimuni and all this, controls the senses, mind, and intellect by removing himself from contact with them, by neutralizing the currents of prana and apana in the spine, which is the upward and downward energies, which manifest outwardly as inhalation, exhalation in the nostrils. He fixes his gaze on the forehead, the point midway between the eyebrows, thereby converting the dual current of physical vision into the single omniscient vision of the spiritual eye. Such a one attains complete emancipation.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and it's in the Bible too. Like you got, like, he says, make thine eye one, and it shall shine forth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then, so he says, he who finds peace knows me as the enjoyer of all offerings, yagyas, and austerities, as the infinite Lord of creation, and as the dearest friend of all. Man usually thinks of himself as enjoying for himself whatever blessings he receives from spiritual practice. It is in fact God's bliss enjoying itself. Love with his love and enjoy with his joy. That would be the author's note he put in there.
Okay.
There you go.
Great.
Yeah.
And so all such things said, it's wonderful, very contemplative, very meditative, and you did it at work, but you did it so well, no one would have remembered you were at work. But let me see, how much do you have left? Obviously,
well, basically the idea was to explain the yuga cycle properly.
Yes.
In a more succinct way, because I have a way of just being oblique and having a lot of backstory, so it's good to just have it in my notes in one kind of sector. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And so Heather's provided us another image. What's this one? Let's take a look at it. And
it just brought to mind what
Brennan
you were saying about Krishna as the supreme enjoyer. We shouldn't be enjoying anything. He is the enjoyer.
That's not what he said.
Oh, well, that's what I've learned, that Krishna is the enjoyer, and that we should be separated.
Yeah,
like,
that's where the word Bhagavan.
We don't feel sorry for people who are dying. We don't lament for people that are living or dead, because we are non-partial to their feelings. And it sounds kind of harsh, but it was like, it's a good lesson.
But it's not to become callous. Yeah.
No, not at all. But it's, once you understand it, it's not callous.
Yeah.
Okay. That's intriguing. It's as I told everyone, I'm multitasking and somewhat distracted, and just kind of like preparing for when I go into monologue tonight. But
did you? I don't think, right? You're not going to bring it up in monologue, but what do you think about the Koreans? Like,
oh Jesus,
that dude
fucking
declared
Christ.
martial law, and then
geez,
he thought he was Emperor Palpatine from Star Wars, and they like shut him down real quick.
Oh well, you can tell people what I said last night. Tell people what I told you last night. What I said about it, or what do you remember from what I told you last night, and then I'll take it from I'll respond to that. How's that?
Well, so what had happened was the Korean president, the current one, he declared martial law randomly on Monday. And literally just out of the blue, and had the parliament building locked down by the military, because the military just instantly reacted, because if you declare martial law, they're trained, of course, to answer that call.
Yeah, they respond. So
they responded and shut down the parliament. And so the other party that was locked out, essentially, they had to storm their own offices to get back in. Right. Because no one was given warning. This guy just did it unilaterally, declared martial law on Korea itself, the entire country.
Yeah.
And so he didn't answer to anyone and just did it, and didn't tell the U.S., didn't tell Japan, so he almost caused a diplomatic incident, like an international incident, shut down his own parliament. And by the time the lawmakers got in there, they're already impeaching him within minutes, because it's only been 24 hours. So in order to get this madman out, they have to impeach him immediately. So I was asking Doug last night, I said, like, was this like a coup d'etat, or like, what the hell? And you were just saying, like, well, they should take things more seriously. That's like, maybe that was this guy's point. You know, that they're in a state of war and people got to get off their ass or something.
Yeah,
is that what you were saying?
It's basically, let's put it this way, and just so everybody knows, Brendan, even though you're still at work and you're mobile, I want you to stay on conversation with Aristides and our lovely Heather while I take a break, okay? Because I do have to make some new tea soon, and that'll be when I get ready for the long haul throughout tonight. But when it comes to Korea, one of the points that I made was that we have to remember something about Asia that nobody seems to fucking understand. And that includes the Asians themselves. And that's because Asia's financial success is such, you can see why it's easy to forget. But try and think about America's position as an empire. America's position as an empire is such that it forgets that it's an empire, or rather it's forever cognizant of it, and is so spoiled by that fact that it cannot think in terms of, shall we say, existential conflict as what will happen when there's a civil war. When there's a civil war, then America will be dealing with existential level conflict. But until the civil war starts, what we're contending with is this American feeling of impunity. It's like when they speak of, say, for instance, problems in other nations, then they'll say, let's solve the problem with bombing or a quick military solution. It's, your average person who's unthinkingly just thinking, like an American. In Asia, the thinking is distressingly similar. This is because their quality of life is so high. They think in a very similar manner, where it's just like there's no sense of the gravity of the situation. And so when it comes to Korea and Japan and Taiwan, which are the powerhouses of the world economy, it's just your entire world economy is based on China, Taiwan, South Korea, Japan. And they're all in a legal state of war. They've all been in a legal state of war for generations. Japan and the Russian Empire are still in a legal state of war. Taiwan and Red China are still in a legal state of war. North and South Korea are still in a legal state of war. But of all these cultures, the Koreans are the most mobilized. In South Korea, the state of war is a constant Damocles sword over their heads. So every corporation is required by law to manufacture weapons. And so that was a point I made about the Reverend Moon Church, was that they were incorporated. And as a result, they were required by their federal law to manufacture weapons. So the Reverend Moon cult manufactured its own weapons. By the way, I don't know how many people remember this, but the time that I was speaking about the Reverend Moon cult, how many people remember that Peter Moon went into this long diatribe about what a great guy Reverend Moon was and what a wonderful human being he was? And I don't know if anybody remembers that, but he was doing his damnedest to rehabilitate.
Yeah, he was trying to say that he was like a philanthropist or something.
Yes! Yes! Yeah, and
like, what did he do? Donate to Scientology? Why was he defending this guy?
Because it's a fellow cultist. It's the insanity of a fellow cultist. But when it came to my point, is that if you take a look at Korean war movies, and I understand that's a confusing term because people could easily find movies about the Korean War which are American-made films. But what I really mean to say is, if you take a look at South Korean-produced films about the Korean War, unlike North Korean films, it's a totally different trip. Obviously, the propaganda is sometimes almost charmingly bizarre. And, like Defenders of Flower Mountain, I think was the title of a anime produced by North Korea. And there's elements of that are integrated into this kick-ass music video that I've always enjoyed. But, that's a different story entirely, and that goes into art. But when it comes to the South Koreans, when they try to produce films about their own Korean conflict, they have become very brutal in their portrayal, brutally honest. They've been brutally honest about the portrayal of what it was like during wartime. And it was the behavior of their own military and government. And for all intents and purposes, the military and the government for generations was one and the same. They have portrayed them as basically very abusive. And so to give you an example of the surrealism of South Korea, understand that it's the only place in the world where there is a military cemetery that is an exclusive United Nations military cemetery, because all the soldiers who fought in South Korea on the side of the Allies were fighting under the United Nations banner. So if they died in South Korea and their family or themselves were buried there, in other words, say for instance they had no family, or they could not be identified as having a family, they just buried them in South Korea. They're all buried in a United Nations military cemetery there, where the United Nations flag is flying over their cemetery. And so, South Korea is the only place in the world that has that. So they're basically a war zone under United Nations military auspice that they're occupied by the United States. And I suspect if they weren't occupied by the United States, they would have fallen long time ago to the North Koreans, simply because their people are very, combative, belligerent, and look at what they're going through now. But the reason that this person thought he could get away with it, you can see it if you watch the South Korean productions about their own war. And they portray, for instance, instances like this, where the communists move in and they occupy a village. And then the South Korean military comes in and retakes the village. And then the South Korean military, literally in the film, the military commander is confronting the occupants of the village. Why are you all still alive? And they're like, we're just trying to survive. And the South Korean commander says, why didn't you fight to the death? When the communists came in, why did you not resist them to the last man, woman, and child? And they said, well, we're just trying to survive. And then he says, you must have been brainwashed by the communists. We can't trust you. If our military occupies your village, then you'll just stab us in the back while we're trying to defend the site. And again, it's the same answer. We're just trying to survive. So he finally gave the order. We can't trust them because they've been communized. And even if they haven't been communized, we can't afford to be looking over our shoulder while we're trying to defend this site, so kill them all. And so then the South Korean military killed all their own citizens in this one village. And that was repeated hundreds of times over across these various areas of South Korea, where the Korean military just wiped out its own population because, if the communists occupied an area, then you couldn't trust the population anymore because they didn't fight to the death. If they didn't fight to the death, they must have sided with the communists. Therefore, you can't trust them when you come in. So this is the horror of civil war.
Yeah, that's shocking. That's shocking.
Well, it's yeah, it's hard to describe. So when you see
it's a catch-22.
Yeah, but when you see a culture that has that in its background, you can understand how its president, who by the way has a hideously horrible name, his name is Suk, S-U-K, and then Yeol, Suk Yeol. That's his actual name, is Suk Yeol. I mean, it's no wonder this guy's been fucked up for life. I mean, with a name like Suk Yeol, it's like, yeah, this guy never had a chance. But, he overcompensated, made it all the way to the presidency, and then finally he decided, well, I'll just shut down the opposition and I'll declare martial law. But if you take a look at the origins of their republic, they're a republic under occupation by the United States. They exist because of the auspices of the United Nations, and they essentially were a military dictatorship for generations. You can imagine, why wouldn't he do that? I can't imagine why they didn't declare martial law before. It's like, you could see his logic is like, why couldn't he get away with declaring martial law? But at this point, the South Koreans are saying, no, we're a democracy. Now, I'm not condemning the public for responding and outing this guy and impeaching him. They probably should. What little I know about him is not likable. He, of course, is somebody who was confrontational with everybody, but that's almost naturally Korean. He was confrontational with the Japanese and everybody else. But in terms of Seok-yeol and his probable overthrow, what renders me more shocked, or just as shocked, is the fact that the South Korean public is acting like they can afford democracy. I mean, right now, when they were fighting in the Capitol with all the public, the majority of the public turning out on a frigid winter night to basically bring this man out, drag him out of the Capitol, and bring him to justice, so to speak, impeach him for, this was the perfect opportunity for North Korea to attack. And the only thing that's saving their ass right now is, where are the North Korean military? Where is the army? Well, they're all in fucking Russia. They're all fighting the Ukrainians. That's the only thing saving South Korea from being invaded in this moment of extreme vulnerability. And, Kim, the dictator in North Korea, must be crying his eyes out. He must be bawling his eyes out that he doesn't have the military to move in to take advantage of this right now, because they're all fucking in Russia. I mean, this is the insanity of the world situation as confronts us today. So it's like, whatever was the reason for what this man did, which I will just guess is the opposition was getting the upper hand. He decided he was going to shut him down. He decided he would declare martial law. But the South Koreans, what shocks me is how out of sync they are with the gravity of their situation. That it's not like maybe they should blindly follow a dictator and allow him to do whatever he's going to do. But again, you're in a catch-22 as bad as
my first reaction was like, wait, did he take them out of martial law? That's what I thought.
No, it's an interesting point. Your point's well taken, because they must have been under martial law for a great deal of time, generations.
Of their history, right?
Yeah. So, but in terms of, I think they've been democratic enough for the past several years. They've elected cult leaders to power and then voted them out. They've had their share of.
Oh yeah. What about the witch, the black magician? That was the lady.
Yeah.
She was like, some entity was ruling the country.
Yeah. She was channeling and through it was.
And they proved it in court.
Yes,
like they proved it in court. She was a witch. Or whatever they called her.
Yeah. By the way, what he's saying, this is not some shit we're pulling out of our ass based on our own sense of. No. This truly, the woman was the presidentress of South Korea had a witch who was her gay lover and advisor, and was channeling an entity that was giving the presidentress all the commands. And they found out in court that everything that she was doing was because of this entity. So South Korea was under the rulership of an inhuman entity.
So this is like Shin Megami Tensei shit. But it really happened in Korea.
So it's like it's like, where are their heads at? And if for one thing, people get the government they deserve. And for anyone who thinks that somehow South Korea is some backwards entity because of what I just described, some little like military hot zone that is existing at the precarious whim of the superpowers, understand that South Korea effectively ruled the United States for generations, effectively ruled America through the Bush dynasty. Bush was a Moonie. He was a member of the Reverend Sun Myung Moon Church. That's probably why Peter Moon defended Reverend Sun Myung Moon, because Peter Moon is a diehard Republican who is defending the Republicans all the time. And he was very open and blatant about that. And he was just, sickeningly. So Fox News all the way. And so because of that, he was defending Reverend Moon. But Reverend Moon had converted, when George Bush was in the CIA and stationed in South Korea, he converted to the Reverend Moon Church. And everybody in Asia knew this. So if you were anywhere in Asia and you brought up President Bush the Senior, they would say, oh yeah, the Mooney president. But in America, none of that was allowed for the public knowledge. Nobody in America knew, other than people who were in government. Nobody knew Reverend Moon ruled America through Bush. Everything Bush Sr. did was under the orders of Reverend Moon, and he even said so. Right?
Sorry.
I'm
Did
sorry?
they practice Christianity?
Did
Were they
you,
Christians?
are the Reverend Moon people Christians?
Yeah, is that why Bush joined them? Because you're a Christian?
They claim to be Christians, but they are heretical in the sense that Reverend Moon claims he is God. That Reverend Moon claimed he was the new Christ, essentially the new avatar of God. But Bush believed that. And when Bush went so far as to go down to South America, and they opened up a Reverend Moon Jonestown in South America, where he was down there to cut the ribbons for the opening of their concentration camp in South America and shit. And half the reason Bush was doing it was because he got to fuck young Japanese and Korean girls all the time, because they would pump them with these little Japanese and Chinese, Japanese and Korean mainly, and they had all these Korean prostitutes by which they compromised half the U.S. government. And these were like underage prostitutes that were raised in the church. They would have sex with American politicians. All of the evidence would be used to blackmail them for the rest of their careers. So it's not just Bush. It was half the U.S. government was blackmailed by Reverend Moon because they were compromised by all these young Korean prostitutes they were fucking. And so it's like he controlled the U.S. government. Everything that happened in the United States was because Reverend Moon gave the orders for generations. And so people who don't realize that, you're worse off than South Korea. South Korea is not the tail. If it is the tail, it's the tail that wags the American dog. So just understand that. So if South Korea is that vulnerable right now, think of how precarious our position is this side of the Pacific. And again, to put this into perspective for people, all of this was part of an MK Ultra program, but who was doing the programming? Because when you think about Reverend...
The KCIA.
Yeah, that's right. This is where you got it. See, he knew what I was going to bring up. Any other nation in the world has their own independent intelligence agency with its own name. Now, I speak French horribly, but it's basically deuxième. How do you say second in French? I believe it's deuxième. Deuxième. Yeah, deuce. Yeah. But Deuce Bureau, or Second Bureau, that's the bureau in France. The Japanese have Kempeitai, is the name of their intelligence organization. With the Russians, of course, the KGB, all the rest of that shit. But in South Korea, their intelligence agency is named KCIA, just literally Korean CIA. Like it's a branch office. And so that's what the senior Bush was affiliated with the CIA. He was working with the Korean branch office, and that's where the Reverend Moon brainwashed him. Said, "Hey, join my church." And then he brainwashed Bush the senior. And it's like, well, then who's programming who? It's like, if this is all part of some MK Ultra program, what Reverend Moon was doing, then he wound up running the United States through it, not the other way around. So there you go. And
the German one is Bundesnachrichtendienst.
Thank you. By the way, I think they have
the
more.
BND.
Yeah, I think they have more than one, but yeah, BND or...
It's the Foreign Office. This is the Foreign Office.
Yeah, and they used to have BRD. It used to have the initials BRD, so if you could look up the BRD, I'd appreciate that, see what you find. But just for people to know, the German intelligence office for their spy agency is the largest in the world. They have the largest office. It's like the Pentagon. Their office is enormous for their intelligence agency because they're so dedicated to industrial espionage. So it's something most people are completely unaware of. And so there you go with that. But, that's all in passing to kind of prep us for the night. But so when it comes to that question, we're answering elements of it, or at least contextualizing as much as possible what happened. But it's not like It's not like it really
Yeah, well,
explains
the office's official statement was kind of funny. He says, the official at the Korean presidential office on Wednesday said that Yoon's declaration of emergency martial law was an attempt to normalize politics. That's all he said. And that it was all within a legal framework.
Yeah.
Normalize politics. What does that mean? You know.
Well, think about it this way. It probably was all legal in the sense that, you know, if you're in a state of war, which they are in a state of war, legally you should.
Yeah, because it was in fact legal, because the only way they could stop it was the parliament had to make a unanimous vote, or one of the houses.
Yeah, but so then the way to phrase it would be that it was legal but unpopular. It was legal but unpopular, and but the fact that the people.
Well, he did it. He did it in the middle of the night. Like that was part of the.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. That was so. Well, he obviously, I would say, he had a meltdown. He panicked. He had a panic attack. Right. Is what I would say.
Well, that's what I was saying. He did like a Palpatine from Star Wars, where all of a sudden he just is like, you know. It's no longer, you know, it's now an empire, you know, like
it's no longer a democracy. Yeah,
overnight, basically. He thought he could get away with it or something.
Yeah, like they'll just wake up and they'll just. But then again, like based on what the context I gave you of their history, you could understand why he would think that, right?
Where he was coming from. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
So, it doesn't make it right, but it's. But then again, like I said, imagine if all those Korean troops weren't in Russia. Imagine if all the North Korean troops weren't in Russia. They could have just swept in at that time. That's how vulnerable South Korea is. And then the dominoes would all begin to fall, and we'd be engaged in global war because...
Right. I bet you, like you said earlier, I bet he's shooting himself in the foot for sending all those troops to Russia.
Oh, he's crying in his beer. He's crying in his beer. He said, "Oh my fucking!
If only
God.
I had 30,000 more troops right now."
Oh man, it's 70,000, dude. It's close to 100,000 troops he sent over there.
Doug and I were joking last night that everything's like snail mail with the North Koreans. That even if he were to recall his troops, it would be like weeks. It would take like a week on the train.
It's just
and shit.
There's no point. They're
like using the Orient Express and shit.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah, the Russian rail system is how they would have to come back. And
take them for like at least a week. Right?
Dude, it's not only that. Putin wouldn't let them back. Putin needs them.
Of course not.
Yeah, he's not going to let them back. Yeah, it's he would just say.
And he sure as hell wouldn't fight the South Koreans. That's for sure. There's no comme ci comme ça there. It's like it's all just fucking, there's no balance on that equation. It's all just give me more, more troops.
Yes, it's true. It's like so there we go with that.
What was he thinking? It's like Kim Jong-un almost has a charm to him. It's like I feel bad for the guy.
Yeah, I know we shouldn't, but
if he wasn't born in that family, he'd probably be a decent kid. I mean, he was like apparently in his youth he was like he had a passport that would let him go to like he had like a false passport that he was like spend all his time in Japan, like reading anime and going to Disneyland. It's like he probably wasn't that bad of a kid, but he just had no choice but to take over that situation.
It's hideously funny, really. I mean, when I think of North Korea, it's hideously funny. It's obviously tragic that the public suffers so terribly, but it's
I don't understand, what is it, just brainwashing, or why can't he just capitulate and say like, I'm ready for economic
reform?
Obviously you can't deal with the enemy in a proper way, but maybe he could like make concessions and just say, look, I want to keep my money in power, but I just want my people to be economically free or something.
They're trapped.
Obviously, they're stuck in war.
Yeah. They're just they can't really do.
Like, are they afraid that the South Koreans will just come in and just kill them all?
No, not that. It's not that. It's just that. Well, of course, he can't lose power because his entire,
Right. But couldn't you make a treaty like I want to retain this much power, like what is it, like a constitutional monarchy or something?
It's just they don't work like that. It's like it's just not gonna.
It's too deep. He's too deep.
Yeah, they're in too deep, and they're I mean, because you lose when you're at that level of power where you're basically, what he has is not a nation, it is a religious cult with a military and geographic boundaries. But
exactly.
But to describe it to you this way, here's the problem, is that when Germany reunified, South Korea was horrified because East Germany was obviously not as modern as West Germany. But remember, East Germany was the most advanced economy and society behind the Iron Curtain. Far
by
more
leagues and bounds.
Yeah, by leagues and bounds. But it was nowhere near West Germany. But the reunification was such that the Germans imposed a 5-year solidarity tax to help pay to try and bring the East Germans up to West German standards of life, especially the infrastructure. And that tax is still in place. So
I've heard some negative accounts where they were saying that when BDR took over, they confiscated some of the commies' land.
Oh yeah. For pennies on the dollar, or
and they never paid, like the families never got paid or whatever.
Well, they were all put on welfare. So come on, it's like the way the West Germans said it is, you're all communists, aren't you? If we buy you off, that would make you capitalists, right? So they just took all the collectivized property and said you're all going to be put on welfare. So the East Germans are all on welfare in a general sense. Obviously, that's a stereotype. Unfortunately, most West Germans would look at East Germans the way Australians look at Aboriginals, or New Zealanders look at the Maori. It's so sad. But with North Korea, its infrastructure, it doesn't exist. It would require more than the budget of the United States of America to even start to fix North Korea's problems. The entire budget of the South Korean Republic wouldn't even begin to touch it. It's like, if you see it from a satellite image, North Korea is all black. It's just, there's no electricity, no infrastructure. They can't feed themselves. So South Korea,
it's a sad situation, but is there a solution? I guess is my question. Is there a solution? Not that you have it, I'm just saying.
Not
is
that
there
I
a solution?
Well, here's my solution. I have my own solution, which is that like I said, I think long game. I think long game to the point where people can't follow my logic, where people would say, I don't understand the logic, and what Dietrich is saying is too far out. But they just don't understand how incredibly fast geopolitical situations can change. Oh, yeah. And there's
faster than you can think. I mean, just look at this. Martial law can be declared while you're sleeping and shit.
Yes. My dad used to say that. Things will happen so fast, it'll make your head spin.
It is true. I mean, it's true.
And so Heather says, read what Heather said in the text box. It's so wonderful. Read that out loud.
I'm like driving.
Okay.
Brendan, thank you for bringing me back to my senses. You always know what to do, and I appreciate that very much.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, much appreciated, yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, always, keep your attention on divine. That's the message, right?
Your mom must be so proud of you.
Yeah. Who?
Your mom.
I'm sure she is, but it's just not. Let's not go there. I mean, I appreciate it, but.
Well, she is, I'm sure.
Yeah. No, it's no help from her. Let's just. Anyways, my holy mother. Let's put it that way. The divine mother is probably. Divine mother. Not necessarily pleased, but just content.
Yeah,
but I mean, I don't care what people say about brainwashing. I mean, it works for good.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing brainwashing about reality. It's just the higher force is there. I mean, it's like you just gotta look at it, just gotta see it.
Okay.
Remember it, sir.
Remember it, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Cool.
That was the name of like Ram Dass's foundation. Love, remember, love, serve, remember, or evolve or something.
And when you were talking about Guru Eshwar, all I could think about was the Sgt. Pepper's album, because I think he's on the album cover.
Excuse me, Utesquar. Yeah.
Yeah, Utesquar.
Yeah. Swami Utesquar.
Yeah, wasn't he on the Sgt. Pepper's album?
He may be. I mean, so was Crowley.
Yeah.
Yeah, they shoved a bunch of people on there. That was.
They had to take Hitler off, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, the original copy had Hitler on there.
Did it really?
What a
Yeah,
bummer.
it really did.
Oh God.
Let me see if I can find the original.
Oh my God.
That's hilarious. Hitler?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
That is fucking funny. That's incredible. And
So, why
It says 45C. Adolf Hitler was requested by Lenin, as in John Lennon, modeled behind the band to the right of Larry Bell, but was moved out of the frame for being "quote unquote" too controversial.
Yeah, because who runs
And was replaced by Johnny Weissmuller.
Johnny Weissmuller. You mean Tarzan?
I think so. Yeah. Yeah. And then it says being too controversial, but Blake uniquely insists that he was hidden behind the band during the final shoot. So he's actually in the cover. It's just not visible.
That's cute.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Was there a reason for the what was their trip with Hitler? Just kind of like he was
They
one
just
of
said
those.
he was too controversial.
No, but I mean, what was their trip with putting him on? Was it just because he was inspiration?
John Lennon was just like a contrarian.
Yeah. Okay.
But
Yeah.
I'm sure he was. Yeah. I don't know what his trip would have been. Yeah.
There's no reason behind it.
Yeah.
He just wanted to be controversial, maybe.
Yeah, that's what I would think. Yeah, and so all such being said.
Yeah. Okay. So here, I was gonna tell this to Nemo. So since we're on the topic, it says 5 historical figures erased or omitted from the cover of Sgt. Pepper. So Jesus Christ, Adolf Hitler, Gandhi. Thank God they took him off.
Yes.
Leo Gorsey. I don't know why he was scandalous. Let's see what he did.
Who the fuck is he?
Some British shit.
But
Elvis Presley. Yeah, Elvis Presley. So those are the people that were removed. But if you notice, they kept what's his name? Aleister.
Aleister Crowley, of course.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
They had to keep that. And
because that's their freaking master, you know.
Yes. Of course, this sick fucks.
all messed up.
Yes.
But didn't they put secret things hidden in the album covers and in their music that you were supposed to find that had a different meaning or something?
Yeah, of course. That's the whole point. Yeah.
Is that a cat? Do you have a cat?
Yeah, she has a cat.
That's sweet. She sounds hungry or whatever. It sounds like.
Yeah, that's exactly what she's saying. She's like, I need more than soup.
Yeah, see, I can speak cat. That was a food meow.
Yes. Yeah.
Listen to it.
There we are. That's
There's so many things.
It's like Hypnotoad from Futurama. Food, eat. And then you have to you're compelled to go feed it.
You gotta
Did they
sing
show-
for your supper.
But yes. Oh, that's adorable. So, in terms of other thoughts that come to your mind, feel free to speak while you're working. As I said, it takes me a while to psych myself up to get into the fusée state. So,
Yeah, your latency's been increasing as of late. Maybe
how do you mean? How do you mean?
it takes you longer to warm up.
Actually,
I'm just being facetious.
No. Yeah, it's like actually, I was warming up sooner, but the monologues were actually winding down, and
that's
so
it.
so I was warming up sooner, but that was because I had to the other night because we were all fucking out of it. And so when I get into the mood after I come back from my break, then I'll probably, start warming up towards the fusage state by, giving you guys shit about the last episode, just having fun with that, because both of you, like myself, we were all just, none of us were in it. None of us were in it.
Yeah, it was bad.
Yeah, with the last episode. But I stopped after 2 hours of monologue because, our dear Pixie Princess Star Fox came on and basically told me I don't owe anybody anything, and she just pretty much put the nail in the coffin with that. And I said, yeah, you're right, honey. And I, let her talk for a while, and then I ended the stream. It was just not the night.
Not anything, Douglas, but you're always very professional.
Well, I try to be professional, of course, and so thank you for that, honey. You're very kind. Yeah, and
I preferred the format from like Freedom's Lips, but just because the scarcity made you more desirable in that sense for other viewers. But I get why you didn't like it.
No, it was awful. It was just awful. It's not. I'm not just talking about Mike Ringley. I'm talking about just the 2 hours.
The format.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not your style, but it just, to me, it was more of like a bang bang, boom boom. But I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah. It's well, it was I was forced to.
Old goat.
What's that, honey?
It was just all old goat, and you just stood out.
You were just like ripping out of the gate straight. It was just like boom boom.
Yeah. So all that being said,
I mean, you probably nowadays you don't have the psychotropic resources to do that or something. Like you ran out of the kata.
Oh no! The cot is one thing, but in a sense, I did run out of that. In a sense, I don't get it easily anymore like I did in the past. That's quite true.
Yeah,
that's quite true. And the reason why is I really don't deal with my gang brother Beaver that much anymore. I should start saying Tong brother, but most people still get confused by that, or don't know what it means. But it's just such that back then I really needed it because I'm trying to condense everything within 2 hours. But you also remember just how bad the Saturday night firing lines was in terms of when I took calls and just the monofocality of the callers.
Oh, that one was just sabotage, basically.
Yeah.
And he would like press more questions on you, like, you got another caller, Doug. It's just like, someone was. I think it was Laura Lee. Whoever was there.
Yeah. Well, Laura, what was that, honey?
It was everybody, whoever at the time, because they all seemed to kind of control the figure or whatever that you speak of. And I just think you do so much better by yourself.
Okay, thank you.
You got the right people finally.
Yes. I did. We finally got the right people, including yourself, honey. Yeah.
You're far too
kind. And but aside from all of that, both of you, please continue with what you're talking about. Aristides, do join in. Take advantage of this moment to join in. Bring up some of the subjects that you were looking at, if you would be so kind.
All right, you are now calling it duty calls now.
Yes, that's right. I'm not going to take a break just yet, but I want to make sure you get a running start.
Yeah. Notes on how sometimes you tell me, remind me to talk about so and so next time, and let's see. Did you cover enough on precession?
Of the equinoxes?
Well,
I
did
think
bring it up.
Yeah,
you did a thing.
Yeah, I did last time, but I didn't cover it nearly enough. Believe me, I could go on for hours about the precession of the equinoxes, but we'll do that another night. Yeah, but continue with something else that you can think of. Yeah, thank you.
Let's see what else you had. I had it written down. Talk about the 8th.
Oh, it's not. It's not to. Yeah, it's not. I'm not asking you to bring up things for me to talk about.
Yeah.
I'm asking for you to talk about things.
Oh. Well, I mean, I also look, we just need to tell
it's Wednesday night firing lines, Doug. You got to answer some questions.
No, I'm just trying to do my job here. When you say, let's talk about this or that, or
no, I understand that and I appreciate it. Yeah, but that was not my request for the moment.
Okay, what is your request for the moment?
That you obviously have interest. You also follow the news and current events. That you bring up some subjects that you can talk about with Brendan and Heather.
Yeah.
To that way you get a conversation, running start to a conversation for when I do take my break. Does that make sense? Yes, right? Right?
Oh, I see. Yeah.
You guys are on your own for this one.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So, but you
I won't cause any trouble.
what's that, honey?
I said I won't cause any trouble.
Oh, we don't care if you do.
He's caused enough trouble.
Yeah,
I know.
That's okay. Yeah, well, that's fine to trip. We all trip.
Well, it's just a crazy world that we live in, and I forget sometimes to bring myself back, and that's what I mean.
You can do
like,
some chanting the names, the holy names.
My life, because otherwise I'd be a mess most of the time.
Yeah.
And come on now.
Shanti.
Yeah. Well, help us burn bandwidth, Brendan. You're the talker. Come on.
I don't know how I ended up the talker. I mean, this is like.
Let's talk about Indra and the ants. You can tell me about
talk
that.
about that. Tell us about that.
I mean, we're going into like Quranic lore and stuff. I mean,
that's fine. Yeah, what's wrong with that?
I don't have it in front of me. I have to get to my notes and stuff. I mean,
I just go with what I remember. And
yeah,
go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I remember is Indra was the king, and Indra's like, "Yeah, I'm the big king," and
that's so cute. That's so fucking cute. Come on.
She's like, "Hey, you know, you've been here before." It's kind of like what you were saying about Bismar or whatever. You've been here before. You'll be here again. I'm eternal. You are Indra. And he looked on the ground and there's ants, and he could see different versions of himself repeating his karmic process. Right?
Right.
That's
because Indra is not a being. It's actually a title. Indra means the king of heaven.
Oh, like your highness?
Kind of. Yeah. So there can be different Indras even over time, different beings that aren't in the position of Indra.
And do they all look the same?
No, they're different beings.
Oh, I thought they were all.
They just have the same power, like they have the same. They've reached the same level. That's Indra. The Indra is like the king of the elementals.
Yeah, he lives on Mount Meru.
Yeah. And he runs like the heavenly realms, and that's and Indra himself is like that's like our Jove, it's like Thor. It's like the full.
He's more of a force.
Yeah, because Indra has the thunderbolt as his weapon, so that will connect him to Zeus, right?
Yeah.
The lord of the heavens, of Olympus, stuff like that. Olympus is Mount Meru,
It's just so fascinating to see the setup of it, like how there's elephants that balance out on these discs and everything is rotating, and it's just the way that our planets orbit, but that's what the reality is. That's what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there's all kinds of different beings that live in the celestial kingdoms.
Yeah, so Indra is like the storm god.
Wow.
He's the king of the Devas and Svarg, which is heaven. He's associated with sky, lightning, weather, thunderstorms, rains, river flows, and war.
All right.
He's the most referred to deity in the Rig Veda. He's celebrated for his powers based on the status of god of order, and the one who killed the great evil in Asura named Vitra. So Vitra was the divine dragon. So he battled the dragon in the early times, the primordial times. And this being Vitra obstructed human prosperity and happiness. And Indra destroys him and his deceiving forces and brings rain and sunshine as the savior of mankind. Indra's significance diminishes in the post-Vedic literature, but plays an important role with other mythological events. He's depicted as a hero, the powerful hero.
Very opulent, right?
The effulgent one, the one who brings rain and
All blinged
like
out.
What is it?
He's all blinged out.
Blinged out. He's got the bling.
He can be. I mean, he can be.
Poncho.
What's that?
Poncho.
Hey, honey, when you're talking to us, you've got to face the microphone and not your cat.
I got earphones on, so I'm just trying them out.
Yes. Oh, well, they don't work. They really
Okay.
don't for you.
Now can you hear me?
Not very well yet, but yeah, we're hoping to soon because you know, you got to be talking in a few minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, and okay. So
Yeah.
There.
yeah, okay. Good girl.
There.
Okay. And so say something. Hello?
Oh,
I'm
have
here.
you
I'm sorry.
mentioned to Douglas about the vampire in the Krishna book?
Oh, tell me, dear Brick.
Vampire? Which one? I mean, there's many.
The,
There
the
are many
one that
vampires.
the one that when it comes out of the sky.
I don't recall that one.
Oh,
It could.
well, I remember one of the pictures where Krishna is milking.
Mhm.
It's
Milking.
that story where he's milking,
All
where
right.
he's drinking milk
Okay.
Yeah.
from his mother. Not his mother. It was like another mother that he was feeding off of or something.
All right.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, he knows
The
how to live.
midwife. Don't get too
Midwife.
excited.
Yeah, I don't know the word for that.
Yeah, basically his adoptive parent, but she was like a midwife of sorts.
Oh wow! If I got to choose my parent to be milking from, I mean, I can imagine who I'd choose. Yes, it's that
More
sounds
like
like great.
first dibs, you know.
What's that?
Well, it's because the mother was imprisoned. Like
I see.
Krishna's birth mother.
Yeah, and so when you say adoptive, did he get to choose it himself, or this was somebody chose it for him? This is your new milk mom. That's like, it's like.
I mean, we can, without disrespecting the deity, I would be able to go into the story, but we don't have time right now. It's
What?
like
Why?
a big story.
Why is it? What? It's a big story. It's that big. I mean, sure.
It's a good one.
Because there's a lot of
It's
background
good.
information.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. And well,
I think
definitely.
that the vampire was actually a demon that
Okay.
yeah, and
I'm
killed
not sure.
or Krishna killed her by milking off of her back or something. I don't know.
Oh, that was like a dakini. That was like the stuff that Pete. Yeah, speaking of that, Pete was the one who was talking about dakinis before he went crazy. Remember that?
Interesting. What did he say?
He was saying that, oh, I know this lady that that conjures the dakini, who's this like Buddhist. He tried to say it was a Buddhist goddess, and then I was telling you in the chat like those are demons, Doug.
No, that's right. That's right. I remember that. I remember that. It was part
So
of
a
his.
dakini is like a female demon that Pete was trying to say was a goddess and shit, because that one New Age chick he was telling him, I channeled the dakini. It's
Right.
the goddess in Tibet, the
Right.
Tibetan goddess, and it's like no, they're fucking. There's like blood dripping out of their mouths and shit.
Oh yeah,
Like-
His fangs.
got it.
Yeah.
That's right. That was part of Peter's, infinite spiral. But when he was
Yeah.
really began to, when the elevator cable snapped and the that was around that time that the elevator cable snapped, and because he was always going down, but
Yeah.
when he began to go down,
his billion-year elevator to with Xenu.
it's like so it was so tell us more about this phenomenon of the dakini, because obviously it was a part of Peter Moon's fall.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. That lady was like implanting them into him, and he's
Yeah.
like, it was a goddess. you
Yeah,
know?
he's so fucking stupid. Everything about him is just like, it's like, how did he even get? Yeah.
You described them before, how they look kind of like monsters with fangs on the bottom that come up.
Right.
Yeah. It's a straight up demon.
Yeah.
In
That
Buddhist
unibrow.
cosmology, it's a transliteration of the Sanskrit word dakini, which is also known in Japanese as dakinten, daten, shinko o kokoteno. They inhabit the sky, and their diet is human hearts, blood, and flesh. The daikini, or daikenten, as she is commonly called in Japan, is an esoteric goddess, an important figure in Shingon Buddhism. She is usually depicted as a beautiful half-nude woman carrying a wish-granting jewel and riding a white fox. She's revered across Japan as the goddess of food, grain, foxes, and fortune. She is the goddess of wisdom, the Daikokuten, the god of grain. But the Dakini was an important goddess to nobility and samurai classes. The Dakini worship involved secret techniques to invoke her black magic. Knowledge of the deepest secrets of her esoteric worship was believed to grant unlimited power. The ability to trap a kitsune and force it to perform kintentsuki was among the powers that the Dakini bestowed upon her worshippers. So he was trying to usurp your mother's power, in other words.
Yes.
In Buddhist cosmology, the Dakini were originally a race of wrathful sky-dwelling demons who served Kali.
That's why they come down from the sky.
Humans.
Okay, and that's why Heather got the impression of a vampire descending from the sky. Okay, continue.
Yeah. And they have free will, so some of them are more benevolent, some of them are more wrathful. So Krishna had to basically he converted one of them. He didn't really kill her. He just with his compassion, he drained her wrathfulness and all that. They were wise, energetic, muse-like spirits. They often looked like beautiful nude women carrying fearsome swords for the cutting out of hearts and drank blood from cups made of skulls. The Dakini listened to the Buddhist teaching and converted to Buddhism. Although they required human meat in order to survive as part of their submission to Buddhism, they promised to feast only upon the meat of the recently dead. In order to ensure that they would not starve, the Dakini were granted the power to see 6 months into the future. That way they could wait near people who were going to die soon, which is why Pete started seeing them, and feast upon their flesh and feast upon their flesh before other carrion eating demons arrived. Okay. In China, the Dakini came to be associated with jackals, possibly due to the fact that both Dakini and jackals fed on carrion, which are dead bodies. Jackal did not exist in China, but the creature was described as a clever, wicked, magical beast who feeds on humans and looks like a dog. That description fit perfectly with Chinese folklore about foxes who disguise themselves as women and feed on the human life force. Jackals did not exist in Japan either, as the Japanese word for jackal, yakan, was considered to be synonymous with foxes. Thus, the Japanese interpretation of Dakini was associated with the fox.
Wow.
Buddhism had been transmitted from India through China to Japan, and the Dakini had been fused with various Buddhist, Shinto, Onmyodo, and folkloric concepts, that's like the magical tradition, Onmyodo. In Japan, they changed from a race of demonic spirits to a single goddess, resembling both Ayasha and a Tenyo. As a result of her long, complicated history and esoteric nature of her practice, the Dakini is known by many different names. Shinko-O, the dragon fox queen, Kiko-Tenno, the noble fox empress, and many more due to her syncretism with Inari, which is the fox goddess of the Japanese shrine, the Shinto shrine.
Wow. Hey,
legends.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take my break now, but I want you to continue. And this is. I'm so glad you're bringing this up and keep talking about this. You're educating all of us. So I'll be right back. And by that I mean about 10 minutes.
This is nectar that we're sharing.
That's right, honey. It is. So I'm gonna
have to go back to mopping.
I gotta go mute. You've gotta talk. I mean, Aristides, can you join in the conversation with Heather? Please, thank you. I'll be right back. 10 minutes.
Alrighty.
All right.
Alrighty. And Heather, you're still here?
Yeah, I just had one more question.
Great. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the question was, you were talking about Krishna's birth mother and and his adopted mother. And are you talking about when he was born from the fish?
No, this was a different incarnation when he was in the prison.
Oh, I don't remember that one.
Yeah, that's like the main Krishna story when he was like the blue baby and all that.
Yeah, the main story that I ever remembered is Dad came carrying him out of the ocean from the fisherman.
Yeah, that was a different incarnation, but he was in the same form of Krishna.
Yeah.
So
it's all the same to me. I was 4, when I was learning it. So.
Well, these are like fractal stories. They're like fractal stories.
Yeah. Fractal.
They're not exactly literal.
That's where I get confused.
Yeah, you don't have to take them literally necessarily.
Well, when I was a child, I used to look at the Krishna book and the art inside of the book and the pictures, and I was able to distinguish the invisible ones were the ones that were blue. They were just invisible, and then the other ones with normal skin color were actually alive.
Okay, interesting. Yeah. It's very interesting. What was your question?
That's what my mom told me. Yeah.
Yeah, what was your question?
My question was if he was born out of a fish or not.
Oh, I see. Yeah, there is a story of that. Yeah, he was born out of a fish. But that's like one of the stories. They're like with any mythology, they're multifactorial. Like it's not just one story.
So many
it's like
mothers.
a whole, yeah, it's like a whole thing. Like in that sense of different concepts that are being brought forth, cosmic concepts that are in the allegory, in the form of allegory.
A lot of
Like
magic.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's like Yoga Maya is magic, like the manifestation of that.
So we got science, we got magic, we've got religion, all into one, bundled into one bundle.
Right. Exactly.
And the truth.
Yeah, can be. There's truth in it.
Truth.
There's truth in it. Let me finish this thing about the inari, the fox, or the daikini. Some of the legends of Japan, such as the Genpai Sensuki, an extended narrative of the tale of Heike, described an encounter with a servant of the daikini. Long ago, an impoverished young samurai named Taira no Kyomori went hunting and shot a fox. He thought that he had killed it, but to his surprise, the fox transformed into a beautiful woman. She explained that she was a servant of the daikini. She promised that if Kiyomori spared her life, she would see to it all that all of his wishes would come true. Kiyomori let her go free, and he began to pray to the daikini. True to the fox's words, no long after that, his luck began to change. His family rose to prominence. He became wealthy and powerful. He continued to worship the daikini, and for a time, Taira were the most powerful samurai clan in Japan, and his success is often credited to the daikini's influence. So that was the end of it.
Yeah. Well, Brendan, I mean, like however you choose to tell these stories, like I've just already found a term. These are like your Vedic like sermons, and like however you choose to give them, it's fine. It's just a really chill vibe. And
cool.
Yeah, really, I'm sure it's one of our listener favorites. Anybody agree? Please put that in the chat.
Yeah, they're fun. I mean, they're a lot of fun, these stories.
Yeah.
That's like, that's the fun of it.
Enjoyable things to listen to here on the program. Some others, not so much. All right.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's like the video game. There's a video game called Shin Megami Tensei. I don't know if you guys have ever played this thing, but in that game, they have the daikini as a tantric deity. That's an embodiment of enlightened energy that represents the female. In each of her various guises, she serves as each of the three roots. She may be a human guru, a yidyam, or she may be a protector. In Japanese Buddhism, the daikini are recognized as fox spirits, but also recognized as a goddess called Daikenten, who is associated with Inari and Daikokoten. And Daikokoten is like one of the shrines for the goddess.
Yeah, interesting. We're here. He's like new names, of some of which we haven't heard before. Like Daikokoten. What was that?
Yeah, Daikokoten. Yeah. It's one of the deities in Japanese Buddhism.
Interesting.
Yeah. Because after they converted to Buddhism, they were considered to be auspicious goddesses.
Right.
You know? But they're
Aristides,
definitely like.
Did you know? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Aristides, did you know that Buddha is an incarnation of Krishna?
You know what? It wasn't at the forefront of my mind, but I didn't not know that.
Yeah, he's one of his forms.
Yeah.
I think that's cool.
Or a better way to put it would be that Buddha is an incarnation of Vishnu. That's how people have put it in the past.
Vaishnavism. Is that what you mean?
Krishna is an avatar of Vishnu. So Vishnu is the sustainer of the Holy Trinity. That's
Right, and that's why our
That's what
sky
that
is
means.
blue.
Yes, in a way.
It says eyes or something that emanate into the sky, which is why our sky is
Yeah.
blue.
Well, that's like more poetic. I mean, it's like, and the sky being blue is like, it's a very simple, practical thing. You know, the concept of RGB. Aristides, you know this.
Yeah.
Red, green, blue.
Oh
So-
yeah.
So the primary colors, so like nature operates off that. So you have the earth is red.
Yeah.
The trees are, you know, the plant life is green, and then the blue is up in the heavens.
Right.
So even the RGB is like in the earth as well. It's like a principle.
Yeah.
So, there you go.
Yeah.
So do you remember during coronavirus when they were going around fogging all of the streets in Wuhan?
Not really, but I don't really think about that stuff usually.
Well, what I always wondered is they were fogging it, and then the machines that they were using, they were like either red, green, or blue.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they were like digitizing or doing something like. in
Most of
Wuhan.
those foggers were actually filled with ascorbic acid.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, they were.
What kind of acid is that?
It's vitamin C. They knew that the vitamin
So
C
did
can
you?
neutralize viral particles. What?
So they were
Hello?
like totally ahead of their game. They knew what they were doing.
Yeah, I mean, they knew what to do. It was like, I mean,
Oh, that's what I meant.
it's
yeah.
just that the Western countries don't care. Like, you know?
Well, I care.
Yeah, well, that's why you should take vitamin C.
Yeah.
It can help a lot of systems in the body on that thing. But I've gone into it before, like off just for a while. I can
Have
do it
you talked
again
to
if
Brooke?
anyone's interested. Who?
Brooke,
Yeah, I spoke to Brooke. She's all right. Everything's good with her.
good. I always
Yeah.
want to ask you
Situation normal.
that. Good.
Yeah, no, that's good. I'm glad you're checking in. Yeah, she seemed fine when I talked to her. So, she just said she was trying to recharge her, like, you know, her essence or like her batteries and stuff. So she didn't want to like. She felt that like, you know, talking a lot will like disturb that, which I agree. Like sometimes silence is better, you know.
Yeah.
So that's fine. I need to silence, you know, sometimes, but I have, you know, too many things to bitch about. So
Yeah.
it's like that. Yeah. But is there any other like questions you guys have or something I can bounce? Aristides.
I'm sorry, just repeat the last question.
Oh, I was asking if you guys had any questions about what I brought up about the Dakini and Krishna thing.
No, but I just enjoyed it, but because it puts you in such a like space to like to hear about all this and like just to kind of feel the
Makes
vibe,
it interesting.
feel the vibe of it, and that's what you have to do first, and then you can really like start taking it in. So
True.
Yeah.
True that.
Yeah.
And you present it really well. It's
Yeah.
transcendental for sure.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that.
I used to enjoy singing the bhajans.
Yeah, bhajans are fun. Do you know any tunes, or you just kind of like go with the flow?
No, I sing the Vaishnava bhajans. I don't know them anymore, but my favorite was the Gopi Ghee.
Yeah.
Like, you know, the other ones that trickled over into other
Yeah. Hanuman Chalisa, stuff like that.
Bajo Hare Mana, all that.
Yeah. Shri Guru Ram Charana Simoro Jaratana.
Yeah, it's what saved my life is learning
Yeah.
this, because the breathing thing, like you can practice your yoga without even realizing it.
Yeah, I mean the jop, the mantra chanting of the names of God. I mean that's very important. Like every culture does it too. Like we have hymns in the West.
Because when you translate it, the words, they were kind of like it was kind of jovial or lighthearted in a way where you would never know that that's what those words meant.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and they have like harmonic significance. The Sanskrit, so like the whole of Sanskrit's based off of birdsong. So every sound was like learned from nature, and then it also comprises every sound that the human mouth can make, and all of that. So it was a language for singing. It's a singing songing kind. The original, not Hindi. I'm saying like the original Sanskrit was like singing songy. You know.
Yeah. All of our words are songs, and all of our steps are dancing, or something like that.
Yeah, that's more of a concept like of just living your life like that. Yeah.
Every day is a feast. A reason to celebrate. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just like a general outlook thing, you know, being positive. Because like when people, you know, when one, not saying I am, but when one becomes cognizant that divine is everything and all around you, you get into that state of, you know, things become much more blissful in that sense.
Yeah, nothing matters anymore. Nothing that would upset or cause you stress, or nothing matters.
Or it matters, but it doesn't affect you in that sense.
It doesn't affect you. Yeah.
So there is a state where consciousness prevails. Like there's that possibility in human nothing.
And the words create the reality too. You know, whatever the words are.
Yeah, word creates the world. It's in the Bible. Word creates the world. Yeah. So that's like Genesis. That's like the first passage, right? So, yeah. And it's fun to, you know, get into like the mantra singing, like Hanuman Chalice is fun, you know, stuff like that. They're just like basically praises. They're praises to different beings. So you have like Shri Guru Charana Sumero Joraja Jodaya Kupulachari Udihi Janke Sumero Bhavana Kumar Ki. You know, so you can get fun.
Okay.
Yeah,
it becomes more singy songy.
So kids, I just so I had to puke and then brush my teeth after puking because I purged that candy bar. So there you go. That was the adventure. I'll probably wake up a bit more from this point, but I got to go make my tea first. So I'm gonna make my tea.
What?
I had to vomit and brush my teeth after.
I heard that part.
Yes. So now I'm going to go make my tea. And by the way, Matthew Bush asks, could you talk more about music manipulation today? And I think a good start would be the conspiracy to destroy the incredible vacuum tube instruments as a good place to start about that. I'll be right back in about, 7 minutes or so.
Very true.
Yeah, let me get my tea.
All right, Doug. Yeah. So when it comes to music, yes, there's been a lot of shenanigans that they've pulled, mainly gearing towards lower frequencies where the bass has become prominent, like the more visceral, the body kind of bass notes. There's a lot less balance in music. But one of the big tricks that they did was they took away the original standard was A432 hertz. So the original A note was A432, 432 hertz. Is anyone to say something?
Oh no, I was agreeing. I was saying wow.
Okay, so then they switched that from A432 to A440. So all instruments and all music recording equipment, everything is defaulted since probably I think the 70s or the 80s. It's been defaulted to 440 hertz. I think megahertz. Aristides, do you remember the exact designation?
432 maybe?
Yeah. Well, no, I know the number.
Sorry, not the exact now.
Okay. Yeah. So anyways, it's one of those measurements.
So one of
hertz, HZ. So 432 hertz. What's up?
And the RPM doesn't matter? Does that matter?
BPM is important. Like, yeah. And they've also went more towards machine music instead of organic human-made music. So when a human makes a beat, like there's breath, there's breadth and breath to it. But when you put it on a computer and you just say, I want the metronome to be, 210, for drum and bass, I want 210 beats per minute, then then it just does exact. It's like, it's exact to the mechanical. It's like becomes more like a clock. So that kind of music is not healthy for human system. So when they manipulated that in a way where music became actually a poison, the modern music, the way it is now. So the hertz is dissonant. The actual frequency is dissonant. And then on top of that, they added machine beats. Because even drummers and stuff, they all play on click tracks. Like, even to this day, like the drumming has to be exact, right? They learn via click track, which is like exact, like 1, 2, 3, 4, click, 1, 2, 3, 4, click. So those kind of beats are actually dangerous because the heart doesn't operate off that. The heart operates off of variable frequencies. It's called HRV. There's a biological marker, like when you're on an EKG machine, they have, and higher level medical science knows this, but you have HRV, the heart rate variability, and it's a frequency of its own. So when you put on a watch, for example, or you listen to drum and bass music, it disturbs your heart's natural rhythm and brings it more towards a machine rhythm, which is actually detrimental to an organic system. So that's one of the tricks that they did with the music industry. And, you know, so more organic beats, more human-made beats are, of course, healthier. You know, that's why people like jazz and stuff, because it's all like improv. And everyone's on their own rhythm and stuff. And so that's why it puts you into a calmer state, like some of the jazz can get.
I used to listen to a lot of jazz,
Right. So you know
it's
what
pretty
I'm
good.
saying.
I mean, you know, you get in that time and space, you know.
Yeah, so it gives you that kind of vibe, right? More chill.
Yeah.
So that's one of the big things they did with music. And then also, like what Doug was saying, the final step was they removed the sound quality itself. So not only did they disturb the frequency and then the way of making music, but then they also added on the factor of sound reproduction has come to the lowest low. Because when they first came out, it was all acoustic and like analog sounds. So it was like the record was put onto a physical item, like a record or like a Plattenspiel or whatever, those like wax discs, and then you get the sound played back exactly as the frequency was put onto the material. So there was no messing with it. But over time, they went to lower and lower quality sounds. So there was like this pinnacle of sound reproduction up at, like from like the 40s to like the late 70s. They had like really good sound reproduction and speakers, and the technology was at its prime. I'm talking in the mainstream because we still have it. They still make good speakers, but you have to pay for them. And then that kind of, when they started bringing in transistors and ICs, integrated circuits, into the sound reproduction to make them smaller, of course, more portable, then that's when the sound files started getting created, which you lose a bunch of frequency. So when you get to the level of like a wave file, that was like CDs, you lose a little bit, and then you have MP3s, which you lose a lot of the extra frequencies and all that. And if you even go beyond that, now we're at the cell phone level, which is all MIDI files. So all of the electronic music nowadays are all MIDI, it's called MIDI files. And they're like little sound bites that are stitched together to make a song.
Yeah. It's not the same thing at all. Not the same thing.
No. So you're getting, like nowadays we're getting like the lowest quality, and then even the speaker on the cell phone is very small, and the speaker on the headphones is very small. So you're losing like 99% of the frequency wave of the sound. And that's why the people that are into that are called audiophiles. The people that want to bring the full frequency back. So you have to, some of the best ways are, of course, to use the old tube, what are called vacuum tubes or valve amplifiers, because they have a wider spectrum of frequency, first of all. And second of all, it's all metal and direct wire and direct you know, like even some of the transformers are like hand wound transformers. So everything's more natural and organic anyways. It's all metal and you know, and natural materials, metal and glass and all of that. So that actually helps reproduce the sound with a full spectrum sound. And then you can get really good speakers, or like what I've done is I've gotten old speakers from like the 50s, 60s, 70s with old wood cabinets that can actually hold the reverberation and the vibration with like paper cones. So you get more and more frequencies come out, and then you add that to, you know, like the vintage sound reproduction, which are tube amps. They make modern ones, but the older ones are fun for me. So that's one way to get it back. And then also you can actually, there are softwares now that can return the music to its original 432 hertz, like especially that's why people
that whole thing, the 442 versus what's the other one? 432 versus 440.
440A, yeah, A440. So those are what they're based off of. But the thing is, you know how people have this nostalgia for 60s music?
Yeah.
Everyone says like, oh, everything sounded better in the 60s and the 70s. And even the 50s, people like the rock and roll. All of that was 90% of that wasn't necessarily the talent of the people, which that was a factor. But the main reason why you can distinguish the 60s, 50s, 60s, 70s music is because they were using natural materials, tube amps, and all the equipment was tuned to A432. And because that created a shift of consciousness in the 50s, 60s, 70s, they actually took that out of the market because they don't want people to, you know, music to be this like spiritual upliftment like it was, because they realized their mistake allowing that stuff out. You know,
so there was
it
no
actually changed people.
reverb in the 60s, like the reverb pedal?
Yeah, they had reverb, but it wasn't electronic. It was like a spring. It was like, if you look at the old Fender amps and the Fender Tweed and stuff, like the reverb was like an actual mechanical reverb. It wasn't electronic. Yeah.
Oh,
So,
I see what you mean. Like you don't plug it in, you plug it in with a different kind of plug.
yeah. Those were later in the 70s and stuff. The reverb, the electronic reverb, those are like synthesizers essentially. But the original reverb was actually like the Beatles were like some of the first people to use it. They were like these big rooms underground in the studios where they would like basically acoustically funnel the sound down there, and the sound would bounce off between these like metal plates, like big. We're talking like something the size of like a room or something, and the sound would like reverberate inside that little box, this like metal box, and then they would record from that.
Wow.
So that was the original reverb, and then later they condensed it to like springs and stuff inside the guitar or inside the amp.
You might think it's interesting to know that at the TOBP they have built it that way, so you'll be standing on one end inside of the temple and you can hear what's going on across. Yeah.
Well, okay,
the
so
harmonics
all those
in that
ancient
temple is going to be
buildings,
insane.
yeah, all those ancient buildings, whether it's a cathedral, a
dome,
the domed buildings, whether it's like what people call Tartarian, whether it's the ancient Greek buildings, they're all harmonic devices. So all those temples in India, they're actually harmonic devices, and they even have cymatic, like the roofs are cymatics. Like you can see the imprint of the sound that they're attuned to. And even the grand gallery of the pyramid and stuff, it's all tuned to Om. You can go in there and chant Om, and the rocks and stuff are all harmonically aligned to that frequency, and it'll actually start ringing. So these buildings were like harmonic amplifiers. They weren't just buildings. That's why, like even in the Christian churches, right? Like they have the choir, and it amplifies a whole region with the Gregorian chants and all that. So the whole area is energetically tied to that.
Yeah. You know the Travancore Temple where they have Vault B, and they've been through this feud about opening it or not, and that's how you would open the vault, because there's no knob on the door, there's no way to open it, but it just takes the right voice saying the right verbs or reverbs or whatever, harmonics.
Yeah.
to
So that's
open it.
ancient tech. That's ancient
I
tech.
wish they would open it. I don't care what anyone says.
You can. I mean, it's like it's sealed, you know. Like
It just would
suckers.
take the right person to sing the song on the right day, you know, and that's how it would happen.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
But it's like they lost whatever that was. It was lost to time.
It's still not open.
Yeah, exactly. It was lost
Suspense
to
is
time.
killing me. Yeah. Well, I believe that somebody could actually do it.
I hope, you know, yeah. Like even Tolkien has that in the when they're trying to open the doors of Durin and all that, or not Durin, the doors in Moria, where it's like a special passcode and you can only see the door in moonlight and all that. So this is like real ancient tech. That's like real ancient tech that was lost over time.
Yeah.
That
I think
there
all
are
the
only
windows
echoes
in
of it
every
left.
floor they would have the sun shine through it as it was going up or down.
Mm-hmm.
It's really technical.
Yeah, this is you're talking about the new temple they just built.
No, I'm talking about right now the Travancore Temple. It's in India, and they have all the vaults where they found all the riches and the Hope Diamond and everything. But
Where is this?
one vault B is not open yet, and they're go through the court. They're trying to open it. They're like, no, you can't open it because it's trouble, you know. And but they would open it with a song, or it's the Garuda Kurama or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's beautiful. Yeah. And it's a gold temple. It's made out of gold, and it's huge.
Yeah. 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 So that's the ancient technology. It's sound activated, and it's a lot of it is sonic codes, which have been lost to time and all of that. So that's why sound is important. I mean, that's what, right? Was that the question? I think that's the question we got. Why is sound important and all that? Because it can heal the body. You know, that's why they had like the female singers, like the ancient temples, right? Like the Diana Temple of Rome and stuff like that. So when people would get injured, they would put them in one of those temples, and you would be healed by the singing of the female singers and of the professional singers. You know, because they would sing healing frequencies and healing songs, just like the Aborigines knew that, like the sound song lines. They knew that the proper sounds and the proper words can heal the earth. And that's why even now Australia is like immune to earthquakes, because of what the ancients had done to the land itself. Stuff like that. And even the Native Americans have their powwows and rain songs and rain dances. Those are all sonic codes that were used to actually change things in the physical. So sound is very important.
We all have a different voice. Like we all have different fingerprints. We all have a different voice, and so each one of our voices is individual. It's hard to, copy. And then we're all just songs.
People can train their diction. Like anyone can train diction, which is speech. So, and addiction is a lack of diction. So any kind of addiction comes from lack of speaking properly. So,
I thought that's where cussing came from.
Yeah, and people that drink and stuff, they are always foul-mouthed. Yeah.
Guys lack of vocabulary.
Yeah, they have lack of vocabulary, and so that causes issues in the ment. So that's why diction is very important, and it's like one of the most underutilized things. So in the Rishi times, the ancient sages would teach kids from like 4 or 5 years old. Just for the first 5-10 years, you would just learn like the actual root sounds, the seed sounds, like e, I, o, ow, o, So all the vowels, you would just train the vowels. And for 5 years, they would have the kids just sit down and train that, and then that would
talk about phonics class.
Yeah, it was like phonics, but for the first 5 years of your life, but that would train you to have a foundation of proper speech and proper diction, and then you could do better things from then on. So like even just going and like sitting down somewhere and tilting your head 30 degrees and just saying like just like one syllable. If you just do repetitions of that, it'll actually calm your system and heal your system. So simple stuff like that was used by the ancients, and that's the sound tech technology. So, yeah. The ancient sound technology. So, and
I
yeah,
love
so
these
diction.
topics.
So yeah, so diction is good. Addiction, meaning you can't speak correctly, brings you problems with dependency on material items and all that. So yeah, that's why it's lack of diction. Addiction means lack of diction. Notice it doesn't mean anything else, like in English. Like if you're addicted to something, it's because you have a lack of diction. You can't express what you want to express, and etc.
Yeah, it's underlying.
Yeah. Right. So there you go. So sound is one of the most important things, and of course humans, like, we have the gift of speech over the animals and stuff. So, you know, you should
I don't know
be
about
using
that,
speech.
Brendan. I just think
No,
they
I
don't
mean,
talk because they
is
don't
there
want
a
to pay
talking
taxes.
animal? I mean, no, they would have to talk. Like they have stuff comes out of their mouth, but it's not speech. It's not human speech. They can communicate. I'm not saying they can't communicate.
Oh no, yeah. A cat talked to me one time, and
Yeah.
she told me if I ever told anybody about it, she'd accost me.
Yeah. Well, those are like jinn and stuff. Like, if an animal talks to you, it's like a jinn or something. Like,
So
it's not an animal.
is it really happening? Can somebody else hear it too, or is it just something that I would be hearing?
I mean, they can appear to whoever. It doesn't matter to them. It's just, but the animals don't talk directly. Like, they
I just
communicate
think
in other
they
ways.
can talk, but they don't because they don't want to pay taxes, and that they give all of their freedom.
Got back in
They
time
don't
to
pay
hear
rent.
that.
They don't
Trust me,
want
if
to do
animals could
anything.
talk, no one would be charging them taxes. They'd get away with way more shit.
And they do.
Oh my God! What is this image from Heather? Oh, cool. Porn.
Porn. Yeah, that's the vampire I thought I was talking about.
Is that supposed to be that young god suckling that you were speaking of earlier? Because he's blue, right? Because
That's Krishna.
Yeah, that's right. And some dangers of hypnosis and mass hypnosis. I mean, so Krishna got to suckle from this giantess. I mean, wow. Hey,
Yeah.
don't forget to heart what Heather said about you, Brendan. If you scroll up there above that, that divine porn, then you can see her say, Brendan, thank
Okay,
you.
that's not porn.
Well, it's kind of like your idea of porn, my idea of porn. I understand
It's
this is
just an
sacred to you.
interpretation.
Yes, this is
Because you
sacred.
have to know the story. Yeah.
Yeah, it's sacred to Brendan. We try and give it respects. But, Brendan, say if your mother had the right figure and was engaged in adult entertainment, there'd still be guys jacking off over her. So, it's like...
I'm not stopping you. I'm just saying. Yeah.
No more breaks, Douglas.
What's that, honey?
So she was an ogress. She was an ogress named Putana.
And she was built.
She's an ogre. She's an ogre. It's like Shrek.
Yeah,
It's
she's a
like,
giant.
yeah.
Oh my God.
She was a
them
demoness. She was a
gross
demoness.
and
This wasn't a normal woman.
Okay.
She posed as a beautiful woman, willing to act as a foster mother and a wet nurse to Krishna, so that she could poison him as he was breastfed. She was sent to kill him and his mother, essentially.
Oh, Jesus.
However, Krishna recognized the plot and instead suckled away Putina's life force, or prana, along with all of her milk. Putana is said to have either surrendered to Krishna or begged in vain for mercy, but when she died, her body returned to its demonic form, and the people of the town cut up her body, buried her bones, and burned her flesh. In that way, she was cleansed of her sins so that she can return to heaven.
Oh, wow. Jeez, cool.
So were
There
there
you
real
go.
bones burning, like actual bones burning you could smell and touch?
Yeah.
Or was it figment of...
No, these beings were around. These beings were around in those days.
They were huge. They'd fly in the sky, right?
Well,
No, this one wasn't
she descended. She wasn't flying. She descended, right?
Yeah.
Fell.
Well, no, this one was just straight up walking around. Like, someone hired her. She was an assassin. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah.
But they could shapeshift and stuff, yeah.
I thought they were huge, like giant, like the demons were giant, gigantuan.
That's
They
how
were
they portray her.
shapeshifters.
Okay. Yeah.
So she came as like a normal human, but he like saw through her thing, disguise. Yeah.
They
Yeah.
were such tricksters back then.
Yeah. That still are, right,
They
Brent?
still, yeah, no one stopped. Yeah, it hasn't stopped.
They still exist.
Oh yeah.
No.
Good thing I don't know anything to do with it.
Well, but honey, it's your faith.
No, I mean, I just, you know, I'm away from that. I don't try to dabble, you know, in demons.
Okay. Right.
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 Good.
But
I just look at the good part of the story that makes it like worth talking about.
okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
You have a knack of bringing up the gruesome ones. This is why I was trying not to go there, but we had to.
Oh.
Yeah.
But is this like Heather, and Brendan, your impression of Heather with this kind of knack for bringing up the gruesome ones? Is this part of?
Oh, it's the it's the PV, the Puro Badara Pada. Yeah,
Okay.
that's
All right.
Yeah.
So
it's just natural. It's natural for you. That's fine.
Yeah. Interesting. So you're looking at that from her Vedic astrological perspective.
Yeah, she has heavy placements in Puru Badara Pada, which is the star of black magic. It's in Aquarius. It has to do with very occult matters and black magic, dark things. Lots of blood drinking and stuff like that.
Wow. All right. So there you go, honey.
Do you know that a pigeon is a black dove?
I don't know.
That's almost unfair to the pigeon.
Yeah.
I was in a
dog, you
Indian
mean?
store one time, and they had these threads
Both.
to do worship, and I said on the box it was a pigeon. I'm like, why is there a pigeon on this box? And he's like, well, it's just a black dove because it's dark.
That's some Indian shit.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah.
So
Did you hear about this? The CEO that got shot in New York?
I did. I know no details. What do you think of this? What's your own impression of what's going on?
Well, I saw someone post a meme from Oblivion, like showing like what he sees. You know, this is like what he sees when he goes outside of his house, and it's like an assassin, like a Dark Brotherhood assassin and shit. Because and then it shows right under that, it was like a graph of the insurance companies with the lowest insurance claim approval rate, and it was this fucking company.
Holy shit, that's funny as fuck.
They rejected over 35% of insurance claims, so this dude was just killing people en masse for profit. Right. So it was like only a matter of time before someone hired an assassin. It was just
cool. All right, vigilante justice.
You know?
Yes,
yeah, street
I
justice.
love it. And
I almost imagine, like, instead of a class action lawsuit, it's like they all put their like pocket change.
They pooled
for an
their
assassin.
funds. They pooled their funds into what's called a Deadpool. Yeah, a Deadpool.
Yeah, they did a Deadpool on this guy because they were just like, "Fuck, dude, he's killed all of our family. We might as well just fucking off him."
Yeah, cool. Well, there you go. There is justice in the world.
Yeah.
And sometimes we have to deliver it ourselves.
Right.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, let's put it this way: ain't no one crying for him. I mean,
Yeah.
it's gonna be once all the numbers, once they crunch all the numbers, and be like, yeah, he was corrupt as fuck. No one's gonna care.
Yes. That's one would hope. But by the way, what was that noise? Now that was interesting. Did you hear that? Was that
I'm just closing. Yeah, I'm closing.
Oh, okay. There
but
we
you
go.
can take over. I gotta finish. Right?
I understand. Yes, I'll be as good as I can be. I'm going to start soon enough. But yeah, you did well. Thank you so much.
And I explained the whole backstory of the acoustics and all that, and like the different sounds.
Excellent. I think that's wonderful. So we'll handle it from here, but do listen in. Keep listening in, and don't be afraid to interject, okay? And now what's this take a look at, before you leave us, what did Heather enter here? Can you make sense of this, dear Brendan? We'll see if he's able to resist.
All right.
Yeah.
What the fuck is going on now?
Oh.
We're probing as to seeing what Brendan makes of the latest entry from Heather into the text box.
I put it in the chat room because we were talking about the temple in where it's opened by the monarch. Yeah.
Okay. And
yeah, it's just a famous temple in South India.
Okay.
Made out of gold.
Okay.
Yeah, there's gold underneath all the temples in India. They have more gold than any other place on earth, but it's just not on the books.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's where the Hope Diamond came from, and that's why it was cursed.
Okay.
Well, the Brits stole a lot from the king of Mysore. Like,
Mysore.
He was the richest man on earth. I mean, he was the richest man on earth because of the black pepper trade.
Mm-hmm.
So that kingdom was, and then the Brits came in and stole all kinds of shit from him, like the Black Prince's diamond or ruby, and all that stuff. And yeah, they all were cursed, and that's why they don't fucking wear them except for like every once in a while. And they're like locked, and they're locked in the jewel house. Like, it's that place, like the Parliament building and where they keep the jewels. Like, I saw it in person. I mean, talk about like a cult protection. They have that shit locked down with like etheric shields and shit because they know all that shit's cursed.
Wow. That's
because it was removed, right?
Mm-hmm. Because it was stolen is what Heather's saying. Yeah, correct? Basically. Yes.
Yeah, it was just stolen in cold blood. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and let me see, while you're still with us, let me see if there's something else I can show you that should be of interest to you. And here we are, here, give me a second. This is something that our man should be able to speak to. Palestinian cuisine is, here we are, Palestinian cuisine. Okay, there we are. Let's see. This should be able to find me something.
Oh, by the way, Douglas, I found a fortune on the ground, and I wanted to tell you because probably because you were here.
Okay.
It says, borrow money from a pessimist. They don't expect it back.
And here I should.
That's the fortune cookie fortune I found for you.
Yes, I want everyone to know. Amy Como lent me $300. I'm paying her back $100 a month, or attempting to. So I got the money order to pay her back this month. I know I'm going to regret it because I know I'm going to need the money later on in the month. So everyone better start contributing now, if you would be so kind, so that we don't have to stress out near rent. Just like last month, we did really well. Then the only help I need at the end of the month is basically that dry period between paying the rent and when my check deposits. Now, if you would be so kind, Brendan, you'll notice in your private messages.
Wait, this is a great time to put the donation link in the chat box.
Thank you, sir. Yes. Yep. You're the man, Aristides.
Literally the perfect time. So.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. Appreciate that. And so, Brendan, if you would look in your private messages and see that link, this is something that, take a look at what they're saying. Basically, in order to claim that they've lived in Palestine forever, the Israelis are weaponizing all of the Palestinian cuisine and saying that it's ancient Jewish food.
Oh yeah. No doubt.
So can you see these links, the videos that it's linking to, and just look at the titles?
I'm reading it now. I'm reading it now. Palestinian farmer versus something. Israel, battle for survival.
Let me see now. Well, let's do a screen share then and see if we're looking at the same thing. So because maybe if you have a computer, that link takes you to different places. But this is what I'm.
Oh, this one, food stole from Palestine.
Yes, that also beneath it, how Israel weaponizes food to erase Palestinian identity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so this is how Israel uses food to colonize Palestine and erase Palestinian culture.
Oh, and they do worse. When my cousin, she's very into the activism because she's like an artiste. Like all there's like a rich side of my family, and they're all like artists. They're all chicks, but they're very into like activism.
Okay.
And she told me, like, when I showed her, I was like, oh look, I have some Palestinian za'atar. And she said, make sure when you buy it that it's actually from Palestinians, because what the Israelis have been doing is they basically take over the farm and just keep it that it says Palestine.
Yes.
And they just sell it to all the Arabs, but it's actually all the profits going straight to Israel.
Oh, it's kind of like Peter Moon with my books, but go on, yeah.
yeah. So she told me be careful when you buy stuff it has to be like a verified Palestinian source, essentially. Otherwise, you're just going to help fund the
Israelis.
The Zionists.
Yeah, the Zionists. There we are. Yeah. Oh my God! There's so much we.
But yeah, no. Nowadays they try. Yeah, like I remember that was years ago. They've been doing this for like 20 years now. They're saying that they don't call it hummus, they call it hummus because they have to put that cha there from the Hebrew.
Yeah.
But yeah, hummus. They said hummus is Jewish and falafel is Jewish.
Oh my God!
Like basically all. But it's like there is like Jewish food, but like for some reason they don't care. Like they want to disassociate from the more Yiddish cuisine, like bagels and stuff. Yeah. So they're trying to claim that all the Arabic food is theirs. Like, you know, they don't. And it used to be called Mediterranean food because like all that whole region, even Greece and Turkey. But no, yes. They have to claim it all for themselves. Right?
Oh my God, it's outrageous! I'm left without words. To steal a culture, they're stealing a culture. This is beyond cultural appropriation. This is like just plain stealing it. Talk about.
It's just like a low blow. I mean, it's just come on, really.
Well, it's part of cultural genocide, so we can't consider it just a cheap shot. This is something beyond that.
True. That is true.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and this is now as for these.
Well, I'm on board for that. I'm just.
Yeah. Now these female relations in your family, any of them hot that you could set me up with?
I mean, they're all past their prime. No offense. If they ever listen to this.
Oh, that's delightful.
I mean, yeah, it's not as nice as it sounds. But they're not like ugly or something. It's just
understood. Yes.
There's a lot of entitlement issues and whatnot.
Okay.
Come along with it, so it's just.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. And now what we're going to do is slowly segue into monologue.
But stuff like falafel, hummus, like none of that stuff can be attributed to especially Israel, because it's only 50 years old. I mean, this is like, we're talking like thousands of years of like fava beans were all over the Mediterranean for thousands of years. And that's like what's in falafel and all of that. So it's just, food, like all that stuff is not Israeli food, quote unquote. It's Mediterranean, as in the region and the climate zone. It's just, that's what grows there, these things, sesame and all that, tahini, so, and these foods are thousands of, like, they go back to Egyptian times. A lot of the food is actually ancient Egyptian. So they're just usurping whatever they feel, like you said, is cultural, just to eradicate the other cultures or whatever they're feeling is beneficial to them or advantageous. But in reality, this is ancient Egyptian kind of food. Like these are cultures that were older than Babylon and stuff. And my grandpa himself, he said he studied, he went to like oases in Syria where him and his team discovered these types of barley in the oases that were definitely human cultivated, that dated back over 10,000 years. So these cultures were well established 10,000 years ago, and in fact, like the Syrian capital city Damesk, is the oldest inhabited city on Earth. 10,000 years of continuous inhabitation. So, which is why they want to destroy it as like the cradle of civilization.
And give us an update on the Aleppo situation, how the rebels were hiding in plain sight, and just what do you feel about that?
I don't know. I haven't been following it because it's just tragic. It's just awful.
Yes.
But there is a counter force that the Syrians have sent in, the actual Bashar government, the ruling party of Syria. So, backed by the Russians. It's like the Russians are gonna, what is it called? They're gonna pull was it Napoleon? Where he just stretched out his army so thin that he's just gonna collapse.
Yes.
Like that's what they're gonna do eventually. It's like how can they provide aid to the Middle East and then take troops from North Korea and all of that. You know, it's just
Yeah. Yeah.
they're not going to last long.
No.
Doing that kind of stuff.
No, not at all. Thank God.
Yeah.
But go on.
Yeah. Yeah, but in desperation, that's when they'll cause the most havoc. I mean, look at where we're at.
Yes, true enough.
They're gonna bring down. They're gonna bring down our government first.
They are. They are. Yeah. By introducing Trump. Oh my fucking God! And what he's going to do. That's just.
Yeah. So we're in for some, fun stuff.
To put it mildly. Yes.
Yeah.
And.
And then Jupiter goes into a rare phase next year, and we'll lose a lot of the blessings of grace of Jupiter, because it'll go into a special phase. So it's going to be a hairy situation, to say the least.
Yeah. It's just It's anything in particular to look out for, or is there any good news on the horizon? Might be another way to say it.
Oh, anything good?
Yeah.
The good news is that that it's easier to do the right thing than ever. If everything's going wrong, it's easy to do the right thing.
Okay.
You don't follow the shenanigans. It's just,
there.
Work on yourself, know thyself, etc.
Yeah. Thank you. Wonderful. Okay, that's so thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. So such being said, again, we're going to slowly go towards the Fugé state that I enter, the trance-like state where I'm doing monologue. But certainly want to encourage Aristides and Heather to continue talking for a little while longer, because they were on such a roll, and I think they're handling it so well. As I recover myself and prepare to go full bore in the fourth hour, at the top of the hour, then we might as well spend this half hour just kind of while I breathe, center myself, and get ready. It's rather I do that than kind of recover our last episode and have some fun with that, because of unless I'm in the right space to do my sarcasm just right, I understand that I can be a bit too acerbic in my wit, too caustic for for people. But last episode was.
All right. Well, how can we get you in a better sarcastic mood? Let's
well, your voice. You sound good. You sound alert. You sound great.
How about that?
Yeah. How about that? Yeah.
Just for the record, I've been making a little effort just to not get quite so fucked up. I mean, I do have, sometimes later in the night, I have a couple drinks and stuff, and just to get through. I mean, you know how it is. You do the same thing. So, but I'm just, not quite taking it all too far, drinking or whatever else I'm doing, herbal remedies or valerian or melatonin or, all that.
Oh my God. But that was so funny. Did you catch any of that, Heather?
Yeah. Do you know if you smell celery seeds, it'll put you right to sleep?
Tell us about this, Heather.
Well, you get a handful of celery seeds and
where do you
breathe
get them?
it, and you'll be asleep.
Yeah.
In the kitchen.
Okay, Brendan, where do we get celery seeds? She gets it from her kitchen, but the rest of us will have to buy it.
No, it comes from the store. It's just you get it in the spice aisle. Celery seeds. You use it to make
you can find it in the spice aisle.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Or you can also just grow celery, and if you just let it flower, you'll get like millions of seeds and shit.
No, well, Aristides is not going to grow celery. Are you, Aristides?
No, I haven't been doing any gardening because I have a good hookup with a farmer. So, but I've grown a lot of plants.
Have you really? I bet. Yeah, I bet I know what they are. Yeah.
No, not so much of that. That's a little harder than growing fucking celery and tomatoes.
Yeah. Tell us
I
about...
could not picture Aristides in a garden.
No, I've done a lot of gardening.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah, well, why, honey? Why can't you picture Aristides?
Because I picture somebody with like a bonnet or sunglasses and garden boots. Yeah.
Okay, that's cute. strawberry shortcake. You picture a senior strawberry shortcake in the garden, is what you're saying. The character.
I just don't see him with the watering can or any kind of tools.
Yeah. Well,
I picture him with the lawnmower.
There you go.
I've done all that and more.
Yes, he's a Renaissance man.
Yeah, truly.
Tell us about the meat supply. Your meat supply.
I don't have a great one.
Aren't you hooked up with one of those local places where they raise cattle and you're part of the meat program?
Not like that for the meat. No, and I wish I was.
Okay.
Wish I was.
Yeah. Okay.
It's kind of just a little more random than that.
Okay. Yeah. So.
Yeah, Aristides is Cyrano de Bergerac.
Yeah.
I imagine him.
Really? Come on, he doesn't have the nose.
Yeah.
I mean, what a thing to say. I mean, obviously, it's a great character in the sense that the man was a skilled.
He was a Renaissance man. He was a Renaissance man. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay, but he was also a great warrior. He was a very good soldier,
Yes,
a duelist. Right. And that's how he survived with that big nose, was everybody kept laughing at him, and then he would challenge them to a duel and kill them.
That's right.
That's how he gained everyone's respect. And it was not because of his philosophy, it was because of his blade.
Right. Right, and he had ambitions to go to the moon as well.
Yeah, that's right.
That?
Yeah, so there you go. There's Aristides. That's a nice historical model. Yeah. And so such being said, Aristides, tell us a little bit about some of the gardening you did in the past. What inspired you? Did you start that when you were really young?
Not really young.
No. No, it was part of the rehabilitation program when I was in prison.
Adult. No. Not really.
Yeah, it was the prison flower garden.
The prison flower garden.
Okay. No. Not really young, because after you become a homeowner, you might do something like that. Right? Think about it. Like, why would I do that when I was really young? I was probably, preoccupied with being some kind of doofus. Like,
Mm-hmm.
Like, but when you get old, in a home and maybe a yard, you'd be like, oh, maybe I could grow food here.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Jesus Christ. That's amazing.
Yeah. How about that? What a fucking concept.
Yeah. Me, I would be more concerned about, hey, I could bury bodies here.
I mean, fertilize your garden as you may. Yeah.
Oh my God. So, hey, Brendan, allow everyone to know we spoke to our lady, Brooke Gibson, last night. Please share what you feel comfortable sharing.
Yes,
about
Heather asked.
Yes.
Heather politely asked about her, nicely.
Okay.
And I said she was doing all right. That's all I said. She just wanted to focus on herself to rebuild her chi.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, true chi. Not the bullshit from Peter Moon. But do you know what she told me? Do you know what she? Yeah, not the purple egg and shit.
Useless purple egg.
Tell people about what he used to say about this stupid fucking purple egg concept. That's what he would tell people when they were under a cult siege, right? He said.
Yeah, he said, imagine that you have this purple egg of protection that nothing can penetrate and all this stuff. But he failed to mention the actual Tai Chi moves you have to do with it. It's not just visualization. He was saying, it's just visualization.
Yeah, that's bullshit. Yeah. That's like saying I don't need to draw the circle of protection with salt or chalk or anything around me when I summon demons. I just visualize.
Speaking of that, speaking of that, I have a commission of we'll just call it Artilica. I have an Artilica commission, right? Okay. And it's being delayed by the protests in Pakistan.
Oh my
God.
God.
No matter what the guy does, he can't send it because every time he goes to send it, he'll email me and say, I'm going to go ship this item that you had me make with sigils on it, for drawing the circle of the magician. What I was going to use in my counter protections, he has not been able to get to the post office because the followers of Imran Khan are trying to destroy the government of Pakistan.
Oh Jesus, those bastards! Those were the ones
because
on
he's
the
in prison. Yeah,
Yeah.
because he's in prison. Yeah.
Yeah, and Salman Sheikh was supporting those bastards. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So there you go.
and he belongs in prison. He belongs in prison. It's
Well, Imran Khan, he's just another one of those fucking actors that thought he can get away with fucking over a whole country.
It's
the same format. Yeah.
They thought that being president was just another theatrical role.
Yeah.
That's the fucking problem.
Yeah, and so his whatever followers, his cultists, are attacking Karachi every couple days.
Jesus
Like
Christ.
the millions of them will come up and try and fuck up the government there. And so he hasn't been able to send the item that I had him make. And it's been almost 4 months.
Oh.
So that's part of the occult siege as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you. Indeed. Thank you for mentioning that. Very important. So when Heather asked about Brooke earlier, you already gave a rundown?
That's all I said. I just said she's doing all right. I didn't say much.
Okay. After you got off the call.
I just wanted to know if she was okay.
Okay. Thank you.
And I reassured her it was the case. It's fine.
Thank you. And after Brendan got off the call and I was speaking to Brooke alone, she said that Peter Moon had originally shown her all kinds of photographs of himself with his black football team, trying to impress her, saying, look at how I'm still doing football at my age. And she automatically saw, because she's sports sensitive, having grown up in the South and supported her own high school football teams and the like, she automatically saw it was just tag football, not even touch football, but with banners where they're pulling strings off each other rather than tackling or even touching each other.
Flag football.
Thank you, flag football.
Flag football.
Thank you. And she used that term, but of course I didn't retain it. Not being born with the sports gene myself.
Not to be confused with Pete's sport, fag football.
That's what she said. She said in all the photographs.
I'm sure that's what Brooke would say.
What Brooke said was in all the photographs, all the black players were touching Peter's ass, and he was touching all their asses. That's the one thing she noticed in common with all the photographs. And she said that was some flag football. They're not supposed to be touching each other, but the one thing I noticed was that in every photograph, somebody had their hand on someone else's ass. And so she brought up that instead of impressing her with his masculineness, it had impressed her that he was gay and that he had a fetish for black men. Now, all of this is correct, but the reason I bring this up is I don't understand the motivation. Why was Peter showing her this? Did he think she would be a replacement for Paula? That's the only thing I think of that could make sense. Why would he show her this, trying to impress her? Look at how, in shape.
He had the fear of rejection. He has a fear of rejection, so he puts out there that he's not available.
Okay. So in other words, a conflicting statement. Yeah. Okay, I can buy that. Yeah, I mean, no.
Better than being rejected, right?
Yeah. Well, he got. Go.
Yeah, it's just probably because he was showing it to Paula and she didn't care because she doesn't give a fuck about that.
Of course.
So he wants to prove himself.
Yeah.
Like, an American chick will know how masculine I am or something.
Well, Paula was on the way out. At that point, Paula had left him. So he must have shown it to her.
Yeah, but it's when you're an old guy, that's like a way to show, I'm still virile.
Fun. So he must have been trying to, at the time when it started, when he first met Brooke, he kept telling her, she emphasized this, stay away from Douglas. If you're interested in Douglas, don't be. And he always cloaked it in the terms of, I'm trouble and that I'll destroy their lives. But at the same time, he was obviously trying to, in a sense, seduce her. So think about the lunacy of this situation. He was trying to keep Brooke away from myself in this competitive mode while bringing her closer to him as a potential replacement for Paula. Does that make sense? That's the only thing I can think of that makes sense for him showing her these photographs. He never showed them to me. And not that I'm jealous, but you get what I'm saying.
None of us saw it.
Yeah, none of us saw that shit. So the fact that he showed that to her,
That instance I sent out.
Yeah, but anyhow, so yeah, so there you go. Your opinion, Aristides? Your reading on this? If you would be so kind.
I'm not sure yet. I'm just taking all that in.
Yeah. Okay.
Or I don't know. What do you think more specifically though? Like what?
I
don't know. Like yeah, like or a more specific question would be good. But or
I think it's just pretty much what I said. That's all I
don't know.
I think that Paula had left him. He wanted to take.
Yeah, that was like ultra specific. I mean, that was like almost rhetorical.
Yeah, no, sorry, I was just spaced out for a minute. Honestly, I was just like, please.
Yeah. I don't blame you. If somebody brought up Peter Moon, space out. That's normally
I would just
healthy defense mechanism.
Reel me into what we're talking about. That's what I'm saying.
So basically, what happened was that after Brendan got off the Skype call with myself and I was alone with Brooke Gibson, she began to talk to me about when she first met Peter Moon or was introduced to him. And of course, he went through this whole thing with her about stay away from Douglas. Whatever you do, stay away from Douglas. If you're interested in Douglas, don't be. He's nothing but trouble, all this other bullshit. He did everything he could to socially isolate myself, like a cult leader trying to control, a cult subject. And he then proceeded to show her all of these photographs about how incredibly in shape he was for his age. Look at what I'm doing. I'm participating in football at my age. And he was showing her all these images of himself playing flag football, which was the term she used, but I quickly forgot. And Brendan had to reintroduce me to the term she was using. But it was not touch football, but flag football, where they have the little streamers and they pull the streamers off each other. So technically, they're not supposed to be touching each other and therefore don't really have the potential to hurt each other. But he was engaged in flag football with all of these black guys, and she said what she noticed that there shouldn't have been, pretty much what Brendan Zogit said. It wasn't so much flag football as it was fag football, because she said every single photograph, they were all touching each other's ass. And she said they couldn't keep their hands off each other's asses. And, but which rendered, it obviated the whole point of flag football. In other words, they were touching each other anyway. In other words, it was like tag football anyway, except I got your ass, or I'm tweaking your balls. But so he was trying to impress her with how straight and virile he was, but in reality, he's just showing her how gay he was, which is where Heather Holman brought up the conflicting message syndrome, where he's really showing that he was unavailable so that he would not get rejected, because he has a pathological fear of rejection. So that makes sense too, and I'll buy that. But when it came to Paula,
nobody likes rejection. It just would make sense that, no one wants rejection.
Yeah, but then there's certain people who can handle it. I can handle, I've been rejected all my life for all kinds of things. It's like, it's like, but when it comes to, what Peter was doing, Paula had just left him, essentially, she was severed. She was severed. The relationship was over and he knew she was leaving, so he was essentially trying to seduce Brooke Gibson to take her place. But then when Paula truly left, Paula truly left him and was walking out the door, she gave him the impression that she was leaving to be with Brooke, who she did attempt to friend on Facebook. So there's a connection between Paula and Brooke that's very tenuous, but Brooke was being used by Paula to basically strike back at Peter Moon. She weaponized Brooke to strike back at Peter Moon because of all the horrible, just living with Peter Moon would drive anyone to do things like that. But all such things being said, what I was saying, Aristides, was, my thought is that he knew Paula was leaving. He was dealing with that separation status in the gray zone before she left. He was trying to bring Brooke into his life, and therefore was trying to seduce her. So I was just trying to make sense and context of what was going on, because he never showed me, ever, not that I'm jealous, I don't feel I missed out on shit, but he never showed me these photographs of him playing flag football with a bunch of black guys. Even though we knew what was going on. So,
yeah. How about the photographs of like Brooke's chest when she was breathing?
That was, as I said, that had nothing to do with sexuality. He then took that footage and he put it on a screen on an infinite loop where he burns black candles in front of it, cursing her. Originally, he was trying to bind her to be with him because that's what he does. That's why he sent all of those books overnight at the cost of thousands of dollars to Marina Sarin, because he had put a binding spell on all. This is what he told me. He told me that. And
did he say all of them, or I thought he only sent like 3 or 4 books?
He sent his entire collection except for mine.
Either way,
yeah.
Whether he sent 4 or like 40 books, it was so desperate and ridiculous.
Yes,
so.
Yes, absolutely.
Right. Yeah.
Not to mention, you heard him on the show.
Yeah.
Did you read them yet? Did you read them yet? And it's like, I just got them. And it's like, yeah, but did you read them? It's like he wanted her to open them because that would kick the spell into effect in his mind. Yeah, he's so awful. He's such a vile. But all that being said, so there you go. And that was further dynamics I was made aware of that I was not aware of before that private conversation with Brooke. Other than that, she asked about what had happened on Halloween night, and so I told her, and of course, so then she says, so you killed a witch on Halloween night, dressed as a nun. I said, I never thought of it like that, but yeah, I was too deep into the forest to see the trees. But yeah, I guess that's how you could summarize. So other than that, Aristides, you never saw these photographs with Peter in all your years of knowing, right?
Which photographs of Peter? What?
You know, playing football. Are you?
No. I've never seen that. Nope.
And like myself, you don't feel you're missing much. Yes. Okay. There we are. Yeah. Okay. Such having been established, there we are. Are you multitasking?
Generally, yes. Pretty much always. But it's okay. I might just, I don't know, have a little smoke. Don't smoke all the time, people. An occasional cigarette's fine, but don't do it all day.
Yes.
If you've been drinking, it's understandable. It's a little more understandable. Right?
Yes. Oh my God. So all such being said, you've been keeping track as well of some current events. I'd like you to give your own impression about some ongoing current events.
What was it? I sent a link in at least a Skype chat. I don't think I put it in the YouTube about there's a good summary of all the fucking kite puppets pointing to the cabinet.
Why do I still cringe?
What was it? There was doubt about that fucking Hegseth guy, and they were like, "Oh, maybe Ron DeSantis." That's I heard a little. I don't know if that's true. It's all ridiculous. It's all stupid. It's all fucking circus. Why are we here? That. Yes.
Oh my God. Cool. And all right. And with that, can you elucidate further upon that? Your own aside from the fact. Okay, so he's basically packing his administration with Jewish people.
I don't have a lot of stuff in front of me, but there, no doubt, there's a lot of power politics there, and then there is a lot of that in there. So, you can be sure of that.
Yeah.
It's okay. Let's put it this way: it's not devoid of Jewish influence. Let's put it that way.
Oh well, I would say it's well beyond that. It's basically a Zionist occupation government.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to be brutally honest. Right?
Yeah, it's a Zionist occupation administration. So I've just sent you a link in your private.
Even more so than the Biden, administration, which had its share. But I mean, you're talking straight up just fucking mainlining that shit.
Yeah, no, it's true. This is true.
Yeah.
And your point is well taken. There's let's put it this way. Troy Bellamy has, of course, said that since I use the term nigger, that I should also use the term kike. And
Sure, go ahead.
I'm not, well, I'm not, shall I say, how would I say, I'm not admonishing you for using that. It's interesting. Yeah, I'm interested in my own reaction.
I mean, hey, let's be fair. Let's distribute the racial insults like evenly.
No, I understand.
That's really the fair and balanced thing to do. So
yeah, it's now granted, I would have cringed if the N-word had been used by someone else on Team Dietrich as well. But the way I use it is, I'll put it this way, is usually people will notice I apply it to other ethnicities. I don't usually apply the term nigger to blacks. I almost never do. In fact, I don't think I ever have, really, other than in context.
You do take a very judicial creative license with that. So
yeah. And Heather says name calling is not appropriate at any age. I'm gonna heart that. She's so cute. She's so well.
But I do the same thing. I say that word, but not in the context that people receive it.
Right. Now, the reason I bring this up is because when Troy Bellamy says what he did, if you use that N word, you should also use the K word. Now, I want people to notice that the difference is that when I use the term, say for instance, yellow nigger, it's the problem that I have with coons, just colored people who are attempting or have attained cultural whiteness. And when I feel that they're abusing that privilege that they have attained, they consider it a privilege. They've obviously spent a great deal of their lives investing in earning that privilege, as they consider it, this cultural acceptance into whiteness, where they become part of, shall I say, a white minority established hierarchy that is very much fading in America, and the threat of its fading is what's causing this this backlash of white nationalism amongst the Republicans that is irrational and not productive. But when it comes to, obviously, as I've said before, it's not that I'm trying to annihilate or far from it. I'm trying to preserve white culture, but I'm looking at it in the European sense. I don't believe America is a white culture. America is an international culture because it really has no culture. So the idea that it should be associated with this white hierarchy from the time of the founding fathers, these slave owners, we've gone over this. It's not something that I feel is worth preserving as something that holds power over us all. I'm not even seeking to annihilate their cultural heritage, descendants of the founding fathers, for instance. I mean, I feel that, again, they should be geographically situated in a regional area where the majority of them source from. The way I would typify it would be New England, mostly in New England. But in terms of the kike term, I think that the way I approach the Jewish question is I tend to deconstruct their cultural assault on the rest of us in so many ways, through the media, through their genocides, in the plural, their plurality of genocides, through their through everything else that I deconstruct about them historically. I feel that I hit them far harder than I hit these minorities that I call basically house niggers, which I'm basically assaulting those people more directly with an offensive term because they deserve it and because it puts into perspective what I think about them right away and exposes them for what they are. What they are is house niggers. It's really, no point in trying to say obfuscate. There's no point in trying to obfuscate. But with the Jewish question, I feel that I dive into the cultural and historical topic to such a depth that the name calling would detract from that. It would detract from the gravity of what I'm saying because if I just name call them, they'll get off on that and just, it belittles what I'm saying. It would denigrate what I'm saying.
You don't really need name calling. All you have to do is cite facts.
Thank you. In my case. But when you said what you said, I get it. When you said what you said, hey, yeah, he's kite packing. He's kite packing the government.
We all like to throw these like spicy terms out there. So
yeah, it's yeah. Every once in a while, something like that needs to be said.
Yeah, right. I mean, I'm not Nemo over here. That guy, like every minute's like nigger this. And, like,
well. Thankfully, he doesn't do that on bandwidth.
Yeah, right,
God.
right. No. He's very, he is judicious also with that. So
yes. To his credit,
yeah.
To his credit.
No, he does have very good judgment. Yeah.
And so so all that being said, let me. So I sent you this link on the Tesla thing. Now you're an engineer, and you've seen these two. Tell us about your own impression of these links I sent.
Which thing? Where did you send this link?
In your private messages.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. And it's basically
yeah. Basically the take is like fucking Tesla cars are an abortion. So yeah, just like anything else Musk is gonna do.
Oh my God. And yes, thank you. No, that so much needs to be fucking said. But do continue.
That particular case with the Cybertruck is he did a similar stunt like in 2021, 22 when he made the flamethrower, where it was like he had his engineers design a flamethrower, and then he's told everyone, don't buy it. Whatever you do, don't buy it. It's dangerous. And then they all sold out in one day. So he just is trolling. He's just using his troll to sell more shit just to show how stupid people are. It's like it's like a Squid Game.
Thank you.
It's like, this is the meme. It's like, the meme coin. Now it's like it's a meme truck.
Yeah.
So it's never meant to work. It was never meant to work like he said it was. It's just to see how many idiots will buy $100,000 refrigerator on wheels and, feel superior.
But in that link, they're not talking about the Cybertruck. I think they're talking about the regular Tesla car, correct? Where they said it's an embarrassment to own, where owners. Did you see what I sent you in your private messages? Take a look at that, please.
Well, yeah, I've seen a Tesla in person. It's horrible.
Yeah.
Like it drives. I mean, it's like it drives like an RC car. It's fun in a sense, but the build quality is terrible. That's the main complaint that everyone has, is that for that amount of money that they're charging, the build quality is like, below Korean cars. I mean, this is horrible. So, yeah, that was and even the Cybertrucks are just falling apart.
Oh, yes.
And rusting and all kinds of stupid stuff's happening to them.
Oh, yeah. Well, those, they're falling apart before you buy them. It's like it's just beyond stupidity. It's like how anyone could get that is beyond me. But all that being said, I mean, but Aristides, you've got to learn to drag things out. Come on now, you've got to make the kill slow. You've got to turn it into a surgical process of dissection.
Really? You mean
yes.
like what? Like learn to be like a radio host?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So when
I mean, I wish that was my full-time job. Like...
but when you say, hey, look, this Tesla's an abortion, like everything else Musk does, it's a great summary. It's accurate. It says it all. But you've got to learn to do more than that. You've got to learn to drag it out. Gotta learn to drag it out, and then give us gory details.
No, I'm not always good at that. Sometimes I'm just good at the at the sizzling fucking summary.
Yes, you are. Yes, and so such being said, let me take a look at the live streaming. And Troy Bellamy says, "Whoa, I've never advocated for the use of racial epithets. They should not be used at all." Okay, Troy. So I'll say, okay, Troy. It's like, why don't you come on, Troy, and tell us about what's going on in fucking Florida? And after all, you live in the belly of the beast. That's where you live in Mar-a-Lago country, where all of the rulership of America is being fucking selected from is in fucking Florida. So, tell us what's going on down there. Come on and let us know. We've got you on the call. We have him on the call, right? Don't we? Along with Brooke Gibson?
Who?
Who? Yeah, Troy Bellamy.
Yeah, should be.
Yeah.
Let me check.
Yeah. And so while he's doing that, Heather, how are we doing with your cat over there? You finally finished feeding that cat? I mean, I'm wondering what size that cat is. It must be the size of a fucking mountain lion.
She likes to listen to you. She likes to listen to you, and she doesn't have a problem with it.
Excellent. And neither does Vinny, thank goodness. He doesn't have a problem with me either, which is fabulous.
No, yeah, well, he keeps me out of his hair.
Mm-hmm. And so, honey, tell us a bit more about your background. When it came to the grandfather with document alteration, and then the wife who was the evil person.
Diabolical one.
Yeah, tell us a bit about her.
Well, I mean, I kind of don't give them the credit. No, I got it. I don't give them the credit they deserve. I mean, they love me and they lived for me and they gave me everything and did everything and gave me morals and,
Vinny's talking to you. Aren't you going to respond to him?
He just wanted to know if he wanted me or if he wanted to buy me the shoes that I want or if I would buy them for myself.
Right. And that's something you're going to go out and do sometime soon, right?
No, I'm online right now. I'm getting ready to buy them.
Oh! So why would he offer to help you with that? Because he's got the money for it?
Yeah, well, that and we're doing Christmas presents early.
Oh, okay.
He's just so kind.
Yeah, he is. He is. And again, you don't want to do what? Give them energy? You don't want to invest energy in talking about your evil grandmother?
Oh, my grandparents. I love my grandparents. They're the only people that love me as I grew up my whole life. Okay. And they love me, I think, too much in their own silly ways. But, I mean, my grandma died in 1992. My grandpa, I continued to live with him in his house until the day he died. And he helped me raise my daughter. And it might sound strange or non-conventional, but we were just a family, and
I don't think there's any such thing as a conventional family anymore.
Yeah, well, there's nothing weird about it. I mean, he took care of me, and people were thinking, oh, she takes care of her grandpa, but he was just still taking care of me. No. They loved me. So, I mean, for what I know of love is.
Wow. Well, I think you've discovered true love with Vinny.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. That's. I feel love there. I feel love.
Yeah. He's like the person I've been waiting for my whole life. It just took me forever to find him.
Wow. How did you find him again?
Just traveling the world. I found him at the Marine birthday party. It was my friend who was married to this guy who was his friend in high school, and so I came over to Vinny's house instead of going to the Funk Junkies concert because that's what I wanted to do that night. My friend's like, well, we're not going to go to the Funk Junkies concert. We're going to our friend's house. Why don't you come over there? Mm-hmm. And so I did.
How many years ago was this?
That was going on 7 years ago.
7 years ago. Wow. Okay. Cool. Yeah. That's wonderful. Yeah. Wonderful.
I mean, I was just in a really dark place in my life, and that I was down. Mm-hmm. I was in a really bad place, and I couldn't get out of it, and I never thought of myself being able to get out of it. And I woke up one day, and I said, I'm going to change my life today. Mm-hmm. And I called my friend, and that just happened.
Wow. That's amazing.
I think I fell in love with his mom because I met her on the same day that I met Vinny.
Right. And
I think it's his mom that I like.
And
she's the best.
Is she still with us?
Yeah, she's
Excellent.
Still with us. She's the best.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually got a mom in the whole deal too.
It got the mom in the whole deal too. Yes, I got it. Yeah. And so what about your at the time 7 years ago? At that point, Noreen Halpern was out of your life?
No, I'd go to California and I'd meet her from time to time, mm-hmm. and that was about that that area of time.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Ever since 2015 is when I had the tooth pulled out, And that's when it was just started like weird. It was just, things were weird, you know. I didn't know what was going on, knew nothing about myself.
Wow. Okay. That's cool. Well, that's part of that old programming that you've been through, right?
Well, it was like programming is like, it was like I was hypnotized to not see things for what they were.
Okay. And could you give us an example?
So I didn't really, my personal development needed help. I didn't have the personal development for the rate that of my aging. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
I kind of got stuck. I kind of got stuck on stupid, and then I got stuck in a relationship that, you know, wasn't good for me, and I just got stuck there for too long, and I don't know what I would have done.
Yeah. Yeah. That's it. That's there we have that. And
I'd hate to think that I would be still in that situation where we didn't have garbage bags in the garbage can.
Oh my God. Oh, that's so sad, and but there you go. It's amazing what people live with, what they come to tolerate in their lives, and so
I never thought I'd make it this far to this point in my life because my mom died so young. So I'm like, oh, I'll die when I'm 28, like my mom, no big deal. And then I'm 38, you know, and then I'm like starting to wake up.
Mm-hmm. And that's great. That's great. Yeah. And
better late than never.
Yeah. No, definitely. Definitely. I mean, you'd be amazed at how long things can take in a person's lifetime, and try not to think of any period of your life as being wasted. It's so when it comes to myself, I could also give examples, but it's in your case, it's fascinating, and certainly we're
it's
all
just sad to think that people there are people that go through their whole life and they never find out what happiness is.
Yeah. And
it's a choice. Happiness is a choice, you know, that you make.
Yeah. It does, and of course, it becomes almost an obsession with people. The idea of being happy. Am I happy? And maybe one thing to make people happier would be to recognize that happiness is not necessarily all that important.
Well, and it's not permanent. It's like being hungry. You're hungry, and then you're not. You know, happiness isn't permanent.
Yeah.
It's a flux or ebb and flow of emotions.
Yeah, that's right. And aside from that, darling, what else comes to your mind? It's like when you were still seeing Noreen at that time, as you said, she was talking to you, and she told you, of course, that she was told, probably by Lori and Ann Fenton, I would assume, that Peter Moon was just hanging out with me until I committed a mass shooting.
Yeah, he was gonna watch you have a meltdown and like stand by and write a book about it and capitalize off of your being having a meltdown and mass murdering people, because you got to admit you used to be really into your broadcasting at Revolution Radio. Sometimes I thought that you were really angry, but you were just expressing yourself.
Well,
and you weren't really mad, like you weren't going to go kill people. I mean, it's just a misinterpretation and not giving you credit for the person that you are, you know.
Well, what I don't understand is how nobody has the concept of Mike Ringley as the manager of the station gave.
Yeah, it was so frustrating.
Well, no, he gave us all the orders to rage. The whole point was he was a rageaholic and was appealing to a rageaholic fan base.
Kentucky people love to brawl.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's that's right. He was in Louisville, Kentucky, correct?
Somewhere in Kentucky where everyone fights in Kentucky.
Yes.
Yeah, he wanted the InfoWars like mystique, right?
Yeah, Alex Jones.
Someone's just raging.
He wanted us all to do a network. His term was to do a network, but it's basically like an Alex Jones style, raving, because that's what got the ratings. And then
he wanted raging lunatics being, psycho or something like that. One guy who was the comedian that used to do that. Started with an S.
I don't remember. Did you say raging lunatics?
Yeah, just sound like you're raging when you're not. Like I don't know.
No.
I was enthralled by it personally. I was always entertained.
Okay, good. I mean, really, it's how it should have been. That's the Alex Jones defense. The Alex Jones defense is, in the end, it's all entertainment. But of course, it's not entertainment. He's mentally ill, and
he lost everything.
Thank God. Yeah.
What the hand giveth, the hand taketh away.
Yeah.
Like they played him like a fiddle, you know. That's how I see it.
Yes.
You know?
Well, no one deserves it more. I mean, you can't think of a more deserving figure for that fall.
I had someone asking me, like, I forgot who it was. I'm trying to remember who it was. Maybe someone, if it is any one of us, they can say it. But someone was like, "Did Doug really talk to Alec Jones?" And I was like, yeah. Unfortunately, his details are spot on.
Yeah.
about taking him to fucking, you know, Yeah, but you were on assignment anyways.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And you couldn't take credit because, you know, Q was involved. So
yeah, there you go.
Taking them to Bohemian Grove. That's what we're talking about.
Yes. It's what
Ron. What is his name?
I keep calling him John Ronson instead of Ron Johnson, or Ron Johnson instead. Yeah, I don't know which one's which. It's R before J or J before R. Yeah, but
Ron Johnson.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, one thing that I was going to mention that I forgot to mention. I was on Facebook, which I'm usually never on Facebook, and I was noticing David Oates, the reverse speech expert.
Yeah.
He's posting each chapter of his book by different posts, and it's just some good stuff. And then there was no way for me to like copy and paste it so you guys could, you know, read it or whatever. Yeah, a screenshot. Yeah, it's amazing. He is definitely turning heads.
Okay.
Right.
What stands out to you about what he's doing or saying?
Good for him.
Well, he's just very level. He stays on the level. He never gets like confusing, or he doesn't respond to people in any kind of a emotional way. I mean, he's just really calm, and sounds like he knows what he's talking about. And
yeah, Doug, what?
Cool.
Yeah, what?
You got to dumb it down to a 6th grade level, like Pete. So kids, this is, you know, this is Chinatown. You know, this is Presidio military base where unspeakable things happen. But I'm sure a 6th grader would want to know about this. Like, yeah, that was.
I don't
Pete's
think 6th graders is his target audience.
No, that's what Pete said. Pete said he wanted it to be middle school level.
Right.
He told us that.
That's right. No, he said that.
You told David Oates that?
No, he told the public that on my show. He said it right here on my show. He said that.
He said we have to make Douglas accessible.
Yeah.
Or something.
Yeah.
By dumbing down everything.
Yeah, dumb down everything.
No. See, he was just wanting you to sound stupid, so you'd have a mental breakdown.
Thank you.
Well, that part sounds legit, because that's why he was, like, after he heard your nose was broken, he was really hoping you would break down, because he kept saying, "Oh, it's not the same Douglas, and Douglas might not recover after this." You know? He was really trying to egg you on.
He would even talk about your mom in ways that weren't, you know, that it was just the wrong time or the wrong context. He's like, he jabbed all over the place. Of course.
Yeah, now tell us, honey, what you remember about that specifically. Like, when he brought up my mother inappropriately, what is it that you remember most specifically?
He would just keep like you know, so you're like, okay, well, we'll talk. You know, that's not something I want to get into right now, but he would continue.
Yeah, because he's a piece of shit.
His cultists did the same thing. Those Bulgarian fools.
Yeah. Yes.
Specifically targeting when you were talking about your mom, they were like laughing and shit.
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
That was like probably
and
Pete told
by
him.
bringing your mom into the book, and he didn't even know what he was talking about with the book.
He misspelled her name and everything. I reviewed the book. I mean, he fucked it all up.
Yeah.
Her story was the worst. I would say that was the most egregious thing he did.
Thank you.
Fucked up the backstory specifically to do with your mother.
Yes.
And you
because he was
afraid
of
her. You're like, okay, I'm not even going to entertain that. You know.
And then, as we just discovered tonight, he was trying to usurp the Dakini energy because he was trying to take the place of your mother or something weird like that.
Yes.
Does that make sense? Or he was trying to rival her power by channeling these Dakini, because he probably read that same thing that I read about the Japanese aspect of it.
Yes, absolutely. So I wanted you to know how grateful I am for both of you making these observations. They're profoundly important. Yeah, and
Yeah. Well, Pete,
yeah, go on. I'm sorry. Let's see. Did they cut him off?
I said, well, Pete's gross, so I was
Yes,
just gonna go
thank you.
mute.
Oh, okay. There we are.
Not worth my losing any more air over that life force.
Yes, thank you.
He's like a black hole of just, I don't know, just being retarded. Mediocrity. He's a black hole of mediocrity. There you go.
Thank you. If not less than mediocre. Less than mediocre, yes. Which was that's what V said about this one chick named Audrey von Giesmoss, who was producing artwork for tarot cards. Audrey von Giesmoss was this woman who had a crush on me. Actually, unfortunately, came to one of my conferences. Oh, it was just so sad. She was just so sad all the way around.
Was she blonde?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you met her?
I just remember her having blonde hair.
Yeah, yeah.
Doug, why can't you get into licensing or something? People would love to have your story as like Douglas Dietrich tarot cards, where it's like vampires and or like T-shirts or something. I mean,
yeah, well, with merch. Yeah,
merch.
Yeah, just start selling tchotchkes and shit. Yes, that's
Sweatshirts.
come on, you're not above that. Come on.
No, I'm not above that at all. But yeah, it's yeah. I mean, I certainly have a brand. Yeah, we may as well go for it.
And also,
point.
I have a request. I have an artistic request.
Yes.
But maybe we could do it privately.
Okay. All right.
Taking that Yu-Gi-Oh manga panel and putting purple eyes in it. We gotta find a way.
Okay. Cool.
Ooh, this guy David Oates does reverse speech analysis on the Menendez brothers.
What? You don't. They're fucked up forward. You don't need
So
a
that's
reverse.
what he's saying. He tells you what they're really saying.
That's like those people that try to do it with Charles Manson. It's like, come on, dude. He's already saying like bonkers shit. You don't need to reverse it.
That wasn't even English. Whatever it was, he would speak.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think that stuff should be reserved for like esoteric. It's not for just like, what could you gain from the unconscious of a couple murderers? I mean,
well, it's their confession. Their confessions.
But this is.
I don't think anyone was questioning that they were insane murderers. But maybe I was wrong. I don't know. I don't follow that kind of stuff. There's just something
this guy,
about
I think he's got. I think he holds a lot of merit because he's very consistent. And
we're not
I'm
denying
not against
that.
Oates. Yeah, I'm not against Oates. I'm saying the subject matter.
Yeah. But this is what
I would have loved to spend my life doing this for a living.
It's come on, honey. All you're doing is pressing.
You still have time.
You're still. All you're doing is pressing a fucking reverse button. You can do that. If you want to do that, you can do that. It's like he's built this entire philosophy around it, but all he's fucking doing is pressing a reverse button. It's like this poor bastard is like, look, I got nothing against the guy. It's. You know,
he just got it from the 70s. I mean, they've been doing that since the 70s.
Yeah.
I think the first thing that got him into it was when they did that, when Prabhupada left the planet. There was a big controversy about reversal of speech and what was really going on. And I think that's what started the whole thing.
What it was they were accusing like the Beatles and the Rolling Stones of being satanic. So they found some of the, if you play some of the songs backwards, it reveals a message. That's where they got it from. This was like people on acid in the 60s. And he just took it. And then he just took it.
And the whole like Christian revolution.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
Yeah. But with David John Oates, what we agreed on with Aaron Tice, who was essentially an Oates acolyte. And as an Oates acolyte, Aaron Tice concluded that it was sad that David John Oates went from heavy analysis of people finding themselves by using this as a kind of a rehabilitative, or what would you call it, a therapy technique.
Like scrying.
Well, a therapy technique, not like scrying, but he said that instead he became, in order to get himself media play, in order to promote himself, he was doing reverse speech about all these murderers and crimes. And it turns into just people want a detective series about, oh, here's the reverse speech detective, and he can play this backwards and find the killer. And so then he would identify killers, or, let's reverse speech Harlot, who says she's going to take a child to hell, all this shit. And that became like a way to promote himself through just pluggery, plugging himself through this kind of circus act, really, as opposed to doing anything deep. And so when you speak about him with these brothers, Menendez brothers, was it? That
was what he was recently doing.
Yeah, then that's exemplary of that. That's part of, like, he's in the gutter with that, because it's like, now he's just turning this into like a circus show of, like,
I think it's kind of like invasive. It's like prying into somebody's mind. What are they really trying to say?
Of course,
it's all speculation.
Of course, it's nobody's questioning that, honey. I mean, So, but how did you get introduced to this? Because that's so interesting that this parallels the experience of,
like I said, when I learned that the whole thing about Prabhupada and the controversy about his disciples actually poisoning him, and there being a reversal of speech that was undeniable. I learned about it, and it was him that did it, and so that's how I learned about who he was.
Ah, there we are. So is he like Michael Cremo of Hindu?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm sure that he knew who Prabhupada was. He might have been a devotee or a follower, but not as devout as the other ones.
Yeah, Cremo and the other guy who Cremo murdered.
It's not something he would go say to his face, that's for sure.
Yeah. And, okay, wow. It's such a... you're a very erudite young lady, and so very glad that you are... with us and providing your insights. So also, darling, what else comes to your mind before I dive into my Fugere state and suck all the oxygen?
I just want to go take out my contacts and listen.
Soon enough. I mean, because I'm drinking so much tea right now, I'll probably have to go to the restroom one more time before I start. But that can wait a little while. And so let's continue instead with where you were with finding David John Oates and all that stuff before you.
I've known who he was for years, because I found I invested a lot of time trying to figure that out. Because I didn't know if it was true or not. And when I was learning about Krishna consciousness and I was learning about myself, I had to support the movement. And I wanted to know if I was supporting people that were controversial or dangerous.
Yeah. Okay. And okay, such having been stated.
And what I came up with is just that Prabhupada, it was time for him to leave the planet. He knew what was happening.
Right. Explain to people who that is. Okay, people might think that's a Hindu deity, so explain to them that.
Prabhupada is the founder of ISKCON. He's the one who brought Krishna consciousness into the Western world. And he was old when he came here on a boat, and he went to San Francisco, I think, first, or New York, and he created quite the following. And to this day, we're still spreading Krishna consciousness.
Cool. And
you would know them as the Hare Krishnas.
Right. Thank you.
He was the founder
Hare Krishna
of the
movement.
Hare Krishna movement.
Right.
But it's actually called, the full name is ISKCON, International Society for Expanding Krishna Consciousness.
Oh. And he's Bengali. I know that much. He's Bengali, not
Bengali.
Yeah, not Asian Indian per se.
Well, they came from the region of Bengal, which he was actually from the Gangetic. It's the Gangetic plain. I mean, he's Indian.
Yeah. Okay.
He's Hindu, or he's Vedic. He's Vedic.
Yes.
The Gangetic plain is the seat of the Vedic knowledge that's left on Earth.
Ah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
So a lot of the guru, quote unquote gurus, they come from that region because the lineage is strong there. The bloodlines are strong.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's come to me in dreams. I've even had dreams about his sister, where I thought it was him. I thought it was Prabhupada at first, but it was actually his sister. I'm like, why is he dressed like a woman?
Interesting.
Yeah, they looked a lot alike. But he's come to me in dreams. I mean, this is in the past. It hasn't been recently.
Well, I don't think he'd ever be mistaken for a woman. He's not a very attractive person physically.
Well, no, he looks just like his sister, and in the dream we were acting in a play, and we were entering the stage, and so he was just playing a role. But then I couldn't distinguish whether it was his sister or him when I woke up.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. What do you
I don't
think?
think he had a sister
Cool. Go ahead.
that I know of. I mean, well, I visited his actual living quarters in Honolulu, on Oahu, actually. His actual bedroom, I was in it. Like, yeah.
The beautiful.
They have
place.
it preserved in the ISKCON, Oahu ISKCON, and they saw that I was like a devotee, so they allowed me. They said, okay, by his grace, you can go up there. And I went up there and sat in the very room where he translated many of these books, like the Bhagavad Gita as it is, the ISKCON version of it. And
He worked hard.
oh yeah, I mean, he had thousands. I mean, we're talking like maybe like 100 volumes or more of Vedic knowledge translated into English with
He
commentary.
just brought the
so
culture
he was
and he
working.
brought the knowledge, and he did. I think he was very successful at what he did for the amount of time he had to do it.
Yeah. And there. Yeah, later on it became actually a cult. But, yeah.
Well, he wanted it to be a cult. He said, "Call it a cult if you want to call it a cult." You know.
Yeah. But I'm saying after he departed, the devotees were basically the dissension rose among the ranks, and they started
Automatically, and I think that it's he had those demographics. He picked all the strongest people or the certain people that had certain legacies, and of course they're not going to get along. Okay. They're all like, they're all strong-minded.
But it stayed strong enough to where they're still. I'm not against them in a certain sense. I'm against them in some of the propagation of what they're saying. But in the basic sense, it's like giving people a Vedic backbone. It preaches vegetarianism and taking care of cows. Like, it has a lot of good points, but the overall thing is not correct, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, and it's one thing that they have. It's a different identity for them, so they've got to have like their regular person with regular clothes some days, Yeah,
but that
and
defeats
they
the
have
purpose
this
of
public
being an
image
aesthetic.
to uphold.
No. Yeah, well, I told you, Douglas, when Mike and I visited your region, we found that Shugendo temple, and we got invited to stay at the temple of the dragon with this the Russian priestess lady.
Cool.
She told us we can stay there for up to 2 weeks for free at this Shugendo Japanese Buddhist temple. And so she actually gave us like holy water from the sepulcher and all that. So that was, So there are still hermits out there, people that renunciants.
Yeah.
And even if it's temporary, it still gives you the knowledge of how to quiet yourself and get into this meditative kind of state.
It works. It saved a lot of people's lives.
Yeah, and it disconnects you from like the bustle and But also going back to ISKCON, I went to the Radha Krishna temple, like the main one in London, and they have some really good food.
I thought that the one in London was Nrsingadev.
No, Radha Krishna, like the main, the original one, like right there in Soho. It's like a multi-million-dollar building.
Wow.
But it's very
okay.
humble
In the
on
city
inside.
or whatever. That's not the manor.
No, the
Because
manor.
the manor
Yeah,
has-
the manor is out in like north. Like it's not even in London. It's like in Middlesex or something. But
That's where I've always wanted to go.
yeah,
Such a lively bunch.
there you go.
Incredible. And
The food's good. That's what I'm gonna say.
yeah. Well,
That's like was powering me up before I went to like the Brit Museum and all that stuff.
You're so lucky. I can't believe that you actually went to where you said you went before, the Travancore Temple.
What? Travancore? I didn't go to Travancore. Where was
Didn't
that?
you say that you saw the gold temple with the vault B?
Where's
Kerala?
this? No, I've never been to India.
Oh, I thought you said
When did
earlier
I say that?
tonight.
No, I
just
said I went
misunderstood
to
you.
a temple in Kauai that was the Aurobindo sect of Shivites. And those
Ooh.
people are like, those people are like devotees that came from like Arunachala, like the hill of Shiv in like southern India, on the east, in the eastern Ghats and stuff.
Yeah,
But I
what
saw
happened
their
to that?
temple, and that was in Kauai. And that was one of the most beautiful places I've been on, like the earth plane for sure.
I
Wow.
thought that the only Panchatattva was in Hawaii and Laguna. I thought those were the only ones.
Panchatattva, what are you saying?
The deity.
Yeah.
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 That's my
well,
favorite.
Basically at the one I went to, this was the Aurobindo sect. Trying to remember basically it's just called the Kauai Hindu Temple. But it has the only Rudraksha forest. There are these special trees that only grow in the Himalayas. They actually imported them, and it's like a whole forest of Rudrakshas, which are the prayer beads. They grow the inside of the fruit of this tree. It's like a bright blue fruit, very Shiva colored, and then the inside makes these like mukti beads with the different faces.
Oh, is that where the black beads come from? The Tulsi beads are actually that?
Yeah, they're called Rudrakshas, the
I always
tears
wondered
of
why they
Shiv.
were black.
Yeah, tears of Shiv. They're called tears of Shiv. And so those things come from a tree. And then I was able to go into the forest, and they let me. It was just like a public place that you can go there.
So do they do the same thing as Tulsi? I mean,
No, they're
are the
different.
same?
They're different. They're more powerful in a sense, like wearing them. Like they're from like mala beads, like for counting.
Okay.
Tulsi beads are for something else. Like it's a form of protection.
Yeah,
Tulsi
but
is
it's
the
better to
goddess.
have the black ones.
Yeah, black Tulsi is like the type of bead. Yeah, the wood becomes blackened through a process.
Good to know.
But they're just protective items, and they're very grounding. Like wearing. I actually have some Rudrakshas on right now. But anyway, so I went to that Aurobindo sect temple, and the reason why the temple is so powerful is they have a crystal, like a carved crystal as the mandir, which is like the place of the god, the deity. Inside of the mandir, the main temple that's made out of stone with like ancient techniques. It's a huge place. I'll send a photo here in a second. But they have a crystal inside of there that is a Lemurian quartz crystal.
All
That's from
right.
the Isle of Lemuria. Yeah. And it's from Kumari Kandam and stuff. Like they actually say that, and I kept trying to go see it. So like I went all over the temple asking the people that lived there. I was like, "Can I see the crystal?" And they're like, "Oh, it's
You're not
closed."
supposed to know about that.
Yeah, they said, "Oh no, it's closed right now. Like you can't go there." But I discovered a back entrance, but I didn't really have the time because I was on limited time. I could have ventured in on foot and just claimed ignorance and just said, "Oh, I don't know where I'm at." But I didn't have time, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's funny how
So maybe
things like that
if
always
I go
happen when I
again-
go to the temple too. Just weird
Huh.
stuff.
Yeah. But
Memories.
I ended up. They actually sold pieces from the same deposit, so I ended up getting a piece of it. But there you go.
And you
Wow.
also have one of Tulsi.
What's
Go
up?
on. Heather? Go on. Did they cut her off? Let's see. Yeah.
Here, I'll tell you the temple here.
Yeah,
name
well,
of the temple.
the guy's sisters, yeah, that could be him in drag. God damn. Holy shit. He was not a looker. That's it's amazing to me that my father gave me one of his books. My father found it, and he thought I might be interested and actually gave me one of the guy's books. It's amazing, certain things are decisive in your life and others are not. It's amazing it never became a part of my life.
Well, it did in a sense.
I guess, yeah. Well, later, yes, obviously, later in life, and so
So Kauai's Hindu temple is called Home to Rare Crystals. I guess they're open about it. There you go.
Yeah. And damn, I wonder what happened to Heather. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Hopefully she's all
I'm
right.
on
So
mute.
it's called-
It's on mute.
Oh, what caused that? You didn't complete your sentence, honey.
Skype just closed and I just had to reopen it.
Oh, okay. So finish your sentence, what you were trying to tell us, if you would be so kind.
Oh, that he also has a tulsi leaf from a plant that Prabhupada planted or something.
Okay. All right. Thank you for sharing that. He being who?
Brendan.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. There you go.
What's going on?
It's like luckier than a 4-leaf clover.
Okay. She says you've got a plant.
So you're talking about the darshan of this Prabhupada?
Though you have a tulsi leaf.
Yeah, his sister is suspiciously similar to him.
Yeah, that looks like that looks like him in drag, dude. That's
That's, you know, it's funny that's
He, like,
exactly,
faked his death or something?
and his dad looks like that too. And when he got up in age,
Oh
He
man.
might have faked his own death or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, what the fuck is that?
no, he got buried alive. I mean, he
Buried alive.
He died. Well, he wasn't quite dead. I mean, he was just died, and they buried him the way that he wanted to be buried. So
He wanted.
Yeah. Well, they would have done yagya. They wouldn't have buried him.
Okay.
Cremation.
Right.
yeah, well, they
Shamshan.
buried
They would
him
have done shamshan.
in the ground in salt. They didn't cremate him.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Wow. Wow.
They
So
buried him in samadhi or whatever. So he's still where he's originally buried, from what I understand. It's on YouTube.
okay. Okay.
Yeah. Well, there are also similar stories about Paramahansa Yogananda, that his body remained intact for something like 3 months or something before they buried him or cremated him.
It
no
seemed like
decay at all.
Prabhupada was just still probably breathing when that happened. He had just passed away, and they put him in the ground right away, and that's why it was suspicious, why they thought that they had some foul play.
Okay. Interesting.
That sounds like murder to me.
How you look at it. And they
'Cause,
said in the reverse speech that they had poisoned the milk, but I don't think that that's what happened. I think he was explaining that if you leave the milk sitting out in the window to cool, if the snake comes and drinks it, it's going to poison the milk. So don't leave the milk, unattended.
Yeah, the snake is the fucking disciple that wanted the money. Yeah.
But they had all the money. That's the thing. They were like the spoiled most.
Well, the thing is, he was very wealthy. Like that organization has just the real estate in London alone is hundreds of millions of dollars. I'm not even exaggerating. Just their real estate profile is huge. And then there's also donations and
They're ambassadors.
Yeah, whatever they're doing, they sell books. So I mean, they're extremely wealthy. So there was
It's old
definitely
money. I
motive.
think that was the money
what is
that
it called?
they would
Motive.
have had anyways.
What is it?
I think that's just old money. That's from what their inheritance was anyways.
Well, I mean, this always happens with every organization. It's like the leader dies and then the devotees swarm in like vultures and shit.
Yeah,
Kinda
it's really
kinda like
sad
my family.
because he knew that that's what was going to happen, and it was just there was nothing he could do about it. It was sad. But all glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Oh wow. Yeah, Jesus. But I guess humanity was not worthy of him.
No, I mean, not humanity, but I mean he knew what he was doing. He accomplished his mission, and he did a good job.
Okay.
I mean, they all served a purpose of sorts. Yeah.
And
I just picture him when he was little. He made his own Ratha Yatra cart with his wagon when he was a kid.
Yeah, he came
How
from a
cute.
Brahminical family, just so you know, Doug. Like,
wow.
people were already wealthy. Yeah.
Of
He
course.
was a pharmaceutical guy in his career.
Yeah, he was already a multimillionaire by India standing.
Yeah. Wow. So that's
especially in the 60s, 70s.
Yeah, gave him a lot of time to pursue spirituality. Yeah, it's nice to be an ascetic when you come from a background with a silver spoon in your mouth. Yeah. Yes.
And even Yogananda's family, Vivekananda, they were all rich. I mean, of course.
Mm-hmm.
It goes without saying. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
I think Yogananda's family, he was like some kind of railroad, not an attendant, but some kind of manager of the railroads in India. The actual.
That makes sense.
Like some tycoon, a railroad.
Well, it'd be like
a tycoon, but
it'd be like my mother's father, who was a civil servant. It was a very important civil servant, where he was in charge of. My mother's father was in charge of customs. The customs whatever went in and out of Taiwan. So this individual was the equivalent for the rails in India, which was exceedingly important, an exceedingly important position of responsibility. Yes.
That's right. Yeah. And I don't know Vivekananda's backstory, but he had enough clout to come out here and inspire people like Tesla and Edison and these people.
Yeah.
Well, I think over time that they've proven their mission and that they're sincere. So that's why I continue to learn from them, because I think that their heart's in the right place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
there's a lot to learn.
Are you at home right now? You seem so comfortable.
Who?
You.
No.
Oh, okay. Yes.
I'm doing a security check. I'm
cool.
I wear many hats.
Yes, you do. And
you wear many hats.
I'm running sentry duty now.
All right. And so have you encountered the homeless pedo dressed as a furry digging through the garbage yet?
Me?
Yes. You know who I'm talking about.
I never said he dressed like a furry.
He wears
he's probably all furry because his hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he comes all the time. Yeah. All right, sounds good. I shall return shortly.
Yeah. Do you remember when I left Revolution Radio? How many years ago was that? Was that 8 years ago?
I don't know. I left
2016, 2015.
Well, it was not a decade.
Because there was like a 2-year period of Skunk Girl, and then another.
Skunk Girl. Who is Skunk Girl? Who is Skunk Girl? I forget.
Stick Warrior, Mystic Warrior.
Oh, my Stick Warrior. Yeah, that piece of shit. Good name for her. Good name for her. Skunk Warrior, because she stank like hell. Oh my fucking god.
Who is that?
Oh, geez. Amy Rose. What was her name? Rose. Amber Rose Dio. Amber Rose Dio.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know her.
Yes.
Like Ronnie James Dio, but.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Rock on.
Rainbow in the dark. Yeah.
Oh, okay. And yes. So go on. Yes, that was so horrible. What a horrible person.
I can't remember if she was after Laura Lee, actually.
Yeah.
So.
Well, no, she was at the same time. I think Laura Lee was. Yeah, she was. Yeah, she blended into after Laura Lee, but at the same time, she started at the same time. Yeah.
So it was like you were on Double R, then they shut down because dude died, and then.
Yeah. Do you mean have they shut down, Heather? Have they shut down completely? No, the other woman took over.
I'm not sure. I haven't heard. Last thing I heard, Noreen was still doing it. So.
No, she said she stopped. That was 2 years ago. She was on my show, and she said.
Well, what I noticed is on the website, like it used to have 3 or 4 names of the people that have passed on, and now it's like the whole page is filled up with almost everybody.
Yeah, it's just all of them are on that dead
And then
page.
they play reruns or something, maybe. I don't know.
That's it. Remember that you said you left the crowd because you didn't want to wind up on that wall?
On that list?
Yeah.
Right.
Right next to Michael Hemmingson.
Yes.
He was dangerous.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
no
boundaries.
Himself, maybe.
Yeah. And what was that?
Yeah, no boundaries.
Yeah.
I said to himself. I said he was dangerous.
Yeah, yes. Dangerous. Yeah, he was. Yes. Continue talking because you're doing so well.
Mad Painter is still around. I see him on Facebook now and then.
He's such a piece of shit. So if you communicate with him, just tell him I said so. He's a piece of shit.
Douglas
Which
says
one?
fuck off.
Yeah. What was that, honey?
Douglas says fuck off.
Yeah. Ahmad Painter was this guy who was my producer for a period of time at Revolution Radio, and then he wound up running to Mike Ringley, crying that that I was a bad boy and shit, and so
No
Mike.
way.
Yeah, and trying to get me fired. In matter of fact, Ahmad Painter left Revolution Radio for a period of time to be with, who's the guy again who was licking my boots? The guy who was fetishizing about my boots, describing
what was that guy? It was him and the chick, the duo.
Yeah.
Rick and Annie?
No. The duo was Terry Choice.
Yeah.
Freedom of Joyce. Freedom Joyce Terry or something. Terry Joyce
and the other guy.
and the Truth Cat Stevens, whatever was his name, something Stevens, was it?
I don't know. I see her all the time. She won't go away from my TikTok feed.
So whoever that duo was,
and
they had
Stephen Kelly?
had the block.
Stephen D. Kelly.
Yeah, this guy.
Yeah.
So they had the block opposite of Doug.
Yeah.
And one time I clicked on the wrong one because it was like B, channel B, channel A.
Yeah.
And I clicked on the wrong one, and they were, while you were on here, they were on the other line saying, "Yeah, no one wants to go to his channel. He's got these platform boots with these special laces and the silver,
ringlets,
yeah.
Ringlets,
yeah. And I was like, what the
They
hell?
were just
and then
jealous.
she's like, Doug just wants white genocide, They were just spending like the whole like half hour of their time block just shit talking you because everyone went to your show, so they like lost all their viewers.
Yeah.
And they were like, only the real viewers come to our channel D,
Yeah.
time
Well,
slot.
they took that slot. That was their doing,
Yeah, but they hated Doug for it, and they knew him like to this almost creepy detail. It was like, yeah, I saw him with his red ascot, and like they were like sultry about describing you and shit. It was like bizarre.
Yeah, because nobody else could get away with wearing one like Doug.
There we are. Yeah.
They're just jealous.
Yeah. But he had your boots like down to the brand or something.
Yeah.
It was weird. It was
Yes.
really weird.
Yes. Down to the number of eyelets on the boots.
Yeah.
Yes. Like he had counted them.
Yeah. Like he was like, I was like, what the fuck is this guy like down there like licking him or something? Like,
He was staring hard. He was staring hard. When he met me, he was staring hard.
and what's
Stephen D. Kelly.
why is like I don't understand why platform boots are so like why is that even a scandal? Like the goth chicks can walk around in Doc Marten platforms all day.
Yeah,
No one
thank
says anything
you.
to them.
Thank you.
It's because Douglas didn't care what anyone thought. He was just himself, and that is what bugged everyone because they couldn't even be cool in their own skin.
That's obvious. Especially with that dude. Yeah.
What do you know about a podcaster named Peter Attia? Have you ever heard of this guy? He's supposed to be into health. Do you know anything about him? Like health subjects? I'll put his name in the text box here.
Yeah, if you can send me his channel, I don't know.
I've just got somebody who said that this name, Peter Attia, never heard of the son of a bitch, but if you look him up on YouTube, maybe you'll get an impression of it. It sounds like he may be vaguely into some vegan stuff because somebody said he's a health podcaster I should check into.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Peter Attia. Attia. Peter Attia.
He's a doctor, it looks like, from Canada. And
I'm not going to comment because I don't want to sound rude. He specializes in longevity medicine. Okay.
Yeah, aging.
Yeah. I'm skeptical of any guy that's bald because of Andrew Tate and my uncle. No offense, Aristides. I'm sure you're a good dude, but yeah, it's just it instantly makes me skeptical.
Does he sell something, or does he make a formula, or is that his?
Oh, I'm sure there's like what is it called, supplements. I'm sure, but that's how they
make their living. Yes.
The Science and Art of Longevity book.
Yeah, he's a grifter, but it's okay. Maybe he has some information.
Yeah, podcasts.
Why? Oh, great. Okay, so his name is Peter, and then here is the very first thing, latest posts from Peter Attia. why you should get a colonoscopy.
Oh,
What to ask for.
oh, there. That's.
I don't care how many like extra years I get. I ain't doing it willingly.
So this is what happened. Was the person who sent me that recommendation said that they were.
Was Peter Moon?
Yeah. No, it wasn't Peter Moon, but they said they had been reviewing Peter Moon's channel or something. Yeah, and.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. He wants to live forever, and it's funny how he finds those people. The only way to live forever is to have this tube put up your butt.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking god!
If that's what we were supposed to do, then God would have made us differently.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I lump all those people with the urine therapy and everything is like, if the body is naturally rejecting it, there's you can't bring it back. I mean, there's nothing natural about that. Yeah. So it's just, yeah, you know, we were never meant to put hoses places, like especially multiple times.
Yes. Thank you.
It seems to me like the people that do that are just obsessed with like having parasites, and the parasite is.
Yeah, Pete was talking about that shit too.
Yes, that's right. That's right. He's just beside Ian West, who then brought him back onto our calls.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ian's like bathing in Tide Pods and bleach, trying to get rid of shit.
Yes. Oh my.
And I saw that, like, that's like some kind of TikTok, just like clickbait, because I saw someone doing the same thing to, like, what were they doing? They were like cleaning a bathtub or something. Mm-hmm. And they said, here's a cup of bleach and Tide Pods, and then all this like black mold came out of it. And it's like
nothing
like a spa. They're like cleaning a spa or something.
Right, and people get off on that, like, see.
But in reality, that mixture doesn't do anything, because it's a base and you know, it's two bases and they just react with each other and cancel each other out. I mean, it's just that's just like pseudo shit, like just.
Yeah.
What is it called? Psychological.
Yeah, pseudo psychoscience. Pseudo psychoscience. Yes. Just anyhow. So do continue.
Just like something super alkaline with something that reacts with it. It just neutralizes, neutralizing.
Yeah. Yes. And so let me finish.
All right. Yeah, you take over. I'm done.
Soon enough. I mean, anyhow. So, what about your sentry duty? Tell us why sentry duty. What do you mean by that?
Because I'm just quote unquote working. I'm doing a security check. We're obligated to do a security check, so I'm just doing that. Yes, and that's cool. Yeah, come on, you were at the military base. I'm sure you had to lock some doors,
Yeah, of course it did. It's like, dude, it's
there
like,
you go.
Yeah, so
were you the one that unlocked the children's playground for them to cast spells and shit? That was probably you, huh?
Jesus God, don't get me started.
What you just went out there and realized what was happening. I thought you didn't let them into it. They were already out there. Right?
Someone was asking me the other day, I think it was Nemo. He was like, why didn't they draw a circle? Isn't that how you cast a spell? I'm like, yeah, that's the point. They didn't draw the circle. They
drew the circle, but it wasn't connected.
That's right. It wasn't closed.
Yeah.
They didn't fully close the circle. Yeah, it was, what a nightmare. The night of the broken circle. So go on, honey. See, you know so much about this. You're good at this, darling. And
I just remember your stories. They're, truth resonates with me. So I believe it and I remember it.
Thank you, and you're so appreciated for it, honey. Delightful. And in terms of what was your question, honey? Something about leading people into some place like the children or something? You were asking?
Oh no, he asked you if you unlocked the playground.
Okay.
For them to, when they went out and did the thing with their guns. I thought that's what
right. Well, there's no lock on the playground. I mean, it's like
I was just being facetious.
Right.
I think, Douglas, you had a bunch of keys because you had to go into where the incinerator was, but you had like keys because you worked at night, and so you were the one responsible for it staying closed down, right?
I'm sorry.
Well, a military base is 24 hours.
Yeah, what are you talking about, honey? What was closed down?
Yeah,
I was responsible for. Oh, you mean I was responsible for the base getting closed down?
You were in
Yes.
charge, yeah,
I was in charge of what?
of making sure that it was locked.
The base. No.
No, not the base, where you worked in the
Yes,
area.
yes. No, no, I understand what you're talking about. You mean at the library, I was responsible for securing objects and the library itself on the night shift, as an example.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, something like that. He was like,
Hey, I would like to hear more librarian stories, honestly.
that's
That was
cute. Now that's fun.
Sometime.
Yeah, okay, that's cute. That's
Yeah, get off on that.
yeah.
I mean, I'm a bit of a librarian myself, so.
Oh, really? That's right. Yeah. You are. That's true.
Yeah.
He is. That's it's definitely that's okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm about ready to dive into monologue, but I'm going to go to the restroom one more time, make certain that I'm comfortable when I come back. And but Aristides, if Brendan, can't you stay till I get back from the bathroom? I mean, really, Jesus, did he just abandon us? Then it's going to be Aristides and Heather talking.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Well, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Okay. And why don't you just hang with Aristides and Heather? Well, he'll interject, I'm sure. So you've got this, Aristides. And
I'm here for your break, and then do what you got to do and come back.
Yeah, and then yes, and so Heather, you up to this?
Yeah.
That's so adorable. You did. Yes. Okay.
Midnight, but you know what? I'll sleep good tonight.
You will. And all right then. So I'll be back in a matter of minutes. Okay.
Right.
Douglas tells the best stories.
He really does. Yeah. I mean, that's really all why we're here.
Did you never listen to the stories that he would tell about his job and the librarian days?
Yeah, no, I really like that, which is what I was saying. Like, I wish for him to talk about it more.
Well, I'll let him tell you.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but it was scary. Those people, like, there was no joke. I think they were all on drugs, the people that worked at the night shift, or when the people that were on the playground shooting shooting the swings or whatever. Yeah.
Is this the Night of the Broken Circle stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, again, we'll have to let him talk about that, but
it was like hell. I remember him saying that it was really hot.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, when Lucifer possesses you, I guess you tend to get a little heated.
Well, and the incinerator gets kind of hot where he.
Yeah. And that, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's scary. It was like a very suspenseful tale of that night. It's one that I remember.
Yeah. Yeah.
He said that their eyes were all glowing green, or glowing red. All their eyes.
Yeah, he has gotten pretty deep into that night at least a couple times in the past.
Trauma.
Yeah, right.
I would not make it through that. Yep, that's all real.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I believe it's real.
Yeah. And he lives to tell, so it must just mean that he's got an anointing.
Yeah. Yeah.
So no Amy Como, has she come on lately?
Not today for sure. And I'm not sure if she came on last time. It may have been a couple weeks since we've heard a real good Amy update.
Yeah. Yeah, she'll probably come on the next time. How do I erase all of these conversations? Because my Skype goes all the way back through like Revolution Radio,
Yeah.
and it's going to be causing some
I
problems.
mean, if you go to each thing, each conversation, you should be able to like delete it or something. I don't know.
Oh God, that would take forever.
Yeah, I know. It would take a lot of like work. It'd be nice to just be like, have
Click
like
and
a,
drag.
yeah, like a flush everything button.
Yeah, just things that I don't really want to
Yeah.
keep in mind. It was sad. It was just sad the whole
Okay, I'm
way
back.
it went.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
tell me about what was sad the whole way it went. What was this?
It's just I was trying to figure out how to delete all these conversations and all these Skype calls from Revolution Radio. They go back to 16.
You keep them.
Got Brendan
Keep
Young
them.
on here. I didn't even know I knew him. You know.
Yeah, no, keep them just as kind of like a record. You never know; they might be useful in a lawsuit someday. Just maintain, maintain them. I mean, all the crazies on there, and it's okay. So I'm going to launch into the monologue. I do want people to know that I will again be checking out for the weekend. That I will not be back until Sunday night, and this will be because of the confluence of. I'm sorry, honey?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking to my cat. I thought I was on mute.
Oh, that's cute. That's adorable. Again, let me call up my calendar here for a moment. And I'll show this to Brendan Zoget and Aristides, as well as to Heather Holman. Let's take a look at that. Start sharing. Go on to the calendar. So just so people know that what's going on is my mother's birthday is, of course, tomorrow. So the photograph embedded in thumbnail of live stream for all the people who are sending me emails is my mother at a after feeding and quite rejuvenated from the 1970s, I believe, or 80s, early 80s, probably the very early 80s. And she, of course, will, it speaks for itself. So all such being said, what's going to happen is that on the weekend, I will be celebrating my mother's birthday all the way through to December 8th, when I will be returning after Pearl Harbor Day weekend and doing the show, but then going back out again to the Estates for the Armenian Genocide Day, which is the precursor to Human Rights Day. I actually should be then communicating with the public or whoever wants to reach me, if not on my mother's birthday, then on Friday. So Friday the 6th, I should be available, maybe even through all of today, Friday. My Mother's Day will be spent mostly in contemplative meditation.
Yeah,
But
wait, what was it? What was the date again on that?
my mother's birthday is December 5th, so tomorrow. So when the show ends tomorrow, I'll be kind of just retreating into meditation concerning a communion with my late and sainted Cyrus, my mother. And then Friday I should be available much more readily. And then on the weekend through, I'll be busy throughout the weekend because we have it's Armenian Genocide Memorial Day. So then that veers into Human Rights Day. So I'll be involved with teaching the Blood Boys. But, I'll obviously be back for the show on Sunday night. So I'll probably become more readily available for communication by midweek, by Wednesday again. But, should be available maybe tomorrow, but definitely Friday. But through the weekend, through to midweek, I'll be kind of incommunicado. But, maybe available on Tuesday. But definitely not on Monday. I'll just be back for the show and then leaving at 10 in the morning again. So, there you go. That's just catching everybody up on the intended schedule. And after that, we want people to recognize that I'm doing the best of that I can with current events. And I'll just, dive right into the monologue and go through freedom of association through the current events that come to my mind. So everybody start trickling back. Those of you who have been waiting, this is what you're waiting for. And now I'll prepare to suck all the oxygen out of the room. Before I do that, would you care to say good morning? Both ladies first. Heather, if you care to say good morning to our listeners, and feel free to hang around and then interject as you see fit. Go ahead and do so. Otherwise, I'll just get started after Aristides says good morning. So there we go with that. Aristides, if you'd be so kind.
Yes, I'm here. Okay, I'm going to put the donation link in the chat once again, and sit back and let you take it away.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And okay then. All right, let's get started. We are experiencing a national or a nationwide CHI-COMM or Chinese Communist cyber attack. For those of you who are unaware, this is the Salt Typhoon cyber attack. Encrypted messaging apps and other ways to stay safe amid the Commu-Chinese telecom hack are something that I'm obligated to try and share with all of you as a person who is, of course, a security professional. Certainly in the past, I've worked private and mercenary enforcement security contracts. Now, a large-scale cyber attack affecting companies including AT&T and Verizon has consumers worried their messages could be exposed to foreign hackers. So here's what you need to know. The Salt Typhoon cyber attack, well, according to Morgan Adamski, executive director of the United States Cyber Command, he has testified that the Commu-Chinese linked cyber operations are aimed at gaining an advantage in case of a major conflict with these United States. American officials warning that Red China-linked hackers have compromised IT, or information technology networks, and taken steps to carrying out disruptive attacks in the event of the coming conflict. Now, as I already articulated several transmissions ago, earlier this year, U.S. officials confirmed that their activities include gaining access to key networks to enable basically the destruction of the United States. And what they're enabling are potential disruptions, the CHI-COMMs, the Chinese Communists. Potential disruptions such as manipulating heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems. This may sound strange, but if they wipe those out or shut them down in server rooms, all your computers overheat to death pretty quickly. The higher speed they're operating at, which all of the really important supercomputers are operating at extraordinarily high speeds, and they require a astronomical amount of cooling. You shut down the air conditioning, ventilation, you manipulate the heating, and basically you shut down the system. And in a very real sense, everybody dies, or a great deal of us. They're also basically gaining access to key networks to enable potential disruptions of critical energy and water controls, so that we all freeze to death while thirsty. To put it simply. In other words, Communist China is ready to shut your game down. Adamski was speaking to researchers at the Cyber WarCon security conference in Arlington, Virginia, when all of this was essentially exposited. On Manic Thursday of the week before last, or I guess it was last week, Yesterday last week, Manic Thursday of last week, or maybe the week before, the U.S. Senator Mark Warner told the Washington Post that a suspected mainland China-linked hack on United States telecommunications firms was the worst telecom hack in all American history. The FBI recently testifying that this cyber espionage operation, again dubbed Salt Typhoon, has included stolen call records data, compromised communications of top officials of both major United States presidential campaigns before the November 5th election, and telecommunications information related to United States law enforcement requests. The Bureau attesting that the FBI and Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency are providing technical assistance and information to potential targets. Now, on Friday into last weekend, by now, Adamski said the United States government has executed globally synchronized activities, both offensively and defensively minded, that are laser focused on degrading and disrupting the PRC, meaning People's Republic of China, cyber operations worldwide. Now, public examples including exposing operations, sanctions, indictments, law enforcement actions, and cybersecurity advisories with input from multiple countries are involved. Now, Beijing routinely denies cyber operations targeting American entities. The Chinese Communist Embassy in Washington did not respond to my request for comment, but I myself have always told you that their war against America has already been underway since the Second World War that never ended, and the Third World War that started within its context. Meaning, good example, American Marines in mainland China at what was supposed to be the cessation of hostilities around 1945 were being fired at by Chinese communists. And at that point, many people said, when they called in, radioed into their command that they were under fire, they said, well, they're our allies. World War II is over for you. I mean, we're under conditions of ceasefire. And then that's when many of the Marines on site in communist China, what you'd call in the China Command theater of operations, responded by saying, well, then this must be World War III, which started in context of a World War II that ended in Asia, but never ended in the Atlantic theater of operations, but instead went cosmic with everything I've described about Unterland and Antarctica. But when it comes to the situation with the Asians, well, World War II did end in Asia, so we can rightfully say World War III began with those shots. World War III began, of course, with the Bolshevik Revolution and their war against the world. If we take World War II as a standard that cannot be altered for the simple sake of convenience, then World War III is something that started before World War II in a very real sense with the Russian Revolution and continued thereafter, not only until the collapse of the Soviet Union, but beyond until where we're at today with Communist China, which still retains their communized government that was instituted via the Civil War in mainland Asia during World War II. Is that coherent? I would hope so. If not, well, just read up on your Asian history. Now, if you've ever wondered what it's like to be sucked into the plot of a Tom Clancy novel, well, let me tell you, you're in it now. Millions of Americans are getting a taste of it this week. This large-scale cyber attack focused on telecom companies and internet service providers, including AT&T and Verizon, has Americans concerned, quite rightly, that their messages and communications have been exposed to CHI-COMM, or Chinese Communist spies. The hacking campaign has been called Salt Typhoon by Microsoft because there are other typhoons. And it's one of the largest cyber attacks in human history, period. And it's still ongoing. As of yesterday, United States officials said they were still trying to expel the hackers who have been tracked back to the Communist Chinese government from American systems. Issues related to the cyber attack that's ongoing right now go us back months as well. Since then, the FBI and the CISA, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, have been working with telecom companies to help find the hackers and prevent them from digging further into our systems. As for where things currently stand, here's what you need to know and how to protect yourself. Now, in terms of what we know about the telecom cyber attacks so far, the cyber attack has been ongoing, as noted, and officials are still trying to shore things up. Today, senators received a classified hearing about that situation, and according to reporting from the Washington Post, the broad and significant campaign has resulted in the exposure and theft of a large amount, quote unquote, of sensitive and private data and information. So, your private messages and phone calls have been intercepted. And the hacking campaign even attempted to infiltrate both presidential campaigns earlier this year. One person from Donald Trump's campaign did indeed have his calls or their calls intercepted. However, the FBI and the CISA say that the number of people affected in these United States is still comparatively small. Okay, a joint statement released yesterday last month reads, "We have identified that PRC, again that's People's Republic of China, affiliated actors have compromised networks at multiple telecommunications companies to enable the theft of customer call records data, the compromise of private communications of a limited number of individuals who are primarily involved in government or political activity, and the copying of certain information that was subject to United States law enforcement requests pursuant to court orders." So they're getting heavily involved in the sabotage of our legal system. I find that very, that speaks volumes in and of itself, because we're going to go into the pardon. That's what that's motivated by. So I'll put that into some perspective. So you should be worried about the cyber attack. And such having been said, it actually depends on exactly who you are. Unless you're a high-profile political operative or something similar, like myself, it's probably unlikely that you'd be targeted or even be considered a target of the hackers. But the hackers have, obviously, been able to access call records and metadata, the metadata at will. So if you can't sleep at night knowing that you may be exposed, well, obviously, you ought to be taking precautions right now. The main issue is that many people use unencrypted communication devices, leaving them vulnerable to cyber attacks. Beyond that, telecom companies largely rely on systems that do not use end-to-end encryption, mostly so that law enforcement agencies and intelligence groups can track people's communications here at home. So, if you want to protect yourself amid the cyber attack, CISA and other organizations have released guidelines for hardening defenses against cyber attacks today. But they are mostly for large organizations, such as telecom companies and internet service providers. Perhaps the most impactful thing individuals can do to safeguard their communications is to use services incorporating end-to-end encryption, such as messaging services like Signal. I am not contracted by them to say this. rather than SMS text messaging. That should reduce the chance that your communications can be intercepted or exposed. Furthermore, you should use a device that regularly receives software and security updates and utilize features such as multi-factor authentication. Okay, so that's a good start. As for today, it is still before midnight in San Francisco. Here on the left coast, the best coast, the Frontier West, on the Barbarcadero, where I speak to you from Russian Hill in a crypt. What does this date in history signify? Aside from being the birthday eve date of my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother. Well, it represents 19 minutes at the École Polytechnique. It's and also reminds me that Călin Georgescu's TikTok presence rocked the Romanian election on the memorial date of the United States suppressed Montréal misogyny massacre, altogether emboldening the manosphere to accelerate threats and demeaning language toward women after the American election. By the way, if you could come on for a moment, Brendan, and tell us about the Telegram guy they arrested who gave the app with the P2P-COM. This is some specialized information that we'd like to have you share with our public, by all means. Let's see if he comes off mute to do that. And otherwise, I'll...
Yeah, so they arrested the Telegram founder in France.
Yeah.
His name is Pavel Durov.
Yeah.
But it basically allowed people to do peer-to-peer encryption is what I was trying to say.
Got it.
As a form of secure transfer, but it's like, I guess they were claiming, I mean, obviously it was used for nefarious shit, but they were claiming that it was, somehow illegal in France, and they got him. He's like a multi-billionaire, some Russian guy, co-founder of Telegram. So.
Got it. Thank you for sharing that. And they
arrested him. The French prosecutor claimed alleged suspect criminal activity on the platform, including gang transactions, trafficking, as well as an alleged feature by the company to hand over data related to the investigation.
Mm-hmm.
So as of right now, he's come out and he said he will release people's information, which he vowed never to do because that was his whole spiel. But there we are.
Thank you. I'm sorry?
I said, yeah, there's the story. That's it.
Thank you. Well, let us know as soon as you get home, because I know you'll be in a better position then with your audio. Thank you. In terms of the context of all of this, the shock win of the far-right pro-Russian candidate in Romania raises questions over TikTok's role in Eastern European presidential elections. In summation, 35 years ago, today, because it's still before midnight here, a gunman killed 14 women and injured 14 others at École Polytechnique, a Montréal engineering school. That was the day 14 people were killed and another 14 injured by this gunman at École Polytechnique, a post-secondary engineering school in what Amy Como, knowing French far better than I, would pronounce as Montréal, in the forgotten Montréal genocide, meaning a genocide of females. All the dead were exclusively female. It became clear, sooner for some, like myself, than others ever, that all of the dead and 14 of the injured were young women who were hunted down for being women in a place a young man did not want them. A prestigious engineering school once the exclusive domain of men, but an achievement the gunman himself failed to attain. The gunman was the first incel terrorist, an involuntary celibate terrorist, long before we had that name for his brand of violence. It remained the largest modern massacre of European-descended whites in Canada until the 2020 Nova Scotia shootings. And it left an indelible mark on the Dominion. But how well does North America remember? After all, only about 1/5 of Canadians themselves were adults at the time of that shooting. Statistics indicate that as few as 20% of Canada's current residents were adults living in Canada on December 6th of 1989, 35 years ago, when the Dominion suffered a landmark injury. North American archival information, coroner's reports, and the suicide note of the gunman Marc Lépine expose what happened in those 19 minutes of horror on December 6th of 1989. Here then is my account of what happened when young women were hunted down and our whole world changed. No matter how sickening, sad, and alarming this deadly attack was for people learning of it that evening, looking back on it now, from the vantage of our modern, troubled digital world, the 6th of December in 1989 remains a historic red line, but one that resonates with new-fashioned significance. This gunman was the first incel terrorist long before we had that name for his brand of violence. His attack was the progenitor of a persistent crisis of rampaging school shootings, even for these United States. It remained the largest mass murder in modern Canada until 2020's murders in Nova Scotia. The targeted shootings at the school forced attention on violence against women, the role of women in society at all, and Canada's own gun control laws. The Canadian Parliament ultimately designated December 6th as the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women. Memorials to the Polytechnique victims stand at many Canadian universities. This attack remains a vivid symbol. In all of that, it cannot be said the massacre at École Polytechnique has been forgotten, but how well is it remembered? Since the Montréal misogyny massacre, mass shootings and hate-motivated attacks have become distressingly common. They unfold these days instantaneously in lurid images, live streamed from witness phones and viral videos, a doom-scrolling montage of photos of perpetrators and victims culled from social media. It screams immediacy and intimacy in its repulsive attraction. Then comes in-house security video and disorienting footage from police body-worn cameras, all anatomizing the devastation. The images seem unforgettable. None of that was the case with École Polytechnique. What remains in the visual record are flickering, bleached newscasts, old newspaper stories, a few photos of the victims, and the face of the killer just a smudge of a picture from a government ID card after his own mother burned all of her photographs of him as part of her response to the tragedy. With this flimsy visual record, how has the passage of 35 years eroded public memory of this once galvanizing event? For those of you who were not yet born, or not living in Canada, how well could you ever understand the horror or the significance? Does North America, as a culture, even really know why December 6th is a day to be marked above the 49th parallel? Though, or rather through, contemporary documents and archival texts, let me remind you or inform you of what really happened on December 6th of 1989. If I can go through my own files of photographs, the question would then be to have our producer see if he can find a copy online to link to our listeners. But maybe it's best our listeners just don't see this. It's one of the things that I would say is probably the only photograph that does justice to the horror of what happened that day. I'm going to multitask and basically look for it while I am going to try and recall elements of the coroner's report that I feel are relevant to the narrative. Mark Lépine was 25 years old and of medium size, about 5'10" and 154 pounds. He was described by people who knew him, including his own family, as a not very social and not very communicative person, except, of course, when he was talking about computers. It was very difficult to get to know him. He was described as closed, showing no emotion, even about important things. He did not accept authority, and this was said to have caused him problems both at work and while he was a student. In addition, again, according to people who knew him as well as they could, or as well as one could, Mark Lépine left nothing to chance. Everything he did was planned down to the smallest detail. Mark Lépine had a stable job for several years, until September of 1988. In the fall of 1986, while he was employed in that job, he applied to the Faculté Polytechnique at the Université de Montréal. He was admitted on the condition that he complete 3 essential courses, including the course in solution chemistry. He subsequently drew unemployment insurance benefits for a period of time, ending on November 10th of 1988. In the winter of 1989, Lépine registered in and completed the solution chemistry course at the Cégep, or CEGEP, Montréal. In addition, Mark Lépine applied to the Sûreté du Québec in September of 1989 for a firearms acquisition permit, which he was granted. Ironically, the acronym is FAP, like you're jacking off. FAP, Firearms Acquisition Permit. He purchased the firearm used in those shootings, the upcoming shootings at that time, the pending shootings that were already planned in his mind, on November 21st of 1989 in Montréal. The weapon used by Lépine in the shootings was a Sturm Ruger brand rifle, Mini 14 model, .223 caliber Remington, serial number 1853466, 520 or 30 cartridge capacity, with a barrel length of 470 millimeters and overall length of 943 millimeters. After the incident, the following items were found on scene, at the scene of the crime. in room B311. Near the rifle, a 5-bullet capacity magazine, emptied, and on the first chair in the third row, a 30-bullet capacity magazine, also emptied. As well, a second 30-bullet capacity magazine, also emptied, was found in the second floor corridor. The knife was a hunting knife, a dagger, with a handle about 4 inches long and a blade 6 inches long, the length of an average Caucasian penis when fully erect. Now, in terms of the coroner's investigation report sourcing from 1991, during the day of December 6th of 1989, Marc Lépine, who himself was born on October 26th of 1964, not much older, well, in fact, about 2 years older than myself, in Montréal, was seen for the first time at École Polytechnique in the office of the registrar, room A201. He was seen there between approximately, and I'll use military time for this because I'm not familiar with the time zones in Quebec, between 1600 and 1640 hours. On several occasions, he was seen rummaging in a green plastic bag that he had beside him, the contents of which he seemed to be hiding. He did not speak to anyone, and none of the students spoke to him. At one point, one of the employees working at the counter asked him whether she could help him. He did not answer, and he left the premises. At 17:10, Lépine entered room C230.4, a sub-room, and moved toward a student who was giving a presentation. Lépine was holding a rifle in both hands. He approached the student and said, "Everybody stop everything." On that day, there was a mechanical engineering class in the room, and according to the school's computer file, there could have been 69 students and 3 professors in that room. He suddenly fired a shot at the ceiling and said, "Separate! The girls on the left and the guys on the right." Of course, no one reacted to his order. He repeated the same words in a much more authoritarian tone. Then, well, the students then separated, but in their nervousness, the girls and boys mixed together in a group. He pointed with his right hand to the right side of the classroom, the side nearest the door, and told the boys to go over there so they could run away, like the filthy dog cowards they all proved themselves to be. He then indicated with his left hand the back left corner of the classroom, where there was no exit, and ordered the girls to go over there. After the groups had separated, he told them, "Okay, the guys leave, the girls stay there." They thought it was an end-of-session joke, and that the attacker was firing blanks. That was their miserable excuse for their cowardice. During this time, Lépine moved a little closer to the group of 9 girls who were standing together at the back of the classroom with no possible exit. He said to them, "Do you know why you are there?" One of the girls answered no. He replied, "I am fighting feminism." The student who had spoken added, "We are not feminists. I have never fought against men." He immediately started firing on the group from left to right. After having fired perhaps 30 shots, he left the premises, leaving behind 9 victims, 6 of whom were among the victims who died. Those killed in the classroom C230.4 were all mechanical engineering students. 23-year-old Helene Colgan, 23-year-old Nathalie Croteau, 22-year-old Barbara Denyu, 22-year-old Anne-Marie Lemay, 28-year-old Sonia Pelletier, and 23-year-old Annie Se-onu. Now, per the coroner's report, Lépine then headed into the corridor opposite room C229. He fired on some people who were in the photocopier room about 30 feet away from him. A boy and a girl were hit first and injured. As he approached the 12 people who had been shot, he injured another student whose path he crossed. Lépine then backtracked and headed toward room C228. He went into that room and stood at the entrance. He looked at the people there and aimed at a female student at the back of the room, trying twice to shoot her, but his weapon had ceased to function. He then left that room and went toward an emergency staircase near the door of room C229. There, Lépine seemed to reload his weapon. At the same time, a student coming down the emergency staircase from the second floor came face to face with him. He heard Lépine say, "Oh shit, I'm out of bullets." The student accidentally bumped into him and continued along the corridor toward the photocopiers, like an idiot. I don't know what kind of men they're producing in Canada, but they may as well just stick to breeding girls because the men sure got no balls. Noticing 3 people lying on the ground, the same individual turned back around and looked at Lépine, who was reloading his weapon. When he saw him lift his weapon again, rather than charge the son of a bitch and take him down, he left at a full run, like a jackrabbit, and got onto the escalators, heading for the cafeteria. He then heard a shot. Well, he left a trail of urine, having pissed himself all the way down the moving steps of the escalator. Lépine then went back to the door of room C228 and tried to go into the room. He fired 3 shots into the locked door, trying unsuccessfully to open it. He then went along the second floor corridor, passing by 3 wounded people, and when he reached the foyer, he crossed paths with a female student who was coming from the escalator. Marc Lépine fired on her and injured her. After that victim fell, she got back up and went down the corridor, heading for the emergency staircase, and ultimately sought refuge on the 5th floor. I notice none of these women are running looking for men because they know the men aren't worth a shit. Lépine then headed toward a semicircle located in the foyer where one person was hiding behind a counter. After changing the magazine of his weapon while leaning on the counter, Lépine moved toward the person who was hiding. When he had got within 8 feet of that person, he aimed his weapon at the person and fired. Not having hit the person, he fired a second time, but again without success. Lépine walked around a bit in the second floor foyer and on the cafeteria terrace. He then went over near the financial services office, which was room B218, and ultimately moved opposite room B211, about 20 feet from the entrance to room B218. At that moment, a young woman locked the door to room B218, and as she was doing that, Lépine came back at a run to stop her from closing the door, but without success. Through a window in the door, he saw the young woman moving away, and he fired on her directly through that window, and she died from that shot. She was a 25-year-old employee in the finance department named Maurice Lagagnier. She was the only victim who was not a student. Now, per the coroner's report, Lépine headed toward the foyer. He then took the escalator and went to the cafeteria on the 1st floor, which he entered by door B107. This place has a capacity of about 400 persons, and at the time of the incident, there were about 100 people there. It was now 1720. When he arrived at the cafeteria entrance, he aimed and fired at a female student who was near the wall by the kitchens. She also died. She was the oldest of those killed, the 31-year-old nursing student, Barbara Klusznik-Widiewicz. Per the coroner's report, there were then about 100 people in the cafeteria when the first shots were fired, and they almost all left the room. He moved slowly towards the other end of the cafeteria and fired several shots in various directions, injuring another person. When he reached the other end of the cafeteria, a room called the Poly Party, an unlocked storage area, he fired again on the 12 students who were there. They are both among the victims who died. They were the 21-year-old mechanical engineering student Geneviève Bigeron and 21-year-old chemical engineering student Anne-Marie Edward. Per the coroner's report, Lépine told a male student and a female student who were hiding under a table to get out from under there, which they did without being shot. Perhaps Lépine thought that the woman was coupled to the man and therefore under male control. Lépine then left the cafeteria by door B124 and went along the corridor leading to the supplies room. He was then seen near the foyer on the second floor just before he got onto the escalator, which was not operational at that point. Maybe there was urine gumming up the works or something. And he had to walk up the escalator to go to the third floor. When Lépine arrived by bounding up the escalator onto the third floor, several people were in the corridor, several shots were fired, and 2 male students, 1 female student, were injured. Lépine went down a small hallway, and after turning to the left, he came out about 15 feet farther away in room B311. This is the room where, at the time of the incident, a materials engineering class was being held. According to the school's computer record, there may have been 26 students and 2 instructors. It was now about 1725. In that room, he took several steps towards the dais and said to the 3 students who were delivering a presentation, "Get out! Get out!" He immediately fired on a student who was on the platform. And you tell them to do something, I guess they'd better act really quick, like lightning speed, or they pay the price. He turned around again and fired on the students sitting in the first rows of the class. 2 female students who then tried to get away through the front door of the room were injured. Those students were also among the victims who died. However, a number of students did succeed in getting away through the back door of the room. 2 metallurgical engineering students were killed, the 29-year-old Maud Haviernick and the 21-year-old Michel Richard. Per the coroner's report, he then went down the aisle of the classroom located near the corridor, and fired on several people hiding between the rows of desks. 4 people were hit. These 4 people included one of the deceased victims. She was the 20-year-old metallurgical engineering student, Annie Turcot. Per the coroner's report, Lépine then moved back and forth in the classroom several times. He again replaced the magazine of his weapon and got up on one of the desks at the back of the classroom. He then went back to the front and again fired shots, more or less in every direction. The student on the platform, the first one who was hit by Lépine when he entered the classroom, asked for help. Lépine joined her on the dais and, using a knife, the aforementioned dagger, stabbed her 3 times. She is also one of the deceased victims. This was the 23-year-old metallurgical engineering student Maurice Leclerc. Her father was Montréal police officer who responded to the shooting call and found his daughter's butchered body. 10 other women and 4 men had been injured at that point. Per the coroner's report, Lépine put down his knife on the instructor's desk along with 12 boxes of 20 bullets each and his cap, which read MAGA before its time. He then sat down on the dais itself. He took his coat off and put it around the barrel of his weapon, and after speaking the words, "Oh shit," he killed himself by firing the last bullet in the magazine at his head. Another full box of 20 bullets was found on a chair at the front of the classroom near the entrance door. It was now transitioning from 1728 to 1729 hours. Lépine had used, well, I'll say this much, he had 60 unused bullets left. They were unexpended, and he could have gone on his rampage essentially for eternity. He was neither pinned down nor surrounded. No police had been called. There was, ergo, no police tactical team even approaching. He was not in any danger. He could have camped out in the cafeteria and stayed overnight. He had not even been confronted by security or witnesses. But for whatever reason, after 19 minutes, he decided it was enough. Maybe he finally ejaculated, and after his post-orgasmic letdown, the sexual thrill was no longer there. Now, news of the shooting spread quickly that evening. Officers arrived at the school but waited for backup before going in. I'm just left without words. Why be a cop? What's the fucking point of even having cops? What are you paying them for? And what were they scared of? Rumors of more than one gunman. Oh my! Oh my God! Can't go in, we might get killed. That's what you're fucking paid for. Ambulances and doctors came, but they were held back by the police. That's how all the victims died. They bled out. The ones that could have survived were then guaranteed to die. Students milled anxiously outside in the snow, watching and waiting. Journalists joined them, as did worried parents who heard of a shooting on the radio. When witnesses and victims scrambled out of the building, some told reporters what they saw. Per the coroner's report, a handwritten 3-page letter was found in the inside pocket of the jacket Lépine wore during the shootings, and 12 letters addressed to friends were subsequently recovered. They were all written by Marc Lépine and dated December 6th of 1989. In 12 documents, Marc Lépine identified feminists, woman, as the enemy, the bad thing to be destroyed. He regarded them as invested with negative characteristics, based on a projective mode of thinking. All the evil was on their side. Marc Lépine defined suicide as the primary motivation for what he did. He then described that suicide very specifically. He characterized the multiple homicide situation as an extended suicide. Lépine's letter was written in French, but for a few Latin phrases. Police refused to release it. The Quebec journalist Francine Pelletier, a relative of one of the murdered, lobbied for it to be made public, but was repeatedly denied. As the first anniversary of the massacre drew near, the Great Montréal Misogyny Massacre, as it came to be known, a copy of the letter was sent to her anonymously. It was thereafter published in La Presse, a Montreal newspaper, in December of 1990, the year of the collapse of communism in Eastern Europe. From the letter of Marc Lépine. Please note that if I commit suicide today, 89/12/06, which he put the year before the month and date, that's a Euro thing, it is not for economic reasons. In parentheses, because I waited until I exhausted all my financial means, even refusing employment. But for political reasons. Because I decided to send ad potre, meaning to their fathers. This means to send someone to their fathers means to send someone to their deaths. It's an old Roman saying for, like the Asians would say, he must surely be with his ancestors. The feminists who have always ruined my life. For 7 years, that life has not brought me any joy, and being totally jaded, I decided to put spokes in the wheels of these viragos. Even if the epithet mass shooter will be attributed to me in the media, notice the concept of the media, even then. And the term he used for females, virago, that's a domineering, violent, or bad-tempered woman. As in, the campaigns of these indignant viragos will come as to naught. I consider myself a rational scholar who only the arrival of the Reaper has forced to commit extremist acts. For why persevere to exist if it is only to please the government? Notice the anti-government stance that all of the radicalized Russophiliac right-wing insurgency bears upon them. That's the chip on their shoulder. Being rather backward-looking, with the exception of science in parentheses, by nature, feminists have always had the gift of making me angry. He attached a list of 19 names, his fantasy hit list. All of them were Quebecois women he considered radical feminists. It included several police officers, a politician, a union leader, a television personality, and le journalist Francine Pelletier, whose sister died in the Montréal Misogyny Massacre. Lépine's letter reads, "They nearly died today. The lack of time, because I started too late, allowed these radical feminists to survive." Per the news accounts of December 8th, 1989. 12 days after the shooting, one of the injured women, Nathalie Provost, who had been shot 4 times, was wheeled on her hospital bed into a makeshift news conference. Provost was the woman who spoke out when Lépine confronted the first group of women at gunpoint, addressing reporters about survivor guilt borne by those who did not try to stop the gunmen, which should be every fucking man jack of that university. She said that after all the males fled the classroom with their tails between their legs, the gunman pointed his rifle at the woman and asked if they knew why he had them stay. To quote a she, at length and verbatim, obviously we said no. He started yelling that we were all feminists, that he hated feminists. I argued with him. We are not feminists, just women who want to make a living in engineering. We are not women who go out into the public square to try to prove that we are better than men. We were only women in engineering who wanted to live a normal life. I think I still hadn't realized what was happening. He didn't answer me. He just started shooting. Everybody did their best. That's the essential thing. There's only one culprit, and he's dead. She's lying. None of the men did their best. They did their best to escape. They are the culprits, as much as he. She went on to say, I can't understand that there are still men who think like that. I find myself very lucky to be here. To all the young women in Quebec who were thinking about studying engineering, I'm asking you to consider this career with as much enthusiasm as you did before Wednesday. Engineering is a great profession. The gang has got to get back together stronger than ever. The forensic study concluded that all the deaths occurred by reason of the severity of the injuries suffered and that none of the victims could have survived, covering the ass of all the cops. The injuries suffered by the survivors being significantly less serious than those of the non-survivors, the doctors treated them on the scene. Now, the anniversary of this massacre is marked each year, but it took until the 30th anniversary in the 2019 year of our Lord for the plaque in a memorial park in Montreal dedicated to the victims of the massacre to be altered to recognize the specific nature of the attack. The sign was changed from calling it a tragic event, as if it were just like a train wreck or some uncontrollable accident, to an anti-feminist attack. This is further insanity. That sign is a lie. None of these women were feminists, only in the mind of a madman. It was not an anti-feminist attack. It was a gynocide, a genocide of females. Now, here in America, we also honor that attack, but it's honored by the Red Republican, Russo collaborationist, radicalized right. Every year, this attack on my mother's birthday Eve Day is celebrated by the MAGA men. They declare it as a strike of freedom, a strike for liberty. This is why the Republicans are your enemy. If you're a cunt and you're a Republican, you're one dumb cunt. Honestly, get your head out of your ass and realize Republicans have to die. They are out to kill you. The phrase, your body, my choice, has been largely attributed to a post on the social platform X. Of course, approved by the same Elon Musk who censored all my posts as politically provocative. This post was from Nick Fuentes, a Holocaust-denying white nationalist and far-right internet personality who dined on the seat of honor beside Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago club in Florida but 12 years ago. According to a report by Francis Wright's think tank, Fuentes' post had 35 million views on X within 24 fucking hours, and the phrase spread rapidly to other social media platforms. The reproductive rights expertess, Mary Ruth Ziegler, herself a law professoress at the University of California, Davis School of Law, said the phrase transforms the iconic abortion rights slogan, "My body, my choice," into an attack on women's right to autonomy and a personal threat to each and every woman alive. Your body, my choice, means I choose whether you live or die in your body. To quote a she, the implication is that men must have control over or access to sex with women. Women on TikTok have reported seeing it inundate their comment sections. According to the Institute for Strategic Dialogue report and other sourced social media reports, the slogan also has made its way offline, with boys chanting it in middle schools and men directing it at women on college campuses. The cited ISD, Institute for Strategic Dialogue report, so saying that the mother who said her daughter heard the phrase that was cited in this report, heard it on her college campus no less than 3 times during a single lunch hour. School districts in Wisconsin and Minnesota have sent notices about the language to parents. T-shirts emblazoned with this phrase were finally pulled off Amazon. Misogynistic attacks have been part of the social media landscape for years, but Frances Wright and others who track online extremism and disinformation said language glorifying violence against women or celebrating the possibility of their rights being stripped away has spiked since the election. Online declarations for women to get back in the kitchen or to repeal the 19th, a reference to the constitutional amendment that gave women the right to vote, have spread rapidly like wildfire. In the days surrounding the election, the extremism think tank found that the top 10 posts on X calling for repeal of the 19th Amendment received more than 4 million views collectively in a single day. A man holding a sign with the words, "Women are property," sparked an outcry at Texas State University. The man was not even a student, faculty, or staff, and was escorted off campus, according to the university's president. The university, according to him, is exploring potential legal responses. Now, anonymous rape threats have been left on the TikTok videos of women denouncing the election results, and on the far-flung reaches of the web, 4chan forums have called for rape squads and the adoption of policies in The Handmaid's Tale, a dystopian book and TV series depicting the dehumanization and brutalization of women, written by a woman who seeks to make that book a blueprint for our future. Previous violent rhetoric on 4chan has been connected to racially motivated and Judeophobic attacks, including a 2022 shooting by a white supremacist in Buffalo that killed 10 people in New York. Anti-Asian hate incidents also rose as politicians, including Trump himself, abused words such as Chinese virus to describe the COVID-19 pandemic. And Trump's language targeting Muslims and immigrants in his first campaign correlated with spikes in hate speech and attacks on these groups. The Global Project Against Hate and Extremism reported similar rhetoric, with numerous violent misogynistic trends gaining traction on right-wing platforms such as 4chan and spreading to more mainstream ones. Well, X couldn't be considered such. That's as radical as 4chan by now. But it's radicalized even more since the election. Throughout the presidential race, Trump's campaign leaned on conservative podcasts and tailored messaging toward disaffected young men. He called them Montreal men. And as Trump took the stage at the Republican National Convention over the summer, the song "It's a Man's World" by James Brown blared from the speakers. According to the Associated Press VoteCast survey of more than 120,000 voters nationwide, one of several factors to his success this election around was modestly boosting his support among men, a shift concentrated among younger voters. But according to AP VoteCast, Trump also won support from 44% of women aged 18 to 44. There's a lot of dumb cunts out there. Gender and politics experts concur that to all too many men, Trump's return to the White House is seen as vindication. For many young women, the election felt like a referendum on women's rights, and Democratic Vice Presidentress Kamala Harris's loss felt like a rejection of their own rights and autonomy. Emphasizing that online discourse can have real-world impacts, Isabel Francis Wright, Directoress of Technology and Society at the Institute for Strategic Dialogue, a think tank focusing on polarization and extremism, said she had seen a very large uptick in a number of types of misogynistic rhetoric immediately after the election, including some extremely violent misogyny. I think many progressive women have been shocked by how quickly and aggressively this rhetoric has gained traction. What was scary here was how quickly this also manifested in offline threats. For some of these men, Trump's victory represents a chance to reclaim a place in society that they think they are losing around these traditional gender roles. None of the current online rhetoric is being amplified by Trump or anyone in his immediate orbit, according to their apologists. This, of course, is obfuscation. Trump has a long history of insulting women, and the spike in such language comes after he ran a campaign that was centered on masculinity and repeatedly attacked Harris over her race and gender. His allies and surrogates also used misogynistic language about Harris throughout the campaign. An ever-growing number of gynophobic young men feel they're victims of discrimination and have expressed mounting resentment for successes of the women's rights movement, including #MeToo. The tension also has been influenced by socioeconomic struggles. As women become the majority on college campuses, and many professional industries see increasing gender diversity, Dana Brown, Executrix Directress of the Pennsylvania Center for Women and Politics, observes that it has led young men scapegoating women and girls, falsely claiming it's their fault they're not getting into college anymore, as opposed to looking inward. With Trump's victory, many of these men felt like they were heard, they were victorious. They feel that they have potentially a supporter in the White House. In the days after the presidential election, the 19-year-old political science student, Shady Perez, said she and her sister have been leaning on each other, their mother, and other women in their lives to feel safer amid the online vitriol. Perez began carrying pepper spray with her around campus in Wisconsin. Her mom also ordered her and her sister a self-defense kit that included keychain spikes, a hidden knife key, and a personal alarm. They text each other to make sure they got home safely. They have girls' nights to celebrate wins, including a female majority in student government at their campus in the University of Wisconsin system. It's all in response to the emboldened normalizing of the formerly fringe from the right-wing manosphere influencers who have seized on Republican Donald Trump's presidential win to justify and amplify misogynistic derision and threats online. Many have appropriated the 1960s abortion rights rallying cry, declaring, "Your body, my choice," at women online and on college campuses. For many women, the words represent a worrying harbinger of what might lie ahead, as some men perceive the election results as a rebuke of reproductive rights and women's rights. Testifying that she has seen men respond to shared Snapchat stories for their college class with "Your body, my choice," Perez said, "The fact that I feel like I have to carry around pepper spray like this is sad. Women want and deserve to feel safe. It makes me feel disgusted and infringed upon. It feels like going backwards. I want to encourage my friends and the women in my life to use their voices to call out this rhetoric and to not let fear take over." Now, in terms of the Ukraine invasion connection, this explains it. America is the next Soviet Union. Russia deports thousands of Ukrainian children. A Yale report proving that Putin's planes took Ukrainian kids into coerced Russian adoption. This mass adoption strategy is human child trafficking on an industrial scale by Vladimir Putin, the man who claims he protects traditional values. I guess child rape is a traditional value. Investigators concur that that's a war crime. Yet all the radicalized Republican right says Putin is the last great white hope for family values. Well, yeah, he's making all kinds of new families that never had kids for a reason. Now proud parents of a baby who can't escape their rape. And United States President-elect Donald Trump's policy agenda, if enacted, will inevitably sow the seeds of a new wave of discontent, protest, and conspiracy theorizing. A similar dynamic took hold in the greater USSR in the decade leading up to its collapse. According to a new investigation launched Tuesday, day before yesterday by now, since we're past midnight, by Yale University's Humanitarian Research Lab, which is part of the Conflict Observatory, a program supported by the United States State Department, the Russian Empire's dictator and senior Kremlin officials have financed and facilitated the transport of at least 314 identified Ukrainian children in Russian-occupied parts of Ukraine into coerced foster care and adoptions since the 2022 invasions that they know of because they were officially announced. We know the number of children who have disappeared, numbers in the thousands. The Yale researchers have proven that the children have been listed in Russia's child placement databases and placed directly with Russian families that were considered too violent, psychotic, or dysfunctional to be allowed to have children under Russia before Putin. Meaning these are old people in their 80s or 90s in some cases. The report says at least 67 of these 314 known children who have been officially identified by the Russians themselves in announcements of new happy families where they're grandparented. Grandparented! You saw how Heather Holman turned out. Love you, Heather. Had to say that. They've been naturalized as Russian citizens. And the researchers confirm the actual number must certainly be in the thousands, heading towards the tens of thousands, they say, within another year of war. Now, the Humanitarian Research Lab said its researchers based their findings on verified leaked documents that prove Putin's involvement in this mass child abduction program. The report proves Russian government planes, including from Putin's private presidential aerofleet, transferred children from occupied parts of Ukraine to be placed with Russian families, some of them personally adopted by Putin himself. It proves, through researchers mapping these flights using satellite images and open source information, that Putin is not only a mass human child trafficker, but a pedophile. That's one of the charges from the War Crimes Court. That's your hero, Republican America. Why don't you look in the fucking mirror when you go seeking out child predators? The researchers testify that these findings provide new evidence for the International Criminal Court, which last year issued arrest warrants for the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin and his commissionaires for children, Maria Lvova-Belova, respondent to known war crimes involving their roles in directing the mass deportation of Ukrainian children into Russia. Yale law professor Oona Hathaway, who attended the briefing to provide a legal perspective, said that the evidence in this report will provide supportive evidence for a broader case of genocide under the ICC's, the International Criminal Court's, Rome Statute. Russia, which is not a signatory to the ICC, the International Criminal Court, and does not recognize the warrants, acknowledges mass adoptions of Ukrainian children, but insists that they are part of a humanitarian program. Nathaniel Raymond, executive director of the Humanitarian Lab, said Russian foster parents or guardians can apply for Russian citizenship on behalf of Ukrainian children in their custody. At an online press briefing held but yesterday, Raymond said that he would present the findings to the United Nations Security Council today. He said that unless the Russian Empire is confronted, the special protected status of children in war could be eroded grievously. He told the reporters, what Russia has done here, if it is left unconfronted, is to make children a bargaining chip, and we cannot allow this to happen. This is extremely important because now it basically creates a method by which their Ukrainian identity can be erased. Ukraine's government is now pressing Russia to provide a register of all Ukrainian children held in Russian custody. The Ukrainian Justice Ministress Ola Stefanishina, or Stefanishina, she told reporters, this data is very important because every destiny of every child which has been subjected to the Russian aggression through this horrific war crime is to be brought back to Ukraine. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky said bringing these children home cannot happen without the help of Ukraine's allies. And in a statement on social media, he wrote, only together can we restore the justice Russia has violated on such a massive scale. This is where we get into the economics, because tariffs are not worth it. The risks and costs for these United States will far outweigh any potential political or geopolitical benefits. When Trump starts a trade war with Mexico and Canada, where will Americans get all their shit from? Now, in 1987, the historian Paul Kennedy published his influential bestseller, The Rise and Fall of the Great Powers, which dwelled on the theme of imperial overreach and concluded with a look at the Greater Soviet Union and these United States, the two great powers of the time, that they would collapse and the Greater Japanese Empire would emerge to inherit tomorrow. Within just a few years, the Greater Soviet Union collapsed, opening the door for these United States to then seemingly emerge only transitionally as the world's only dominant power. Given recent events, it's proven time for myself to dust off Kennedy's book and consider its lessons anew. In July of 2020, in the midst of the pandemic, I openly read aloud about what I called out as our late Soviet America. We were nearing the end of President Donald Trump's first term, and I feared that these United States was stuck in a hopeless rut. Though this country had an enormous pool of talent and energy, the political system was dysfunctional. The two main parties selected their candidates undemocratically, since the primary process had mostly atrophied, and large-scale stimulus checks appeared to have become the preferred method of gaining political popularity. In this context, the change from Trump to President Joe Biden made little difference. America did not have a Soviet-style one-party state, but nor did it have much inter- or intra-party democracy. Voters still felt shortchanged, and big spending was still seen as the key to electoral success and social stability. America seemed destined to remain in its late Soviet stage. The Greater Soviet's collapse transpired in two stages, with an immobile gerontocracy reflecting our own American gerontocracy, government by the aged, giving way in Russia to a misconceived attempt at radical disruptive reform. When Konstantin Chernenko became General Secretary of the Communist Party in 1984, he was already 72 years old. He had succeeded a senile Leonid Brezhnev and an ailing Yuri Andropov, former head of the KGB, but he himself was so decrepit that he struggled to read the eulogy at Andropov's funeral. Then came Mikhail Gorbachev, who promised to rejuvenate the greater USSR by breaking the chains of the old bureaucracy with perestroika, or economic reform, and glasnost, openness and transparency. But the effort to sweep away old thinking unleashed centrifugal forces, especially suppressed nationalisms, which soon swept away the Greater Soviet Union itself. Today, especially in Russia, many analysts are applying this analysis of Greater Soviet's decay to these United States. Prominent figures compare Trump to Gorbachev, whose reforms shattered the Greater USSR. While Trump is much older than Gorbachev was, he too is an insider who casts himself as an outsider, as someone who will break the system. After camouflaging his revolutionary project during the campaign, Trump is now making his intentions quite clear. Like any successful political movement, Trump's MAGA, Make America Great Again, prevailed by building a coalition. Working-class Americans, including higher numbers of Asian, Hispanic, and black voters, his coon cadres of house niggers, who liked Trump's anti-system message, joined with highly influential, ultra-rich tech entrepreneurs who have their own ideas about how to transform this country into a corporocratic dystopia. Not surprisingly, this coalition is already showing signs of strain. The most obvious issue being that many of Trump's proposed remedies will inevitably lead to hyperinflation, the same problem that sank President Joe Biden. New and higher tariffs will immediately increase the cost of living, and any serious attempt to round up and deport 11 million undocumented immigrants will create havoc and new labor shortages in agriculture, construction, and crucial distribution centers. President-elect Donald John Trump is keen on launching a simultaneous trade war with America's three largest trade partners: Mexico, the Communist Chinese Empire, and the Canadian Dominion. The price American consumers stand to pay for it would potentially be eased if companies move away from these countries. But where exactly will they go? Those three nations alone accounted for more than 40% of the total values of all goods in the American empire imported yesteryear, according to federal trade data that I'm uploading on my screen right now. Trump recently pledged to impose an additional 10% tariff on Communist Chinese imports on top of existing ones. On the campaign trail, he also floated a 60% across-the-board tariff on Communist Chinese goods. For Mexico and Canada, he said he plans to slap a new 25% tariff on all imports the very day he's inaugurated. In Trump's ideal world, these higher tariffs will directly boost domestic manufacturing, since American businesses would be able to avoid tariffs entirely. To further incentivize companies to move production back to these United States, Trump has also dangled tax breaks. But none of that is likely to cause any meaningful change in domestic production. When Trump imposed steeper tariffs on Communist Chinese goods in his first term, he said, "Very little production came back to the United States." No shit. Go figure. That was partly due to a lack of readily available infrastructure to make certain goods in these United States at all. But even if that infrastructure had existed, moving manufacturing to these United States mostly translates to much higher production costs that directly feed to higher prices consumers pay. So if tariffs on red Chinese, Canadian, and Mexicano imports goest up across the board, more businesses will likely look to shift their production to other nations to avoid what could be some of the steepest import taxes these United States has seen in decades. These are countries most likely to be considered by companies looking to relocate their manufacturing. Only I, the son of Adolf Hitler, a consummate geopolitician, could tell you the number one contender. Trade experts are in agreement that the Communist People's Republic of Vietnam will likely be top contender, since it's relatively cheap to manufacture goods there. Already, the country is the 7th top exporter of goods to these United States, and a beneficiary of the trade war with the Communist Chinese. From 2017, when Trump was first in office, to 2023, Communist Vietnam more than doubled the amount of goods it exports to these United States, surging from $47 billion to $114 billion yesteryear. However, if a lot of companies have the same idea of moving to Vietnam at around the same time, it could get fucking ugly. To quote as Daniel Anthony, Managing Director at Trade Partnership Worldwide, an economic research group, you do hit some bandwidth constraints pretty quickly. Not only that, but it could become more expensive to produce there as suppliers respond to the influx in demand by raising prices. It's called economics, people. I don't think any of you have studied it. How about cars? I know you guys like cars. In fact, your lives depend on them. With Mexico as the top source of United States motor vehicular imports, European nations like United Germany could tap into their own production capabilities. With that, we bring on Brendan Zoget. Yes, tell us a bit about the Democratic Republic of the Congo right now, or if you feel that's the relevant topic. I mean, bring it down. Come on.
Oh, yes, greetings. I didn't realize I was off mute.
No worries.
Yeah.
Welcome
apparently
aboard.
there's a mysterious disease killing people in DRC.
Holy
About
shit.
79 people dead.
Oh,
So-
my God.
Of unknown origin,
Oh,
flu-like
fuck.
symptoms that's targeting the teenage age group. So it sounds alarming. That's why I sent it.
Oh my God, that is alarming. No, thank you. We need these sorts of breaking news inputs. While I'm looking for the photographs, two photographs that I'm trying to find that do justice to some of the topics I've been covering, by all means, what else do you feel needs to be emphasized with the topics I've been bringing up? Have you been able to listen?
I just hopped back on. So
Oh, okay.
I didn't
So,
listen to much.
okay. Well, that's understandable. I've been covering, of course, it's a horrible day of remembrance in Canada, a incel massacre of female engineering students. And so while I was talking
When
about...
was this?
Oh, God, it was 35 years ago today. Well, yesterday, the birthday eve date of my mother, December 6th of 1989, I believe. And so what I was covering was how it was the pioneering for the incel movement. They all hold this mass shooter as a hero. It's disgusting. And
Of course they do.
yeah, and so I'm been telling people about it so they could be aware of this crime and tell them about trying to combat the misogyny and also the human child trafficking of the Russians, where Putin is personally, along with top oligarchs, some of them in their 80s or 90s, adopting Ukrainian children by force, forcing them to become
For
essentially...
what purpose?
What do you think? That's the answer to that is hideously obvious. And
What, like be slaves or something?
yeah, pretty much. Yeah, of course. Yes, and he claims that they're lost Russians that they're bringing back into the fold. It's disgusting. So by all means, while I look for a way to take some of these photographs, yeah, go on.
Speaking of those like Democratic Republic of Congo, I mean,
Yeah.
maybe the Russians are gonna resort to child soldiers. You know, they're like at that level.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I
Just
get
like, here's, can you hold this AK-47? And they're like, they can't. You know, they barely know what to do with it.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
point that way.
Yeah, I see it. I mean, I can see it happening. That's yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, that sounds about their speed, as my dad would say. This is so aside from that, so what were you drinking the other night in terms of just valerian root? It wasn't just valerian root, it was blended. What was your concoction the last time you were knocked out?
Yeah, it wasn't just valerian root, that's for sure.
Well, I'm glad to fucking hear that. Otherwise, I'd be really worried about your biochemistry. But I mean, my dad used
a concoction of herbs,
okay, and
such as blue lotus
yeah,
and valerian, lemon balm, cannabis, just like a whole mixture.
yeah,
Yeah.
and so holy shit. Yeah, well, you've got to get me that shit. That was like, it knocked you for a fucking loop. And it's like, so when you did come on, you were able to perform, so to speak, with, but were you able to interact with Star Fox? You weren't able to interact with Star Fox at all, were you?
Yeah, I talked to her the whole time you were on.
Fuck, shows you how out of it I was that night.
Yeah.
Yeah, believe me, my heart wasn't
Say the
into
least.
it. Yeah. We can
I
all
don't
be
think any of us were ready for it, to be honest.
yeah, we can all be vicious to each other about that. So in terms of the human child trafficking, here I've got a photograph. I'm trying to basically crop it and put it as a JPEG, file it as a JPEG so that I can actually upload it. And so here we are, commissionaris, So in terms of, you're coming on for the moment. I'm glad you did, and say hello to everybody and good morning. And all right, so
yes, good morning and good night, because I have to recover from yesterday morning.
Oh God, and yeah, go on.
I don't run off your guys' schedule, so that.
Oh yes, tell people about the conversation with
Brooke.
Yeah, Brooke. Yeah, tell people what you're willing to share about that, or what you feel is
Well, other than she's like recovering, I think we already shared it though. That she's doing her wards and everything seems to be going well.
Yeah, well, I missed all that. What you were saying. Apparently, you were answering Heather Holman about that, and so.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. And
so that's all I said, really.
Okay.
Because I don't remember much. I mean, I don't usually stay up till 5 in the freaking morning.
Yeah, that was pretty. She does not care about other people, does she? She just uses us when it suits her for her own, like. She is a vampire.
She was on that. On that Twilight meth come down.
Yeah, she's a vampiress, and so she
psychic vampire.
Yes. So do you see this photograph? So that's the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin with his commissionaris for children's rights. She's in charge of entire planes flying hundreds of Ukrainian children into Russia, where they're adopted out to these old oligarchs who are age 60s, 70s, 80s. I mean, disgusting. So just there you go with that. And if Aristides can find out,
they both look like shit.
Yeah, there you go. If Aristides can find
children's rights.
Yeah, believe that shit.
Why don't they just do basic human rights first? Not that I'm against children.
Yeah,
they can't even get just basic rights down. What are you talking about children's rights?
Thank you. Very appreciated. Very astute.
Maybe they mean what is children's rights? Like they get each one gets a bottle of vodka or something. That's like the ration.
It's a children's right to be introduced to sexuality at a young age. That's what it's the right for. And it's like
the worst part is they let all those fuckers over there like Seagal and
Seagal, Snowden,
basically the predators. All the predators
child predators. Yeah, that's right. And for those of you, tell him Seagal is like got a record for that shit. It's why he had.
Yeah, he had some photos or something.
Yeah. And, and he's personal friends with Putin for a reason, and Putin's adopting these kids. So, Seagal's going to get his greasy hands on them to teach them about his hard Aikido. Yeah, that's what he's calling it. Hard Aikido. That's a term he actually fucking uses.
It's fucking disgusting.
He is. Oh, it's all like, well, what about Peter with his Qigong? When he's like doing Tai Chi moves and he's claiming it's Qigong, which is a totally separate, discipline entirely and shit. And he doesn't even have that down. Yeah, he's so disgusting. He's just like Steven Seagal. Really, the two of them are birds of a feather.
So apparently he's got all kinds of allegations. He's got a whole list.
Yeah.
The Los Angeles DA's office has determined 2002 charge against Steven Seagal fell outside of the statute of limitations.
Oh man, that fucking sucks. Yeah, so they're just gonna let him go.
I like how this op-ed from Washington Post. This is the headline: Steven Seagal, drug warrior, honorary cop, alleged serial sex abuser.
Oh man, what is that? His Wikipedia thing or what?
No, that's Washington Post. It was an opinion article.
Yeah, there you go. That's funny.
It says, Seattle Times, Steven Seagal accused of raping teen, adding to decades of claims against the actor. One was 17 and the other was 18.
Oh, there you go.
So he's just going everywhere, he's like just this side of Cosby and shit.
Yeah. That's I guess he uses that hard Aikido to subdue them, and then he's anyhow. I could just go on about that. Now, what do you think of I noticed that, like I showed you, I shared a link with a number of people about that Holocaust survivors case, and so
Which one?
Well, you know which one. The guy who you said,
the one that murdered everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do we present that to the public? How do we share that? It's like really, because
it speaks for itself. I mean,
I think so. So tell people what happened, if you'd be so kind, so that they know that there's people in the camps who belonged in the camps.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so I mean, I could bring it back up. I just don't remember the details at the moment.
Yeah.
Other than the obvious big detail.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can find it in your private messages. So if you look in your private messages,
yeah, I'm going up. I'm scrolling.
Yeah,
I'm scrolling.
and
but
yeah.
Yeah. So basically, the Holocaust survivor who massacred a German family, including a child, with a hatchet as they slept. Yeah. His name was Peter Czimmy, and he was part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Basically a Pole. He was, and it's always, I hate to be like this, but it's always the Polish Jews that have like this crazy rap sheet. I mean, it's, you know, I don't know what it is. There's something that happened because it's always them.
They may be Polish, but it's no joke. Yeah.
Yeah. So he was 21 years old. The weeks following the German attack on the German SS, military units shot thousands of Polish civilians, et cetera, et cetera. Where was the part when he left? After he left, let's see. Where was the part where he did the murder?
It should be
1945. Right?
Yeah.
He found refuge. Okay, so they let him in their house. Yeah. These people. They had compassion, which was the first mistake. Yes. On a snowy winter night, he found refuge and a meal in the home of a German family consisting of the husband, wife, and daughter. They fed him, gave him a bed. After they went to sleep, Czimmy found a hatchet and brutally murdered the couple and their young daughter in their beds. This is the Holocaust survivor who massacred a family. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Doug has the information.
Yeah. It's like
the YouTube video. There's like an article about it.
Yeah,
so there you go.
But no, don't they have the details in that text of what happened thereafter?
It looks like it just stops there.
What? Let me see. If I take a look at a screen share, let's look at a screen share here. Whoops. Oh, I just hung up the call, so I'll have to get back on the call. Thank you. Okay. So there we are. Thank you.
I think you did something to the Skype call.
I did. I was trying to go into screen share here, and I pressed the.
You took off everyone else.
I did.
Yeah.
Holy!
I'll just add back like the mains.
Yeah. If you could, the Aristides in particular, of course, we'll see if that even carries through. I'm trying to.
Oh shit! I almost pressed Brandon Young. Fuck.
Yeah. Oh shit!
He's probably so oblivious he has no idea.
Oh no, he wouldn't even notice. He wouldn't even notice.
Like, what's up, Doug?
Yeah.
Happened.
Oh,
he's back.
Okay, so you're back, and what I'm trying to do is get some photographs into the Skype and try and figure out how we're going to find these photographs to share with our listeners, because it's just such a difficulty to find these photographs. They're practically scrubbed from the internet, and when I find them, they're never in a format that is transferable. So I have to like screen shoot them and upload them as JPEGs in order to get them transferred. So so one photograph I already put into the call that I'm hoping you'll download into your own files for future reference concerned the woman who is a co-conspirator with Vladimir Putin in the mass abduction of children. But aside from that, what I was trying to do was screen share so I could show Brendan Zogit that he has a full text on this asshole who killed a German family in 1945. So if we scroll up here, I'm sharing text. Can you see this? There?
Yeah.
That's a lot of text.
That's what you sent me, right?
Yeah. That you got that. That's what you got. That's a lot of text. It tells you.
Yeah, I skipped over the middle part. I just read like the last part.
Okay. So you read the last part where, okay, he murdered the couple and the young daughter in their beds. Okay, got it.
Yeah, I just wanted to rip the Band-Aid, honestly.
Understood. Okay.
Is there context? Is there some decent context in there? Or what was his motive? Did they get a motive off of him or something? Like, he was just crazed?
That might be in the context might be provided in the rest of that text, but it's basically... let's put it this way: it doesn't render him any more sympathetic. It's
Well, I mean, he could have claimed like insanity, right? Like, oh, I was, what was it called?
I think they executed him. I think they executed him.
Good.
Yeah, yeah. And
it's a shame that like all those innocent people got killed, and that guy that survives is the fucking criminal. It's just,
look at the other guy who survived, Roman Polanski.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. That's what I was saying. Is like it's always the Polish ones. It's really weird.
Yeah,
like there's this thing like one of the main what is it called? The main suspects for the Jack the Ripper case was this lunatic that was a Polish Jew that lived in London.
Yeah,
in like the 1800s. So this is like almost historical fact that they're the problem people.
There you go. There you go. They have the sense of entitlement and privilege. And
let me find this guy. Suspected. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, they have the sense of entitlement and privilege, like they should be allowed to get away with anything. So just loading up this.
But it's almost like it's weirdly genetic or something.
Yeah, of course. Well,
like it wasn't like he wasn't even killing, like he was like some kind of crazed person where he was like causing ruckus in the town. It was just like anarchist almost.
Yeah.
Just he was like uncontrollable.
Yeah. And so here we go. So let me upload these photographs in a second. I'm going to try and open the file location and okay. Oh, okay. So that's what I did. So here's what I need to do. Go back again. And this is so time consuming.
So his name was Świerin Andzwowski Kolowski, alias George Chapman. No relation to the victim Anne Chapman.
Right.
1865 to 1903, was born in Congress, Poland, but immigrated to UK. Shortly before the start, 1887 and 88, shortly before the Whitechapel murders, which was the Jack the Ripper crimes. He poisoned 3 of his wives, and he became known as the Borough Prisoner.
Yeah.
And he was hanged for his crimes in 1903, around the time of the Ripper murders, when he lived in Whitechapel, London, working as a barber under the name Ludwig Schlossky.
Yes.
There you go. So he was just a suspect. They didn't catch him as the killer.
I went rather in deep into him in my writings on the occult.
This guy? Really?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yes.
What else did he do? Like, how was what?
So let me put this into the perspective of let me look up my writings on the occult. So when I was writing about here we are, Edomic quantum mechanics. Okay, Edom. See if something comes up. And that's
holy crap! There's more than one Polish Jew on this list.
Yeah,
this is like it says. Aaron Kominski was also a Polish Jew, admitted to the lunatic asylum in 1891.
Yeah.
Kominski, without a forename, was named as a suspect by Sir Melville McNighton in his 1894 memorandum, and by the former Chief Inspector Donald Swanson. The only person who ever had a good view of the murderer basically identified him, and the suspect fit their profile. This guy, Aaron Kominski, a sexual maniac of a virulent type that was living in the immediate vicinity of the scenes of the murders, and that if he was not living immediately alone, his people knew of his guilt and refused to give him up to justice.
There you go. Oh,
and it says here, Sir Robert Anderson goes on to state the conclusion that the police came, this is the London police, this is Scotland Yard here, was that Jack the Ripper, quote unquote, and his people were certainly low-class Polish Jews.
Jesus Christ. And now let me find. I'll talk about.
That makes you wonder. I mean, were they just being, what is it called? Unfair, or
Well, how about this? How about the concept that all the people who were in the camps were like that?
That's what I'm wondering.
How's that cut for a concept? And that so that really puts that in perspective, doesn't it?
Holy shit! There's a third one.
Yeah, well, I have no doubt.
John Pizer, a bootmaker in Whitechapel. Like, were they like? I mean, maybe they were being racist, but I mean,
no, maybe they were operating as a team.
Perhaps.
Yes, and so here we are, Montreal, and so here we have a JPEG. This is one of the only photographs we have of the Montreal massacre, and so that's like that was the point I was making. Was that unlike modern mass shootings, we don't have these images now. Aristides, if you could find a way to share these images with our listeners, that would be great. It would put perspective onto things, and their titles are beneath them. The Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, with the presidential commissioneress for children's rights, Maria Ilvova, the Montreal massacre. Basically, there's a incel femicide victim. That's one of the only images we have from the actual massacre, and at least puts some reality, some real bite into what I was describing. But aside from that,
what was this guy's motive?
He said that all the women were stealing his engineering jobs. He couldn't get hired as an engineer because all the women were taking his jobs. Yeah. And
talk about delusional.
Yes, that's right. So here we are. I'm going to share screen. And so here we are sharing screen. Prime example of historical warts may be seen in classical Hermetic texts such as the genuine medieval course in magic, one of the most important books in the history of occultism, as translated by the British occultist Samuel Liddell MacGregor Mathers, born Samuel Liddell, and primarily known as I'm sorry?
I said, okay. All right.
Yeah, primarily known as one of the founders of the esoteric Ordo Hermeticus Aurorae, the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, who, conspiring with the German-speaking Occult Secret Society and Hermetic Magical Organization OTO, Ordo Templi Orientis, Order of the Temple of the East, or Order of the Oriental Templars, founded by the wealthy.
Is it Orientalis or Orientis?
It's Orientis. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, Ordo... you said it right. You said it.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Ordo.
I just for some reason thought Orientalis. I don't know why.
Because it's easy. Yeah. Order of Oriental Templars. It's easy to Anyhow, it was founded by the wealthy Austrian industrialist Karl. Now, notice here. I know. As distinctively opposed to the German spelling Karl with a K, this wealthy this wealthy magnate from Austria spelled his name Karl with a C in betrayal of his Anglophilia, meaning he wanted to be British very bad. Yeah. So Karl Kellner, and he trained the self-anointed, meaning it was Liddell, who was in affiliation with the German Kellner. He trained, Liddell did, originally, the man who would defect to Kellner. Liddell trained Aleister Crowley, who himself found the Diabolatress, the Philotheosophy, or philosophical religion of Thelema, or will, common during the OTO, and conversion thereof into a Thelemic fraternal order, his own willful version of Freemasonry, in which role he identified himself as the anti-prophet, mistrusted with misguiding humanity into the aeon of Haru, or Horus, or Falcon, by violent ceremonial magics, even as Samuel Liddell Mathers's infamous Aurora Aureae, or Golden Dawn cult, sponsored the notorious German-born merchant seaman Karl Ferdinand Feigenbaum, alias Anton Zahn, also known as Jack the Ripper, executed in the electric chair at 54 years of age on-site New York Sing Sing prison for brutally murdering his Manhattan landlady, Mrs. Juliana Hoffman, in 1894. All evidential records of his career as a Reichsmarine, meaning merchant marine sailor, and convicted serial killer who traveled all over the United States and Europa whenever Ripper-esque murders took place, later to be destroyed by the Allies via their fire bombings of the continent in World War II. In other words, all the records proving who he was were destroyed in Germany by the Allied firebombing. Karl Feigenbaum committed similar murders in Argentina. Basically, Karl Feigenbaum was professionally able to depart London to perform identical human sacrificial acts in Argentina. The manhunt for him launched shortly after each occult terrorist campaign on either side of the Atlantic, thusly thwarted. Exemplar Gratier, though considered by the police as the Ripper suspect who stalked Whitechapel, he was at sea at time of the first 4 canonical murders and was released without charge. All the aforesaid in ritual to usher in an age of fratricidal Anglo-German wars and ergo precipitate the auto-genocide of the white race on behalf, turn to power, of the lost tribes of Israel, the Gog-Magog that they considered to be Rus America. From, so there we have that. But he was sponsored by the Golden Dawn. So the Whitechapel murders, sponsored this merchant seaman who was a German national, but wound up with United States citizenship and executed in the United States. But he committed murders all over London, all over the United States, all over Argentina, because as a merchant seaman, he could do that. And every time that they would, question him, he was out at sea, quote unquote. That was the records that the Golden Dawn would help basically alter his documents for the times he was at sea.
Classic. Yeah.
Makes
sense.
Well, remember what Heather Holman said about her own, grandfather or some relative of hers always spending all his time altering documents. I mean, he couldn't be for himself all the time. How many documents can you alter for yourself? It's
Well, it's like that first guy I brought up. I don't know if you said suspiciously sounds like this guy, right? It's similar. But they changed their names like 4 times. There's like 4 aliases and shit.
Yes, that's right.
So it's like,
absolutely,
like, that's already suspect as fuck.
Yeah, there you go. And there you have that. So understand, these guys couldn't get away with what they did without sponsorship. They had to have sponsorship.
Oh yeah.
And so the sponsor was these occult organizations, and that hopefully.
They didn't publicize it until later, like later writings. But all those murders in, like you said, the canonical 4 of the Jack the Ripper murders, especially Whitechapel, they were all done on certain ley lines and also at certain astrological timings. Like they weren't random. So that was proven. So it had to have been done by some coven or someone that knew what to do and when.
Absolutely. And
it was always a woman, right? It was always a woman
of course.
Defiled the goddess and all that.
Yes.
Some kind of inversion.
Of course.
Or the holy harlot is like an aspect of the ancient temples.
Yes. The Madonna whore complex.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
so it's so again, thanks for coming back on and joining us so that we could cover this. And whenever
I'm gonna try to sleep. But there's a second call going. I don't know how we get rid of
that. Does it matter? Not really. Yeah. So so long. Let me check. Production seems to be going along fine. So long
the
as
stream seems alright.
Yeah. So long as the stream's okay. Who gives a shit about the Skype fuckery? It's like what I did was I hit the hang up button by mistake when I was trying to do a screen share, but that's the break. Skype is fucked up, so at any rate, thank you for coming on with us. Get some sleep, and yes, definitely. Now you're kind of caught up with what I was talking about, and I don't know if is Aristides there? Just curious, is he? If he's not,
Pretty much just us.
I guess it's just us. But you've seen the photographs that the poor murdered.
Well, me, you, and Aristides.
Yeah.
Aristides.
Well, it's just gonna be.
I'm barely here.
No worries. Okay, no worries. Go ahead.
Fading out.
Yeah.
The melatonin's hitting.
Yeah. No worries.
Yeah. No, I didn't even take any.
Good. We're glad you're naturally biochemically, fading. That's good. That's healthy. It's healthy. Yeah. And okay, love you too.
Get some testosterone injections.
There we are. It's Nemo has joined us. So how are you doing, Nemo?
Oh, I just woke up.
Okay.
And I noticed you got 2 live calls. I joined the other, but Doug and Brendan's pause. Then I got to join the other one. Then
yeah.
I don't know what's going on.
We it'll all eventually hopefully hang up. Now tell us, what did you see Peter Moon and Ian West discussing in our old calls?
Oh, they weren't discussing anything. It was just I noticed that Peter Moon left one of the chats.
Interesting.
And I didn't know if that was a period of time when he was still joining the chats, or if that was after disbanded. So
I think he was brought on by Ian so he could read what we were saying.
Suspecting. Yeah, that's what I was suspecting. So I kicked them all from every chat.
God bless you. That's yeoman work. Thank you so much. And thanks to, of course, John Warrington as well for all the wonderful work he's doing. And I'm just so glad to have men like you on my side helping to make all this possible. And honestly, you're really looking out for my back. Amy Como was deeply impressed. Just
call me the scum cleaner.
There we are. There we are. Yeah, you. There's definitely a better word for it than that. I'll try and think of it. But yeah, you definitely, you cleaned up on those bastards, and someone had to. Definitely, Brooke Gibson was also impressed by what you've been doing, and I spoke to her along with Brendan Zoga. We both spoke to her after Brendan got off.
Is she doing better?
Yes, she's doing better.
That's good.
Yeah, she's just trying to. She's afraid that if she comes on, she'll incite more attacks from the enemy.
Right.
Yeah, so that's understandable. But hopefully she eventually does come back because obviously we do have a lot more fun most of the time when she comes back and can.
Yes.
Yeah. So aside from all of that, any particular dreams? I know you have wild, vivid dreams.
I won't say them.
Okay, that's fine.
Because they're pretty violent.
Okay, that's fine. By the way, so if you take a look at the 2 photographs in text box, I mean to say, these 2 photographs in our text box here, that woman who's on the other side of Vladimir Putin is helping him mass abduct thousands of Ukrainian children, which they fly to Russia and adopt off to all these old oligarchs, and some of them are personally adopted by Putin himself. It's human child trafficking on a massive scale. It's disgusting. The other is a victim of the Montreal massacre, which a misogynist conducted the first incel massacre in 1989, 35 years ago. And so it was something that I was trying to bring up with our listeners as to how important it is that we never forget these crimes and why they are impacting us to this day. In terms of the exact year, 1989, 6th of December, 1989, my mother's birthday, Eve Day. And so that's so today is my mother's birthday, December 5th, and that's why.
Happy birthday.
Yes, thank you.
If she can hear it.
Yes, I hope she can, yes. And so her photograph is embedded in thumbnail of live stream from the 80s. That was from the 1980s, maybe about a decade before that massacre, but that was after her feeding and very rejuvenated. You can see she's just fed because it reflects in her eyes get very red, the irises, that is. And so there's from that time and place, and a poem dedicated to her is within there, and recommend all of our listeners to open up the text so they can review the poem. Other than that, I'll probably return to monologue very quickly, but both of you gentlemen, please say good morning to everyone. And yeah, please, that would be great.
Well, yeah, good morning to everybody. And please support Douglas Dietrich any way you can. Send donations towards him via PayPal. And also download all of his content, archive it, and re-upload it.
Thank you, and appreciate that profoundly. How about yourself, Brendan?
Yes, good evening, and it was good. Situation good.
Yes, you helped immensely. And
Yes,
yes, have a blessed day. Stay safe and be well. We love you dearly, okay?
Have a good night,
much
Brandon.
appreciated.
Yeah.
Yes, good evening.
Yes. And then, of course, Nemo, so glad you could join, and feel free to interject anytime you wish. And certainly look forward to your review of the episode parts that you've missed so far. And a shout out to all our listeners, especially Victoria. Lovely Victoria has joined us in the chat. So don't forget to acknowledge her in the chat, Nemo. And yes, and
Goddamn Troy, still being a bitch. Fuck.
Who?
Oh, Troy. Still whinging about racial epithet and all that.
Oh, no, I brought it up. So he responded to what I was saying, in all fairness.
All right.
Yes. Yeah, it's so hopefully we'll be on next week. I mean, I've missed him, and would like him to join us because he's in the middle belly of the beast now. Florida is where Trump is selecting most of his government of the United States is from his sycophants in Florida. So that's most of the people that he's choosing for his cabinet at this point is from there.
Fuck living in Florida. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, it's a shithole. So when we're talking about the tariffs, a lot of people understand cars. Our lives depend on cars. So with Mexico as the top source of United States motor vehicular imports, European nations like United Germany could tap into their own production capabilities. And similarly, the Empire of Japan and the Republic of South Korea, who are also heavyweights in car manufacturing, could ramp up production. In terms of apparel and footwear, in addition to communist Vietnam, Americans are likely to see more of their clothes and shoes coming from Indonesia, Bangladesh, and Cambodia, Kampuchea, if there's a new three-way trade war. Federal trade data proves that these United States have increasingly been importing more apparel and shoes from these four nations in recent years: Indonesia, Bangladesh, Kampuchea, and Vietnam. All Southeast Asian nation states. On the luxury footwear and apparel side, however, Italy may experience higher production demand. In terms of electronics, as impacted by tariffs, that takes us inevitably back to my native homeland and heartland of Taiwan, the third highest exporter of electronics into these United States yesteryear, which could further amp up production as more companies seek to move away from communist China on the Asian mainland, which was the top electronics exporter to these United States yesteryear. Other Southeast Asian countries that have been exporting more and more electronic goods to these United States in recent years, like Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, South Korea, and the Empire of Japan, are likely to increase their manufacturing as well. The Republic of South Korea and the Empire of Japan also have currency advantages. Both of the won of South Korea and the yen of Japan have weakened significantly over the past year relative to the American dollar, making it cheaper for Americans to buy good from either source. Companies could also take a page from Apple's book. The iPhone maker recently moved some of its production to Asian India. That option looks less likely because most Indian manufacturing is set up to meet the demand of the world's most populous country, India itself. However, electronic manufacturing in other Southeast Asian countries is set up to meet global demand. So our entire supply chain, the face of the global supply chain, is going to change. By the way, thank you so much for muting our friend Aristides, Nemo. I appreciate that profoundly.
I didn't do that. That was Brendan.
No.
He's not even mute. I don't see him mute.
He's snoring. Okay, so let me mute. Okay, I muted him.
Now he's mute.
Yeah,
we both did it.
Yeah, we both did it simultaneously. That's so cool. That's so funny. Yes, we both slapped our hands over his mouth. Yes, that's cute. So, yes, and then Brendan also shared some words, and that's appreciated. And there we are. He's always on the lookout for us. So, as you are always on the lookout for us. Now, many companies could simply end up staying put. Many businesses may have existing contracts to manufacture goods in a particular location for a set period of time. But even if they don't, companies are not trying to avoid tariffs. They're trying to get the lowest all-in cost for the best possible product. That means that some companies will be willing to absorb higher tariffs rather than moving elsewhere, if that ends up being the cheaper option. Case in point, even after Trump began imposing higher tariffs on Chinese imports in 2018, many of which President Biden left in place, the United States did not stop importing goods from mainland China entirely. It just stopped importing as much as it had been. Exempli gratiae, in 2017, before the tariffs went into effect, 60% of all computer equipment in these United States imported came from Communist China on the Asian mainland. That's according to federal trade data. Yesteryear, Red China accounted for just 39% of all computer equipment these United States imported. In total, these United States imported $500 billion United States dollars worth of Chinese goods in 2017, amounting to 22% of all U.S. imports. Now, yesteryear, however, the United States imported $427 billion worth of goods from Red China, accounting for just 14% of total U.S. imports. Over that time frame, Mexicano and Canadian imports each grew by more than 100 billion U.S. dollars, with tariffs set at near zero because of the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement, combined with the simultaneous amplified tariffs levied on Chinese goods. That largely helps explain why Mexico overtook Red China as the top exporter to these United States. Still, even with higher tariffs, Brad Setzer, a senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations, doesn't think any auto producer is going to want to abandon their expensive investments in Mexico, especially because Mexico may escape higher tariffs as Trump appears more willing to negotiate a deal with them compared to the Communist Chinese. To quote his Setzer, "There's bigger questions about moving out of Red China, and the hard thing about Red China is that there's so much production capacity, and it's so cheap." Equally, slashing the bureaucracy in the way that Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy envision through the new DOGE as I call it, Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, would put large numbers of Americans out on the fucking streets. These displaced workers are unlikely to rush into low-paying agricultural work. Thus, while the brighter future remains only a vague promise, the looming costs and pain are readily apparent. Those speaking for Silicon Valley here in the greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region, I should say Biotech Bay Area is what my son's trying to get me used to saying, because that's really the new name for our region. They also dream here of unleashing artificial intelligence to boost productivity and hence the earnings of lower skilled workers. The idea is not preposterous on its face. There is empirical evidence that AI has precipitated at least the former boost in call centers. Productivity gains in other areas, such as healthcare and elder care, are clearly possible. But neither this revolutionary accelerationist philosophy nor its potential applications have been tested at scale. Moreover, the Silicon Valley vision relies on a globally connected world in which the United States has been the dominant player till now. Thus, while Musk fully signs on to Trump's project of complete disruption, his own vision, paradoxically, combines technology with the globalist status quo, himself so arguing, "Business as usual is driving America bankrupt, so we need change one way or another." Now, Musk applauds, either rightly or wrongly, the Argentinian dictator Javier Milei's shock therapy as of eliminating tariffs and opening the Argentine economy, yet we all know that tariff is Trump's favorite fucking word. It remains to be seen how this obvious tension will be resolved. On a more optimistic note, American disengagement by itself cannot provoke a Great Depression-level global trade collapse, since America accounts for only 13.5% of the world's imports. Of course, other countries may retaliate or simply try to ape Donald Trump, but the more chaotic Trump is, the less likely he is to find any imitators. Just look at the deterrent effect that Brexit had on other Eurosceptics, or how eager most Greater Soviet successor states were to adopt a different mindset. So, part of the Trumpian coalition wants globalism, and the other part rejects it. The irony is that the latter camp will feel the most pain from attempts to turn inward. Trump's policy agenda, if enacted, will inevitably sow the seeds of a new wave of discontent, protest, and conspiracy theorizing. The same description applies to the post-Soviets experience in the closing years of the 20th century. Abrupt, rapid change only led to disruption, with all those harmed by it joining the next cohort of the alienated, or should I say mass alienated. A similar dynamic is self-evidently taking hold in these United States. Today's Russian Empire certainly not only hopes so, but is banking on it. And on the banks of the Jordan in the Holy Land, on Monday, Lebanese authorities confirmed that Israeli strikes killed at least 9 people in southern Lebanon, the deadliest day since a ceasefire brokered by the United States and France came into effect last week. But the uneasy truce between Israel and Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah appeared to be holding, even as the two sides accused each other of breaching the deal. Hezbollah on Monday fired 12 projectiles toward Israeli-occupied territory, responding to repeated Israeli strikes that have hit Lebanon daily since Thursday, the day after the ceasefire came into force. Still, this work week opened on Monday with the United States State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller insisting that the truce has not broken down, himself being quoted as saying that, broadly speaking, I guess like a fusillade or a broadside, the ceasefire has been successful. It's been successful because the Israelis lured all kinds of Lebanese back into their homes, and then successfully bombarded them and massacred them. Kind of like, to the Israelis, some kind of roach motel trap, since they view all Arabs around them as vermin. Now to the core, in a sense, of tonight's transmission. Carl Lindbergh says, Jesus loves Victoria. Cool. I love it. Yeah, good on Carl. That's clever. With that, let me see if I can find a thumbs up, but I'm not finding it. Oh, here we are. There we go. And then these days they give you the full racial spectrum of which thumbs to choose. Or hands, you know. They got all the different colors of the flesh rainbow. I guess one of them is Chinese, white, Latin American, Native American, Black African American, or just plain Asian, white, brown, red, black. There's another fucking color that I guess I would call it flesh.
Oh, damn.
6 of them? Oh, are you looking at that? Do you see them?
Yeah, I acknowledge those, different racial versions of the emojis.
Yeah, they're weird as fuck. I mean, I don't know what that 6th color is supposed to represent. Maybe it represents someone that's gay.
Demon. Yeah. Oh, maybe gay.
Maybe gay because it's a little pink or something.
Right.
I'm just kidding. I don't know. Yeah. They should have one that looks like a woman's hand, right? Shouldn't they? Or...
Yeah, like with long fingernails or fingernail polish on it.
Yeah. But then again, they'd have to do 6 of those. So there we go with that. So such being said, okay. Yeah, thanks for that, Nemo. I appreciate that. And so let's talk about, inescapably, the Hunter Biden fallout. The Hunter Biden pardon is a strategic mistake, but you can't blame Biden for bad pardons Trump already granted, and will again, as Capitol rioters were among those who held out hope for a Trump pardon and didn't get it yet. Not just Hunter Biden. Biden isn't the first president to pardon a relative. President Joe Biden has deprived Democrats of an important argument heading into the chaos of the next Trump administration, but Trump's pardons were a circus, and his sequel will be worse by orders of magnitude. President Joe Biden's decision to pardon his son Hunter has left some Democrats fuming over his choice to repeatedly and unequivocally claim that he would never take that step. On X, the Democratic Ohio representative Greg Landsman said, "As a father, I get it, but as someone who wants people to believe in public service again, it's a setback." Another Democrat, Colorado Senator Michael Bennet, said Biden's decision placed personal interest ahead of duty and further erodes Americans' faith that the justice system is fair and equal for all. I think we lost that long time ago. Though controversial, Joe Biden's move to pardon a close family member or associate is hardly unheard of. President Bill Clinton pardoned his half-brother Roger, who had pleaded guilty to a drug charge on his last day in office. And Donald Trump pardoned Charles Kushner, his daughter's father-in-law, during his last month in office. In point of fact, in the waning days of the Trump administration, the misadministration really, the 45th president took one final play from Johnson's playbook. I'll get to the historical President Johnson soon enough, deploying an unprecedented number of pardons. On Christmas Day in 1868, President Johnson issued a total and complete mass pardon for the hundreds of thousands of former Confederate soldiers and leaders, effectively expunging the crime of treason from the record of millions of Americans. While Johnson still holds the record for total number of pardons, Trump has already made considerable progress in trying to rival his early predecessor, granting amnesty to a whole cast of criminal associates, political allies, and many others connected to the late misadministration. As the media spins itself into knots over President Biden's pardon of his son Hunter Biden, saying President-elect Donald Trump will use Biden's act of clemency to justify bad pardons once he takes office again, let's remember Trump won't need any excuse for his inevitably awful future pardons. Just look at his own track record. Trump's first term saw a parade of jaw-dropping pardons, and it's clear he's gearing up for a sequel. Of the terrible pardons Trump granted during his first term in office, just check this out. Joe Arpaio. In 2017, Trump issued his first full and unconditional pardon to former Maricopa County Sheriff Joe Arpaio, the vile racist who was found guilty of criminal contempt after he continued to racially profile Latinos despite a court order to stop the malpractice. Arpaio never took responsibility nor apologized for his crime, which is traditionally a condition to obtain a presidential pardon. Republicans from Arizona, where Arpaio carried out his reign of terror, slammed Trump's decision. At the time, the late Arizona Republican, Senator John McCain, said, Mr. Arpaio was found guilty of criminal contempt for continuing to illegally profile Latinos living in Arizona based on their perceived immigration status in violation of a judge's orders. The president has the authority to make this pardon, but doing so at this time undermines his claim for the respect of rule of law, as Mr. Arpaio has shown no remorse for his actions. Scooter Libby. In 2018, Trump pardoned Libby, former Vice President Dick Cheney's chief of staff, who was convicted in 2007, the year of my late and sainted Cyrus's murder, of perjury and obstruction of justice in an investigation into who leaked the identity of the CIA officer Valerie Plame, or Plame. The pardon was an attempt by Trump to issue a warning to Special Counsel Robert Mueller and then FBI Director James Comey, who were probing his alleged ties to Russian electoral interference in 2016. Libby was convicted by a special counsel whom Comey had tasked with investigating the leak. At the time, the Democratic representative Adam Schiff said, on the day the president wrongly attacks Comey for being a leaker and a liar, he considers pardoning a convicted leaker and liar, Scooter Libby. This is the president's way of sending a message to those implicated in the Russia investigation. You have my back, and I'll have yours. Then there was the Yellow House nigger, Dinesh D'Souza. A little more than a month later, Trump pardoned a right-wing conspiracy theorist, Dinesh D'Souza, who pleaded guilty to making illegal straw donations to a Republican Senate candidate in New York, who was running against Democratic Senator Kirsten Gillibrand. D'Souza went on to help Trump gin up fake evidence to back up Trump's lies that he won the 2020 election. On Sunday, D'Souza admitted that the evidence, which he detailed in a film called 2,000 Mules, that Trump and his allies used to try to overturn the election, was entirely fabricated. Clint Lawrence and Matthew Goldstein. Pete Hegseth, the Fox News host and known rapist who Trump nominated to serve as Secretary of Defense, helped convince Trump to pardon First Lieutenant Clint Lawrence and Major Matthew Goldstein, who were convicted of murder or were facing murder charges, respectively, for actions they took while serving in Afghanistan. Lawrence was sentenced to 19 years in prison for killing 12 men when he opened fire on unarmed Afghan civilians in 2012. And Goldstein was facing charges after he admitted to executing an unarmed Afghan man in 2010. Bernie Kerik, former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani, a Trump cultist, helped convince Trump to pardon former New York City Police Commissioner Bernard Kerik, who had served 3 years in prison for tax fraud and lying to federal officials. Michael Flynn, after losing his bid for re-election in 2020, Trump pardoned former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn, who pleaded guilty to lying to the FBI as part of the probe into Russian interference in the 2016 election. Trump had previously intervened in Flynn's case, asking Comey in 2017 to stop probing Flynn's obvious involvement in the Russian scheme, which Trump had called a hoax. Comey refused. Trump's pardon was lambasted by Democrats, including then House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who declared that the move was an act of grave corruption and a brazen abuse of power. George Papadopoulos, about a month later, in December of 2020, Trump went on to pardon former campaign aide George Papadopoulos, who triggered the federal probe into the Trump campaign's collusion with Russia to meddle in the 2016 campaign, going on thereafter to serve 12 days in prison for lying to federal investigators about his contacts with Russians during the campaign. Alex van der Zwaan. That same day, Trump also pardoned Dutch attorney Alex van der Zwaan, who also pleaded guilty to lying to Special Counsel Mueller's investigators. Van der Zwaan's conviction was the first secured by Mueller's team, and he ultimately was the only person to ever serve jail time due to the probe. Van der Zwaan was ultimately deported in 2018. 3 Republican members are, shall we say, former members of Congress. Trump also pardoned 2 former Republican members of Congress, Representatives Chris Collins of New York and Duncan Hunter of California, were his earliest congressional supporters in his 2016 bid for president. And he commuted the sentence of the 3rd former Representative Steve Stockman of Texas. At the time of his pardon, Collins was serving prison time for insider trading. Hunter had pleaded guilty to stealing campaign funds for personal benefit, while Stockman was serving 10 years in prison for stealing hundreds of thousands of dollars meant for charities in order to pay for personal expenses and his campaign. Because of him, thousands of children went without food and medical care, and hundreds of them died. You might as well say he's a mass murderer. The Blackwater war criminals, Nicholas Slatton, Paul Slow, Evan Liberty, and Dustin Hurd. The 4 Blackwater contractors Trump granted pardons to were convicted of carrying out a 2007 massacre in the year of my late and sainted sire's, my legal father's death, a 2007 massacre of 14 innocent civilian children in Iraq. The United Nations Human Rights Office slammed the pardon. In a statement, UN spokesperson Marta Hurtado said these 4 individuals were given sentences ranging from 12 years to life imprisonment, including on charges of first-degree murder. Pardoning them contributes to impunity and has the effect of emboldening others to commit such crimes in the future. That's what it's all about. Roger Stone. Trump commuted the sentence of right-wing Republican ally and Russophiliac conspiracy theorist Roger Stone, who had been found guilty of obstructing a congressional investigation into Russia's interference in the 2016 election. Stone was sentenced to 3 years in prison, but he never served a day of that time, as Trump commuted his sentence days before it was set to begin. In a statement he issued after Trump commuted Stone's sentence, Representative, a Democrat from California from the 30th District, since 2023, Adam Schiff said, "With this commutation, Trump makes clear that there are two systems of justice in America, one for his criminal friends and one for everyone else." Paul Manafort. Trump pardoned his first campaign chairman, who had been sentenced to more than 7 years in prison for a raft of financial crimes, including tax evasion on millions of dollars in income he earned as a political consultant in Ukraine. His crimes were uncovered during Mueller's investigation. Charles Kushner. Trump pardoned Charles Kushner, his daughter Ivanka's father-in-law, who pleaded guilty in 2004 to filing false tax returns, lying to the Federal Election Commission, and retaliating against a cooperating witness. Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, who prosecuted the case, said Kushner's crimes were some of the most loathsome, disgusting crimes he had ever prosecuted in his entire career. Kushner admitted to a scheme to punish and intimidate his own brother-in-law, who was a cooperating witness into a probe that Kushner made illegal campaign contributions. According to the Associated Press, Kushner hired a prostitute to lure his brother-in-law, then arranged to have the encounter in a New Jersey motel room recorded with a hidden camera, and the recording sent to his own sister, the man's wife. Now Trump nominated Kushner to serve as his ambassador to France during his upcoming second term. Steve Bannon. Hours before his first term in office expired, Trump pardoned his loathsome former chief strategist, Steve Bannon, who had been charged with defrauding people who donated money to a phony charity that was purportedly raising money to build the border wall Trump promised Mexico would pay for. Bannon had yet to face trial for the charges, so Trump preemptively pardoned him, sparing him of the legal jeopardy he faced. Bannon ultimately did end up serving 4 months in prison for contempt of Congress after he refused to comply with a subpoena from the House committee that was probing the January 6th insurrection. And Bannon now faces state charges for the Build the Wall scam, which Trump cannot pardon him for. The trial in that case is set to begin in February. I'll later on tell people why a president cannot pardon state charges. Now, Elliot Broidy, Trump also pardoned the Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgent megadonor Elliot Broidy, who pleaded guilty to serving as an unregistered foreign agent. According to the Department of Justice, Elliot Broidy sought to lobby the highest levels of the U.S. government to drop one of the largest fraud and money laundering prosecutions ever brought and to deport a critic of the Chinese Communist Party, all while concealing the foreign interests whose bidding he himself was doing. Broidy helped raise millions for Trump and the Republican National Committee, where he later served as Deputy Finance Chairman in 2017 after Trump took office. He later resigned from that role after reports surfaced that Brody paid $1.6 million in hush money to a Playboy playmate who claimed Brody had impregnated her. Albert Pirro. In another last-minute maneuver, Trump pardoned Albert Pirro, the ex-husband of Fox News hostess and Trump sycophant Jeanine Pirro, who was sentenced to 29 months in prison for tax evasion and conspiracy charges circa Anno Domini 2000 of the Communal era. The Riot Army insurrectionists. Several Trump cultists arrested for rioting and storming the gates of our United States Capitol were among those holding out hope that President Donald Trump would have used some of his last hours in office to grant them a full pardon. Longtime advisors to Trump urged him against such a maneuver, but the rioters contend their argument is compelling. They went to the Capitol to support Donald Trump, and now that they are facing charges carrying up to 20 years in prison, it's time for Trump to support them. Jenna Ryan, a Dallas area real estate agent who took a private jet to the January 6th rally and ensuing riot to disrupt the certification of the election of President-elect Joe Biden, has since pleaded that, "I feel like I was basically following my president. I was following what we were called to do. He asked us to fly there. He asked us to be there. So I was doing what he asked us to do." You're one dumb cunt. And the reason you're in prison is natural selection. You've been selected by Charles Darwin not to breed. Now Ryan, who prosecutors say posted a now deleted video of herself marching to the Capitol with the words, "We are going to fucking go in here! Life or death!" Thereafter told the Fourth Estate, "I think we all deserve a pardon. I'm facing a prison sentence. I think I do not deserve that." Perhaps the most high-profile rioter, the so-called QAnon shaman, who broke into the Senate chamber and posed at the dais with a spear, wearing a horned fur hat and animal skins, is also pleading for a pardon. Jacob Chansley's lawyer said he reached out to the White House Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, about a possible pardon on behalf of the Arizona man, acknowledging it might be a reach, but that there was nothing to lose in seeking one. If Chansley is not granted a pardon, attorney Albert Watkins did say, it could offer the added benefit of further awakening his client to the fact that his devotion to Trump has not been reciprocated, comparing it to being a jilted lover or even a member of a cult. Watkins so noting that the only thing that was missing at the Capitol was the president, our president, stirring up the Kool-Aid with a big fat spoon. Dominic Pezzola, a New York man and far-right Proud Boys supporter, who was seen in a video using a clear police shield to shatter a Capitol window, also explored seeking a pardon, but his defense attorney, Mike Schibetta, told the Associated Press there was not enough time to make it happen. The barrister going so far as to say to believe the president is going to carte blanche issue these pardons is kind of a fantasy. I think it would cast a shadow on his own impeachment defense. Trump waited until the early morning hours of Inauguration Day to issue a flurry of pardons that never included any member of the mob. Harvard Law Professor Emeritus Alan Dershowitz said the well over 200 rioters arrested thus far, and the thousands more suspected, should not have been on the list. Dershowitz, who represented Trump in his first impeachment 4 years ago, told the Associated Press he wasn't approached by any of the rioters about seeking a pardon, but even if he had, it would be wrong to pardon rioters. Well, it would be wrong to pardon rioters who committed crimes. South Carolina Republican Senatoress Lindsey Graham, who speaks often with Donald Trump, was among the confidants who urged the president not to go there, emphasizing on Fox News that, "I don't care if you went there and spread flowers on the floor. You breached the security of the Capitol. You interrupted a joint session of Congress. You tried to intimidate us all. You should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, and to seek a pardon of these people would be wrong." He had warned that such a move would destroy President Trump. Pardons normally go through an extensive vetting process with the Department of Justice. The Office of the Pardon Attorney, which handles these reviews, did not respond to my request for comment, but former federal prosecutors said Trump giving clemency to those at the Capitol would be highly unusual. Joe Brown, who until yester administration, I mean to say, was a U.S. attorney in Texas, has attested that such pardons would be, in his own words, a slap in the face to the law enforcement officers who protected the Capitol and our leaders who were inside. Noah Bookbinder, the executive director of Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, a watchdog group, said Trump's use of his, or rather abuse of his clemency powers, has set up a spoils system for his allies, and pardoning the insurrectionists would have been a more extreme version, himself attesting that this president might be willing even to pardon those who rose up against these United States would be the ultimate statement of his perversion of the purpose behind pardons. Now the media is currently clutching its pearls over President Joe Biden's decision to pardon his son Hunter, saying President-elect Donald Trump will use Biden's act of clemency to justify bad pardons once he takes office again. Politico magazine declared Biden's pardon a rich gift to those who want to blow up the justice system as we know it, while the New York Times said Biden's act will inevitably muddy the political waters as Mr. Trump prepares to take office with plans to abuse the Justice Department and FBI to pursue retribution against his political adversaries. Indeed, Trump is already trying to abuse Biden's pardon as an excuse to make his own controversial pardons when he returns to the White House on January 20th. In a Sunday Night Truth social post suggesting he'll use the Hunter Biden pardon to justify releasing hundreds of people who broke into the Capitol on January 6th of 2021 to try to stop the certification of Biden's victory. Trump wrote, "Does the pardon given by Joe to Hunter include the J6 hostages who have now been imprisoned for years? Such an abuse and miscarriage of justice!" Trump campaigned on pardoning January 6th or J6 insurrectionists, so he's already justified the decision in his own deranged mind. President Joe Biden's pardon of his son Hunter is a done deal. The president has not only obviated the existing cases against Hunter, the sweep of the pardon effectively immunizes his son against prosecution for all federal crimes he may have committed over the course of more than a decade. This pardon is a terrible idea In the words of the Bulwark editor, Jonathan Last, both dishonorable and unwise. And as the Atlantic magazine columnist Jonathan Chait wrote yesterday, it reflected Biden's choice to prioritize his own feelings over the defense of his country. But it was also a tremendous strategic blunder, one that will haunt Democrats as we head into the first year of another Trump misadministration. The Constitution vests American presidents with the power to pardon anyone for crimes against these United States, but they cannot pardon people for offenses at the state level. Usually, such pardons involve clemency for ordinary criminals. Occasionally, they include distasteful personal or political favors to friends, allies, and in rarer cases, family. Donald Trump, however, has promised to start the process of issuing deeply controversial pardons the minute he gets into office. Perhaps most disturbing, he has said he's going to start reviewing cases of the January 6th insurrectionists, whom he has called warriors and hostages, and to let many of them out of prison. Nothing will stop Trump from doing such things, nor will he pay any political price for such future pardons. All he ever cared about was winning the White House to stay out of jail, and he's accomplished that mission in order to pardon himself. But the Republican Party is now a wholly owned subsidiary of Trump world. And had Biden not pardoned his son, elected Republicans at every level would have had to answer for Trump's actions without reference to the Bidens. They would have had to say, on the record, whether they agreed with Trump letting people who stormed the Capitol and assaulted law enforcement officers out of jail. Although Trump would have remained beyond the reach of the voters, the vulnerable Republicans running for re-election might have pleaded with him to avoid some of the more potentially disgusting pardons. Forget all that. Biden has now provided every Republican, and especially those running for Congress in 2026, with a ready-made heat shield against any criticism about Trump's pardons, past or present. Biden has effectively neutralized pardons as a political issue. And even worse, he has inadvertently given power to Trump's narrative about the unreliability of American institutions. Biden at first promised to respect the jury's verdict in Hunter's gun trial and vowed he would never pardon Hunter, and then said that because of raw politics had infected this process, he had to act. And so now every Republican can say, when it comes to pardons, all I know is that I agree with Joe Biden that the Justice Department can't be trusted to treat Americans fairly. I'm glad he finally saw the light. Some people see Joe's pardon of Hunter as an act of mercy, an expression of a father's love for a son who has been through the hell of addiction. I understand those arguments. I also know that many Americans believe that Hunter would have been targeted by the Justice Department next year as part of Trump's carnival of revenge. I am less convinced about this, not least because Joe Biden could have waited until Hunter was sentenced for his federal crimes later this month and then commuted his punishments while fashioning a more limited pardon for other issues. Instead, the father gave the son a pass on any federal crimes committed during more than a decade of his life. And I fully understand that pleas about norms have little impact on Democrats who are tired of adhering to such quaint notions while Trump trashes them at will. It's a stomach-churning stomach churning to watch Republicans criticize Biden for this pardon after Trump handed them out during his first term like a guy spreading around drink vouchers in front of a casino. Some might say, and besides, who cares about norms and the rule of law if Trump is back in power? The Bidens should get what they can while giving Trump the finger, shouldn't they? I think anyone making these nihilistic arguments will come to regret them, but that's a discussion for another day. In the meantime, I am more worried about the Hunter pardon as a practical political matter. Biden has now hobbled an effective case that his own party could have made going into 2026, even against Donald Trump. Most people understand corruption, and though they may not care about it very much, they don't like it shoved in their faces. Some of Trump's pardons could have been politically damaging to Republicans. Just over a week ago, a poll found that 64% of Americans would object to pardoning those convicted for January 6th related offenses. But how do Democrats make that case now that Biden sounds so much like Trump when it comes to the justice system? Biden's statement on the pardon had a kind of Trumpian, unspecific paranoia to it that comes with senile dementia. The president stating, "I'm trying to break Hunter," or "in trying to break Hunter," I'm reading, "they've tried to break me, and there's no reason to believe it will stop here. Enough is enough." As the aforecited Chade asks, trying to break Hunter and his father? To what end? This pardon has more than a whiff of panic around it, and if President Biden is unnerved about the outcome of a process controlled by his own Justice Department, how can any of us object to a future President Trump letting people out of jail based on the same fears? The reality, of course, is that Trump's malevolent and trollish pardoning of various cranks and cronies is not in the same universe as an anguished father pardoning his own son. But President Biden has now ensured that no one will really care much about the difference. Joe Biden is at the end of his career and angry at a political world that has made his son into an object of hate and ridicule. With the stroke of a pen, he saved Hunter and stuck it to everyone else, including perhaps the people who forced him to give up his campaign while Hunter was reportedly pleading with him to stay the course. Every parent can understand why he wanted to yell, "Fuck you!" into the wind before he headed out the door. Unfortunately, he may have also fucked many members of his own party in the process, and undermined the resolve they'll need to defend the rule of law. But Trump didn't need Biden's pardon to excuse his inevitably awful future pardons. Trump already has a history of abusing his clemency power, pardoning unrepentant felons simply because they were his supporters, allies, cultists, or family members. In fact, Trump even openly contemplated giving himself and his entire family a blanket pardon before he left the White House kicking and screaming in January of 2021, something he ultimately decided against as he knew he would be back in office anyway. The topic of presidential pardons is back in the spotlight this week after President Biden announced he signed a full and unconditional one for his son. Hunter Biden was convicted earlier this year of federal gun charges for lying about his addiction to crack cocaine when he purchased a gun, and separately pleaded guilty to tax offenses for failing to pay at least $1.4 million in federal taxes. Sentences in both cases were scheduled to be handed down later this month. The president has said publicly that he would not pardon his son, but reversed that promise in an announcement on Sunday in which he called the prosecution unfair and selective. Biden blamed his opponents in Congress for instigating the charges against Hunter and unraveling his would-be plea deal through political pressure, though the special counsel leading the firearm probe has denied facing political interference. In his statement, Biden said, "No reasonable person who looks at the facts of Hunter's cases can reach any other conclusion than Hunter was singled out only because he is my son. I believe in the justice system, but as I have wrestled with this, I also believe raw politics has infected this process, and it led to a miscarriage of justice. I hope Americans will understand why a father and a president would come to this decision." Now, Biden's decision was met with criticism from both sides of the aisle. For one, his rationale closely echoes Donald Trump's claims of a politicized Justice Department, even though the charges against Hunter Biden and Trump, the first president to be convicted of a felony, are very different. Trump was charged with trying to overturn the 2020 election and endangering national security through his mishandling of classified documents, though both cases were dismissed after his 2024 election victory. Trump was quick to slam Biden's pardon as an abuse and miscarriage of justice. Even some Democrats, including Colorado Governor Jared Polis, Arizona Representative Greg Stanton, and Colorado Senator Michael Bennet, publicly denounced Biden's decision. They warned it could set a dangerous precedent, especially before the return of Trump, who has vowed to pardon January 6 rioters and baselessly suggested he could even pardon himself. Which I guess is another way of fucking yourself, but he would enjoy it. Joe Walsh, an anti-Trump former Republican congressman who had endorsed Biden, tweeted, "Joe Biden put self before country and just pardoned his own son. And that selfishness took the no one is above the law argument against Trump off the table." Presidential pardons have been commonplace since the days of George Washington, who forgave 2 men convicted of treason for their role in the Whiskey Rebellion. Over the years, many have been cause for celebration as well as controversy. Here's where you learn about the power of pardon. Presidential pardon authority is inspired by early English law, which granted kings the prerogative of mercy. Article 2, Section 2 of our Constitution giveth the President the power to grant reprieves and pardons for offenses against these United States, except in cases of impeachment. Acts of clemency include granting amnesty, reprieves, commutations, and pardons, the most expansive form of relief. A full pardon releases the person from punishment and restores their civil liberties, including the right to vote, hold office, and sit on a jury. Like I think most people could do without that, but according to the CRS, Congressional Research Service, the Supreme Court has repeatedly recognized the president's pardoning powers as relatively broad, extending to every offense known to the law and available at any time after a crime's commission, either before legal proceedings are taken or during their pendency, or after conviction and judgment. In some rare cases, presidents have even pardoned individuals who had not been charged with a crime. Gerald Ford pardoned Richard Nixon after the Watergate scandal, and Jimmy Carter pardoned most Vietnam War draft dodgers, both charged and uncharged. The only limits, at least according to the Constitution, are that a president can only grant pardons for federal criminal offenses, not state or civil offenses, and cannot issue pardons in cases of impeachment. So, how have pardons typically been used? Presidents have pardoned all sorts of federal offenses, from marijuana possession to mail fraud to murder. Somewhere along the line, they even started pardoning Thanksgiving turkeys to spare them from the dinner table. Some pardons have involved high-profile figures. Andrew Johnson pardoned a doctor who treated John Wilkes Booth's broken leg after he assassinated Abraham Lincoln, as well as thousands of Confederate soldiers and officials after the Civil War. Warren Harding pardoned the Socialist Party leader Eugene Debs after he was sentenced to a decade in prison for speaking out against World War I. Richard Nixon pardoned Teamsters leader Jimmy Hoffa during his 15-year prison sentence for jury tampering and fraud. More recently, over 3,000 acts of clemency were granted in the 4 decades between the start of the Ronald Reagan and end of the Barack Obama administrations. But the number of pardons has varied widely between presidents. Obama granted the most clemency actions, 1,927 of them, of which 212 were pardons, of 12-term presidents since the mid-20th century, according to the Pew Research Center. George W. Bush issued the fewest, 200, including 189 pardons. Trump granted 237 acts of clemency during his first term, including 143 full pardons and 94 commutations. His use of the power was relatively rare compared to many of his predecessors, but highly controversial because most of the people he helped only had some sort of personal or political connection to himself. But presidents have pardoned relatives before. Biden is now the 3rd president to pardon a relative. On his last day in office, in 2001, President Bill Clinton pardoned his half-brother Roger, who had pleaded guilty and spent a year in jail on drug charges. That was one of a whopping 140 pardons that Clinton issued in a single day, and not the most controversial. He got much more flack for pardoning Mark Rich, a disgraced financier who had fled to Switzerland after being indicted for evading more than $48 million in taxes, among other charges. Rich's ex-wife Denise had donated over $1 million to Democrats and Clinton's presidential library, raising questions and a Justice Department investigation into the pardon, which ultimately found no wrongdoing by Bill Clinton. Trump also issued a flurry of pardons himself, 74 to be exact, in the final hours of his first term, with recipients including his former chief strategist Steve Bannon, rapper Lil Wayne, and Al Pirro, the former husband of Fox News commentator Jeanine Pirro. He had previously pardoned many other members of his inner circle who had been charged with various crimes, including Republican operative Roger Stone, former campaign chairman Paul Manafort, and Charles Kushner, the father of his senior advisor and son-in-law, Jared Kushner. Charles Kushner, himself a real estate billionaire, pleaded guilty in 2004 to filing false tax returns, lying to the Federal Election Commission, and retaliating against a witness, his own brother-in-law. The case, prosecuted by then U.S. Attorney Chris Christie, led to Kushner attempting an elaborate blackmail plot against his brother-in-law and former employee, William Schulder, who had become a witness for federal prosecutors. He hired a prostitute to sleep with Schulder, secretly videotaped the encounter, and mailed the recording to Schulder's wife, his own sister, who turned it over to authorities to fuck her husband over. Kushner served about 12 years in prison before his release in 2006, and Trump cited his philanthropic record of reform and charity when pardoning him in 2020. Over the weekend, Trump announced he intends to nominate Charles Kushner to serve as ambassador to France. So how does Hunter's pardon fit into Biden's clemency record? Biden has pardoned 25 individuals and commuted 132 sentences during his tenure, according to Justice Department data that I'm calling up right now. He has granted clemency to many more, including entire groups. In 2022, he took executive action to pardon more than 6,500 people convicted of simple marijuana possession under federal law and D.C. statute, which he expanded last year. Earlier this year, he issued a blanket pardon to 2 LGBTQIA+ service members removed from the military over their sexual orientation or gender identity. Even so, there is much more Biden could do before his term ends, including addressing the more than 8,000 petitions for clemency pending before his administration. The Brennan Center, which describes itself as a nonpartisan law and policy organization, is among the groups urging the president to commute all death sentences to life without parole. Last month, more than 60 members of Congress wrote Biden a letter asking him to use his authority to help broad classes of people in cases, including the elderly and chronically ill, those on death row, people with unjustified sentencing disparities, and women who were punished for defending themselves against their abusers. While Biden's most recent and most personal pardon is in the spotlight, Lauren Brooke Eisen, Senior Directoress of the Justice Program at the Brennan Center for Justice at New York University Law School, hopes that he will take this opportunity to afford the same grace to many others who are already serving what she calls excessive sentences. To quote a she at length and verbatim, "The U.S. Constitution grants the President of the United States what's called unilateral clemency power, and you can think of clemency as the umbrella term. Clemency really is an expression of mercy and often tempers the very overly punitive, harsh, inequitable results that our criminal justice system produces. President Biden has until January 20th to provide clemency for thousands of individuals who are appropriate clemency candidates, who are sitting in federal prison right now. So there's plenty of time." And Trump himself is already laying the groundwork to justify a whole new slate of controversial clemency decisions. But the reality is that Trump's history, not Biden's pardon, shows us that he has a knack for abusing his power to reward loyalty and settle scores. Yet, historically, Andrew Johnson's abuse of pardons was relentless. Republican Senator Mitt Romney described President Donald Trump's commutation of Roger Stone's sentence as historic, unprecedented corruption. And any sober observer would have to agree. Yet a deep dive into history proves another president's relentless campaign of pardons as far more destructive to the nation at one of its most fragile moments. Prior to 1860, presidents used constitutional power to pardon and commute sentences sparingly. But like so much else in American history, the Civil War changed all that. In 1863, President Abraham Lincoln issued the so-called Proclamation of Amnesty and Reconstruction. The order offered a full pardon to anyone who had joined the Confederate cause, save for a number of key exceptions: high-ranking officials and those who mistreated black soldiers or their officers. For Lincoln, this measure was less about pardons than undermining the Confederate war effort, offering amnesty in exchange for abandoning the secessionist pro-slavery cause. Moreover, this was less a program than a tentative plan, Few took him up on the offer. Most everyone in the South stayed loyal to their roots. In the end, Lincoln pardoned only 64 individuals for secession-related crimes. When Johnson became president after Lincoln's assassination, he revived the idea as a way to reintegrate states on the losing side of the war. In May of 1865, Johnson issued a far more sweeping proclamation of amnesty that aimed to restore the white men who participated in the rebellion, with the signal signature, as well as his singular signature, in other words, a singularly signal signature. He pardoned hundreds of thousands of people, but drew a line at those worth more than 20,000 United States dollars. Those with more wealth were encouraged to apply directly to Johnson to clear their names. Otherwise, they could not acquire or transfer property or possess other economic rights. And, crucially, they could not participate in politics, much less hold political office. Over the summer and fall of 1865, throngs of well-off Southern whites flocked to the White House to beseech Johnson for pardons. The more savvy of these applicants began hiring pardon brokers, who had special access to the president. Johnson soon began approving individual pardons with little regard for their merits, ultimately signing upward of 13,500 of them. As a result, many pardoned aristocratic planters and politicians who ruled in formerly Confederate states won the right to run for office in the next election. Thanks to Johnson's assistance, they soon found themselves once again in charge of local and state governments. One of their first initiatives was passing racist black codes, laws used to limit the movement of freed slaves so that they could be forced to labor for their former masters at low wages. At the same time, white vigilantes operating under the newly formed Ku Klux Klan began terrorizing black communities. Lincoln's Republicans, who envisioned the abolition of slavery as the first step in the full enfranchisement of African Americans, were outraged. The minister and reformer Thomas Wentworth Higginson spracketh for many when he wrote, "What most white men mean today by the President's plan of Reconstruction is the pardon of every rebel for the crime of rebellion, and the utter refusal to pardon a single black loyalist for the crime of being black." Johnson's abuse of the pardon power became a matter of growing concern. What had begun as a practical attempt to reconstruct the South soon became a brutally effective political weapon, with Johnson repeatedly siding with white Southerners. Indeed, Johnson was a white supremacist who had no interest in helping the freed slaves, vetoing legislation aimed at protecting them. Radical Republicans in Congress fought back, passing legislation designed to wrest control over Reconstruction from Johnson. They passed the Civil Rights Bill in 1865 and overrode Johnson's veto, giving blacks equal rights with whites and creating the Freedmen's Bureau. Johnson's attempts to undermine the Republican vision of Reconstruction and his willingness to pardon people en masse eventually led to his impeachment in 1868. Johnson emerged from this much weakened, as Congress took control of the policy toward the former Confederacy. But he wasn't done using the pardon power, to re-enfranchise the former rebels. On Christmas Day in 1868, just before leaving office, Johnson issued a universal amnesty for every single treasonous Confederate, effectively pardoning those who exempted from his earlier edicts. In other words, the ones that he tried to get to bribe him. In the end, his pardons would effectively expunge the crime of treason from the record of millions of Americans. The only exceptions that remained were a handful of high-level Confederates who could not fully enjoy the benefits of this general proclamation because the 18th Amendment forbid former Confederate officials like Jefferson Davis from holding office without a special vote of Congress. Indeed, Davis never applied for a full pardon, as equipped in 1884. 'Tis been said that I should apply to the United States for a pardon, but repentance must precede the right of pardon, and I have not repented. The same, of course, could be said of Johnson himself, who went to his grave convinced of the righteousness of his pardoning power. The verdict of history, however, has been far harsher. Johnson remains one of the most reviled presidents of all times, rightly blamed for restoring a bunch of treasonous white supremacists to political power, and undermining the nation's formative attempt at pursuing racial equity, or equality, in the immediate wake of emancipation. It may be small consolation right now, but when it cometh to pardoning, Donald Trump was focused on helping the people closest to himself, or could bribe him sufficient recompense for clemency. We were lucky it stayed that way. American historian and Columbia University professor Eric Foner in American Heritage has writ that Andrew Johnson lacked Lincoln's qualities of greatness. While Lincoln had been open-minded, willing to listen to criticism, attuned to the currents of Northern public opinion, and able to get along with all elements of his party, Johnson was stubborn and insensitive to the opinions of others. If anyone was responsible for the wreck of his presidency, it was Johnson himself. The history books have yet to be written on the Trump era, but an early appraisal of his first 4 years would likely mirror Foner's estimation of the Johnson years. If anyone is responsible for the coming wreck of his own presidency, it will be Trump himself. Now, the United States leads the world in AI, or this pseudo-artificial intellect. So Biden's gotten chippy with Red China, but his final export control salvo has misfired. America's AI future cannot happen without computer chips, and neither can the People's Republic of China's. So Joe Biden is spending the waning days of his presidency making sure that the U.S.'s biggest economic rival won't have the materials needed to assert itself in the rapidly developing technology field. As part of a steadily escalating computer chip war with the Communist Chinese Empire, the Commerce Department has just unveiled a new list of restrictions around which entities are allowed to purchase the hardware and software tools used to build semiconductors. Surprise, surprise! That someone is Communist China on the Asian mainland. According to Stanford's Global Vibrancy tool, Red China ranks second globally for AI, but far behind these United States. The artificial intelligence race doesn't only exist between tech companies, it exists between empires as well. According to Stanford University's Institute for Human-Centered AI, when it comes to core areas such as research papers, private investments, and patents, the United States comes out on top when it comes to AI. The U.S. is also far ahead of our next best competitor, the Communist Chinese. This is according to the aforereferenced Global Vibrancy tool, which analyzed data from 2023 on the AI ecosystems of 36 countries. The tool aggregated 42 AI-specific indicators to determine which countries are leading in AI. Commerce released its much-anticipated chip export control updates yesterday. The day before by now. I was not impressed. What's in the new controls? Well, high bandwidth memory, FDPR, and the entity list. Key assumptions in Biden's approach to export controls limited their ultimate impact. Red China's stockpiling spree may have already rendered these new rules partially obsolete, and what policymakers can do about that going forward Well, we'll just have to speculate that as time moves forward with us. The law enforcement approach versus the counterintelligence approach, and whether export controls should be a foreign policy tool or simply a law enforcement activity, is something that needs to be considered. Other points that I need to make, at least in passing, are the new chip controls are like removing puzzle pieces just one at a time. And that's exactly what Red China wants, to slowly but surely self-indigenize. The America First rationale for export controls and domestic chip production is the backbone of the Trump mentality. And the Democrats' regulatory design philosophy was lured away by the promise of complexity. And what the Trump administration is going to do going forward can only be different. So, first, a disclaimer. Most at the BIS and within the Biden administration are well-intentioned, understand the stakes, have worked incredibly hard these past 4 years to help America compete in chips and AI. I don't mean to question anyone's integrity on their part, but I call it like I see it. And as they say, this is where the rubber meets the road. This is where regs meet reality. First, why care about any of this? There's a 4-step logic chain. The United States is in strategic competition with the Communist Chinese Empire. Semiconductors and AI applications will shape the contours of the 21st century. Among AI's 3 components, data, algorithms, and hardware, hardware is the area where liberal democracies have the best chance of developing a long-term competitive advantage over communist China on the Asian mainland. This advantage can be maintained only through aggressive government intervention, the total opposite of Republican thinking. The October 2022 export controls were excellent, prescient in addressing the competition stakes before ChatGPT's release, and creative in deploying new authorities in an area where the U.S. government had to quickly develop expertise. The October 2023 update, while delayed, effectively addressed major loopholes, particularly regarding GPU exports. However, over the past 18 months, and for those of you who are wondering what GPU stands for in terms of an export, that's General Processing Unit. In other words, General Computer Systems. Now, over the past 18 months, it has become increasingly clear that semiconductor export controls aren't achieving their intended goal of slowing Communist Chinese progress in advanced semiconductor development. The new rules released today, rather yesterday by now, I can't give anything higher than a C+. There are real steps forward in these regs, but their delayed release was deeply harmful, and there are far too many counterproductive concessions to industry. Almost like they're trying to be as Republican as possible to soften the blow of the Republicans coming in. While many government tasks are genuinely difficult, educating a nation, pushing the frontiers of science, achieving peace in the Middle East, crafting effective export controls is relatively straightforward. These United States, through our engineering excellence and position as the arsenal of democracy, have tremendous leverage over global technological flows and are treaty allies. Congress has given the Commerce Department statutory power, and the Treasury has provided the framework. The process is simple. Write regulations, enforce them with billion-dollar fines, and you create a powerful global compliance regime. Companies and nations are about to stomach far more stringent measures under a Trump administration to maintain good relations with America than what Biden could have implemented under a more expansive vision of semiconductor export controls. However, modern Democrats seem reluctant to fully commit to aggressive action. The result is an overly complex policy that trips over itself and misses the bigger picture. These export controls present a mixed picture. They're undeniably stronger than the October 2023 update, but 2 crucial factors affect their impact: timing and implementation. The delayed release is significant, particularly considering Chinese stockpiling. While the controls are stronger, major gaps remain in the overall framework. The Biden administration's high-level strategic vision for semiconductor export controls makes sense conceptually. However, there's a disconnect between this vision and its implementation across these 200-plus pages of policy. Chinese customers and their suppliers have demonstrated infinite capacity to find legal loopholes, working continuously, while our government manages only 1 update per year. This mismatch in pace of legal innovation is problematic, to say the least. What was the strategic conception that limited the Biden administration's speed and aggressiveness? What were their key assumptions? 2 main factors created boundaries: the complexity of these controls and the stakeholder dynamics. These regulations are massive and incredibly complex. This complexity stems from negotiations involving 3 main stakeholder groups: the U.S. interagency process, Commerce, State Department, Defense Department, Intelligence Community, and the White House; U.S. industry, which maintains dialogue with all these organizations; other governments, particularly the Empire of Japan and the Netherlands, who have their own semiconductor manufacturing equipment export controls. The controls must be multilateral to prevent other countries from simply filling the gap left by American restrictions. Beyond the Empire of Japan and the Netherlands, other crucial players include Taiwan, South Korea, and various European countries. This extensive consultation process results in a 200-plus pages of regulations that everyone can agree to, but requires a full year between updates. Meanwhile, Communist China on the Asian mainland rapidly identifies every loophole and stockpiles materials for future needs. While we have significant advantages in strategic technology competition with Red China, the question becomes how effectively we utilize our advantages compared to how Red China leverages theirs. Let's examine the premise that Japanese and Dutch cooperation is essential. From a legal technical perspective, it's not. A more unilateral approach could implement the Foreign Direct Product Rule, stating that any company using American technology selling restricted equipment would violate American law, facing billions in fines and potential stock exchange delisting. Unlike the satellite industry situation in the 1990s, these technologies are so complex that companies could not simply engineer around American contributions to sell to Chinese fabs or fabrication complexes. The Biden administration understood this potential leverage but seemed unwilling to forcefully impose it upon Japanese and Dutch partners, largely because their central foreign policy ethos emphasized cooperative international relations after the Trump era of renegade transactionalism. This reluctance to use maximum leverage led to extended negotiations resulting in complex 200-page regulations that will enrich export control attorneys, if nobody else. If we can identify numerous billion-dollar loopholes within hours of release, imagine what attorneys will find in a month. The Foreign Direct Product Rule, FDPR, and its extraterritorial application is crucial here. While other nations may lack similar authority, as demonstrated when Japanese companies circumvented restrictions on semiconductor chemical sales to South Korea, this new package significantly expands the rule scope. Let me break down this extraordinary expansion of legal authority. The traditional foreign direct product rule might prevent, for example, United German companies from simply repainting American missiles and selling them to restricted countries. The 2020 Huawei controls expanded this to cover chips made using American equipment, even if manufactured in my Taiwan. The December 2nd rule goes further. If your chip equipment contains any chips made using American machines, the foreign direct product rule applies. This effectively covers almost every machine globally, including Chinese ones, since virtually all computer chips involve American technology in their production. Notably, the Empire of Japan and the Netherlands received exemptions when shipping from their territories, essentially as recognition for adopting their own export controls. However, the rule still applies to their companies' operations in other locations, such as Japanese company Tokyo Electron's shipments from Malaysia. Let's examine the other assumption, the perceived need to accommodate industry demands. Based on the rule's writing, timelines, and recent reporting, it's clear that American semiconductor manufacturing companies' concerns influenced the decision-making process. The final rule takes seriously corporate fears about these rules doing lasting damage to American SME. So, in terms of discussing semiconductor equipment manufacturing firms' sales and market performance since October of 2022, I've already been asked about the SME. So when I use that term for chips, basically what I'm talking about is semiconductor manufacturing equipment. It's this broad category of products used to make semiconductor devices. The SME industry is divided into two categories, front-end and back-end equipment. And the United States has taken several actions to strengthen its semiconductor industry, which include export controls. It's imposed export controls to limit China's access to advanced semiconductors and related technologies. And these controls include extending jurisdiction over foreign-produced SME or semiconductor manufacturing equipment if there is knowledge that it is destined for Macau, that's a Portuguese Hong Kong, or a destination in country group D5, including PRC, or People's Republic of China, and extending jurisdiction over foreign-produced SME that contains any amount of American origin integrated circuits. Now, there's also the Chips and Science Act, CHIPS, and the bipartisan law provides $50 billion to strengthen America's semiconductor industry, and this law includes $11 billion for CHIPS Research and Development Office to develop a domestic R&D or research and development ecosystem, $39 billion for the CHIPS Program Office to provide incentives for investment in facilities and equipment in these United States, and requirements for recipients to demonstrate significant worker and community investments, and guardrails to ensure that recipients do not build certain facilities in Red China and other countries of concern. So when it comes to the CHIPS acronym, that itself, CHIPS, that is basically an acronym for creating helpful incentives to produce semiconductors. CHIPS, creating helpful incentives to produce semiconductors. Pretty neat, huh? That's the short title for Division A of the Chips and Science Act of 2022. Of course, there needs to be international coordination. The American empire is coordinating with international allies and partners to support a healthy global semiconductor ecosystem. And that includes building resilient cross-border semiconductor supply chains, which Trump is going to fuck over and destroy us all, or at least our economy, which in turn kills us because we'll all starve and die and all that good shit. At any rate, when the October 2022 regulations were announced, everyone panicked initially. The first reading suggested everything would be blocked. Then it became clear these regulations were full of holes. This triggered a surge in Commu-Chinese purchasing, as they realized they could still get what they needed despite nominal restrictions. Red China's share of purchases from major equipment companies jumped from around 30% to the high 40s, peaking at 49% for some companies. After the October 2023 update, business dipped briefly but quickly rebounded as new loopholes emerged. This pattern appears to be repeating. In some cases, there won't be any business decrease. Applied Materials' largest Commu-Chinese customer faces virtually no restrictions and will continue increasing purchases. They'll spend more on memory equipment than the largest American memory company. These companies will maintain their profitable Commu-Chinese business because lobbyists ensured loopholes remained, or new ones emerged. The stocks have risen significantly, and their CHI-COMM revenue is up massively. Another key development, their production outside these United States has soared, whether it's Lam Research in Malaysia or Applied Materials and KLA in Singapore. These restrictions have driven massive expansion of non-American production. The export restrictions have impacted the composition of semiconductor manufacturing equipment demand, SME demand. Red China is buying more legacy equipment since advanced node chip manufacturing faces restrictions. Much production that would have occurred in Red China has moved elsewhere. ASML. Their executives have stated that their demand forecast isn't based on Red China's actions, but on overall chip demand, like how many chips the next Apple smartphone needs. Whether those chips are made in Red China, Taiwan, or South Korea, they'll be produced because end market demand exists. And ASML holds a near monopoly. And in terms of the acronym, for those who are wondering about the ASMR meaning, it's Autonomous Sensory Meridian Response in the medical industry, but in the chip manufacturing industry, it means something else. You're going to see ASMR all over the fucking internet, and you're going to see it basically dealing with like this kind of weird, euphoric, dildonic bullshit. But ASML company that specializes in the development and manufacturing of photolithography machines, which are used to create computer chips. They're the world's largest supplier to the semiconductor industry and the only company that manufactures extreme ultraviolet lithography, EUVL. Extreme ultraviolet lithography is photolithography machines. These machines are required to make the most advanced chips in the world. So they are the world supplier to the semiconductor industry. And they're regarding Red China's growing demand for everything that I'm discussing, I expect it to decrease in the next year or two, regardless of export controls. They've pulled forward significant demand through stockpiling, buying 3 to 5 years' worth of equipment. ASML reports their Chinese customers struggle to install equipment as fast as they're acquiring it, anticipating future export controls. That 49% quarter reflected purchases intended for 2025 through 2027. Now, previous rounds of CHI-COMM, or Chinese Communist restrictions, have shown they maintain a high percentage of revenue longer than expected. While they're purchasing beyond current plans, money continues flowing because strategic priorities and purchasing waves persist for years, even when market-based demand would suggest 3 years' worth should suffice. As to what's in these regs, this regulation has 3 major components. First, after 12 years of restricting AI chip sales on the logic side, it now addresses memory, specifically high bandwidth memory chips. Second, it significantly expands the Foreign Direct Product Rules application to semiconductor manufacturing equipment, SME. Third, it adds numerous Chinese companies, CHI-COMM companies, to the entity list, identified by the U.S. government as shell companies for Huawei, SMIC, and others. Let's start with HBM, high bandwidth memory. What is it? And why is it even important? Looking at an AI chip like NVIDIA H100 or Google TPU, roughly half the manufacturing cost, and it's trending higher, comes from high bandwidth memory. While TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, remains the linchpin for making the logic chip itself is less valuable on a total cost basis than the high bandwidth memory. We've restricted AI chips to Red China to varying degrees. Though some still slip through smuggling, Red China faces decent restrictions on AI chips or receives weaker special versions. However, high bandwidth memory hasn't been restricted at all. This memory, alongside logic, represents the 12 linchpins of AI chip manufacturing. Now, you, if you're interested in the topic at all, might have heard a lot about SMIC and advanced logic, but less about Red China's high bandwidth memory. Their high bandwidth memory manufacturing ecosystem lags behind their advanced logic development. It's received less focus. Korean companies have readily sold HBM, or high bandwidth memory, to the Communist Chinese. A major market story involves Samsung's struggles. They still can't sell HBM memory to NVIDIA because their quality falls below SK Hynix and Micron. Despite being the world's largest memory maker, Samsung isn't supplying the highest-end NVIDIA products. Their organizational leader issued an apology note so drastic that people joked someone might have hanged themselves in the parking lot. Samsung's largest HBM customer today is the Communist Chinese Empire, representing about 30% of their HBM, or high bandwidth memory, sales. They sell some to Google, which hopefully will break up as a monopoly. Google TPU is what they're selling to, a sub-branch of that mega monopoly, NVIDIA and Amazon. But most ends up in Huawei Ascend products and upcoming AI products. And when I said Huawei Ascend is what I meant to say, not Ascend as in ASCEND, Ascension, like rising, not Ascend, as it came out sounding, thanks to my Chinese accent. These AI chips continue domestic manufacturing despite HBM production capacity, or rather despite the lack thereov. Despite their lacking HBM production capacity, these AI chips continue domestic manufacturing. And some puzzling aspects remain. CXMT, Applied Materials' largest equipment customer, has been, it has an HBM manufacturing subsidiary about a year from production. It's not entity listed. Similarly, Huawei's HBM manufacturing subsidiary isn't listed either. Despite equipment controls potentially catching shipments to them, they avoided entity listing. Nevertheless, this necessary regulation helps prevent Red China from acquiring AI chips. Oddly, this doesn't take effect for a month. We'll see planes loaded with high bandwidth memory flying to Red China over the holidays. This actually reflects the need to communicate with other parties. When you ban chip manufacturing immediately, you must address existing inventory. NVIDIA, Google, and Amazon don't want HBM2E anymore. When NVIDIA faced restrictions on selling AI chips, they could redirect sales elsewhere during the chip shortage. With HBM, NVIDIA has no interest. They're focused on HBM3E for upcoming product launches. Multiple types of high bandwidth memory exist. Just so you know that I'm using these terms, HBM, high bandwidth memory 2E, HBM3E is another type of obviously advanced high bandwidth memory. So you've got HBM2 since 2017, HBM2E, HBM3E, HBM4, and soon HBM5. The rule still permits HBM2 sales to Red China, though with intense end-user checks and new regulations. You can sell HBM2 to Chinese customers directly, but not through distributors, and not to those planning to use it in AI chips. While HBM has other applications, AI drives the primary demand. This approach considers Samsung's desperate position in the HBM market while attempting to control distribution through end-user verification. Chinese companies, or rather CHI-COMM companies, Chinese Communist companies, might achieve large-scale HBM2 manufacturing within a year. The strategy mirrors our logic chip approach, banning advanced GPUs, general processor units, while allowing older, lower-performing versions, despite the strategy's potential failures. This raises another strategic question. Whether end-use controls limiting specific fabs or customers represent a reasonable policy approach compared to a nationwide controls found in other components of current and past regulations. As to what my take is on the strategy's efficacy, the government's opinion on this strategy appears in the document I'm reviewing. They acknowledge that while end-use-based controls have had some effect, circumvention has occurred. Consider this. If selling equipment to companies engaged in advanced chip production in Red China was already illegal based on end-use criteria, why add these companies to an end-user basis? The Commerce Department and selling industry effectively self-assessed their inadequate effectiveness in preventing targeted sales through end-use controls. This doesn't mean the controls had no effect. SMIC cannot produce as many 7-nanometer chips as they'd like due to equipment constraints, but the impact could have been stronger. So let's move to part 2, FDPR. After discussing restrictions on logic and memory chips themselves, we must consider manufacturing equipment. There's no strategic value in restricting chip sales to communist China on the Asian mainland, if Red China can produce them domestically. While the People's Republic of China has a domestic equipment industry, it remains small globally and technologically inferior to American, Dutch, and Japanese state-of-the-art capabilities. This control significantly expands the Foreign Direct Product Rules application to semiconductor manufacturing equipment, or SME. So let me explain through simplified legalese. The basic version prevents scenarios like selling missiles to United Germany, who might well repaint them and resell them to the Russian Empire. This rule states that regardless of modifications, it remains an American missile under American law. In 2020, the Trump administration expanded this interpretation to include chips made by TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, using American-built semiconductor manufacturing equipment. This effectively cut Huawei off from advanced smartphone processors. The new control goes further. If your chip manufacturing company contains any chip made using American equipment, the rule applies. This encompasses is the correct term, virtually all semiconductor manufacturing equipment, or SME, globally, including CHI-COMM manufactured equipment, Chinese Communist gear. The rule has 12 triggering mechanisms. First, a footnote covering the advanced semiconductor manufacturing equipment. Essentially, all equipment needed in the EUV, this etheric ultraviolet era, including lithography, deposition, etch, and metrology equivalents. All of the super micro tech that's needed to produce super micro chips, regardless of origin, cannot be sold to communist China on the Asian mainland. This addresses previous loopholes where American manufacturers moved production abroad. The restriction affects foreign providers as well. Tokyo Electron, for instance, faces the rule when shipping from Malaysia, while shipments from the Empire of Japan, the home islands of the Empire of Japan itself, or the Netherlands, fall under local versions of the rule. The second trigger involves end-user and end-use controls. Customers engaged in advanced semiconductor manufacturing or identified as risks for diversion to Huawei or SMIC face restrictions. This represents a massive regulatory change that might affect semiconductor manufacturing equipment stocks. There are 12 main workarounds. First, the diplomatic exception for the Empire of Japan and the Netherlands. They'll implement their own versions months later, as they did after the October 7th restrictions. Second, the rule apparently doesn't cover subsystems sold to Red China. It covers only equipment. So companies like UltraClean, which makes cleaning equipment for applied materials and Lam Research, seem unaffected unless selling to entity-listed companies. The rule significantly expands the list of Chinese semiconductor or CHI-COMM SME, Chinese Communist Semiconductor Manufacturing Equipment producers on the entity list, including major component producers. Since October of 2022, American companies cannot assist Red Chinese or CHI-COMM SME, Chinese Semiconductor Manufacturing Equipment providers. Strategically, if we don't want Red China having chips, we shouldn't provide equipment, components, or intellectual property for their production. Companies like UltraClean and MKS Instruments apparently can still sell subsystems to Red China, except to entity-listed companies like NAURA or NAURA, Red China's largest equipment maker. This represents a potential loophole in the current regulations. So let me move to part 3, the entity list. This third part represents a massive expansion of CHI-COMM entities on the entity list, primarily focusing on fabs, fabrication plants, identified as potential diversion risks to Huawei or SMIC. These are shell companies that were missed on the previous entity list update. The expansion includes chip fabs and companies manufacturing equipment or equipment components in Red China. In defense of the United States government's position, While end-use-based controls must be sufficient for American oversight, the Dutch and Japanese lack they lack any equally effective implementation capabilities. Adding companies to the entity list clarifies our expectations to allies regarding rule implementation. This also helps Bureau of Industry and Security License reviewers. When a Chinese firm's attorney provides a sworn statement denying advanced chip manufacturing involvement, finding that company on the entity list immediately invalidates such claims. So, were there any notable fabs or companies excluded? There are 3 major players in the People's Republic of China today. SMIC, China's logic manufacturing champion. CXMT, China's memory champion. And Huawei, which handles both aspects independently. Through their subsidiaries, Huawei ranks as either the 3rd or 4th largest equipment purchaser globally. Regarding SMIC, the changes were minimal. They adjusted the licensing policy for their original Beijing fab to presumption of denial, but their Beijing, Tianjin, and Shanghai facilities remained largely untouched. Exempli gratiae, the wafer bridge issue that I've checked into through other people who know this subject better than myself, where one fab is entity listed while another one isn't, it has not been fully addressed. They have added language about physical connections between fabs, specifically addressing wafer bridges, though it applies only when equipment can be definitively leveraged across facilities. They're attempting to address geographic proximity issues, like situations where you can't sell to SMIC but can sell to a supposedly different company across the street. The effectiveness remains to be seen, but they've acknowledged these concerns. Even with potential wafer bridge restrictions, their new fabs established since 2022 haven't faced restrictions beyond end-use controls. SMIC was initially added to the entity list in 2020, but these new facilities operate without additional constraints because they claim to develop only 28 nanometer technology and above. So all of that is in the air. The insufficient impact on SMIC represents a major issue. Regarding CXMT, which produces memory, and DRAM, DRAM, or Direct Random Access Memory for HBM, or High Bandwidth Memory, and standard applications, they're Red China's largest equipment purchaser by individual entity and Applied Materials' biggest Chinese customer. And they weren't added to any entity list despite clear violations. The government initially set an 18 nanometer half-pitch restriction for DRAM, Direct Random Access Memory, in 2022. When CXMT's 17 nanometer technology violated this limit, they simply relabeled it as 18.5 nanometer. The new regulations now include specific physical metrics and memory cell sizes to prevent such ambiguity. Additionally, CXMT presented research at an American technical conference showing vertical gate all-around transistor development below the 18 nanometer half-pitch restriction. Despite publicly demonstrating violations of both the transistor and pitch regulations, no action was taken. Their HBM subsidiary also remains unlisted. Tool restrictions might affect them, but that's uncertain. It's baffling. We're telling Red China they can't buy foreign HBM anymore, yet we've exempted their national champion in HBM. The reasoning is unclear to me. This raises questions about plausible deniability. Regarding Western and foreign equipment manufacturers, how aware are they of what their machines are getting used for? They definitely understand, but avoid written documentation. Equipment servicing generates substantial data logs, particularly for EUV tools, which require constant connectivity. Manufacturing involves two-way communication. Companies seek advice and assistance from equipment makers. While manufacturers could theoretically ignore the data, they're aware of actual usage patterns. There's an unverified rumor about a senior U.S. government official potentially joining an equipment company's board. The regulations significantly impacting equipment makers as competitors, but barely affect NVIDIA's CHI-COMM competitors. The disparity between naming 140 equipment companies versus few fabs raises questions. Regarding foreign companies' perspectives, Japanese firms oft misinterpret American objectives. A Murata executive suggested developing parallel supply chains for American-led and Red China-led economic blocs. This misses the point. Our objective isn't supply chain separation, but strategic impact on Red China's AI industry. The Biden administration's communication of strategic rationale has been imperfect. The AI National Security Memorandum finally clarified the focus on frontier AI and maintaining long-term competitive advantage, but this message needs consistent reinforcement in foreign capitals. Now, I don't blame the Japanese in particular for not understanding. Companies have a fiduciary responsibility to prioritize profit over American long-term national competitiveness. The solution mirrors the Treasury Department's approach in the 2000s and the 2010s, substantial fines for violations. The lack of major enforcement actions against either Japanese and American firms undermines regulatory effectiveness. The absence of CXMT from the entity list, despite partial coverage by various restrictions, exemplifies this problem. Besides small-scale smuggling cases and unresolved investigations into companies like Applied, there haven't been meaningful penalties for pushing regulatory boundaries. Companies continue selling billions in equipment while strategic objectives remain unfulfilled. There was one last carve-out that reveals the current strategy of BIS and the Commerce Department. The question is, why aren't all Huawei chip production facilities on the entity list? Many remain unlisted. Now, according to the Financial Times, asked how many fabrication plants exist that are not on the list, a second U.S. official would say only that the controls were focused on advanced chip production. People familiar with the situation said there had been an intense debate inside the administration over how to tackle Huawei. One person said some of the Huawei plants were still not operational, so it was unclear if they would be for advanced chips. This implies they won't put facilities on the entity list until they produce advanced chips, which fundamentally misunderstands how fabs fucking work. You purchase the equipment first, set up manufacturing, then you produce chips. By the time you're producing, most equipment is already in place. Take TSMC, for example, my own Taiwanese, and their champion front. They're not buying equipment in Arizona for 5 nanometer or 4 nanometer anymore. While they're still purchasing some 3 nanometer equipment, most of their purchases for next year target 2 nanometer production, even though those chips won't even emerge until 2026. Following this logic, if TSMC were communist Chinese or red Chinese, we wouldn't ban them until 2026 when their 2-nanometer chips appear in iPhones, long after they've acquired all the necessary equipment in 2025. This same approach applies to Huawei entities, considering more than half remain unlisted. This highlights a crucial divide in export control implementation. Consider my analogy. The law enforcement approach. For example, a U.S. citizen accused of spying for the People's Republic of China remains innocent until proven guilty in court, maintaining all citizens' rights. The counterintelligence approach. Someone merely suspected of being a CHI-COMM spy can lose their security clearance immediately. They don't wait for definitive proof because by then the damage to national security would be done. BIS currently operates exclusively from the law enforcement mindset, for both good and bad reasons. They treat Huawei fabs as innocent until proven guilty, assuming legacy chip production until shown otherwise. However, waiting for proof means potentially compromising national security and undermining policy effectiveness. The fundamental question becomes, are export controls a foreign policy tool for achieving strategic outcomes, or simply a law enforcement activity? We need this mindset shift, but it hasn't happened yet. Let's be clear about the capacity of the law enforcement approach. I mean, oh my fucking God. Consider this. It took a Tech Insights teardown to discover that TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corp, had been manufacturing chips for Huawei. This reveals the limitations of the United States intelligence community and law enforcement's ability to pursue that approach. This isn't about the intelligence community's ability to help, it's about their willingness. Declassified CIA documents from the 1970s and 1980s show remarkable work assisting export control enforcement. Their Cold War efforts were impressive. Fast forward to 2024, where is the intelligence community now? Why was Gina Raimondo blindsided during her mainland China trip by news of the new Huawei phone? Such revelations should come from our intelligence services, not from the People's Republic of fucking China. The question isn't about capability. We know they can perform extraordinarily when motivated, but whether they're even trying. So, okay, Trump. It's Trump's turn now. Your turn, Donald. So we have new regulations with significant gaps and a new president arriving in 6 weeks. What should Trump and his team do on chips? That took me a while to get through that, and it had to be done. And it's like, I hope you're fucking impressed, because you should be. I've more than earned my pay. So, some contributions before I dive back into the monologue. I am just going to breathe for a second here. Get prepared for basically diving back into monologue. And I'm going to do my best to think about where I should go with this. Now, I'm going to just kind of think back on the American home front, think back on what we're dealing with back home, and the challenges we're facing, and what it is that the enemy, the Republicans, are attempting to do, and how that fucks us all. It's how it destroys us. And probably we'll dive back into, I guess, probably the religious angle is what I think would be the best way to reapproach the challenges that we're now facing. It's something that, of course, bears diving into and basically exposing. I think that most people just don't understand the threats we're under, and it takes someone like myself to expose them. And, of course, what the rest of you don't understand is all of the fact that I can see all this and then analyze it for you. Hopefully put it into a perspective that is, well, coherent for you. That is something that, of course, I need you to repay me in turn. I need basically your contributions. And that way, and only that way, will I be able to continue doing what I'm doing for you. Okay, so let me try and dive back into the Fugé, merge back into the trance state as soon as possible, and we'll just go deep into the night. And we'll change topic to the American home front now, in terms of shall we say, how about the topic of church and state? Because what we're facing is a religious war. Israel is fighting a fucking religious war in terms of what it's doing to everyone else in the world. They're headed towards an apocalyptic mentality, and it's up to us to fight them ultimately. And if you don't understand what I'm talking about, I've gone into this in depth in the past. They're getting ready to sacrifice red fucking heifers, for God's sake. And that's what's going to bring us all into what they feel is this new, how do I say it? This new millennium is their idea of where they're going.
What's even more pathetic is when this man-made Armageddon is initiated and they bring forth a false Messiah. All the Judeo-Christians are willingly going to allow themselves to be slaughtered because they think it's part of the prophecy and they're all going to ascend to heaven. They're just going to let it happen to themselves. Fucking pieces of shit.
It's awful. Absolutely. You're absolutely right. And beyond that, worse yet, they'll do it all worshiping the Jew all the way all the way to their slaughter. So it's something that is definitely needs to be addressed. So I will dive into that now. You've confirmed the direction I must take. So I do need to tackle that. It's something that I need to focus on, breathe, and dive into it. And it's just like as you said, it's unspeakable. Just unspeakable. I don't know how the Americans are. Well, we all know how. They're just they're ultimately suicidal in their own right. They just they have no idea where they're headed. They think that they're just going to ascend to heaven. They're really just creating hell on earth. That's the best way to place it. Best way to put it or express it. So let me try and think back on this and
the remaining Gentiles,
they're
gonna slaughter the majority of them through this man-made Armageddon, and the remaining Gentiles are going to be personal servants for the Khazarians, each one of them believe they're going to have over 1,000 personal Gentile slaves assigned to each one of them. They've said that many times. You can find proof of them admitting to that. That's what they believe, and that's what they want to happen.
Well, whatever they want to happen, we've got to do our best to make certain it doesn't. That's our religious war. It's just this is the insanity that we're facing, and we've got to do whatever we can do to make certain that our children's children inherit a better world than that. It's just not something that we can allow to happen. It's too destructive. So in terms of preparing myself again for a deep dive into a subject that is painful, truly painful. It's just like we're now, I think it's 248 years since America's independence, if I remember correctly. And so with that in mind, I'll do my best to do justice to the topic. All right, I'm going to dive right in, and I want to thank everybody for their patience to this point where I kind of have to center myself before the deep dive. Okay, our dear Amy Como says, T-Tank Barry, you're the best. He certainly is. And with that acknowledgement, we dive back in. So the Republican Party wants to turn America into a theocracy. And American theocracy is bad for everyone, including white Christian nationalists. Alabama's Supreme Court ruling that frozen embryos are children is a chilling example of the Republican Party's extremism. In July of this year, as we mark the 248th anniversary of our country's independence from a despotic regime that fused church and state power, the Church of England, the staff at the USC Center for Religion and Civic Culture was gathering to work on the context of the Supreme Court's recent term at that time. And one of the reasons my son was in contact with them was because of course, the impact of this phenomenon on his own interest group, that of his husband's as well. They're a think tank of maybe 3 men and 7 women, with 2 SLGBTQIA+, Muslim, Catholic, Protestant, Buddhist, and secular perspectives in the mix. And their objective as an organization is to produce clear-eyed research on the role of religion in society and to bring the academy and community together to advance a positive social change. Specifically, they work to support a pluralistic society that respects dignity and freedom of every individual. Now, over the last several years, as a think tank, they've been forced to publish predictions of where they see religion heading in our society, most of which have proved remarkably prescient. And when I last consulted with them, and they consulted with myself, this is all in confidence, of course. We tended to do this secretly. I'm sure none of them would acknowledge me if they were ever questioned. What we see now, what we've been watching for many years, is the emergence and increasing institutionalization of a fundamentally anti-democratic religio-political movement, white Christian nationalism, which is essentially the religion of the worship of the Jew. And as close observers of American religion and public life, one can see the current movement toward nationalism and theocracy as dangerous for all Americans, including politically and socially conservative Christians. Laying the foundations of authoritarian government may seem appealing if you're in the ethno-religious group that most immediately benefits from single-party rule. But once the power of the state is reshaped to serve anti-democratic ends, other groups or movements may ultimately seize the reins of power and oppress their former oppressors. Christian conservatives who would fuse the state and their religion should remember that the tools of oppression fit many hands. In the long run, no one benefits from authoritarianism. Despite preaching small government, these Christians are currently abusing state power to impose their will on others. Specifically, overturning Roe v. Wade, allowing public school employees to pray publicly at school events, and requiring public money for religious schools, along with anti-2S-LGBTQIA+ legislation at the state level, all represent the imposition of a particular strand of Christian thought upon all Americans. While framed as religious freedom, these policies actually curtail or eliminate freedoms for non-Christian and non-religious people, as well as for Christians whose theology leads them to different conclusions. Combined with the Republican Party's faltering commitment to the peaceful transfer of power and fair elections, these developments make us fearful for the prospects of individual liberty and democratic governance if this movement toward theocracy is not averted. By holy war, if that's what it fucking takes. Now, I myself will continue to produce research that unflinchingly engages with how religion works in society, both for good and ill. I'll continue my initiatives with other faith groups that are working to improve the lives of all members of the wider pluralistic communities of which they're a part, for they tolerate the fact that I myself am possessed of Lucifer, a fell angel, but angelic nonetheless, the god of this world, in many respects. So, in that sense, along with others that are ecumenical, I believe that religion can be an important force for good and not just a source of reactionary sentiments and regressive policies. I think of my own commitment to work with people of all faiths as both a moral imperative and an expression of support for the American democratic experiment that will ultimately overthrow the Republic. So I align myself with those who work for a more equitable and pluralistic society where all people can be free to live according to the values they hold dear, without imposing them on others. In a case centering on wrongful death claims for frozen embryos that were accidentally destroyed at a fertility clinic, the Alabama Supreme Court ruled in, when was it that the case was run that I'm trying to remember? And if I look up the case specifically for the date, it was something that happened, I think, February 16th of this year. The Alabama Supreme Court ruled on February 16th of 2024 that frozen embryos are children under state law. In terms of the background, the ruling came from a wrongful death lawsuit filed by 3 couples who underwent in vitro fertilization, or IVF, at an Alabama fertility clinic. The couples froze extra embryos, but they were accidentally destroyed when a patient gained unauthorized access to the clinic's cryogenic nursery. In the decision, the court ruled that the embryos were children and that their destruction would be treated as a wrongful death under the state's Wrongful Death of a Minor Act. The ruling applied to Alabama and its clinics and patients. The implications are outrageous because the ruling means that people can be held legally responsible for destroying frozen embryos. Obviously, this ruling has far-reaching implications, and other states may try to codify it. The ruling could lead to IVF patients being forced to store or use embryos they had intended to discard, which is the whole purpose of the procedure in the first, that you can, in a very real sense, engineer your offspring. So that was Friday, as dated the 16th of February. Understand that your president, your incoming president, has a son-in-law, transgendered, Jared Kushner, who had children with his daughter Ivanka through in vitro fertilization. That means that if they discarded to choose the ideal fetus that was carried to term, the children they discarded were legally murdered. So, in this case centering on wrongful death claims for frozen embryos that were accidentally destroyed at a fertility clinic, the Alabama Supreme Court ruled on Friday, as dated the 16th of February, that frozen embryos are children under state law. And as a result, several Alabama in vitro fertilization or IVF clinics ceased services completely, afraid to destroy, afraid to even store, let alone destroy any embryos, because they will now be considered, they'll now be considered murderers of children. The underlying issue is whether government can interfere in the most intimate aspects of people's lives, not only barring people from obtaining IVF services, but also forbidding them from entering into gay marriage, utilizing contraception, having out-of-wedlock births, ending their pregnancies, changing their genders, checking out whatever books they want from the library, and worshiping God in whatever way they wish, or not worshiping at all, for that matter. If you think, oh, Doug, you're just obsessed with gay rights because of your son and the Blood Boys, you're an idiot. How do you think gay people have children other than through IVF? And if they're considered child murderers for discarding the unwanted fetuses, then they can't have children. And that eliminates, or rather obviates, the need for marriage and coupledom. Does it not? All these private freedoms are under increasing assault from Republican legislators and judges who want to impose their own warped morality on everyone else. Republicans are increasingly at war with America's basic separation of church and state. According to a new survey from the Public Religion Research Institute and the Brookings Institution, more than half of Republicans believe this country should be a strictly Christian nation, either adhering to the ideals of Christian nationalism at 21% of those interviewed, or sympathizing with those views at 33%. Christian nationalism is also closely linked with authoritarianism. According to the same survey, half of Christian nationalism adherents and nearly 4 in 10 sympathizers said they support the idea of an authoritarian dictator powerful enough to keep these Christian values in society by rule of force. During an interview at a Turning Point USA event last August, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, a Republican from Georgia, said party leaders need to be more responsive to the base of the party, which she claimed is made up of Christian nationalists. She said, "We need to be the party of nationalism. I am a Christian and I say it proudly. We should be Christian nationalists." Now, a growing number of evangelical voters view Trump as the second coming of Jesus Christ and saw this 2024 election as a battle not only for America's soul, but for the salvation of all mankind. Many of the Trump cultists who stormed the Capitol on January 6th of 2021 and await his pardon in January of 2025 carried Christian symbols and signs invoking God and Jesus. An influential think tank close to Trump is developing plans to infuse Christian nationalist ideas into his administration as soon as he returns to power, as proven by documents obtained by Politico magazine. Spearheading the effort is Russell Vought, who served as Trump's director of the Office of Management and Budget during his presidential term and remains close to him. Vought, frequently cited as a potential chief of staff in this second Trump White House, has embraced the idea that Christians are under assault and has spracketh of policies he will pursue in response. Those policies include banning immigration of non-Christians into these United States, overturning same-sex marriage, and barring all access to contraception. In a concurring opinion in last week's, February's, feels like last week to me now that I was thinking of the response my son had to it at the time that we first were dealing with this subject. But actually, provide myself a moment to respond to notification from our friend Nemo here. And that way get a little bit of the particulate matter in my throat out. And this has to do with, of all things, tea leaves. Tea dust. It's real and it's a bitch. So, let me see if I can just do something here to try and scrape that off my tongue. This tea leaf that's stuck to the roof of my mouth from the tea I was drinking. At any rate, in this concurring opinion in February's Alabama Supreme Court decision, Alabama's Chief Justice, Tom Parker, invoked the prophet Jeremiah, Genesis, and the writings of 16th and 17th century theologians. He wrote, "Human life cannot be wrongfully destroyed without incurring the wrath of a holy God. Even before birth, all human beings have the image of God, and their lives cannot be destroyed without effacing his glory." Before joining the court, Parker was a close aide and ally of Roy Moore, the former Chief Justice of the Alabama Supreme Court, who was twice removed from that job. First, for dismissing a federal court order to remove an enormous granite monument of the Ten Commandments he had installed in the state judicial building, and then for ordering state judges to defy the United States Supreme Court's decision affirming gay marriage. So far, the U.S. Supreme Court has not explicitly based its decisions on Scripture, but several of its recent rulings, the Dobbs decision that overturned Roe v. Wade, its decision in Kennedy versus Bremerton School District on behalf of a public school football coach who led students in Christian prayer, and its decision in Carson versus Macon, requiring states to fund private students, private religious schools, if they fund any other private schools, even if those religious schools would use public funds for religious instruction and worship, are consistent with Christian nationalism. But Christian nationalism is inconsistent with personal freedom. Allow me to reiterate that. Christian nationalism is inconsistent with personal freedom, including the First Amendment's guarantee that Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. We can only, we can be truly free only if we're confident we can go about our private lives without being monitored or intruded upon by the government, and can practice whatever faith, or lack thereof, we wish, regardless of the religious beliefs of others. A society where one set of religious views is imposed upon those who disagree with them is not a democracy. It's a theocracy. This, of course, is consistent with a republic and therefore pushed by the Republicans, but it is not consistent with a constitutional republic. So the Republicans are effacing our Constitution. And for that reason, whatever faith, we must wage a holy war against the Christian nationalists until, as I've suggested, we deport them to Greater Manchuria, a buffer state between Russia and China that would act as the source of reindustrialization and ergo employment for wage labor sourcing from North Korea. A solution that would end happily all the way around. Well, oh, so much for that wall of separation between church and state until that happy mass deportation that Jefferson wrote about. Not the mass deportation, but the separation between church and state. Trump's selection of Russell Vought to lead the OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, signals a significant shift toward embedding Christian nationalist ideologies within federal governance. Remember, Vought is a self-identified proponent of Christian nationalism and claims, incorrectly, that the United States was founded as a Christian nation and should be governed accordingly. Vaught's organization, the Center for Renewing America, prioritizes affirming these United States as a Christian nation, advocating a form of Christian supremacy, where, despite the presence of diverse faiths, Christianity is at the core of a government-approved American identity. This blows apart the separation between church and state, marginalizing non-Christian communities, and undermining the pluralistic foundations of American democracy itself. If you're not a Christian, or you're not the right-wing variety of Christian who worships the Jews as the master race, promoted by Donald Trump and his multi-millionaire televangelist huckster cultists, buckle up. The ride is going to get bumpy until we win the holy war and deport them en masse to Greater Manchuria, where they can become the Mandalorians, the Spartan Mandalorian mercenaries of the third millennium. Now, here's another incoming point. Trump has chosen the mega donor art collector to head the United States Navy. Yep, an art collector and investment guy to run the fucking Navy. Trump's nomination of John Phelan, an art director and Republican mega donor who has never served in the military, as Secretary of the Navy, represents another radical departure from traditional appointments. Phelan, who leads the private investment firm Ruger Management, I think Rugger is the better word for it, R-U-G-G-E-R, and previously managed investments for the billionaire Michael Dell, hosted a high-profile fundraiser for Trump at his $38 million Aspen, Colorado home, raising an enormous pile of money. Now Trump's rewarding him. Phelan's lack of military background undermines the leadership of the Navy itself, since his primary qualification is apparently his shoveling cash to Donald Trump. This appointment raises alarm bells across the military about the prioritization of political loyalty over expertise in critical defense roles, potentially compromising the effectiveness and integrity of military leadership itself. Exactly the sort of thing Vladimir Putin loves Trump to fucking do. Surprised? No. More so that Trump and Zuckerberg broke bread. Not. Donald Trump's victory was a bat signal for Silicon Valley oligarchs. Big tech is going to take ass-kissing to new heights. Bezos leading billionaires in lining up to kiss the ring. Just a few short months ago, Donald Trump was threatening to send Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg to prison for life if he interfered in the election. But on Thanksgiving Eve, the president-elect and big tech entrepreneur, they enjoyed dinner at Mar-a-Lago, Zuck style, which is Zuck presented his rump and Trump fucked it. Now, Donald Trump was reelected president of these United States on Tuesday of the second week of XII.V.MCMXXIII, defeating Vice Presidentress Kamala Harris, not just in the Electoral College tally, but also in the popular vote by the most peripheral of margins. And big tech leaders wasted no time congratulating Trump on the Wednesday thereafter, tweeting out messages that make it clear they're ready to serve his needs however they can. It feels like a preview of the next phase, where so many will go meet Trump in person and kiss the ring of the 47th president, if not something else. Well, we know what else they're kissing, so we might as well say it's a cock ring. This is a man who's promised to become a dictator on day one and deport millions of people in a scheme that's pretty much guaranteed to devastate our economy. And it's already making me nauseous. The biggest beneficiary in the world of tech from Trump's victory will almost certainly be Elon Musk, the Tesla CEO who spent at least $120 million to help Trump get elected, and even spent that night of the election at Mar-a-Lago strategizing with the once and future president. But there be plenty of other tech leaders who now must prove their fealty to Trump if they want to maintain or win new contracts with the U.S. government. And the ass-kissing line started with Amazon founder Jeff Bezos. To quote his Bezos from the morning after, Big congratulations to our 45th and now 47th president on an extraordinary political comeback and decisive victory. No nation has bigger opportunities. Wishing at real Donald Trump all success in leading and uniting the America we all love. This is where you can read that drivel for yourself. Read it and weep, or rather, read it and puke. Trump has previously called Bezos Jeff Bozo and threatened Amazon repeatedly during his first term. But Bezos did Trump a solid shortly before the election, killing an endorsement of Harris by the newspaper he owns, The Washington Post. When Trump won his first term in 2016, Bezos congratulated the newly elected president by tweeting, "I, for one, give him my most open mind and wish him great success in his service to the country." Basically what he did was he bent over, spread his butt cheeks, and said, "I give Trump my most open ass." Anyhow, Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg also sent his congratulations that fateful Wednesday morning after on Threads. And you can read that drivel here at this link that I'm putting into our chat. Here we go with that. The social media platform launched in July of 2023 to compete with Twitter. And Zuck was reportedly terrible at keeping people updated about that election, that fateful election, that terrible Tuesday. Remember, Trump previously threatened to throw Zuckerberg in prison. But even after that unhinged rant, Zuck called Trump badass and was signaling during the entire campaign that he was another billionaire who would help Trump recover however he could. The Coon Cadre Alphabet CEO Sundar Pichai also congratulated Trump midweek that first full week of last month. And here we are with that. Read that, and I hope you'll agree with me. That's one minority we need to deport. That guy is no fucking American. Shamelessly bare-assing a map, displaying Trump's victory, Yellow House nigger Pichai tweeted, "Congratulations to President at real Donald Trump on his decisive victory. We are in a golden age of American innovation and are committed to working with his administration to help bring the benefits to everyone." Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, who Trump once called Tim Apple, also tweeted about Trump's victory. And here you can avail yourself of that nauseating text. The link is in the chat. There were others who sent their congratulations, including Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella, who wrote he was looking forward to engaging with Trump as another Yellow House nig. Amazon CEO Andy Jassy, who called Trump's win a hard-fought victory. And Sam Altman, who wished Trump huge success. It's huge, and it suck all right. Watching a bunch of multi-millionaires and billionaires act so servile might be a bit jarring when you recall that Trump is the guy who just can't stop praising Vladimir Putin. When someone tells you who they are, believe them the first time, or in the case of Donald Trump, the 10th time. At a campaign rally in Georgia over the last weekend in March of 2022, the former and future president, 10th again, praised the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, Trump telling the crowd, "The smartest one gets to the top. that didn't work so well recently in our country, but they ask me, is Putin smart? Yes, Putin was smart. And I actually thought he was going to be negotiating. I said, that's a hell of a way to negotiate. Put 200,000 soldiers on the border. Trump added that Putin made a big mistake, but that it looked like a great negotiation. That all sounds a lot like what Trump has been saying about Putin almost since the start of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. During an interview with reactionary radio hosts the preceding month, Trump said, I went in yesterday and there was a television screen. And I said, this is genius. Putin declares a big portion of Ukraine. Putin declares it as independent. Oh, that's wonderful. The very next day, Trump said almost the same thing. According to a recording of the event, Trump told a crowd at a fundraiser at Mar-a-Lago, they say Trump said Putin's smart. I mean, he's taken over a country for $12 worth of sanctions. I'd say that's pretty smart. He's taken over a country. Really a vast location. A great piece of land with a lot of people. And just walking right in. Then, in a speech to the Conservative Political Action Conference several days later, Trump tripled down. To quote his tea, yesterday reporters asked me if I thought President Putin was smart. I said, of course he's smart. To which I was greeted with, oh, that's such a terrible thing to say. I like to tell them, yes, he's smart. It now seems pretty clear that Trump meant what he initially said about Putin. Because between then and now, Putin has carried out a relentless and deadly attack across Ukraine. And over that same period of time, prominent Republicans only echoed Trump's Putin praise, even praising the former president for saying what he said. And so, through it all, Trump is stuck, basically, to his original line that Putin is a savvy player on the world stage who is always one step ahead of these United States. Don't overthink it. Trump keeps saying it because he believes it. We saw time and again during his presidency that Trump is attracted to the strength and unapologetic nature of authoritarian dictators like Putin. In fact, here are 15 times Trump has praised authoritarian leaders. I will put this into the chat. So there you go with that link. And from crackdowns against the press to demands of total fealty from everyone serving in his government, Trump proved at all times that he was trying to model his 4 years in office on the way that authoritarian rulers from the Russian to Red Chinese empires to the expansionist aggressor Turkey behaved. Never forget that during a photo op with Putin on the sidelines of the G20 meeting in the Empire of Japan's home islands in 2019, Trump said this of the media: "Get rid of them! Fake news is a great term, isn't it? You don't have this problem in Russia, but we do." Trump's praise of Putin, then, is a feature, not a glitch. He says it, and keeps saying it, because he is genuinely admiring of the supposed might the Russian tyrant is showing in invading Ukraine. It's that simple. But we're entering a completely new chapter in this country. The guardrails have completely fallen off, and any wealthy folks with power in the world of big tech won't have to fear any social consequences as Trump transforms this country in his own image. there is so much more ass-kissing in all of their futures. And Musk now wants to get rid of the anti-fraud police. Why? Trump's appointment of Elon Musk to lead the DAGI, the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, has raised significant concerns that the grifter in the White House wants to empower banking and investment grifters to rip us all off. Musk has publicly called for the elimination of the CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, stating, "Delete CFPB. There are too many duplicative regulatory agencies." The CFPB, established in 2010 following the Bush crash, is the main agency safeguarding consumers from predatory financial practices. Its dissolution will leave consumers vulnerable to exploitation and massive rip-offs by financial institutions. Musk's leadership of DOGE, or DAGI, combined with his substantial business interests and political influence, also means he and his friends will even benefit from silencing the regulators and increase the problem of crony capitalism. He's already called for defunding a government agency that helps low-income rural people get broadband, saying his company Starlink should provide that service. This maneuver aligns with long-standing Republican efforts to curtail the CFPB's authority in exchange for massive contributions from banks and investment firms, raising alarms about the preservation of essential consumer safeguards for average working people. Get ready to get ripped off big time. So, again, allow me to breathe with that one for a second here. Recover myself, because this shit just makes me so angry. All right. So, let me just think here and try and gather myself. And think about just how bad it's gotten. And what we're in for, and where it's going, and what this is going to lead to in terms of, shall we say, a cryptocurrency government, the kind of asininity that we're in for, and just how much you're all going to lose. We're all going to lose under this. When I think about what I said in terms of a transfer, the United States government transferring $1.9 billion in Bitcoin to Coinbase, the seizure and relocation of these acquisitions, I think that probably the most disturbing aspect of all of this would be essentially the fact that the U.S. government's potential Bitcoin acquisition could ignite a global crypto adoption. That you've got this proposal for a United States Bitcoin strategic reserve that's ignited discussion about its potential to reshape the global cryptocurrency markets and I'll try to be as neutral about this as possible. By now, you should know my stance on this. That and my stance on this is not positive towards crypto. But when I think upon it, there's this, as I said, when I'm thinking about it, basically, you've got this proposal, and the last time I checked into this, exploring the implications of the United States government acquiring 1 million BTC, Bitcoins, over 5 years, including the broader influence on adoption and market dynamics. Just outlining the scale of this proposal, stating the number is 1 million BTC over 5 years, equivalent to 200,000 BTC annually. Let's try and emphasize the broader ripple effects. It's not just about the United States government buying, it's about how other governments, institutions, and sovereign wealth funds respond. Do you want to have 0 BTC when the United States decides to hold 1 million? So what they're trying to get you to conclude is that Bitcoin could become a strategic asset comparable to gold, with profound implications for fiscal stability. So weighing in on the potential market reactions, I can only predict an enormous surge in demand. Believe me, I'm not effusing. This is not a recommendation. And by all means, if you have any common sense, you're going to stay out of this. I know our girl Heather's got Vinny going in on this, and he seems to be doing well. You leave that to him. But you're going to see sovereign wealth funds, retail investors, and corporations moving into Bitcoin. Once the United States has a strategic fund, it's a green light for everyone to buy. So I can project significant corporate adoption. I know we'll see big corporations putting Bitcoin on their balance sheets, driving massive demand. If I could highlight any historical parallels, I would compare the potential impact of a Bitcoin reserve to the launch of a Bitcoin ETF. The electronic transfer funds. People underestimated the ETF success, and this reserve could be 1,000 times more impactful. It's about perception, not just the numbers. This underscores the likelihood of widespread adoption across financial sectors. So now we look at Bitcoin's price trajectory. This could push Bitcoin to 500,000 United States dollars, or even 1 million. You've got to maintain caution. It's impossible to predict exact prices. We're in price discovery territory here. It's a frontier. However, I will concede the chance of BTC, Bitcoin, being significantly higher in 2 to 5 years is, I can guarantee you, 100%. As governments and institutions increasingly consider Bitcoin a strategic asset, this proposal marks a pivotal moment for the cryptocurrency, setting the stage for its integration into the global financial system. Do you understand? As I've said, it's an asset without an asset. And in the end, it can only all come crashing down. And the economy riding on air. That bubble's gonna burst. And everyone's gonna lose it all. And lose faith in currency itself. As an aside, embarrassed Tesla owners are taking steps. Elon Musk's support for Donald Trump and engagement with far-right conspiracy theories have grossed out many Tesla owners, leading to an explosion of anti-Musk sentiment within the community. Matt Hiller, a Hawaii-based aquarium worker, has seen a surge in sales of anti-Musk stickers, with hundreds sold daily to Tesla owners seeking to distance themselves from Musk's political affiliations. These stickers feature slogans like Anti-Elon Tesla Club and I bought this before Elon went crazy. Now, Hiller himself, who decided against purchasing a Tesla due to Musk's behavior on Twitter, notes that many customers now feel embarrassed driving their Teslas. Will right-wing Tesla buyers make up for the loss of environmentally conscious people who'd previously been the car's base? Apparently that's what Elon is betting on, as Tesla is the largest source of his wealth. Well, good fucking luck with that. I'm like betting against it myself. Let me see if I can see what I sent some people here. Tesla owners turning against Musk. I'm embarrassed to be driving this car around. Yeah, the electric car brand was once a liberal favorite. Yeah, but the CEO's embrace of Trump has led to an angry backlash. As Elon Musk has embraced Donald Trump and various far-right conspiracy theories, he's left behind an aghast cohort of Tesla owners who suddenly feel embarrassed by their own cars. And many of them are now publicly displaying their dismay at Musk on their vehicles. So, like I said, it's people, Hiller, that guy in Hawaii I was talking about, they have a picture of Musk in a clown makeup with the word space clown. And Hiller says, people keep telling me that they feel they can drive their Teslas again with these stickers. He's had to set aside part of his house to accommodate his growing operation of sticker production. He devises slogans such as, Elon ate my cat. That's a reference to the deconstructed falsehood about migrants eating pets in Ohio that are then sold on Etsy and Amazon. He said people are shaken up. It's a relief, really, to see that they're awake. That's because of the surging demand that he's responding to. Now, Musk, who's got an estimated wealth of $314 billion, was once considered an environmental hero and technology pioneer by many U.S. liberals after turning Tesla into the most valuable car company in the world while basically warning that climate change is the biggest threat that humanity faces in this century, except for AI. But his reputation among electric vehicle buying liberals curdled as he used, or rather abused, X to trumpet far-right conspiracies and fulminated about the woke mind virus and enthusiastically promoted Trump, even appearing at the president-elect's rallies and funding campaign operations for him in key battleground states. And now Musk is intimately involved in Trump's incoming administration, heading the new Department of Government Efficiency, the DAJI, that plans mass layoffs of U.S. government workers, no less. So some Tesla owners have been left horrified. Mika Houston, gymnastics teacher in Las Vegas, who had a Tesla Model 3 for the past 3 years, said, "I thought Elon was progressing our country, but he's turned out to be kind of an evil person. It's scary for someone with that sort of money to be so close to a politician." Anyhow, I could relay, of course, a lot of anecdotes that have been brought up, but basically, with a Trump presidency looming over these United States for the next 4 years, Musk's involvement is a bittersweet prospect for some of these sellers of this particular product. And at any rate, let's move on from what obviously is a topic that is fun, but not necessarily productive. All right, let's take a look at the other thing that comes to my mind. The fact that Jair Bolsonaro, also known as Brazil's Trump of the Tropics, he fled to Mar-a-Lago when his followers attacked the legislature like Trump's did on January 6th. He thinks Trump and his people will get him back into power. Ruchius of a feather, got to stick together, or at least that's what Bolsonaro thinks. He told an interviewer that he's relying on Trump's help to get back into power in Brazil. He's been charged with attempting a coup d'etat in his own nation, and says he's hoping Trump will slap harsh sanctions on Brazil if they continue to prosecute Bolsonaro or prevent him from running for presidente again. It's like the gang is getting back together to destroy democracy worldwide. Trump, Bolsonaro, Orbán, Putin, Xi, and every other tin pot dictator in the world. And, hey, crazy alert. J.D. Vance posted a redo of the famous Norman Rockwell Thanksgiving painting with him as Trump's wife. And right-wingers, well, even right-wingers, were convulsing with cringe. Seriously, the picture should still be up, and you just can't make this shit up. So, here you go. Let's see if you can link that and discover the horror that assailed my sensibilities when I first looked at this piece of shit. Jesus fucking Christ. On that note, here's wishing you experienced a joyless and guilt-ridden Thanksgiving. When I look at that. It's not me. I'm not being bitter. It just look at that image. And, you know, I hope all you could think of was Native American genocide. Elsewhere in the world, they just call Thanksgiving Thursday. But in America, it's something far worse. Basically, Joy Reid aired her Thanksgiving message to MAGA trolls, in which she discussed her alternative Thanksgiving idea for those who voted for Donald Trump. She said, "Make your own dinner, MAGA. Make your own sandwiches. Wipe your own tears. Troll among yourselves with Elon and leave us alone. You've got your heart's desire, the president you dreamed of, and worship instead of Jesus." Meanwhile, the Los Angeles Times offered an ode to illegal immigrants, and Axios' Russell Contreras published a piece about the myth of Thanksgiving. Contreras he preempted the heat his piece created on the fever swamps of X, having posted a few days prior about his decampment to blue sky. The Jewish Voice for Peace, JVP, that's a progressive group in George Soros's network, which, of course, Peter Moon hated with a passion, posted an impressively informative graphic about land dispossession in Israel and America, advocated for Native Americans and for Palestinians to overthrow their conquerors via right of return and #landback, respectively. So, cited group tweeted, "Genocide, land theft, ethnic cleansing, environmental destruction, forced displacement of people from their homes, and sequestration into isolated areas with, in parentheses, artificially scarce resources, criminalization, and surveillance. That's right, JVP is talking about Thanksgiving. Sourced group wrote, on this day, indigenous people and allies confront the settler colonial narratives of Thanksgiving, in quotes, observing it instead as a national day of mourning. The whitewashed story of unity with the Wampanoag people, who have long lived in southeastern Massachusetts and eastern Rhode Island, obscures the true history and ongoing violence against indigenous life. That's enlightening erudition there. While the majority of elected officials of both parties are in the pro-Thanksgiving camp, Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib was the fly in America's ointment once more. She didn't go along with the gerontocracy. All those old fucking Democrats on life support are Jews that ask to be worshipped, unlike the Jews searching for freedom by advocating for indigenous peoples that are supported by George Soros, who Peter Moon and all the crazies hate with a passion. At any rate, that makes him a hero in my eyes. And as for, of course, all the old Democrats who are bipartisan in their Thanksgiving cultism with the Republicans, they're all well, it's a kaikocracy of old Jews that are in hospice. And whereas Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, she represents the future of the Democratic Party. And she so wrote, and here I read therefrom, this Thanksgiving, we mourn the indigenous people killed by European settlers and the United States in order to steal their land. From here to Palestine, we stand in solidarity with all indigenous people as they fight for freedom on their own land. Tlaib has also posted a land acknowledgement in effect, paying homage to the Peoria Anishinaabe Wdy120424 Miamia Mejwaki Ashahina Wyandot, Peoria, and Mississauga peoples whose land we're on. So, if there's any Native Americans out there who are members of those tribes, feel free to call me and tell me how I did. Not all so-called liberals were sourpusses this Thanksgiving season. This is where we come to the really strange bedfellows. Sanders, that's right, that old communist, the man who, just before the collapse of the Soviet Union, came back from visiting Gorbachev and said, I have seen the future, and it is Soviet communism, just before the wall fell down. Sanders offered unexpected support to the MAGA billionaire, saying, Elon is right. Yes, Bernie Sanders, the communist, praises Musk for his key dodgy proposal, as well he would. It's why they're all red, Republicans and communists. And of course, the red-wing extremist, Soviets communist Senator Bernie Sanders published a completely normal Thanksgiving post that paid homage to Norman Rockwell. Because, of course, why wouldn't he? Senator Bernie Sanders, the independent from Vermont, independent meaning fucking communist, heaped praise on the MAGA billionaire Elon Musk's plans to rein in defense spending as part of his Trump-appointed mission to find ways to slash government spending and allow the Russians to conquer the world. On Sunday, Sanders tweeted, Elon Musk is right. Last year, only 13 senators voted against the military-industrial complex and a defense budget full of waste and fraud. That must change. Elon Musk is right. The Pentagon, with a budget of $886 billion, just failed its 7th audit in a row. It's lost track of billions. Last year, only 13 senators voted against the military-industrial complex and a defense budget full of waste and fraud. That must change. That's Bernie Sanders. That's all I'm quoting Bernie Sanders at Send Sanders, December 1st, 2024. That makes Sanders a social communist who twice came in second for the Democratic Party presidential nomination. A strange bedfellow with Musk and his yellow house nigger, Vivek Ramaswamy, the twa hyper-capitalist MAGA bros President-elect Donald Trump has tapped to take a chainsaw to federal government spending. The twain are set to lead a commission dubbed the DOGE, I always say DOGE, Department of Governmental Efficiency, acronymous as DOGE, that will examine how to massively slash government spending and report back to Trump within 2 years. In recent days, both have alluded to halting or increasing defense spending, with Ramaswamy arguing against just reflexively increasing the magnitude. At DOGE will improve the efficiency of defense spending. That's Elon Musk at Elon Musk on November 22nd of this year. Defense is the federal government's largest area of discretionary spending, with the Pentagon budget in fiscal year 2024 set at $841 billion or about 12.5% of the total federal budget. It has also struggled with allegations of waste and cost overruns. Sanders noted that the Pentagon recently failed the 7th consecutive audit of its now $4.1 trillion in assets and $4.3 trillion in liabilities. Last year, the Defense Department admitted it could only account for just half of its assets. Lucrative contracts handed out to private corporations also means billions in taxpayer money is passed on under a regime with subpar oversight. In a joint Wall Street Journal op-ed or opinion editorial column published yesterday, last week, Musk and his house nigger Ramaswamy wrote, "Many federal contracts have undergone or gone unexamined for years. Large-scale audits conducted during a temporary suspension of payments would yield significant savings. The Pentagon recently failed its 7th consecutive audit, suggesting that the agency's leadership has little idea how its annual budget of more than $800 billion is even spent." In October, the Defense Department revealed that $431.4 billion, or 71% of defense spending, went into contracts last year. Among the leading recipients, Lockheed Martin made $61.4 billion, RTX $24.1 billion, and General Dynamics at $22.9 billion. Many contractors exist as essentially taxpayer-subsidized entities. Lockheed, the world's, the biggest U.S. defense contractor, made 74.2% of its sales to the U.S. government in the third quarter. U.S. commercial sales made up a mere 1% of total company revenue. This is corporate welfare taken. Talk about your welfare mom. This is welfare mama. Consolidation in the defense industry has also meant fatter profits for a handful of firms. Despite these concerns and expressions of concern from politicians on both sides of the aisle, the Pentagon budget has continued to grow with limited resistance when it comes to budget votes. Senator Elizabeth Warren, Democrat from Massachusetts, issued a report last year that documented hundreds of former government officials who have crossed over to lobby for the defense industry. The report reads, to keep the money flowing, defense contractors frequently hire former Pentagon and other government officials to help them win defense contracts from their former colleagues. Tell you what, you want to fix the budget? Yeah. Cut defense to the fucking bone. It ain't defending you. And you're just, well, Trump's going to surrender to the fucking Russians anyway. But they can't occupy us. And we're just going to have our civil war here. And then reestablish defense with an honest-to-God draft so that all citizens participate in national security. And it's no longer a cult of quote-unquote professionals who are squandering your money on human child trafficking and cultic sacrifice. Tokyo Bloker, shout out to Tokyo, if that's him. That's probably our dear Amy. Shout out there. At any rate, let's talk about the dark side of gifting gold this Christmas, because that has to do with war. War is about money. U.S. stocks on Friday into Thanksgiving weekend ended a shortened trading session higher, closing out the best month of the year so far. This upward trajectory appears to accentuate what Bank of America strategists call the, quote, extreme disconnect, unquote, between investor bullishness on American assets and bearishness on the rest of the world. Euro area inflation climbed above the European Central Bank's 2% target, and the yen advanced more than 3% against the dollar this week last, as bets grew that the Bank of Japan would raise or will raise interest rates next month. But after a year in which American unemployment remained near record lows and the Federal Reserve arguably touched down in gentle fashion, Wall Street remains more than content about what's looming on the horizon. This is the blindness before you walk off the cliff, Mr. Magoo. Per William Davies, Global Chief Investment Officer at Columbia Threadneedle Investments, earnings growth forecasts for 2025 in the United States remain optimistic at around 15%. This continued resilience is to some extent a little surprising, because the global economy is not without risks as we move into 2025. Yeah, no shit. I've been telling you. Now, here's what broke recently. Australia passed a landmark social media ban. Australia's world first social media ban for children under 16 has attracted mixed reaction. The three main points being, Australia's social media ban targets children under 16. The tech giants warn that the ban may push kids to unsafe internet areas. Now, some Australians praise the ban, and others are criticizing the government.
I'm for it, because you see Elon Musk and all those fuckheads saying, oh, they shouldn't do this, they should let kids be on the internet, but that's because they want them to have their brain turned to mush early as possible. If you ban them from using the internet and shit, then they can be encouraged to fucking get a better education, research, study, develop themselves, instead of fucking getting brain rot by the time they're fucking 18.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Continue with further analysis. These are very astute insights. I'm with you 100%.
Well, you notice children these days, when they're going on the internet, they're mostly on YouTube and Twitter and Facebook, and that just shit dumbs you down and it distracts you, and it's no good for you anyway. So they might as well just be prevented from accessing the net and just focus on getting a better education and shit.
Yeah. And thank you. Yes, I appreciate that profoundly. Very good. Very good. And Nemo knows. It's we'll get back to that. just in summation, Australian lawmakers approved a landmark ban on social media for children under 16 years of age, affecting social media platforms, including Elon Musk's X, Zuckerberg's Facebook, Instagram, the Chinese Communist TikTok, Snapchat, and Reddit, which is just the sewer of extremism, but not YouTube, because YouTube, you have to indicate whether or not your videos are for children or not. So that's taken on the individual level. They've already done it. Get it? See, like I have to, all my videos are indicated as not for kids. So otherwise I would have been knocked off years ago. So YouTube has already policed itself. So this ban in Australia, which is among the toughest in the world, has broad public support, but has been criticized by the so-called experts who say it could have unintended negative consequences. This is all such bullshit. The kids will finally learn to read. That's what's going to happen. But by the way, we've got Christmas coming up, and gifting gold at Christmas has been a thing since the very first. And there are few better places to buy it than Dubai's gold souk, which is reputed to be the largest and cheapest gold market in the world. There is like, I don't know quite how to describe that place. But the reason I know about it is because my son was there last year for the COP conference. And that was when, of course, he took some photographs of the shit they got going down there. I mean, really, there's a look. I guess I best just give people another YouTube video that just kind of does this some justice. And so here we go in terms of this phenomenon. Let me put it here in our text box first, right here in our call, and the link to that video. And then I'll also put that in, of course, our text box. And so, of course, what I'm going to do is give kisses back to Amy Como. And so I've got your $100 money order, honey. I'm going to be mailing it as soon as possible. It's just purchasing that. Hope you appreciate the fact that I stayed in line to the point of nausea for you. The line at the post office was just outrageous. Okay, so kisses to you, and then here's the there you go.
The buyer sure knows how to waste that gold. Putting it on that ugly fucking truck.
No shit. That is like, they put it on a Tesla Cybertruck, right? They gold plated it, right?
Yeah.
Out fucking rageous.
Big waste of gold.
Thank you. Yeah, there you go. I mean, at any rate, bargain hunters have flocked there to that gold souk or souk at in Dubai since before the UAE, since before the United Arab Emirates was even a country. Remember, these are the motherfuckers who were the first Arab nation to build a Holocaust memorial museum. And because of that, the Zionists in Israel made certain that they were awarded the host status for COP28, the Conference of Parties, in the 28th Conference of Parties. And they were a fucking petrostate, and, you know, your world was going to get, and then, if I hadn't intervened, I had been brought in, got to talk in Arabic to some decisive parties that made that Conference of Parties productive. But this is a petrostate where they've got, I mean, well, the video speaks for itself. There's no descriptive that can do it justice. Back in the early 1900s, again, before this nation even existed, merchants from India and Iran began hawking gems and precious metals close to the twisting waterway known as Dubai Creek. Today, more than 6,000 stores line the gold souk's narrow valleys, crammed with pearls, platinum rings, silver earrings, diamond-encrusted necklaces, as well as its namesake precious metal, which can be bought as jewelry, coins, or even biscuits. Fahad Khan, a Pakistani from Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, who has worked in Dubai's gold souk for 3 decades, told the American press, "A main reason for its popularity is safety. People can walk around with gold in your hand and nobody will bother you. Most people come here, purchase 24 karat or 22 biscuits, go back to their own countries and they sell it. Little wonder that gold is Dubai's top foreign trade commodity, which dwarfs oil 4-1. At least it did in 2020, last time I checked. That was when I was there. That was, now as Christmas approaches, Dubai's gold souk goes into overdrive, both due to tourists stocking up with cheap gifts and because November to February is when gold prices historically dip, incentivizing buyers. These months also coincide with peak fighting season during the catastrophic civil war in Sudan. That might seem like a tenuous segue, but there's plenty to connect the twain. Now, I was there for a short trip. It was highly confidential. It was only because of my experience with warfare in the Arab world and warfare in Africa. So you see, while the scourge of blood diamonds has been well documented and immortalized by the 2006 Leonardo DiCaprio film, the role of blood gold is more insidious but no less ruinous. And it's gold that has been one of the main drivers of the Sudan conflict, allowing both sides to fuel their war machines, especially after gold prices reached record highs this year. The UAE, United Arab Emirates, is the world's 3rd biggest importer of gold, which is in turn the Sudan's most important commodity, accounting for 70% of exports. This dynamic makes the UAE and that market a primary actor in war-torn Northeast African, the Horn of Africa, and that Northeast African nation of the Sudan, a country of 50 million people, where more than 20,000 people have been killed, 7 million internally displaced, and nearly 2 million forced to cross borders as refugees since fighting broke out in April of yesteryear. Sudan's conflict is mainly being waged between the government's SAF, the Sudanese Armed Forces, and the paramilitary RSF, the Rapid Support Forces, ostensibly over the transition to free elections, though tensions have simmered for years. The RSF was formed out of the Janjaweed fighters of former President Omar al-Bashir, who ruled Sudan for 3 decades before his ouster in a popular uprising in 2019. That revolution brought to power Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, who later cemented his position in a 2021 coup d'etat and today is fighting RSF chief Mohamed Hamdan Dagalo, better known as Hemeti. Al-Burhan's government accuses the UAE of backing the RSF, which has mercilessly committed ethnic cleansing in the Darfur. These are, again, the genocidal Janjaweed fighters who smoke the Janjaweed. The UAE denies any overt role in the conflict. In a statement, the UAE's permanent mission to the United Nations denounced spurious allegations that it has been stoking the genocide. Because, of course, they're Muslims, and they're supporting the Muslim fundamentalists to kill Christians. But they claim In their own words, "We reaffirm our support for efforts to de-escalate tensions, implement a ceasefire, and advance negotiations leading to the restoration of a legitimate government that is representative of all Sudanese people," meaning they want to slaughter all the Christians and install an Islamist regime. But few independent observers have ever been convinced of the UAE's empty words in the first. Leaked documents damningly expose Emirati passports recovered from battlefields, proving the UAE has been stealthily deploying troops in the Sudan. UN sanctions monitors also described accusations that the UAE had provided military support to the RSF as credible. Even the Grammy-winning American rapper Macklemore canceled an October concert in Dubai over the UAE's known role in the ongoing genocide and humanitarian crises in the Sudan. At one level, Sudan is yet another proxy conflict between the Middle East's squabbling theocracies, with Qatar and Iran major backers of the SAF. But the UAE also sees Sudan as a resource-rich, strategically located opportunity to expand its own influence and control across Africa and the Middle East. The fact that the UAE imports 90% of food supplies has made food security one of its highest priorities, prompting enormous investment in overseas farmland. It especially eyed Black Africa, for which the Sudan was the largest agricultural producer, with trois UAE firms already farming over 50,000 hectares in its north. However, the war has transformed the continent's breadbasket into potentially the world's worst famine for 40 years, with 50% of Sudan's population requiring humanitarian aid. All the food that's being grown is being flown to Dubai. And the Black Africans can't eat that gold they get in return. At the same time, Sudan's official gold exports generated $1.5 billion in revenue for the first 10 months of this year, nearly all destined for the UAE. That doesn't include a comparable amount smuggled out via Chad, Libya, Ethiopia, and Egypt by the RAF, which controls goldfields in the Sudan's east. Ahmed Soliman, senior research fellow with the Africa program at Chatham House, told a recent podcast that some 80% of Sudan's gold is smuggled abroad, mainly through the UAE. But the global lust for gold is not just wreaking havoc in the Sudan, with the UAE knowingly complicit in laundering illicit gold from the Central African Republic, Mali, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and elsewhere. According to a May report by the NGO, the non-governmental organization, SwissAid, some 40% of all African gold mines, 40% of all African gold exports really, are undeclared, of which 93% goes to the UAE alone. The UAE is raping Africa of gold. In addition, the Russian Empire's Wagner mercenary militia is also heavily involved in this trade, helping funnel some $2.5 billion of African gold to Vladimir Putin's war of choice in Ukraine. This has been proven by the Blood Gold Report. On the 18th day in November, Russia even vetoed a United Nations Security Council draft resolution on protecting civilians in the Sudan that would have urged warring parties to immediately cease hostilities and engage in dialogue, because the Russians are involved in the war that must continue so they can take advantage of it to steal gold and divert it to the Russian Empire. Of course, the UAE's known role in laundering gold is nothing new. In 2016, Reuters reported that the UAE declared gold imports from 25 African countries worth $7.4 billion, which had not declared any exports to the UAE. In total, the UAE declared $3.9 billion more in gold from across the 21 other source countries than was declared in their exports. The opacity of gold supply or gold supply chains means American consumers are funding the Sudan's war today. The number one exporter of gold to these United States is Switzerland, whose top gold supplier is, you guessed it, the UAE. What is the international community doing? Absolutely fucking nothing, as is self-evident, with the UAE's comparatively pro-Israel stance amid the war in Gaza, buying it all the diplomatic cover that it needs. The fact that they opened up the world's first Holocaust Memorial Museum gives them carte blanche to sponsor genocide of Christians in Black Africa. Isn't that a bitch? I am at a loss for words. When are you motherfuckers gonna stop worshiping the goddamn Jew? Per MEMୖRIAL, an associate professoress specializing in Middle Eastern politics at the University of Birmingham, the UAE has taken a very clear position supporting the militia against the army, including logistical support, financial support, but also sending arms through trafficking routes. But the United States and Israel promote this conception of the UAE as among the very few countries in the moderate camp in the region, and they would not want to lose that partner at this point. It's apathy that leaves consumers who may simply want to buy an ethically sourced, glistening gift for loved ones this holiday season with very little recourse. Kholoud Khair, a Sudanese policy analyst and founding director of Confluence Advisory, concludes in his own words that Sudan's war chests are full of gold. Gold has become the currency of this war. The UAE doesn't do due diligence as long as gold makes its markets money. It takes it from anywhere. But it can only do this under the cover of the Jew. On the morrow, I think that, actually this was Monday opening this work week, manufacturing data for the United States, the United Kingdom, the Eurozone, Canada, and the Russian Empire gave us some clues on global trade heading into next year. Cyber Monday sales capped what was expected to be a tough weekend for U.S. retailers struggling with slower growth. This while the Russian Empire itself is panicking over the falling ruble. You can measure the growing problems for Russia's economy in various ways. A long-term one, I think, is human capital. Because the war has killed, injured, and diverted so many would-be workers that there aren't enough people to fill jobs. Russia's long-term demographic woes add to the problem. Government spending on the war helps to prop up economic growth, but is also driving up inflation. And the falling price of oil, an important export, brings pain. Interest rates, meanwhile, are being kept higher in order to prop up the ruble. And yet, as I'll try my best to explain, Russia's currency has been sliding to levels last seen soon after the invasion of Ukraine began in 2022. Some of the latest ruble trouble, I'll call it ruble trouble, appears to be linked to sanctions that America imposed late in November on Gazprombank, a Russian outfit previously not targeted. This bank, it appears, has been a crucial financial clearinghouse for Russian energy exports. If the Americans have decided to expel it from the global financial system, that makes it harder for Russia to trade. Those who still buy Russian energy exports will find it ever more difficult to pay for them. My question? Why wasn't this loophole closed, say, a full fucking year ago? It's being done now in order to ratchet up pressure on Vladimir Putin. Personally, I wish that pressure had been imposed earlier. Nothing happens in isolation. That's one lesson to take from the latest round of violence in Aleppo, where a rebel group, a former Al-Qaeda affiliate, swept into Syria's second city in recent days. Their attack surprised government forces. In previous years of Syria's long civil war, Bashar al-Assad, the repressive ruler sponsored by Vladimir Putin, well, he could have called on allies such as the Russian Empire and Iran for help. They won't abandon him now. Russian jets have been bombing rebel positions in Idlib, near the Turkish border. But Russia is preoccupied with its effort to conquer parts of Ukraine. The clout of Iran is also reduced. The same goes for Hezbollah, the fighting force in neighboring Lebanon, which has been battered by Israel. Had Hamas not been provoked to attack Israel in 2023, triggering a wider conflict, Mr. Assad might not be losing further control today. It is a wretched situation for civilians, including refugees who fled into Syria to escape fighting in Lebanon in recent months. The ceasefire across the Israel-Lebanon border and a potential widening of the war in Syria means people will now flow back the other way. Aleppo was once a charming place to visit. My son's husband went, long before the war began, and marveled at its tourist attractions, including the Citadel. Today, rebel fighters pose by that castle, which was restored and reopened in 2018 after earlier fighting, for the same sort of snaps that he took a quarter of a century ago. So now we turn back to forecasting and how search on the internet. Well, how are you going to search after Google? The rise of OpenAI's ChatGPT has sparked talk of a new model of search in which artificial intelligence delivers decisive answers rather than the page of links popularized by Google. But the biggest challenge for companies hoping to capitalize on that idea has been a lack of data, the kind that Google amassed through decades of running the internet's dominant search engine. Enter the United States Justice Department, which last month proposed major changes to Google after a federal judge's landmark ruling that the tech giant is illegally monopolizing online search, which it is. The DOJ's, the Department of Justice's, proposed remedies include a forced sale of Google's Chrome browser and a provision forcing the tech giant to make the data it uses to generate search results available to rivals. Together, these trois steps will upend search. The DOJ isn't taking a position on who Google should sell Chrome to, but people familiar with the agency's thinking say it sees a wide range of possibilities. Options include US-based AI startups like OpenAI or Perplexity, or even an investment firm hoping to enter the red-hot market for generative AI services. The new owner for Chrome, or any new owner for Chrome, combined with the ability to replicate Google's search results, could, in the words of Adam Epstein, the chief executive of Ad Marketplace, who met with the DOJ multiple times as the agency molded its proposal for the judge, completely transform the advertising market. Still, that scenario is a long shot. First, Judge Amit Mehta, who is overseeing the case and is expected to rule on a remedy this summer, may not go for the DOJ's proposals. Google itself has signaled it would aggressively counter the agency's recommendations, which it called wildly overbroad, when it submits its own views this month. Second, sharing Google's data with other companies may not have the intended effect. The EU's Digital Markets Act requires something similar, but DuckDuckGo, a rival search engine, contends that in practice it provides little to no utility to competing search engines. Finally, whatever Judge Mehta rules might not even come to pass. 2 decades ago, a federal judge ordered the breakup of Microsoft. Then, the US presidency switched parties, and the new DOJ took a different approach. Microsoft reached a settlement with antitrust prosecutors for a diminished penalty. Across the Pacific, Australians reacted on Friday into this weekend with a mixture of anger and relief to a social media ban on children under 16 that the government says is world-leading, but which tech giants like TikTok, owned by the communist Chinese, argue could push young people to darker corners of the internet, like themselves dancing naked as they do on TikTok for a bunch of Chinese communist bureaucrats isn't as dark as it fucking gets. Now, Australia approved the social media ban for children late on Thursday after an emotive debate that has gripped the nation, setting a benchmark for jurisdictions around the world with one of the toughest regulations targeting big tech. The law forces tech giants from Instagram and Facebook owner Meta Platforms, which trades as Meta.io, opens a new tab to TikTok to stop minors from logging in or face fines of up to, well, 49.5 million Australian dollars, or 32 million US dollars. A trial of enforcement methods that starts in January with a ban to take effect in a year. Now, on Friday, the Australian Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, said, "Platforms now have a social responsibility to ensure the safety of our kids as a priority for them. We're making sure that mums and dads can have that different conversation today and in future days." Now, announcing the details of the ban earlier this month, Albanese cited the risks to physical and mental health of children from excessive social media use, which are all quite real. In particular, the risks to girls from harmful depictions of body image and misogynist content aimed at boys to turn them all into incel mass shooters. Into the weekend in Sydney, a reaction to the ban was mixed. Sydney resident Francesca Sambaz told the press, "I think it's a great idea because I found that the social media for kids is not really appropriate. Sometimes they can look at something they shouldn't." I would say that would be the majority of times, yeah, Francesca. Others were more scathing. The 58-year-old Sean Close said, "I'm feeling very angry. I feel that this government has taken democracy and thrown it out the window. How could they possibly make up these rules and these laws and push it upon the people?" Hey, help me out here, Nemo. Why would a 58-year-old dude be angry that kids can't get on the internet anymore? I think we know why. It's because
so he can't be a predator towards him.
Thank you. Believe that shit? I mean, what balls? This guy should have been taken out and shot right then and there.
Yeah.
Children, meanwhile, said they would try to find a way around the ban because, that's what kids do. The 11-year-old Emma Wakefield was quoted as saying, "I feel like I will still use it, just secretly get in." Anyhow, it is a world first. Countries including France and some American states in union have passed laws to restrict access for minors without a parent's permission. But the Australian ban is absolute. A full under-14s ban in Florida is being challenged in court on free speech grounds. But you know why they're challenging it in Florida. Because Ian West wants to get on the internet and talk to the kids. Right, Nemo?
Yeah. He's a fucking creep.
He sure is. And we know what he's into. The legislation was fast-tracked through Australia's parliament in what is the last sitting week of the year, was the last sitting week of the year by now, to criticism from social media firms and some lawmakers who claimed the bill has lacked proper scrutiny. It passed through the country's lower house of parliament on Friday morning in a procedural hearing. And on Friday, a spokesperson for the communist Chinese-owned TikTok, which is hugely popular with teen users, and the communist Chinese bureaucrats who capture all that data, said that the process had been rushed and risked putting children into greater danger. Like I said, how much more dangerous can it get than a bunch of CHI-COMM bureaucrats looking at your kids? To quote us, "We're disappointed the Australian government has ignored the advice of the many mental health, online safety, and youth advocacy experts who have strongly opposed the ban. It's entirely likely the ban could see young people pushed to darker corners of the internet where no community guidelines, safety tools, or protections exist." Fuck me gently with a chainsaw. What a line of shit. On Friday, Albanese said passing the bill before the age verification trial has been completed was the correct approach. To quote his T, "We're very clearly sending a message about our intentions here. The legislation is very clear. We don't argue that its implementation will be perfect. Just like the alcohol ban for under 18s doesn't mean that someone under 18 never has access, but we know that it's the right thing to do." And Nemo and I stand shoulder to shoulder with Albanese on this. The ban could strain Australia's relationship with its key ally, these United States, but Nemo and I also agree that's for the better. Do we not?
Pretty much.
Yeah, because this is where the ex-owner, Elon Musk, a central figure in the administration of President-elect Donald Trump, with his, basically his all-Jew cabinet, said in a post this month that it seemed a backdoor way to control access to the internet by all Australians. What the fuck does that even mean? Is he afraid that Australians will retake control of the net? Basically what he's saying, did you hear what that fucker said? It's a backdoor way to control access to the internet by all Australians. What he's really afraid of is that all Australians are finally taking back the fucking net from people like him.
Yeah.
It also builds on an existing mood of antagonism between Australia and the mostly American domiciled tech giants. Australia was the first country to make social media platforms pay media outlets royalties for sharing their content, and now plans to threaten them with fines for failing to stamp out scams. So I guess Australia is really progressive in this case. I think, you know what it is? It's Rupert Murdoch is such an old man. He lives in the world of newspapers. And he sees all this internet crap for what it is. Just a sewer of shit. So, if Murdoch was behind this, more power to him. At any rate, this side of the Pacific, we have a breaking news alert. Trump has named the loyalist house nigger Kash Patel to serve as FBI director. Trump's choice for FBI director speaks volumes about his real second-term agenda. President-elect Donald Trump has nominated one of his staunchest supporters, the conspiracy theorist, I'll call him the coon conspiracy theorist, Kash Patel, to serve as FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation's director. The former chief of staff to the acting Secretary of Defense during the first Trump administration, turning to a fierce loyalist to upend America's premier law enforcement agency. Patel has earned a reputation as the ultimate Trump cultist, basically house nigger lapdog, who has called for a purge of perceived enemies in the Justice Department and intelligence agencies, a Stalinist interdepartmental purge. It's but the latest bombshell Trump has thrown at the Washington establishment, and a test for how far Senate Republicans will go in confirming his nominees. The Kash Patel principle is rooted in the fact that Americans' perceptions of the economy and crime are fucking broken. Tokyo Bloker says, no prob. Happy birthday, Diana. Excellent. Okay, good girl. All right. Trump has been releasing names of his nominees for the cabinet and other senior posts in waves. He began with some relatively conventional choices, and then unloaded one bombshell after another, perhaps in an attempt to paralyze opposition in the Senate with a flood of bad nominees or to overwhelm the public's already limited political attention span. He's chosen a Fox News host with a sordid personal history to lead the Pentagon, an apologist for dictators in Russia and Syria to be the director of national intelligence, and an anti-vax, anti-science activist to be our nation's top health official. Trump has now added yet another dangerous nomination to this list. In a Saturday night post on his social media site, Truth Social, he announced that he is nominating Kash Patel to serve as the director of the FBI. A Patel nomination to some position in the law enforcement or intelligence spheres has always been lurking out there as a possibility, and Trump may have held off announcing it until he felt he had drawn out enough outrage and exhaustion with his other nominations. Patel's nomination is shocking in so many ways, not least because the FBI already has a director, Christopher Wray, who Trump appointed to a 10-year term only 7 years ago, and who he would have to fire almost immediately to make way for Patel. Worse, Patel is a conspiracy theorist even by the standards of MAGA world. Like other senior Trump nominees, his primary qualification for the job is obviously his willingness to do Trump's bidding without hesitation. Patel will likely face a difficult path to confirmation in the Senate. According to a Sunday, December 1st, Rolling Stone report, the ex-Trump administration official might just be the MAGA leader's scariest hire yet. Per the report, Patel is aiming to purge the so-called deep state and recently publicly pledged to investigate and prosecute Trump's enemies in media and government. The New York Times reports, do you notice a lot of yellow niggers surrounding this whole MAGA phenomena? All these fucking yellow nigger, Asian Indian motherfuckers. He's tried to institute a goddamn Asian Indian caste system over America. At any rate,
they gotta have more scammers.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. The New York Times reports that the Trump allies' former colleagues have questioned his qualifications, such as a federal public defender, Michael Caruso, who said Patel shied away from filing motions that he was likely to lose. Patel also launched a nonprofit, the Cash Foundation, spelled K-A-S-H after his own name. Get it? Cash Foundation, nonprofit, obviously an oxymoron, that he says offers financial help to a range of recipients, including the families of people charged for their participation in the January 6, 2021 attack on our United States Capitol. Additionally, Rolling Stone magazine notes that the potential future FBI director is a hyper-MAGA, vengeance-minded Trump cultist to the point that even some Trump advisors recognize as an extreme liability, even if those aides and confidants aren't willing to do much to get in Patel's way, mostly due to Trump's protection of the man. This is his yellow nigger lapdog, and like all these Asian Indian motherfuckers, they want to be white so bad they can taste it. They can fucking taste it. And so they're willing to do anything for the Trump publicans. For Trump himself, naming Patel to the post serves several purposes. First, Trump has taken his razor-thin election win as a mandate to rule as he pleases, and Patel is the perfect nominee to prove that he doesn't care what anyone else thinks. Even knowing what they know, Americans chose to return him to office, and he has taken their decision as a license to do whatever he wants, including giving immense power to again, I'll just say it, yellow house nigger like Kash Patel. Second, Trump wants to show that the objections of senior elected Republicans are of no consequence to him, and that he can politically flatten them at will. Some of his nominations seem like a trollish flex, a way to display his power by naming people to posts and daring others to stop him. Trump has always thought of the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party as his own fiefdom, and Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent leaders as his vassals. And if the Senate folds on Patel and others, he may be proven right on both counts. By the way, Nemo says Trump will end up giving the MAGA Indians a free skin lightening injection procedure. I love it. Yeah, they'll all be like Michael Jackson. They're going to get bleached. Yeah, they're going to get bleached, right, Nemo? That's...
Hell yeah.
Yeah, they're disgusting. And they do it, too. Yeah, they do. You know...
You even see Jamaicans bleaching their skin because they just fucking hate the skin color. So I don't see why the Indians won't when they want to be like an American supporting Trump.
There you go. There you go. And what they are buying into is an outdated idea of what an American even is. That's how they're on the losing side. They'll deserve everything they get come the Civil War. At any rate, this approach backfired when Matt Gaetz' nomination for Attorney General flamed out quickly in the face of likely defeat in the Senate. But Trump seems confident he can get most of his other pricks, I almost said pricks, but I mean to say picks across the finish line, even nominees who would have stood little chance of confirmation in previous administrations. And Trump always keeps pushing limits. In place of Gaetz, he sent forward the more competent but equally committed MAGA loyalist Pam Bondi, who has aroused far less opposition. Trump has made clear how much he hates the FBI, and he has convinced his MAGA base that it's a nest of political corruption. In a stunning reversal of political polarity, a significant part of the law and order Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent party now regards the men and women of federal law enforcement with contempt and paranoia. If Trump's objective is to break the FBI and undermine its missions, Kash Patel is the perfect nominee. Some senior officials would likely resign rather than serve under a House nigger like Patel, which would probably suit Trump just fine. Of course, this means the FBI would struggle to do the things it's supposed to be doing, including fighting crime and conducting counterintelligence work against America's enemies. But it would become an excellent instrument of revenge against anyone Trump or Patel identifies as an internal enemy, which, in Trump world, is anyone who criticizes Donald Trump. You know, the Russians speak of power ministries, the departments that have significant legal and coercive capacity. In these United States, those include the Justice Department, the Defense Department, the FBI, and the intelligence community. Trump has now named sycophants to lead each of these institutions, a maneuver that eliminates important obstacles to his frequently expressed desires to abuse the armed forces, federal law enforcement agents, intelligence professionals, and government attorneys as he chooses, unbounded by the law or the Constitution. If you want to assemble the infrastructure of an authoritarian government, this is how you do it. The early 20th century Peruvian strongman, Oscar R. Benavides, once stated a simple principle that Trump now appears to be pursuing, when he said, "For my friends, everything. For my enemies, the law." It falls now to the Republican members of the Senate to decide whether Trump can impose this formula on these United States. So, understand this much. Winter is coming, America. The election cycle showed that our evaluations of external reality are increasingly partisan, as exemplified by the hard knocks education of Kamala Harris's canvassers. Even on their first day, they reported dissonance between the campaign's celebrity-inflected exuberance and the raw divisions they saw in the streets. I had to bring in a canvasser as a guest lecturer with me to educate the Blood Boys, to educate them in civics and political activism, without endangering them in any kind of volunteer practices. And this one young lady who came to speak with us before the Blood Boys said that in October, as a novice volunteer knocking on doors for the Kamala Harris campaign, her task being to make sure that committed Democrats voted and to persuade undecided voters that Harris was the better choice, she had been told, as everyone else in her canvassing had been told, not to waste time talking with voters who were clearly supporters of Donald Trump. But there was something about the way one man snarled at her, "She's evil," as he was tending his front lawn on a quiet, tree-shaded street in a suburb of Allentown, Pennsylvania, that made her stop to actually confront him as tactfully as possible. And when approached, he seemed to shrink back, because they're all fucking cowardly bullies. But he recovered and regurgitated the screed that Harris was a moral and physical danger to the children because she supported public middle schools allowing students to undergo transgender surgery without the consent of their parents. like any fucking child would do that. It's like, come on now. Give a kid a break. They have common sense. It's like even if they fantasize about becoming the opposite sex, they know they can't do this without their parents' participation because they're going to eventually come home and daddy and mommy are going to say, hey, I don't remember you having tits when I saw you last. Or a girl coming home and, hey, what happened to your boobs? It's like, come on. Really? Only an idiot man. A man. No woman would be that stupid because they know the difficulties involved with physical change. Because when they get pregnant, their entire fucking skeleton melts and reforms to accommodate that fucking baby. At any rate, by this time, after 12 months of political activism, the canvasser in question had heard from several Trump voters some version of this noxious innuendo. So she shrugged, told him her concern was not based on, told him that his concern was not based on any reality she was aware of, and moved on to the next door on her list. But it begs the question, which I have to ask you now. Can the media even begin to bridge this gap? The Republicans have launched their anti-trans assault as the Democrats flounder, and the Supreme Court is even now confronting the dispute over gender-affirming care for transgender minors. The Supreme Court was set to convene today to hear arguments in a landmark case involving access to gender-affirming care like puberty blockers and hormone therapy for minors experiencing gender dysphoria. The case concerns the constitutionality of a Tennessee law that bans this medical care for transgender adolescents. Half the states have measures on the books that are similar to Tennessee's, and advocates for transgender rights are warning that if the Supreme Court upholds this ban, it will open the door to state lawmakers outlawing gender-affirming care for adults. This dispute is the first in which the justices will consider the constitutionality of state efforts to regulate medical interventions for transgender youth, but it comes as Republican-led states have enacted a slew of restrictions targeting transgender individuals, including policies on sports teams and restroom access. President-elect Donald Trump has vowed to restrict medical treatments for transgender minors and bar transgender athletes from participating in women's sports. But while the Biden administration has argued today that the Supreme Court should invalidate Tennessee's law, the incoming Trump administration could well reverse the government's position once it is in power early next year anyway. That shift in stance, however, may not preclude the High Court from issuing a decision in this case, expected by the end of June. So what is Tennessee's ban on gender-affirming care? It's known as SB 1, and Tennessee's Republican-led legislature approved its ban on certain medical treatments for minors experiencing gender dysphoria, like my son did when she was very young as a girl. They did their dirty deed in Tennessee in March of 2023. Puberty blockers and hormone therapy have been used to treat gender dysphoria for decades. But in the past 3 years, the Russo collaborationist-led Republican insurgency-controlled state legislatures have adopted measures restricting access to these treatments for minors. Tennessee's law prohibits healthcare providers from administering any puberty blocker or hormone if they're meant to enable a minor to identify with or live as a purported identity inconsistent with the minor's sex. The state arguing that it has a compelling interest in encouraging minors to appreciate their sex, particularly as they undergo puberty. and in barring procedures that might encourage minors to become disdainful of their sex. I mean, this is so fucking rare anyway. It's like, the fact that they stay up nights worrying about this, how many times do you encounter a kid that even says, damn, I wish I was a bitch? Or some girl saying, damn, I wish I had a dick. This is such a rare condition. The use of these treatments for conditions such as precocious puberty, congenital defects, or other diseases, thank the gods of my ancestors, is still allowed in Tennessee. The Biden administration argues that Tennessee's ban draws lines based on sex and discriminates against transgender people in violation of the Constitution's guarantee of equal protection. The Justice Department has argued that the law should be subject to a more stringent level of judicial review known as heightened scrutiny rather than the more relaxed standard applied by the lower court, which is called rational basis review. In a filing with the High Court, Solicitor General Elizabeth Prelogar, who is arguing on behalf of the federal government, wrote, most immediately, SB 1 prohibits transgender adolescents, their parents, and their doctors from making critically important and intensely personal decisions about the appropriate medical treatment for what everyone agrees. What everyone agrees is a serious medical condition. Now, you might even consider it psychiatric, but it's still a serious medical condition, even if it's all in someone's head. That's still medical. A psychiatrist has to have a medical degree. But Tennessee officials assert that the law is a routine exercise of state power. Mark those words. That's what the Civil War was fought over last time. States' rights. State power to regulate medicine. And it is medical use and purpose, not sex, that dictate the availability of treatments. They have said that the state is trying to protect children from the life-altering risks of gender-affirming care, which they say is risky and unproven, which is a load of shit. In a filing with the Supreme Court, state officials wrote that while the government is free to favor its transition first, ask questions later approach, the Constitution does not bind Tennessee to that same choice. Get it? This was the argument over slavery. The federal government said, no slaves. The state said, that's not your right, because the federal government was highly decentralized in those days. The states were the government everyone dealt with because you lived in a highly communications poor, transportation poor environment. The American Civil War was just beginning to modernize into a railroad war, where every major battle took place within 10 miles of track because they were dependent on those tracks as the lifeline of their logistics. So, in that environment where you're dependent on rail and telegraphy for your communications, your state government is the most immediate administrative power. States' rights said, it's our slaves, our way of life. The federal government has no right, based on the Articles of Confederation. Hence the name Confederacy. Legally, they were right. That doesn't mean it was morally defensible, but legally they were right. Today we would argue that people have rights, not states. This is a return to states' rights, where they're arguing that the state has the right to tell you who you are. Now, the challenge before the High Court was brought by 3 families and Lacey, who began providing gender-affirming care 8 years ago. One of the challengers, a transgender girl, identified in court filings as LW, was diagnosed with gender dysphoria at the age of 12. As a matter of fact, around the same time that my own son experienced it as a young girl, and began taking puberty blockers in this case, followed by hormones. Today, the state's ban means LW, now 16 years of age, must travel to another state to receive her treatments or turn back into the opposite sex, like a werewolf or something. In a press call hosted by the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, Brian Williams, LW's father, told reporters, Tennessee's ban on gender-affirming medical care is an active threat to the future of my daughter deserves. It infringes not only on her freedom to be herself, but on our family's love for her. See, she was born a boy, and he can handle it. If the dad is okay with his son becoming a girl, what business does the state have in this? The ACLU is representing the families, in other words, people's rights over states' rights, who challenged Tennessee's law. Chase Strangio, a lawyer with the group, will make history as the first openly transgender person to argue before the Supreme Court when he participates in oral arguments. Well, when he did so today. History was made today. Chase Strangio, a former female turned male, argued the case for what we could say was my son's people. Now, a federal district court ruled for the Biden administration and the challengers, finding that Tennessee's ban likely violates the Constitution's Equal Protection Clause. The court ruled the law discriminates based on sex and targets transgender people, and said the benefits of the health care outlawed by the law are well established. But the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit reversed the lower court's decision and allowed Tennessee's law to take effect. That measure, the divided panel found, regulates gender-affirming care for all minors, regardless of sex. Chief Judge Jeffrey Sutton wrote, "Life-tenured federal judges should be wary of removing a vexing and novel topic of medical debate from the ebbs and flows of democracy by construing a largely unamendable constitution to occupy the field." The Biden administration and the families appealed the Sixth Circuit's decision to the Supreme Court, which agreed in June to review the ruling. This is going to have an impact on everyone. You just don't know it yet. It all boils down to a sense of more mental clarity. The Williams Institute, a think tank that conducts research on sexual orientation and gender identity law, estimates there are roughly 1.6 million people ages 13 and older who identify as transgender. There are more than 300,000 transgender youth between the ages of 13 and 17 who live in states where access to puberty blockers and hormones is restricted, according to the center that I'm sourcing. Daniel Trujillo, a 17-year-old transgender boy who lives in Tucson, Arizona, began social transitioning when he was 8 years old and was prescribed puberty blockers after 8 years of discussion between his parents, his pediatrician, and later a clinical psychologist. To quote us, "I myself am proof that gender-affirming care works, and it helps people, and it saves lives. When I was experiencing a lot of dysphoria, it was really hard for me to focus on things that mattered. I couldn't focus on school. I was very anxious and internalizing whatever I was experiencing, and once I was able to feel more comfortable in myself and feel affirmed with me as who I am, my parents were able to see the shift. My friends and family could see the shift. In 2022, then Governor Doug Ducey, a Republican, signed into law a bill that prohibits irreversible gender reassignment surgery for minors. An earlier version of the proposal would have also outlawed puberty blockers and hormone therapy, but it failed in a state Senate committee. Still, Lisette Trujillo, Daniel's mother, or Danielle as she's now called, said that had the state banned those treatments, the family would have moved elsewhere to ensure her son could continue to receive medical care. So to quote a she said that felt really scary because here's my child who is emotionally well, who has maintained strong self-esteem, feels love, he's doing well, and then to have the state infringe on our right and totally change our trajectory or change his life felt awful. It felt scary and felt unjust. Medical interventions in minors experiencing gender dysphoria began in Europe in the late 1990s when Dutch healthcare providers started offering puberty blockers. In 1998, the World Professional Association for Transgender Health recommended puberty blockers at the start of puberty and hormone treatment for transgender youth at 16 years of age. In recent years, however, some health authorities in European nations have warned of insufficient evidence on the efficacy of treatments for transgender youth. The Supreme Court could side with Tennessee and conclude that it should give deference to the state legislature in regulating healthcare because of medical uncertainty and disagreement among experts. In filings with the Supreme Court, Tennessee officials warned that treatments for gender dysphoria carry health risks, such as negative impacts to fertility, diminished bone density, and higher risk of cancer. And nobody who's going through these procedures cares about any of that. They're willing to take those risks. Having not seen any major complications affecting long-term health herself, Dr. Susan Lacey, a Memphis-based physician, the provider who has roughly 700 transgender patients out of roughly 3,000 who visit her practice, challenged Tennessee's law alongside three families, saying it's very difficult for these teenagers who already face a difficult scenario when there's this institutional governmental rejection of who they are. That's very difficult to be told either you don't know who you are, being told that you're wrong, you don't know what you're talking about, your parents are trying to manipulate you. All of that kind of rhetoric is really difficult for these kids. Citing an independent review from the United Kingdom, after which England's National Health Service stopped prescribing puberty blockers and hormones to minors with gender dysphoria, Sonia Suter, a law professorius at George Washington University Law School, said that it could make it easy for the U.S. Supreme Court to say, you know what? There is clearly medical uncertainty here, and therefore we're not going to second guess. When I first started providing trans care, the most compelling piece of it was that prior to any sort of physical changes or obvious transitional changes, the first thing that people would tell me is that they felt like there was a sort of a sense of mental clarity that they experience. If not treated, gender dysphoria can lead to physical and psychological harms. The Biden administration has warned that this includes depression and self-harm. It est suicides. Up to 1/3 of transgender high school students attempt suicide in a given year. That's according to a study for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. That's federal governmental study, people whom these states are rising in rebellion against. The very pattern of our Second American Civil War. Of the patchwork of state laws restricting gender-affirming care, the aforecited Daniel Trujillo concludes, "It's this goose chase trying to find safety, which is not the American dream that everyone talks about. All American citizens should be able to live freely wherever they want to, and live fully wherever they want to." So understand that just as Putin sees World War as a war against gaydom and gayness, the American Civil War starts with this war on transgenderism. The meekest, mildest, most helpless minority that they feel they can easily wipe out as an appetizer for their greater genocides on the Republican agenda. Well, with that, the cutoff stream very early last time, so we're going to stop stream here now. If you would be so kind, Mr. Albano, to say good morning.
Yeah, I'm back, sorry. Yeah,
No
good
worries.
morning to everybody. Yeah, please support Douglas any way you can and send donations towards him via PayPal, links in the YouTube chat.
Thank you so much. Aristides, dear sir.
Good morning. Barely functional here, but I did put that donations link in. So
Thank you. I saw that.
Yep.
Hugs.
Yeah, I wake up just in time to do that. Be like, I gotta get that in there.
Bless you.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, how'd it go?
We're still on. Say good morning.
Yeah. I mean, but how did
Fine. It went fine.
Good.
Yeah. Thank you for asking. Yeah. Appreciate that. Yeah. I mean, if I made it this far, it must have been okay. I mean.
Yeah. I heard some parts. Yeah.
Okay. Good. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that profoundly. Look forward to your review. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to end stream now. Okay. All right. So let me do that. And all right. Pressing the everybody. Join us on Sunday. We love you all who support myself financially and morally, and I'll need your contributions. Let's get them in now so that I can make rent at the 1st of next month. Well, January 1st, New Year's Day. Wait, right? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, if my rent is due on the 1st, then my next due rental payment will be on fucking New Year's Day. All right. So everybody, let's prep for that. Let's get money together for that. Thank you for any comments you might leave and well wishes to my late and sainted Cyrus, my woo matron, my mother, who you, again, her photograph is embedded in thumbnail of live stream. And in her case, well, the Kawasaki syndrome is quite self-evident. Shouldn't even need to remind people of what that's all about. And all right then, my love unto you all who are on my side, and damnation on our enemies, as that's what they wish upon us. And as Nemo says, prepare for war. All right then, with that, ending stream.